Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Mine was actually pretty good. So I actually cooked dinner, squash potato casserole, smoked pork roast, and homemade dinner rolls. So definitely had enough of that. Had some leftovers for overnight that I'm going to eat. We are going to start with Hoodservative talked about Kamala Harris tonight, and I didn't get to see the show. So we're going to watch either all or most of it just to see what he has to say. I kind of suspect it won't be a positive review of basically this speech is to her troops, you know, to Tim Waltz and the rest of her volunteers, staff, that sort of thing. Basically just a pep talk, you know, y'all did a good job, we'll get them next time sort of speech. I actually watched all of it last night, I think it was. So I've commented, several other people on this channel have commented, want to see what Hoodservative has to say. Ought to be interesting. So we'll go ahead and start that now.
The organizer of this DNC Union GoFundMe says we are heartbroken to see our colleagues who dedicated countless hours to electing Democrats up and down the ballot depart under these circumstances, and we are furious with DNC leadership for failing to provide severance to those affected. As they fundraise, the Trump team is filling out their cabinet. The president-elect is reportedly trying to place Kash Patel in a high-ranking DOJ or FBI job. And Elon Musk, who is hiring right now with Vivek Ramaswamy for the Doge government waste project is said to be on the lookout for an AI czar. Back to you.
Hey, Peter, got a quick question for you. Given the fact that the Democrats had an epic loss in the race for that building behind you, the DNC union people didn't see layoffs coming where they were going to get 1 day's notice?
Doesn't sound like it. No. And they are about $16,000 of a $25,000 goal. It doesn't seem like they're that people who donated a lot of money for months, even just $10, $15 at a time on those recurring payments that you get the text messages about constantly in an election season. It doesn't seem like there's much of an appetite for people to open their wallets again for that, or for the Harris campaign that now needs Tim Walz to go out and ask for help.
You know, how many people were fired? I know it was 2/3. Do we know the exact number? Because I feel like $25,000 to help people pay their rents and their bills is not that much if it's hundreds of people.
If you got to split it.
They're saying that the $25,000 is temporary because they still think they're going to be able to get some kind of money out of the DNC or some kind of unemployment assistance. And so it's temporary. They had a protest at Union Station yesterday. It was pretty small.
Yeah.
Peter, why'd you wear that necktie today? Did you see me do the tease at...
The name is Morgan, and he has raised a lot of money for Democrats. Happy Thanksgiving.
Just one comment. I hate seeing Peter Ducey and the Fox and Friends folks happy and gloating. That hurts my heart, but so it goes.
Given, big brother. Thank you very much for coming on this show and helping my audience.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
So, John, I never heard anything like this before. Do you think somebody stole the money?
Well, maybe legally. I mean, look, to me, you remember the movie Mad Max when everybody's just doing whatever they wanted into the world? That's what happened here. All of a sudden, everybody's got the keys to the candy store. Ad buyers, talent, consultants. There's 100 days to do it. And the money started pouring in. Remember this, Chris. It wasn't pouring in for Harris. It was pouring in against Trump. Everybody that was voting and supporting Harris was really voting against Trump. And everybody that was voting for Trump was voting for Trump. So she had all this money coming in. She had all these consultants. And if you don't run the ads, you don't get paid for the buy. They were running ads in Florida, where I live.
That's a very important point to bear in mind. Kind of like government agencies and even the military. If you don't spend money by, say the end of a fiscal year or by a deadline, you lose the money. So, it is common practice, rather than lose the money, you spend it. And also bear in mind that, Kamala's campaign was 4 months. And it's a good point that people were spending, donating money to vote against Trump. Maybe not necessarily for Kamala. I think that's a good point too. But bottom line is this $1.5 billion spent quickly. It's really a rhetorical point. It's use the money or lose it. So tempest in a teapot, in my opinion.
Nonstop. And I'm like, why? I mean, are they running in Alabama and Idaho too? And I'll tell you why. If you don't run the ads, the buyer doesn't get paid. $900,000 to put her face on the Sphere in Las Vegas. In the Sphere, the ego, the crazy, the commissions. I was at the White House for a dinner Friday night, talking to a lot of people, and I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of whispering. There's a lot of names about who got paid this, who got paid that, and a lot of people got rich on the back of donors trying to stop Trump. And I think this disqualifies her forever.
Imagine being a diehard Kamala Harris supporter. You've been calling people racist and misogynist and coons. Don't forget the coons. Look at the coons. Yes, yes, yes. Imagine you're that guy. And you've been out here stumping hard for Kamala. And you've been talking big, big shit about the other team.
It's Uncle Remus spinning his warm, funny stories.
Like, let me ask you a bit hijack.
Yeah, and this is the obligatory, hood conservative and others having their feelings hurt, being called coon or whatever. 2 points on that. Kamala never called him anything. And half the time people, not hood conservative, but others, in that circle call themselves coon and take the take the mantle gleefully. So pretending to have your feelings hurt because somebody's calling you coon or Uncle Thomas is, in my opinion, disingenuous. They call themselves that.
Yo.
What's up, tough guy?
Shit, man. Nothing, man.
Entertainers, conservative entertainers, by the way.
What was you playing?
We're reviewing a hood conservatives review of a kind of a pep talk to that Kamala gave to her troops about the losing the election. Basically hey, y'all did a good job. It wasn't your fault, etc. So hood conservative. Actually, I looked at the at Kamala's speech, and it wasn't really a speech. It was really more like a Zoom call. I looked at it last night and talked about it, but I saw Hood Conservative did a show last night on it. So I figured I would come in and see what he had to say about it. Now, the little, clips that, they like to use, I guess, for their own amusement, I'm going to try and skip through that stuff.
Okay.
I'm more interested in the speeches rather than the, little editorialisms they like to use.
Now, it was all a giant scam. It was all a fucking scam. You gave your money to fucking crooks. You gave your money to niggas that was just lining up to rob you. Oh my God. You put all that money into whose pocket? You don't even know who got your money. You just kept getting phone calls like this.
I need that money.
And you kept giving Kamala your money. Because we was coons over here.
Forever. If you can't run a campaign, you can't run America. And that would be the argument just day one. So it was terrible. I think she did a good job in the debate. I think she did as good a job as she could hope for in a short period of time. I told everybody, she should not have been the nominee. She was not going to win. And she didn't win, and she lost badly. So she's got to go figure out her life. She's in Hawaii. Tim Walz was at the dinner. She was in Hawaii. So she's having a call with donors this week. They tell me about her political future. I don't think she has a political future. So that's my thought on her.
How bad is this for the party going forward?
It's terrible because
it's bad.
When you don't trust,
it's bad.
Oops. Yeah, I'm sure it's bad.
People saying Kamala wants to come back and rerun. She wants to take another stab at it. And the whole party's like, if you don't sit your goofy ass the fuck back down. But you can't tell her no. I dare you to tell Kamala no. I dare you to look this black woman in the eye and tell her no, you can't run again.
Oh, damn, that's some good shit. Hold on.
Yep. Editorializing. That's pretty much what it is. So And I see Community Anthropology, SKC, adding his little bean counting 2 cents in. So that's to be expected. And I'm assuming this is somehow or another, a AI doctrine of the video. That's what they do too. You can see the little watermark there. So anyway.
Oh, damn, that's some good shit.
Whew. Hell of a speech. It was a hell of a fucking speech. I got to tell you,
leader, and we have. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Back at you, brother. You are.
This is
such
the
an
actual, a part of the
extraordinary
actual
leader,
speech.
and we have become lifelong friends. I just, in front of everyone, I want.
they have become lifelong friends. You know, there's something else I kind of need to point out. Honestly, I wanted to do this show yesterday, but other things took precedent. And now it's a holiday. I might come back later on this evening to do the show I intended to do. But there's just a lot going around.
Sam, my thoughts on the actual speech. It wasn't really a speech. It was more just like words at a Zoom call. But I thought it struck the right tone. I mean, she can't blame her volunteers for doing a bad job. It's just a pep talk, like a coach gives after a football team loses. You go and you kind of say something to keep them from kind of spiraling out or whatever. Typical fare, nothing bitter or anything like that. Hey, 12th man.
Hey, Stanley, hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
There's a lot.
Yep, I did. How was yours?
Pretty good. Did my time at the church, came home with a bunch of food. Me and the dog gorged out. Been nice.
Well, good to hear. We're I'm reviewing Hood Conservatives' review of Kamala's little Zoom call to her troops.
Yeah.
Like swirling around the Democrats right now. And there's one other thing I wanted to talk about. The Democrats, the left wing, is such a phony culture. Like, you really want me to believe you and Tim are friends now?
Oops, did I stop that?
The left wing is such a phony, fake culture.
I mean, what do you think about what he's saying, though?
Sidebar segue, non sequitur here, but
what Hood Conservative is saying?
Yeah, about the left culture.
I ignore that. It's all, editorializing. I mean, he's not going to give her compliments. I'm certainly not expecting that. I think that, Hood Conservative
she deserves
I think Hood Conservative is doing what, bad winners do. They overanalyze it, basically rub, losers' nose in it. And it's a kind of whiffs of a lack of grace, in my opinion. I think everybody's accepted, including Kamala. She gave a concession speech that, Trump won the election. Now, everybody, Democrat, Republican, or independent, we need to look to the future. We need to scrutinize what the president-elect is doing and march smartly forward into the future. Anybody who wants to dwell in the past and, that sort of thing, Democrats shouldn't be pointing fingers going, hey, y'all, we lost because of, whatever, racism, sexism, whatever. Not going to change the results of the election. So, the pragmatic thing to do is to sally forth. Don't whine about losing. Don't gloat about winning. Because as I've said before, Republicans basically have all three branches of government. They can't blame Democrats for, anything. They need to govern, and hopefully they govern well. If they don't have cover.
I've been watching the press for this movie, and it's just irking the fuck out of me how like fake and pseudo lesbian this whole thing is right here. You ever seen any of this? These two doing the true lesbians? Yes, the
Yeah, that's
bitch.
because there are a lot of
right wing cultural critique. I don't ever pay attention to that bullshit. I don't agree with most of the MAGA, and I separate MAGA from conservative culture critique. MAGA's populism. I'm not a big fan of populism, at least as a governing principle. And, I have my own culture critique. It's interesting to know what they might think, but I'm not, I generally don't have huge commentary about their commentary unless, like Hood is here or, whoever's making the critique is here. That way I can have a back and forth. So I was really more, the title of his video is Kamala Speaks. Really more interested in the Kamala stuff. I'm not really interested in, what Wicked has to do, because I don't think it has anything to do with the political campaign.
Yeah.
You there, but you are a national leader and a dear friend, and thank you. Noel, thank you for your work in Pennsylvania and all that you did for our campaign. And let me just say to everyone on this call, I am so grateful for you.
She thanking the people she paid first. There's a lot of people who ain't getting no dollars. They ain't getting a paycheck or nothing. They just got fired. They didn't even get a thank you letter.
And I'm so thankful to you. I'm thankful for your love of our country and your willingness to put the work into it. I'm thankful for the faith that you put in me and Governor Walz and our team.
Yo, you can tell this whole thing really took the life out of her. She looks like Obama at the end of his 8 years, bro. And she didn't even make it into the office yet. She did 8 years just running for the presidency. Shit sucked the life out of her. She'd have won that shit. She'd have probably died of menopause.
And I am thankful because I know your character is such that you're not going to get knocked down. And you're in this fight. And you're in it for all the right reasons. And I know that about you. It's why you're part of this call right now and all the work that you did over those 107 days and even before. That's your nature. And the outcome of this election obviously is not what we wanted. It is not what we worked so hard for. But I am proud of the race we ran.
That's exactly the fucking problem. You're proud when you should be ashamed. We have Pride Month when it's literally Shame Month. There's nothing so shameful as Pride Month. You motherfuckers are proud of all the things that you should be ashamed of. This is the actual problem right here. Your perception, your morality, your value system is all the way fucked. It is all the way. It's completely.
Well, he's right. That's why they lost.
I hope, as far as my critique and 12th Man, I'd appreciate if you need me to stop the video, I'll do that.
Okay.
My response to Hood's critique is, it's not unexpected. It's just subjective, and I'll treat it as his opinion, not an objective thing.
It's like irredeemably fucked. You can't come back from how fucked you are. We can't save you. All we can do now is bully you. Just noogies and swirlies until you cry.
Stanley.
There's no fixing this.
Do you need me to stop?
There's no coming back from this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think he's talking about the gay shit, man.
Oh, I don't give a fuck what he's talking about. I don't agree with his cultural critique. He tends to go overboard with it. Like I said, it's not unexpected.
What's not unexpected?
Hood's perspective on it.
Well, he's not wrong, Stanley.
Okay,
That's
well,
why they
no,
lost.
I'm going to stop you right there. His viewpoint, how about just say you agree with his viewpoint? His point is not right or wrong. It's his
Why did
opinion.
they lose so
Okay,
badly,
I
Stanley?
don't care about any of that. I'm not in the mood to spar back and forth over conservatives' opinion.
I'm just
Say you
curious
agree with
your
it.
opinion.
Just say, well, I'm the host of this show. My opinion matters. Conservatives doesn't.
That's why I'm asking your opinion. Why do you
Okay,
think they lost
I
so badly?
literally just gave you my opinion. It's Conservatives' opinion. I will treat it as subjective. What he says is right or wrong. I tend to disagree whether it's right or wrong. I have
Okay,
my
my
opinion.
question is, Stanley,
Hold on 1 second. I have my opinion. Conservative has his opinion.
So what is your opinion on
why
why
does your opinion
Democrats
matter
lost
more?
so badly?
I will drop you both in the back. One at a time, please. My opinion is that it is my opinion is it is Conservatives' opinion. I don't agree with it. I think it's subjective, and I tend not to agree with Conservative on cultural critique. So is my opinion clear now? I hope so.
$22.14 per second. This is like the highest fucking salary in the world of money. $22.14 per.
Wishes he was making that kind of money. Maybe next time he'll volunteer for a Democratic campaign.
Second, bro. That is like the highest paid salary in the history of monies. And you fucking lost and you're proud. How can you be a proud loser?
I mean, he does sound like a dumbass.
Kamala is like a political incel. You're just a proud.
I'm sorry, sounds like what?
I said he sounds like a dumbass, but I do agree with some of what he's saying, though.
Oh well, it's not surprising.
I don't understand why it's objective or subjective instead of.
Well, the reason it's subjective is because it's his opinion.
Okay, but why did you say that your opinion mattered more?
Because I'm hosting the show. Isn't that obvious?
Well, I understand you're a host, but I don't understand how.
Okay, my
being a host
opinion matters because
better or more
I am
valid.
hosting the show. My opinion matters more so than Hood's at this current time. If we were on Hood's show, then his opinion would matter, and mine wouldn't as much.
So, do you think it would be valid? Is all I'm saying. Like, you feel like it's not valid?
I think an opinion such as Hood's is indeed valid. But valid doesn't mean it's true. Valid doesn't mean I have to agree with it.
Okay.
But Stanley, how do you feel about all those Democrat people getting fired just like that? No notice, no anything.
My opinion
From
is
the DNC.
My opinion is it's politics. If the roles were reversed, the RNC would be doing the same thing. This is not a unique thing to happen.
It's not the RNC.
How about let me finish my opinion? It is not an unusual thing to happen at the end of a campaign. You know, you hire a bunch of people to run a campaign. At the end of the campaign, if you're not going to win, because a lot of the volunteers or, people that are, important to the campaign, they become part of the transition team and they may wind up with political appointments. If you lose, the campaign's over and, you got to go do something else. It's not a welfare program.
Stanley, they didn't get paid because they were 20 million short. So they didn't even get paid.
She's working on that.
So that they had to start a fundraiser, and I'm surprised it was only 25,000 for the fundraiser.
25 million.
Is it 25 million for the fundraiser?
For the fundraiser, if you say 25,000 they've raised so far, that's fine. I haven't kept up with it. Quite frankly, it is up to Kamala and her campaign to figure it out. I'm not going to lose sleep either way.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm just saying it.
And I'm just saying, I'm sure all these people are very well educated and responsible people. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Out fucking loser.
And your role in this was critical. What we did in 107 days was unprecedented. Think about the coalition that we built, and we were so intense.
Let me see, can I adjust the video?
You would hear me talk about it all the time. Being a daughter of parents who are active in the civil rights movement, I know and believe that the best movements that are about progress in our country mean that it's leaders that we are dedicated to the coalition, to bringing people together that seemingly have nothing in common, but have everything in common. A coalition where we bring people together based on a deep love of our country and our understanding that the strength of our country will be a function of our willingness to put in the work.
Now, this part of it, and I'm sure Hood stopped it on his end. I'm sure he's going to comment. I do agree this is a little mawkish, kind of melodramatic, but it's her style. I would be a lot more just direct to the point and let's get the hell out of here and do something else. But, she is a nurturer, apparently.
I can't believe we didn't vote for her. look at this face. How many martinis does it take? I think she's a gin drinker. Most ladies, most women, they drink vodka. Most girls like vodka. This is not wine. Wine is like 100% for women, but in the hard liquor, most women like vodka.
Come on, man.
But Kamala likes the real hard shit. She drinks gin. I don't even think she has a glass or nothing. She just drinks it right out the bottle. That bitch probably has a flask right now in her jacket pocket. She got one of those old school Wild West flasks and shit. Just in case. Just in case she's a little bit too far away from the bar and she can't get there in time.
And that we will do that work with a sense of joy, yes. With a sense of work ethic and understanding it's going to be hard.
Bitch, what did all that joy buy you? What was the value of all this fucking joy if this is where it brought you? Right back here to me. Look at you. Unable to face your defeat. What did Thanos say to the Avengers in Endgame? Like you were unable to take your victory. You were unable to live with your victory. Hold on. You could not live with your failure.
Let's kill him properly this time.
Trump is like Thanos, but you couldn't win a second time. You guys fucked up your end game. This was supposed to be your end game. You were supposed to go back in time with Robert Downey Jr. and a little angry raccoon and get all the power stones and fix this shit. You look hurt. That's the face you make when Thanos wins. Oh, God, that's wild. You guys fucked up. You were supposed to win. This was Endgame. This was Endgame. You were supposed to put Thanos away for good this time. You were supposed to undo the snap. Now all your liberal DEI programs are gonna vanish just like that. Bam! Just that fucking infinity snap. Just bam! DEI. Bam! CRT. Bam! Affirmative action. Bam! Abortion. Bam! Women's rights. Bam! Title IX. Bam! Diversity.
But it's good work. It's good work to be engaged in a collective fight for America's future. And it means so much to me and to Governor Walz that you knocked on doors, you called friends, you called in favors. You said, hey, you know, I showed up at your softball game. Now I need you to show up at the campaign office. You put in the time. It was personal for you. And you gave all that you could to support our campaign. Because of your efforts, get this, we raised an historic $1.4 billion, almost.
Get this. You raised all the money in the world and you lost. Where's the money? Where is the money? That's a lot of money to just be gone. Like, where's the money? Help me out here. Somebody help me out. Where's the money?
This always astounds me. Now, Hood just literally played a video explaining the ad buys and, you know, how there was a rush to spend the money towards the end. Literally, he just showed a video about it. So now he's asking why. Interesting.
Like, all that money just gone? How's all the money gone? I don't even know what, like, how would I spend $1.6 billion in like 90 days? Hell, there was a movie called Brewster's Millions with Richard Pryor. And it was really a long time ago, so I forget all of it. But I know the point of the movie was it was a test. How can you spend X amount of millions of dollars in like a month or something? Richard Pryor couldn't spend enough money in that amount of time. What'd you do with all these billions? There's got to be some kind of high-level Democrat gangster type motherfucker who wants to know what happened to all his motherfucking money.
Stewie, hey.
Hey there. So, it's been 24 hours. Got my money? Oh, you know, well,
where's the fucking money, Kamala?
$1.5 billion from grassroots supporters alone, the most in presidential campaign history. Nearly 8 million donors contributed an average donation of about $56 to fuel our people-powered campaign. And understand that the work that we did.
It's not paying the bills because they are roughly 20 million in debt. They went from up 1.6 billion to now 20 million in debt. They're not paying their bills.
Okay, once again, it actually sounds like in reality they had more bills than they could pay, but surely, you know, they paid the bills that they could. So politics as usual with these sorts of comments.
Bill Soup, they don't pay their bills.
And certainly not clever comment.
How you have $1.6 billion yesterday, but today you're 20 million in debt. So on the Monday before the election, you were up 1.6, and on the Wednesday after, you were down 20 million. There isn't a casino in the world where that can happen to you. You would have to gamble in all the casinos in the world at the exact same time for a swing like that to happen to you.
included the work that so many of you here did, which is to talk to first-time voters. Many of you are first-time voters. And to talk about how being involved can make a difference. And that remains true. And that's one of the pieces that I just want us to please take away, that our fight for freedom and for opportunity and for the promise of America, it included, for example, nearly almost 4 million first-time contributors to our campaign because of the work you did of helping people know that they can be engaged and that they're not outside, that they're inside, that we're all in this together. And that work continues. The work must continues.
The work must continues. God, that's going on t-shirts. That's going on mugs. This is about to become a right-wing slogan. The work must continues. We have to own that.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't wear that t-shirt for sure, but it always amuses me when people talk about others' grammatical errors.
We have to own that. That has to become a right-wing slogan. The work must continues. We beat Kamala once. She wants to come back. We have to beat her again. The work must continues. Shout out to Brad with the $5 cash app. We don't have time for political correctness. No, we don't have time for this shit.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break.
The election didn't turn out like we wanted it to. Certainly not as we planned for it to.
Nothing like you planned for it. Nothing you said was true came true. Everything you said was going to happen, the opposite happened.
But understand that the work we put into it was about empowering people. That's the spirit with the work we did. Our spirit and our work was about saying that it is a strength that we each have to lift people up as opposed to beating people down. It is a strength we have that has lasting effect. So all that work that you did that was about engaging with other people, engaging with perfect strangers and in their face seeing a neighbor, that has lasting effect. It reminds people that there are leaders like you who care and will bring us together. And you know, sometimes in the darkest moments, people lose faith in that. Are there people out there that feel that way? And you reminded people that yes, there are, and there are a lot of us. And that strength cannot be taken from us.
I'm glad Kamala put this out. First of all, people are saying that her staff has to really hate her to, one, film this and then, you know, can it and say this is a good thing, and then two, to review it, edit it, and then release it. Your staff really hates you. Everybody around you hates you and wants you to die, Kamala.
Yeah, I'm sure that losing a political campaign makes your workers want to kill you. That's a bit of a stretch, but whatever to keep the folks entertained, I guess.
That being said, this emotional, motherly approach to leadership and governance is fatal. For America to be led by this spirit is a suicidal endeavor. Yeah, we up early. We're going to get out of here quick. We're in and out for a holiday. I might come back for a double header. We got to see how this Thanksgiving with the family goes. But we're doing this one real early. Morning, Carmen. But look, this mother energy is bad for everybody. I want to share something with you. Let me show you. This is
that part. I probably agree. But then, you know, the problem with, say, a Hillary Clinton is that, you know, I forget what they, some of the terms they were using for her was, hey, she's masculine. So, in my opinion, it's more a misogyny, whether people want to admit it or not. Either a woman is too motherly or she's like a man. Um, I'm not sure that there can be a middle ground, but the one thing I have to give Kamala credit for is you can tell it's not an act. Okay, this is Kamala, whether you like her or don't, and I would commend her for not breaking character, or being something she's not. So there's something to be said for that.
Well, Stanley, I think Hillary Clinton, as much as I do not like her, has more leadership capabilities. There's more. She's not like a whiny cry, motherly type like Kamala is being here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's not like
This is what.
Yep, I get it.
We did vote for. This is the energy that we voted for. You have the Kamala motherly vibe, and then you have I'll drink your fucking milkshake.
You're not the chosen brother, Eli. It was Paul.
Interesting.
That is our strength. It cannot be taken from us. So listen, as I said the day after the election, I still strongly believe the light of America's promise will burn bright as long as we never give up and we keep fighting. And the fight that fueled our campaign, a fight for freedom and opportunity, that did not end on November 5th. A fight for the dignity of all people, that did not end on November 5th. A fight for the future, a future in which all people receive the promise of America? No. A fight that is about a fight for the ideals of our nation, the ideals that reflect the promise of America, that fight's not over.
It's not over. Just give me something to drink. She's done when she'll say when she's ready, all right? She'll let you know when she's had enough.
So look, we
Stanley,
still have
can
a lot
you
to
pause
fight
it?
for, okay? A future where every American.
Yes, sir.
He's not the only one to notice that Kamala was inebriated while she was speaking.
I think that she's not inebriated, and everybody has an opinion.
American can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the right to make decisions about their own body, not their government telling them what to do. Our fight for the rule of law.
SKC, this is actually what I wanted to talk about, but I got to get up and get out of here in a few minutes. The Trump effect is happening already. This right now, what you're watching, Kamala speaking, is also a part
of. My comment on the quote Trump effect is that it is basically a way for MAGA folks to explain the less attractive aspects of Trump's governance and his personality. If you point out a flaw, it's Trump derangement syndrome or something like that. It's, in my opinion, just a cop out.
Well, I pointed out plenty of flaws in his first parts of his first presidency. I mean, Stanley. I mean, plenty of flaws.
I wasn't talking specifically about you. But
Oh, I know. I'm just
thank-
saying I'm
thanks
one
for
that,
thanks
yeah.
for being more objective than many other MAGA voters.
Effect. He's having.
I can go over
Let's just say
them
effects,
sometime
positive
if you
and
want.
negative. Depends on your.
No thanks.
Okay.
Probably doesn't really matter that much.
Not
your
anymore.
position, I guess,
Yeah.
how you see things. But the Trump effect is like a wave slowly washing over the world. The fucking Redskins are back. Trump brought a dead Indian back from the grave. How do you do that? He brought a dead Indian back from the grave.
That
And
is
they say
funny
he's
as
not
fuck.
magical.
It's
They say he's not
also delusional.
mystical. I hear tell Elon Musk is in a secret fortress crafting mystical items right now. Maybe a Tesla sword or something. I don't know.
This is how comic book readers think, apparently.
All I'm saying is the Trump effect is real.
Is it kind of like kryptonite?
That Mexican bitch says she's gonna stop the caravans. Yes, the Mexican chick says she's gonna stop the caravan, bro.
Actually, she
The
didn't say that. Stan.
the Mexican chick is also known as Mexico's president.
President. Yeah.
Yep. That's
And
that comment kind of aligns with my view of a lot of MAGA people have veiled misogyny, and they want to mask that misogyny with, "Oh, I'm just making a joke." But people who actually can read other people know better.
And Stanley, I heard a story this morning that she came out and said she didn't actually say that or something, but
I see.
I don't know if that matters.
It's not.
Oops.
It's amazing. It's really amazing to consider it. Like, who knew? Who knew that this could be a thing? But it's a thing. Trump is having an effect without even touching the White House. It's like he probably just drives by the White House at night in his limousine and telepathically gives orders, and then people just wake up the next day and do shit. The Trump effect is wild, bro. It's unbelievable.
It's called management.
He is really out here.
No, it's called MAGA fantasy. I'm pretty sure he's not driving past the White House, shooting out telepathic beams to control.
Exactly. But it's just called
changing
management.
the world.
Without
even trying. Like, how?
I'm not. I want to comment on conservatives' words. I don't want to get off into what's management and what's not.
Justice, the sacred principle that everyone, no matter where they start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be upheld. That's not over. That fight's still in us, and it burns strong. And I know this is an uncertain time. I'm clear-eyed about that. I know you're clear-eyed about it. And it feels heavy. And I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same.
Kamala talking to her voters like they just got sexually assaulted. Like, that's
Okay, and once again, maybe it's a misspeak. Okay, Kamala isn't talking to her voters necessarily. This is a Zoom call with staff. So this is a pep talk for her staff, not necessarily to the voters. The voters are watching it, as an afterthought.
Wonder if her donors are watching.
Sometimes being accurate matters.
Wonder if her donors are watching.
good for them. It's probably more to the donors than to the actual general voter.
Begging
Literally
for
the
that 20
language
million.
Yep.
Used to assault survivors. You can't let him take your power from you. You look at me. You look at me. You have your power. He did not take your power from you. They really feel like they.
Well, my comment on that is, did Trump take their power? I still think Trump. I wouldn't vote for Trump if the election were tomorrow. So it didn't take my power away.
Can I say
He
something,
just got bent
Stanley?
over.
Go right ahead.
You know, one thing I never did like about her is the way she points with that crooked finger like that. She always did that.
So you
and
don't like the way she
Yeah,
points? That's your
yeah, I
biggest
never did
critique?
like that.
That's your biggest takeaway of Kamala. You
Yeah,
don't
look
like
at
the way
it.
she...
Isn't that like a witch would point or
Oh,
something?
wait, say that again? It's like a what?
Come on, didn't it? Like, didn't she look witchy when she points like that?
I think what you're having, I think what you're suffering right now is the Trump effect. She looks like a regular old Kamala Harris to me. You don't happen to see a witch on her, a
Looks
hat.
like a defeated
Yep.
one.
Okay, well, yep. Trump effect affects Trump voters. Trump derangement syndrome actually affects Trump voters, not normal people.
And rammed into. Oh man. Did Trump just grab all of y'all by the pussy? Is that what happened? Trump just grabbed every single Kamala voter by the pussy. Men and women. All the Kamala male voters got grabbed by the pussy, and they don't know how they feel about that kind of shit.
Power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
Ooh.
And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you. Look, this mission that we have, it takes hard work. But as you've heard me say many times, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And in doing our work, we will remain committed and intentional about building community, building coalitions, reminding people that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. We will be armed with the faith and the fuel that tells us what is possible and then drives us to achieve it. So let's continue to organize and mobilize and stay engaged.
She begging for money.
Told you.
She begging for money. This is a 9-minute clip that could have been summed up in one of my favorite drops.
I need that money.
This is all that she's doing right now. She
Could
blew
very
through her
well be.
money, and she don't want to tell you what she spent the money on, but she needs help with money right now.
Once again, the earlier interview between Chris Cuomo and whoever the guy he was interviewing, that was pretty much explained. But I think that sometimes things are intentionally ignored. And yeah, I would agree that Kamala is probably needing money right now, and this video is part of the hey, let's rally one more time. Let's dig ourselves out from this debt and march on. But it wouldn't be it wouldn't be in character to think positively.
One question, Stanley.
Yes, sir. What is it?
If she can't handle a $1.4 billion, how's she gonna economy? How's she gonna handle like a several $1 trillion global economy? I mean, that's
Don't know.
crazy.
We'll never find out at this point, will we?
And I thank you all. I thank you all. We are all in this together. All right? We are all in this together. And on this practical eve of Thanksgiving, I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving with the ability and to find the ability at this moment to just remember there is so much to be thankful for. And so I wish for you that you are surrounded by the people you love and who love you. As you know, I encourage you to be around family in whatever way you compose that family, but to take a moment and just reflect on all the good you have done and all the good you have yet to do. We are powerful, those of us who love our country, and we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think I'm going to close this poll now. We have a 92% yes. Well, the audience has spoken. I'm sure about this Trump effect because it's a glorious thing to watch. It's all over the media right now. The hoes are madder than they've ever been, and they're breaking down. They've been breaking down since Tuesday night, but it's just...
We'll see what this next little bit is about, but probably won't be worth a whole lot of attention, but we'll check it out here for a few seconds.
I did not want to say anything about
the Mexican president, you guys.
Oh.
Now that the election's over, she can finally tell Trump what she really thinks of him.
I did not want to say anything about President Trump before the election. But now that he got elected, I get to tell the Mexican people what I really think about President Trump. President Trump is a very unique man. He is a big, sexy man. And he does this sexy Trump dance where he shakes his...
Yeah.
Is this for real?
Overall, this sort of analysis, quite frankly, isn't to be taken seriously.
Is that for real? Did she really say that?
It is a Trump fan talking to his fellow Trump fans with a little bit of objectivity sprinkled in, but otherwise it's all subjective. So it's a good video. Hood's actually really good at this sort of stuff, and an excellent moderator. Shout out to I consider Hood Conservative to be a friend of the show, so shout out for him. Shout out to him. Any comments?
Pretty entertaining, that's for sure.
Well, always entertaining. Every now and again, it's informational.
I'm just curious if that Mexican lady president really said that.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not surprising that you would give it even a little bit of she might have said that.
Funny,
you like Solid Snake, you never disappoint.
No, but she did kind of dispute Trump saying that she would stop people from crossing the border or something like that, whereas Trump came out and said that she agreed that she would stop it.
Well, who do you believe more? The person who supposedly said or didn't say it, or Trump?
I guess we have to see who wins that argument.
Oh, I don't think it's an argument.
I think
she either said it or she didn't, and she's the origin of the comment. So I would give her. I would give her at least the benefit of the doubt.
I think it's all talks to get people to the table, you know.
Yep.
That's what I think it is. It's all just bluster at this point.
Politics is probably about 90% bluster. Solid Snake, the next distraction is going to be a P. Diddy found. Fuck that. I leave that P. Diddy stuff to people who are interested in it. P. Diddy isn't politics, so it is culture, but not a culture I'm familiar with. So let me know what happens with P. Diddy. I thought you might find this interesting. I just ran across it in the Washington Examiner. Something about a pilot tossing turkeys to rural homes in Alaska.
Oh,
Did you hear
really?
about this?
The big turkey drop? Like, kind of like
Yeah.
that WKRB in Cincinnati? No way.
I guess it's called the Alaska Turkey Bomb. In the remotest reaches of Alaska, there's no relying on DoorDash to have Thanksgiving dinner or any dinner delivered. But some residents living well off the grid nevertheless have turkeys this holiday, thanks to the Alaska Turkey Bomb. For the third straight year, a resident named Esther Kime has been flying low and slow in a small plane over rural parts of south central Alaska, dropping frozen turkeys to those who simply can't run out to the grocery store. Alaska is mostly wilderness, with only about 20% of it accessible by road. In winter, many who live in remote areas rely on small planes or snowmobiles to travel any distance, and frozen rivers can act as makeshift roads. When Kime was growing up on an Alaska homestead, a family friend would airdrop turkeys to her family and others nearby for the holidays. Other times, the pilot would deliver newspapers, sometimes with a pack of gum inside for Kime. Her family moved to more urban Alaska nearly 25 years ago, but still has the homestead. Using a small plane she had rebuilt with her father, Kime launched her turkey delivery mission a few years back after learning of a family living off the land nearby who had little for Thanksgiving dinner. They were telling me that a squirrel for dinner did not split very far between three people, Kime recalled. At that moment, I thought, I'm going to airdrop them a turkey. She decided not to stop there. Her effort has grown by word of mouth and by social media posts. This year, she's delivering 32 frozen turkeys to people living year-round in cabins where there are no roads. All but two had been delivered by Tuesday, with delivery plans for the last two birds thwarted by Alaska's unpredictable weather. Among the beneficiaries are Dave and Christina Luce, who live on the Yentna River, about 45 miles northwest of Anchorage. They have stunning mountain views in every direction, including North America's tallest mountain, Denali, directly to the north. But in the winter, it's a 90-minute snowmobile ride to the nearest town, which they do about once a month. I'm 80 years old now, so we make fewer and fewer trips, Dave Luce said. The adventure has sort of gone out of it. My Lord, 80 on a snowmobile.
Yeah.
Known Kime since she was little. The 12-pound turkey she delivered will provide more than enough for them and a few neighbors. It makes a great Thanksgiving, Dave Luce said. She's been a real sweetheart, and she's been a real good friend. Kime makes 30 to 40 turkey deliveries yearly, flying as far as 100 miles from her base north of Anchorage towards Denali's foothills. Sometimes she enlists the help of a turkey dropper to ride along and toss birds out. Other times, she's the one dropping turkeys while her friend Heidi Hastings pilots her own plane. Kime buys about 20 turkeys at a time with the help of donations, usually by people reaching out to her through Facebook. She wraps them in plastic garbage bags and lets them sit in the bed of her pickup until she can arrange a flight. Luckily, it's cold in Alaska, so I don't have to worry about freezers, she said. She contacts families on social media to let them know of impending deliveries, and then they buzz the house so homeowners will come outside. We don't drop the turkey till we see them come out of the house or the cabin, because if they don't see it fall, they're not going to know where to look. It can be especially difficult to find the turkey if there's deep snow. A turkey was once missing for 5 days before it was found. The only casualty so far has been a lost ham, Kime said. Kime prefers to drop the turkey on a frozen lake if possible, so it's easy to locate. As far as precision and hitting our target, I'm definitely not the best aim, she joked. I've gotten better, but I have never hit a house, building, person, or dog. The reward is the great responses she gets from families, some who record her dropping the turkeys and send her videos and texts of appreciation. They just think it's so awesome that we throw these things out of the plane, Kime said. Ultimately, she hopes to set up a nonprofit organization to solicit more donations and reach people across a bigger swath of the state. And it doesn't have to stop at turkeys. There's so many kids out in the villages, she said it would be cool to maybe add a stuffed animal or something they can hold. Well, definitely interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was going on, Stanley. That's why I always go to the John Galt channel for my news.
Yeah, well, glad to be enlightening.
Yeah, I'm gonna start sharing that and looking into it.
Yeah, well, sounds like she's doing the work of the Lord.
Can you put something about that in the back chat? I'd appreciate it.
I'll put the link to the article. You can find whatever you need in it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's got,
hot links and stuff like
yeah,
that.
I think
in
there might be a hot link to her Facebook page.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
No problem. So this next video, I just happened to see. I haven't really looked at it. Let's see here. It says what Trump's win says about America. I'm going to guess her views are going to be somewhat more aligned with mine, but who knows? And we may watch it all, we may not. We'll see.
Says something important about this country. Trump's win says something important about this country that I don't think is being discussed widely enough. It shows that there's a fundamental dissatisfaction with our current political and economic order. It shows that the people think it's time for a revolution. I've heard many progressives and people on the left framing this election as a testament to the country's bigotry and racism. America, according to them, hates Black people, hates women, hates people of color, and this is just a symptom of that. But I honestly don't think that's the case. Hate is about someone's intentions, as if their goal was to step on you. Now, Trump himself has said hateful and derogatory things, and the effect of Trump's presidency will be discriminatory if Republicans follow through on their proposals. More women will die during pregnancy, mass deportation efforts will lead to terrifying racial profiling, destroying families as well as hurting the economy, our education system will get worse. It's all very scary. So if you're grieving or raging right now, then you have every right to do that. This video essay is about how we move forward living in a country where half the citizens seem to be in a mentally alternate reality. It's about understanding who and what we're dealing with within a historical and psychological context so we can maneuver through this moment with an accurate sense of what's really going on. Because no, Trump is not who we are. He's who is best at manipulating people. He's who our party leaders allowed to lie his way to the top. Hey, I'm Asante, and here's what I've been thinking. Even though it may seem illogical for people to vote for a wannabe dictator, this is the kind of decision that people make when they don't feel they're getting a fair share of economic prosperity. If you study history, this is what happens. This is how authoritarians gain popularity. If you look at the rise of Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, they created cults of personality around their forceful ability to fix their country's economic problems.
This is kind of where I diverge from this line of thinking. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And to be honest with you, I don't see the comparison to a Germany, pre-World War II Germany or Italy. It I tend not to agree that it's that extreme. Um, but, it's her opinion.
The way we manage the economy in this country does need to change if we want to have more peace, social cohesion, and general prosperity. Trump will definitely change it, even if voters don't realize that he won't be changing it to their benefit. Being duped by a con artist doesn't mean that con artist reflects who you are as a person. It means they knew how to read you and you didn't know to resist. Con man is short for confidence man, someone who makes other people confident in his.
I was going to type it, but I'll just say it. Kimmy, I think both sides do the scare tactic. It's like a staple of American politics. So that's why I think the electorate needs to be much more educated about politics and how it works than they are currently. I know enough about history, and I'm not a historian, but I know enough about history, not to buy into the notion that, this is how, Nazi Germany started. That's kind of a ridiculous claim.
His abilities, who persuades others to trust him, to perceive him as someone who will benefit them.
And by the way, pretty much all politicians are confidence men. So it's not just a Trump thing. Almost everyone who runs for office has to at least have some form of this kind of talent.
Even when no real benefits exist. Trump started doing this nationally when he played a successful businessman on TV, when in reality, he regularly runs businesses into the ground and refuses to pay people what they're owed. Trump is a salesman with no substance. That is the man's skill set, and he's incredibly good at what he does. Now, if this country hates me, is heavy. It makes you bitter. It has you assuming the worst intentions of people. It makes you resent half this country unnecessarily, which threatens your mental health. And it has you villainizing the people that we'll ultimately need to persuade and build coalitions with if we want to stop them from voting for autocratic regimes. We need to hold Trump voters accountable for the consequences of their actions, while at the same time being clear about what their real intentions were. Because someone's intentions, someone's goals, that's what determines their behavior. And their behavior is what needs to change. If you want to persuade someone to change their mind, to join your side next time.
Once again, she's going a little too far with this. Their intentions were to vote for the man they thought basically fit their idea of where the country should go. I think just assuming, ill will, I don't think that's productive.
Then you need to speak to what their actual concerns are, not to what your judgments of them are. You need to speak to their actual concerns better than the con artist does. You can't villainize people and then expect them to empathize with you. I vote based on my own perception of justice and injustice in this country. I've studied how democracy directly affects my well-being. That's part of the information I'm sharing here on this channel. So preserving a free and just democracy is a priority for me. But not everyone shares my priorities. People will vote according to what they perceive to be in their interests. Everyone gets to make up their own mind. If we want to reach the people who don't agree with us, we need to talk to them on their terms. If we only talk about this in
And just to point back to something I said actually early last week, Democrats are very bad at meeting people where they are. And she kind of says the same thing. Sometimes you can't even persuade someone. You just have to let them know that, hey, I understand your position. I just simply disagree with it. And then we march smartly on. I don't necessarily, like on this channel, I don't even try to, convince people. On most of, the heavy political ideas or even cultural ideas, some things, it's a worldview thing. And changing someone's worldview is, especially once they're an adult, is almost impossible. It's certainly not my job. So I tend to want to meet people where they are.
In terms of racism, sexism, and discrimination, then I think we're going to miss the lesson of.
Oh, and on that note, meeting someone where they are doesn't mean you have to agree with them. You just have to understand where they are and meet them there. And sometimes meeting them there means we shake hands and we go our separate ways.
What went particularly wrong this time and how we could fix it. We're going to miss that the other side also wants a free and fair society, even though they've been misguided by their deceptive leaders into supporting the concentration of power into the leaders' hands. And as we discussed in a previous video, highly concentrated power leads to social problems. Now, sure, there are plenty of flagrantly racist people on the right, but they're in the minority. They're extremists. They're very loud, they get a lot of attention, and many of them control right-wing media using racism as one of those irrational tools to manipulate their viewers. And that's a problem. But that's not most citizens, and it's not unique to this moment. Racism has long been a part of the American landscape, but this is the first time we've elected an authoritarian criminal to be president. So something else is going on here. When you look at what happened in this election, it just doesn't track that racism or gender bias would be the motivating reason why Trump won. Trump significantly increased his support among almost every demographic group across ages, races, genders, and religious groups.
Except Black women.
Trump increased his support within solidly blue districts that are typically progressive, places in New Jersey, New York, and Illinois. That means that many people who voted for Obama and Biden in the past now just voted for Trump. And after all, we are still the country that did elect Barack Obama twice, not too long ago. You hear that when you listen to interviews and focus groups with Trump voters. Many of them did vote for Obama in the past. And let's not forget that even establishment candidate Hillary Clinton won 3 million more votes than Trump in 2016. This country was ready for a woman president. They just weren't strategically positioned in the key geographic areas needed to win the Electoral College. And you'd also hear in interviews with Trump voters this year.
Well, I would tend to disagree with this analysis. She's going in a pretty pedestrian direction here. I think that the Democrats lost the race. Okay. And blaming Trump, for a loss doesn't really reflect reality, at least how I see it. Democrats lost for a reason. And, between immigration and Biden's health, the longer we're out from the election, the more convinced that those were the two biggest things. I mean, if you find out that the health of the president has been hidden for quite some time, how are you going to trust that party? And Kamala was vice president. So, how can you trust someone who basically being deceptive? That's a hard, that's not a very easy thing to convince people to vote for you by. So I disagree with much of this part of her analysis. But she's young. Maybe she'll grow.
Well, Kamala was pretty much. I mean, what did we see of Kamala during the entire Joe Biden presidency? Like hardly anything. I mean,
Racist things that Trump said.
Part of the problem.
That racist Puerto Rico joke at the Madison Square Garden Trump rally was not well received by the crowd. It bombed. J.D. Vance's rally joke about drinking soda being racist fell flat. Even at these rallies with die-hard Trump supporters, Racism was not met with roaring applause. That's not what those folks. Rather, I think this happened because people across the entire country are fundamentally dissatisfied with politics as usual and fed up with not having enough money to provide for a good life. People are dissatisfied with the current political and economic order, regardless of the race and gender of who's running it. Republicans, but also independents and Democrats, are pissed about our rigged economic and political systems that unfairly reward those at the top while shutting out those at the bottom. We're done being kept in our place and told what to do. We're ready for a radical change. That is who we are. Now, just under half of us saw that a Trump presidency would bring about an even worse political and economic order, so it was worth it to vote for Harris, even if only to stop Trump. And some of us, like myself, who really follow politics, were even seeing that Biden was moving the country onto a better course. He governed in a way that avoided the recession that everyone had feared. He was pro-union, the first president to ever walk a picket line, and his policies were supportive of the working class. And many of us could see that Kamala Harris, although she may not have represented the radical change we desired, was a good person. She had demonstrated good character. She carried herself in a professional and disciplined way. Her campaign was centered on helping the people of this country, not on promoting herself or her own identity. She's patriotic, but not in that weird exclusionary way, and she's spent basically her entire career in public service. And unlike Trump, she respects the Constitution and the rule of law, which is the only way to guarantee your rights. Even if you're someone who's protesting the status quo, it's much more effective to protest under a president who respects your.
Kimmy, I'm not sure what you're getting at here. Let's see. Why did Democrats not do another primary to nominate the person running on behalf of the party? Because they only because there was only 4 months and not enough time to do another primary. The primary season takes quite some time, so that's why they didn't hold another primary. How was Kamala able to run for president? Because she kind of inherited the mantle because she was vice president.
But Stanley, they knew Joe Biden was mentally incompetent for like a couple of years at least. I just
covered that point. That's part of, I think, the two biggest reasons to repeat myself. I think the two biggest reasons that Democrats and Kamala specifically lost was that deception about Biden's health. How can you trust someone who, has been hiding that fact or didn't know? Either way, it's not going to be conducive to people trusting you. And I think they were very ineffective at dealing with immigration, or at least the fear surrounding immigration. So,
yeah. And the economy.
The economy, oddly enough, I don't think was, maybe it was 3, 4, 5, somewhere in that area. I think it was immigration.
I think it
was immigration and Biden's, health, which didn't come out till June, when he didn't do well on that debate.
Right. Well, then it was obvious to the world.
Right.
Rather than a president who wants to gun down protesters and throw all his opponents in jail. It's better to protest under someone who, at the end of the day, cares about your well-being, rather than someone who only cares about their own personal power.
Let's see. Kimmy says, still doesn't. Yeah, actually, there's nothing illegal about the way she did. Primaries are not a legal requirement, so not sure why that doesn't make sense. Pretty much that's the first time that I'm aware of anything like this has ever happened. There's no law, policy, or tradition to cover it. So, they did what was expedient. Now, sometimes the expedient thing isn't the right thing or the best thing, but they did it. And she was vice president, so there wouldn't be, that much of a question about experience.
So, Stanley, do you think it was a coup then?
No. Stanley, why are your people going to riot on Inauguration Day? Well, Stank, I don't know if you've ever been in DC in January. My people will want to be inside watching it on TV. Hopefully. I doubt that they're going to riot. But stay tuned. Who knows? Maybe there's some Kamala voters who like the discomfort of 0-degree Washington weather. Let's see. 12th man is right. We've been seeing decline before president. Yep. And Solid Snake. It was Soros. Yeah. That is just bullshit. Not even worth me reading. Do better, Solid Snake.
But just over half of us believed in the apprentice character and did not see the threat of Trump for what it was. Those voters wanted to take a sledgehammer to the system, even if it meant trusting a lying, lawless criminal with this.
Well, one thing about this particular point she's trying to make, taking a sledgehammer to the system, left progressives want the same thing. So, it's not particular to MAGA is a populist movement. Progressives are populist. MAGA is, in theory, a populist sort of movement. There are a lot of similarities between left progressives, the Bernie Sanders folks, and the Trump folks. Oops.
Safety of the country. And the rest were either feeling too morally superior to do the work of winning, or thought that both parties were the same and nothing would ever change, so they could just stay home. They didn't see anything appealing on offer, so they didn't vote. I think this is a story about people wanting a revolution and having no valid way to get it. Having the choice between a liar promising change and the status quo, with no candidate that genuinely represented the radical economic and political change that people are craving.
Bernie Sanders.
It's a story of how economic inequality.
Yeah, I thought Bernie Sanders would creep up. And I disagree about the valid way of change. We literally just had an election. So that's a change. Maybe not the change that, the whole country can agree upon. However, it is a change.
Combined with irresponsible leadership, destroys democracies. And it's a story where both political parties failed to serve the people, and now we'll all have to pay the price. I'll be getting into more details in the full video essay, which I'll be publishing soon. Once that's up, you'll be...
The one thing I actually find, apparently she's a Bernie Sanders left progressive sort of person.
Yeah, she's an extremist.
I think, no, she's hardly an extremist.
I think
well, your opinion is noted. I actually, she's kind of unique as a progressive. Progressives usually go after the Democrats and kind of don't criticize the right at all. So she is different in that way, but I think she gets it about 50% right. I don't agree with the other 50% that she put out. So let's see.
The extremist part, Stanley?
What extremist part?
Oh, we got this fella again.
I don't think anything I heard was extremist. What do you think was extremist?
Oh, there was a lot of it. I don't feel like going over it now, Stanley.
Gotcha. Let's see. I think Bernie is still annoyed they did something very similar to him. Not sure what was similar to what happened to him. Kimmy. Bernie, I think, was the best hope the Democrats had. Nah, I don't agree with that. Bernie's very old, and I don't know that, you know, um, maybe a younger version of Bernie. I don't know of anyone that would fit that bill, but Bernie's not the most optimal candidate. After they cheated him, it all went downhill. I disagree with that. But let's see, 20 million Democratic voters went missing after they bullied in a tether mixed race woman. Yeah, whatever, Snake. I'm sure that makes sense to you. Bernie wasn't a fighter because he's kind of old. And to be honest, Eric, Bernie, for all his, kind of feisty ways, he's an institutionalist. So Bernie is not a radical, not my definition of a left radical anyway. And Phoenix thinks Bernie sold his supporters down the river. How so? By endorsing Biden? Maybe that's what you mean. Let me know what specifically you're talking about, which river Bernie sold them down. And I'll drop the link. The link is at the top of the chat. But I'll drop it if anybody wants to join.
I got to bounce for a minute, Stanley. Got something I got to take care of.
All righty. Talk to you later.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Check you later.
Bye. Endorsing Hillary. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. But, if he didn't endorse Hillary, I don't think that would have changed the 2016 election. Whether he supported or didn't support. I mean, the reason he would support Hillary is he would prefer her to be in office rather than Trump. So I'm not sure how that was selling his voters down the river. The ones who didn't like Hillary would vote for Trump, and probably did. In which year, Kimmy? Hey, Solid Snake. Which year, which candidate would have been my pick? In which year, Kimmy? What's up, Solid Snake? Oh, did you come up to comment?
I came up to chill, man. Golly, I'm trying to hear what's going on. I think I hear something in the background. I thought I heard somebody talking in the background.
Oh, it's probably me.
Hold on, I think I got audio playing in the background.
Okay. Go ahead.
So you don't think no, Stanley, listen. You don't think if they had ran a Caucasian liberal that the results, that 20 million voters wouldn't have been missing? Because I'm pretty sure that was one of the main driving points of the political party. It's just the simple fact that they didn't choose an American.
Well, number one, Kamala was an American.
That would have helped out their campaign a whole lot had they
I'm not sure I agree with that. I can't think of a Caucasian that would have beat Trump. I mean, I literally just said that Biden was one of the top two reasons that Democrats didn't win.
No, I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem was they just did not. They bypassed the elections, the primaries. They went through they just said fuck the primaries. It's so late in the game.
Well, I don't disagree that a primary would have helped, but I don't know how you run a primary process and have time. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I don't know how you do a primary process and have time to campaign for president in 4 months. There was a time constraint.
Okay.
And I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and blame Biden for this. had he, admitted or someone came clear about his health before the original primary process, there would have been time. So when I say Biden was one of the top two reasons the Democrats lost, I mean because he wasn't forthcoming about the state of his health.
Okay, but
Kimmy, for 2024, I probably would have picked Kamala again. I don't think that, as vice president, it would have pissed as many people off not to pick her as, I don't think there was a right answer, and Kamala is who I voted for. Yes, Solid Snake.
Okay, my bad. Okay, now listen. This is what I'm saying, Stanley. You don't think it's something wrong with a philosophy where they say, let's give everybody a chance? You literally got in office and you mandated against discriminating men from women's sports, right?
Okay, I have no idea. Hold on. What does this have
Stop
to do?
interrupting me.
Nope, I'm not going to let you.
Every time I say
Nope.
something, you got to jump up and interrupt
Yes,
my thought process. Come on,
every
Stanley.
time your thought process is not
But Stanley, I don't need you to tell me that. Why don't you let the audience say? Why you always got to jump up like I need help? I don't need no help, my nigga. I can do bad on my own.
No, Solid
I don't
Snake.
need you politicking, my nigga, because you can't even run your...
Solid Snake, if you think I'm going to spend an hour arguing with you, my only advice...
You don't have to spend an hour arguing with me. Why don't you just let me have 2 minutes where I can valid and make my point? If I can make my point within 2 minutes, why don't you shut up?
Point is irrelevant.
Why don't you relax? Relax, Stanley. Relax.
Okay.
Relax, Stanley. Why you
I
do
need
this?
no.
Why
You
do this?
relax, motherfucker.
Stanley.
Solid Snake. All I'm gonna ask you to do is stick to the fucking point. Okay. What does women's sports have to do with the show up till now? Stick to the goddamn point.
Okay, stop changing the point and let me finish my comment.
Okay, if it has anything to do with women's sports, we're done.
Okay, but Stanley, how can you go out and mandate policies like that, forego a primary of the election? You knew that dude was crazy when y'all put him in there. You knew that 4 years. They knew that 4 years ago. People have been seeing signs all over the internet at every press conference for the past 2 years about this man's mental decline. So you telling me all of a sudden
what?
You
Okay, I get your point.
It's bad enough
I
that
got your point. I got your point.
2016,
this
but
motherfucker. Apparently, getting the point doesn't matter to this gentleman. Okay. The answer is there was no good way to hold a primary and run a presidential campaign in 4 months. I literally just said that Biden turned out to be the biggest problem because his health was hidden and lied about basically for a while. So I've already covered your question. I'm not going to spend the rest of this show fucking answering the same questions over and over.
Stanley, I'm only here as a friend. I'm not here to.
Okay, you know what? Friendship has nothing to do with
Stanley. I understand that. I understand that, Stanley, and I'm being a friend right now, and I'm here for you.
Thank you. Well, be here for me and make a question that covers the topic we're covering. Okay, women's sports has nothing to do with primaries.
I'm just saying as an example of policy, Stanley.
Okay, what you want to do, what you want to do, and too many people let you get away with it, is relitigate for you. Too goddamn many.
Stanley, don't nobody let me get away with nothing. I'm either right or wrong.
You know what? You will talk over people as a matter of course, won't you?
But I'm just saying, I'm either right or wrong, Stanley.
You know what? you're wrong for not sticking to the point. Relitigating 4 years is not what we're here to do tonight.
We're not relitigating 4 years. We worried about your mental health, Stanley.
You know what? Well,
you fail to see reality, Stanley, and I
okay,
think that's a real problem.
What you fail to understand is I'm about 13 years older than you are, son. Okay. I got my mental health, my response to your concern about my mental health.
You act like you don't spend those 40 years. You act like you don't spend at least since you was 8.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is it is not your job to worry about my mental health. I got this, son. Anything else?
You don't want me up here, do you? You don't like.
You know what? If you're gonna be up here,
why you gotta hate me so much?
The hell do you mean I hate you?
I don't know.
But asking you?
You don't never let me finish the topic.
Okay, you know what? You're not here to start a topic yet.
Kylie, you let everybody else ramble on, but you don't let me ramble on.
I haven't. One thing I haven't. This is why. Have I let people ramble on tonight?
Well, all I can say is,
and to your point about me letting people ramble on, I'm starting to see the error of my ways. Letting people ramble on is really not what I should be doing.
That's why I say liberal teachers make horrible teachers.
You know what? I have a feeling with you, it wouldn't matter the political orientation of the teacher.
I'm pretty sure that political orientation has everything to say about their character.
Well, that might be why it wouldn't matter their political orientation.
Yeah, you ain't got thick skin.
All right. Well, the next topic, we're changing topics now.
Now, if you're gonna play his video, don't do that fast forward stuff now. You just let him talk his normal speed now.
I can't remember if we might have covered this last night.
We did, and you had it on.
We did? Okay.
No, that was night before last.
Well, I wanted. I couldn't remember because I've gone over several of his videos. Yeah. Okay. You're actually right. This basically has to do with parents basically putting their children above making a shitload of money. Mainly because a lot of people who make a lot of money turn out shitty kids. So you're right. This is probably belaboring the point. Ryan, I'm not trolling.
What up, Ryan?
I'm not trolling Solid Snake. I just basically don't have the patience to ramble and relitigate 4 years worth of politics. So if it's true, if you think, Ryan, if you think, motherfucker, can you let me finish my point?
Okay, go ahead.
Ryan, if you think it's trolling, then it's trolling. Okay, but I don't have the time to relitigate years worth of policies and politics.
It's that Trump effect.
And apparently, Ryan, you want to go back 4 years as well. You can do that with John or somebody. I'm not relitigating 4 years of politics tonight. Not the topic. So now I'm trolling you.
You're just being difficult, Stanley. You're being difficult.
You're damn Skippy. I'm being difficult. I'm being difficult.
You're really gonna die on this hill, Stanley. That's the sad.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die on this hill. And believe me, Solid Snake,
that's not cool, Stanley.
Believe me,
you're smarter than that, man.
I don't need you to save me.
No, I'm just saying, dog. Just that same level of intellect you got. Try to put a little bit of nuts in it. You know what I'm saying? Just grab the world by the nuts. Just
I think when I make you, I think when I focus you on a topic, that is grabbing the nuts. You're nuts, and I gotta grab you. Keep you focused.
Oh, Lord. Pause, Stanley. Pause.
I'm paused.
Damn, God dang, man. I'm smoking this weed, man. Don't be talking like that.
Yeah, kind of wish I could smoke some weed right now.
Man, you ain't see. I want to know. Look, I went to work today, right? When I went to the store today, the guy, well, I was like, dang, when the tobacco salesman coming on? Because, you know, I watching that little joint John had on this morning, right? John pulled up to the window. He said, I need them 20, that 20 raw cone. And, you know, I said, damn, they got 20 raw cone. You know how much you pay for 3 raw cones at our store? $5.
Huh.
Now you go get 20, you getting 20 raw cones. Now I'm pretty sure they might give you a nice little discount. But I'm thinking he up there in Philadelphia where they actually tax him for that joints like that. Probably.
Well, John's in Washington.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He probably over there on, like, where I said, the East Coast, somewhere up there, like, you know, he over there on that side of the country. And I'm like, they pretty high on them. They pretty high on them taxes on them tobacco products. I'm pretty sure it's the same with rap. So I'm like, dang, they got 20 raps. But no, I thought it was a little slide at me because, you know, I work at, you know what I'm saying? I work for people like that, you know what I'm saying? But I used to get into it like that dude was this morning. That used to be an episode for like straight 8 years with them people.
Okay.
I mean, you ain't see how the police was like, they ain't called you, did it. They called me because that dude already know how it is. Hey, I bet you $20 if John go back to that store either the day or tomorrow. That dude gonna be in that store working.
Yeah, I saw that little saw the episode that John showed this morning. He showed it over and over.
I wanted to tell him, man, I don't advise you to do that too often, man. Don't do that too often. See, that brother, that wasn't ready for no action. See, he worked there. He ain't gonna do nothing. Now, had that been like a regular customer going off like that, you standing that close holding that phone up to that dude, hey, man, you would have been the first one catch it because he can't get that camera in that ceiling. But he can get that camera out your hand. That was a big dude. Yeah, man, you got to know how to play the game, man.
Huh.
Yeah, I could tell he worked there at that store. I said, yeah, he worked there. Because he trying to get paid. And then that motherfucker call him a bitch 4 times. But you know they do play with you like that. They be trying to do these little TikTok videos for their country where they troll people. And I think a lot of African Americans don't finally caught on to it. That's why I tell them in the store, don't do that. Stop doing these little stupid little pranks y'all see on TikTok because nigga I ain't finna die behind y'all. Stop playing with these motherfucking people out here in these streets, man. I let them know. Off top. You don't see me in the motherfucking store playing with them people. Shit. Get to playing and talking to a nigga in the store, man. The motherfuckers feel like they part of the store. They feel like they own the store. Just because you the owner and you own the store and you giggle, hee, ha with them. They start taking all kind of liberties with at your establishment, man. You can't be friendly with these motherfuckers like that. You can't. You can't do that with nobody. I don't give a damn what race you is.
Right.
You think
Well,
you're trying to get sales and people to come to your store because you friendly. No, you know how you get people to your store? Mind your own business, do your damn job. Bring them up, get them the fuck out the store. That's all you got to do.
Gotcha. So now we're going to move on to the next topic. And it's kind of in line with, you know, kind of the what we've been talking about tonight. Who might be the next chair of the Democratic Party? Jamie Harrison, who ran for South Carolina senator against Lindsey Graham, might have been in 2016. He's been chairman of the Democratic Party for the last few years. And now he's not obviously not going to run for. He's not going to run to remain head of the Democratic Party after this election. So the people who might run, they're like Martin O'Malley. I would imagine he's going to be the front runner to take over the DNC chairmanship. He's a former governor of Maryland, and he was actually governor of Maryland when I lived up that way in Northern Virginia. So he was a pretty successful governor, but he's kind of, generic. Ken Martin, those are the top two guys, or the first two in the race. He's some sort of vice chair of the DNC, head of the Minnesota Democratic Party. That's probably not going to fly too well either, because of Tim Walz, not doing well. So some of the more interesting, I don't know any of these other folks. There's a Democratic strategist. This guy is head of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. Michael Blake, don't know who he is. He's a vice chairman or former vice chairman of the Democratic Party. This guy's Max Rose, don't know who he is, but I see he's an Afghanistan veteran. U.S. representative, so he is a former U.S. representative from New York.
Wait a minute,
Stanley. Former Army officer.
Stanley.
You hold on one second, please. Mr. Rose is a former Army officer. And then Mallory McMorrow, she is a Michigan State Senator. Let's see. So,
I know that you just briefed over the fact that he was a Purple Heart recipient.
I literally said he's a former Army officer and a Purple Heart recipient. I literally just said that. Maybe you glossed over. Maybe you glossed over hearing it. And then Pete Buttigieg might be a wild card. They're predicting. I actually think Pete Buttigieg would be a good DNC chairman. He's pretty smart, pretty well organized.
You know what? You know what, Stanley? That's exactly the guy I was thinking about. See, had they held those primaries, I'm pretty sure Pete Buttigieg would have probably edged out everybody in the primaries.
No, I don't think so.
See, how come you don't?
Well, number one,
worse representation than Kamala Harris.
If America isn't ready for a female vice president, they're certainly not.
Gosh.
Okay, can I goddamn get an answer out? If they're not ready for a woman president, I doubt that they're ready for a openly homosexual president.
Because you really think 90% of African Americans believe that Obama is heterosexual?
I don't really give a shit what they think about Obama. Obama isn't going to be running for office anytime soon.
Well, I'm just saying.
So I don't really care about what they think.
What up, guys? Cheers, solid.
That's not a good way to be, man.
Why not?
I mean, like, I
can't My way to be.
God woke him up this morning, Stanley. God woke him up this morning. So God must have had a purpose in his life. So I get what they say, but I don't understand that guy that says, I don't care what that guy thinks. That is very, very irresponsible, Stanley.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't like wasting my time thinking about things that don't matter.
How do you think that's wasting your time, though?
Thinking about things that don't matter? What do I care what they think about Obama? He's not running for president.
Stanley, I thought Hakeem.
God damn it! Am I going to have to put both of y'all talking over each other?
Liberal voter. That's what we talking about.
How about you two decide who's going to talk?
We're talking about the mindset of the common liberal voter, the progressive
voter.
I do not
the give
independent, the left leaning.
I do not
give talking about that, Stanley. That's why you can't get nobody to come over from.
I do not give a shit what people think about Obama. He's not running for anything.
Obama.
I wanted
What
to
part of
address
that?
the question on the page.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be Hakeem Jeffries.
Why would it be Hakeem Jeffries? He's
Well,
basically been reelected minority leader in the House.
well,
Okay, what you got to do with
it's
running for
been rumored
president?
that he's going to be upcoming. Like that's
Well,
the future.
that would mean quitting being minority leader of the House and
Okay,
taking
so
over
that
the
would mean
DNC.
somebody else would have to step up and take his place, right?
I don't foresee that happening, 12th man.
So you
I mean,
saying y'all didn't have
he's in
nobody else to take up
he's
that
in a
position while he continued to run the country?
Would you let Stanley finish?
Oh, that's
Damn.
right. Because AOC, y'all wouldn't even put AOC up there,
Okay.
would you? You wouldn't.
Solid
What about
snake.
Ilhan Omar?
Solid snake.
What?
Can you let 12th
I'm
man
just
talk,
saying.
please?
Okay.
12th man, I think where Hakeem Jeffries is right now has much more power than taking over as DNC chairman in a party that just lost the presidency.
Oh, that's true. Might be a lot of changes going on.
Okay.
Well, there's definitely a lot of changes going on in the Democrat Party right now. That's
Right, but a minority leader of the House has a lot more power than the DNC chair, at least currently.
right. Well, I was just thinking. I've heard it rumored. That's all I was saying.
Well, I mean, it could happen, but I don't. It would stump
Maybe
me why
because
he
it
would want to do it.
might be more lucrative, maybe be
I
the
don't see.
DNC chair than.
I don't see how it would be more lucrative. It's not as powerful.
Well, that makes sense. So I just heard it rumored that he might be, but who do you think's going to be the new DNC chair then? Like,
I
what
would
do
think
they got?
I would think Martin O'Malley, unless Pete Buttigieg wants to do it. Martin O'Malley's the former governor of Maryland.
I don't know much about him.
He happened to be governor of Maryland when I lived in Northern Virginia. So, I know a little bit about him. He was able, I think they run for 2 terms. He was pretty popular, a pretty popular governor. I have no idea who thought who was a heterosexual, a solid snake. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh shit! I'm still on the panel. I don't know why I be doing that. I just get to typing. Nah, I meant he. I meant Obama. See, but I didn't want to interrupt y'all conversation. I was letting y'all talk.
Okay,
So I
why do I care about what people think of
It's
Obama?
not that. I was answering Phoenix Fish. He
Oh,
said Obama wasn't openly, but I didn't say he was. I said that I was talking about his perception amongst the male voters, the African male voters, like that. That's what I was trying to do. That was my point.
Who is what office?
Try to make
What
things more
office is
complicated.
Obama? God damn it! What office will people be voting for Obama for?
We talking about his influence, Stanley. We talking about when he did run. We talking about his legacy, Stanley.
Well, then you are talking about something that I'm not interested in talking about. It has not been the topic of conversation tonight.
I get it.
So converse with Phoenix Fish in the chat.
I mean, why are you always in your feelings, Stanley?
You know what? I'm not in my feelings. I just want to keep an orderly panel for once with you and 12 man on it.
It's not that, Stanley. Why you always got to blame
No, don't
somebody?
tell me what it's not about. I literally told you what it's about.
It is, Stanley. Yeah, it is.
I wonder whatever happened to Tough Guy.
Oh,
where'd Tough Guy go?
He's still here. I bet he fell asleep.
He probably did.
Probably did, huh?
Shit, it's Thanksgiving. Shit, you don't eat that turkey. That turkey knocking his ass off right now, man. Hey, I'm telling you, that turkey knock your ass out. I'm telling you,
Solid. How
I
much
know.
turkey you get today?
None. Dude, you know
You
what I
didn't
ate
get
today?
no turkey?
Nope.
Damn.
Nope. I went right across the street
Man,
this
I
morning.
got
I got that
turkey.
Sonic app. I ordered me 2 super sonics with cheese. Got me a free order of fried.
Damn.
And I ain't paid but
Oh,
$6.49. And I walked my black ass back to the house. I put that shit in the microwave. Shit, I'm good. I wasn't gonna be dealing
all
with nobody
American
today because I
Thanksgiving
already know.
right
They were
there.
like, I already know. I'm telling you, man, I can't really go out in public, man, because niggas get
No,
drunk.
no.
And then I might meet one of the thug like Stanley type. You know what I'm saying? And you see how Stanley hold on to this dream of whatever the fuck they think the Democrat Republican Party is. I don't know what the fuck these motherfuckers be thinking, but it's like, in my opinion, this is some retarded ass shit. Cause you
Stanley,
black
did you do
niggas.
that?
Hey, at
I
one
meant
time, both parties owned slaves. Only one tried to free the slaves. And this is the exact same party in 2025.
Can
Black
I
people
ask
say
you a
racist.
question?
I mean, but I
Can
understand
I
they
ask
racist.
you a
But at the same
historical
time,
question,
they still
please?
see you as a fucking
Can I ask
American,
you?
man.
Can I
God
ask you?
damn.
Can I ask you a historical question?
Oh,
Solid Snake.
God. Okay, what?
Between 1865 and 2024, have the parties changed or are they still the same?
Oh, God. Stanley. When you say party, Stanley, when you say party,
You
what are
said
you in
both
reference
parties.
to?
You said both
What are
parties.
you in
Okay,
reference to? Because
motherfucker,
you know they just
let
started
me
the
answer
Democratic
your
National
question,
Committee and the
please.
Republican National Committee.
Okay. Oh,
That is
God
not the
damn it.
exact
This is
same
frustrating.
thing that happened in 1845. These
Okay.
are private donors sponsoring these political.
My question was, are the parties, you say both parties own slaves. My question is, are they the same as 1865 when they had to, 1865 when they had to give up their slaves? Are they different? Are they the same in 2024? That's my question. How about stick to the question?
Okay, and here go the thing, Stanley. See, you put too much basis on. Listen, you putting too much basis on parties. You need to put the
Okay,
basis
do
on
you
moral character of
understand?
their
Do
citizens,
you remember
regardless of
what you,
what political party they.
Silent Snake? Do you remember the question you asked not 3 minutes ago? You said both parties own slaves. I'm asking you, have the parties changed since 1865 when slavery was ended? Actually, it's probably more like 1866, but whatever. Have they changed? Are they the same as when they owned slaves?
On right now, they just changed the faces. They just
You
changed
know
the
what?
actors.
I'm gonna
The
have to
place
move
still
on.
the
This
same. They just
motherfucker is
changed the
going
actors.
on all
They
night.
just removed the characters
This news story
that
was
had a
written by Mary
problem
Beth.
with it and replaced them with somebody brand new. Come on, Stanley, stop it. It's the
Next
same
topic.
party. It don't matter whether they Democrat or Republican, Stanley. It don't matter. We talking about moral character. I'm talking about moral character. I'm talking about
Okay, well,
accountability. I'm
guess
talking
what?
about virtue. I'm
Guess
talking about
what?
knowing the difference between right and wrong. I ain't never
We're
said
moving
slavery was
on.
right. I ain't never said it was wrong either. Cause one
Silent Snake, I do not want to talk about what you want to talk about. We're moving on.
we talking about, come on, what's the
Nope,
difference
we
between
are
a normal,
talking about
average, everyday job and slavery?
you. You know what? You're
But you're
talking.
really running from a party that's trying to negate all choices through policy. And all they
You know
did was
what?
just change the.
Fuck it. Fuck that. If you want to hear from Solid Snake, fucking send some money to my Cash App. Otherwise, he can just stay in the back for the rest of this bullshit. I'm
Damn.
tired of it. If you want him back, cash him out. Or cash him back to the panel. Fuck that bullshit. Next topic.
What is this?
Well, Hood Conservative had that video of Mexico's president,
Oh
that
yeah,
he went in and doctored it to whatever it was he thought was
yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
The
That was kind
reality,
of funny.
the reality is this, which I'm about to play. And it covers some of the Mexico tariff as well.
This news
There was
story was
some.
written by Mary Beth Sheridan
Hold
and
on,
Neha Masih,
Stanley, for a
Mexico's
second,
president.
please. There was some back and forth on Twitter too, or X or whatever, but that's after.
Well, you'll have to tell us about it. I don't have.
Okay.
I've never had a Twitter
I'll
account
to,
or X account.
President
you
is
have to
excellent
look
talk with
that
Trump.
up.
Dismisses tariff threat. Mexico City. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and President-elect Donald Trump agreed in a phone
Whoa, did I stop that? Oops.
call that their countries
I'll
will have
have
a
to
good
get a
relationship, she said Thursday. And she dismissed his threat to impose a 25% tariff on Mexico's exports if it didn't stop the flow of migrants and fentanyl to the United States. There will not be a potential tariff war, Sheinbaum told reporters in her daily news conference. Sheinbaum and Trump have given dramatically different versions of the call Wednesday. Trump said on his Truth Social platform that Sheinbaum had agreed to stop migration through Mexico, which would mean effectively closing our southern border immediately. That prompted a response late Wednesday from Sheinbaum. Mexico's stance is not to close borders but to build bridges. The contradictory accounts reflected the uncertainty around the relationship between the United States and its top trading partner as Trump prepares to take office. Sheinbaum said Thursday that her government would continue policies launched under pressure from the Biden administration that have disrupted the flow of U.S.-bound migrants. Apprehensions at the U.S. border have plunged about 75% since December. Both leaders said the conversation was positive. Trump called it wonderful. Sheinbaum said, "We agreed there will be a good relationship." But it was unclear whether the tariff threat had subsided. Sheinbaum said they didn't broach the subject. Gabriel Guerra, a former Mexican diplomat, said the change in tone from Monday indicated that Trump wasn't seeking to impose tariffs, but to score a political victory. He can now say his communiqué on tariffs was so strong and powerful, and the best communiqué in the history of the world, and he got Mexico to quickly comply, said Guerra, a communications consultant. But in reality, he said, Sheinbaum's comments suggest she hadn't committed to any dramatic change. This is going to be tinkering with what we're already doing, he said. By Sheinbaum's account, Trump appeared to lack basic knowledge about current conditions in Mexico. She said he asked about fentanyl use, which is far lower than in the United States. He expressed concern about a migrant caravan that formed recently in southern Mexico. While video images of such processions alarmed Americans in 2018, during Trump's presidency, no similar caravan has reached the United States since then. She assured him that this one wouldn't either, she said. Trump shocked governments and businesses Monday when he said he would slap the 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada, the United States' two largest trading partners, unless they stop the invasion of fentanyl and migrants. Sheinbaum initially responded angrily, threatening tariffs of her own. But her tone changed after the conversation Wednesday, which she described as excellent. Asked about the leaders' different characterizations of the call, Sheinbaum told reporters, "Everyone has their own manner of communicating." She added, "We will never shut down the border. Mexico sends 80% of its exports to the United States. Trump's tariffs, if enacted, could tip the country into recession," economists said. But Mexico is a critical U.S. trade partner too. Many American corporations, from raspberry vendors to car makers, make their goods in cross-border chains of production. Not only would tariffs on Mexican exports raise prices for American consumers, economists say, they also would hit U.S. companies that manufacture in Mexico or rely on the country for parts or raw materials. The economy minister, Marcelo Ebrard, said Trump's threatened tariffs could result in 400,000 Americans losing their jobs. Even if the tariff threat subsides, the neighbors still face a rocky period. The United States maintains a significant trade deficit with Mexico and is concerned about rising Chinese investment in its neighbor. If Trump carries out a plan to deport many of the estimated 11 million migrants who are in the United States unlawfully, Mexico will probably be the country hit hardest. About half of undocumented immigrants are from Mexico, analysts say. Trump has also gone so far as to threaten unilateral U.S. military action to stop the arrival of fentanyl from Mexico, where the opioid is made by crime groups using chemicals imported from Asia. Any incursion into Mexico would enrage a population still angered by U.S. invasions in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Scheinbaum said Trump had asked about whether fentanyl use is a serious problem in Mexico. It isn't, she responded, because Mexican families take care of themselves. She told him about a recent public service campaign called Fentanyl Kills that warned Mexicans about the drug. He was very interested, she said. After the call, Trump posted on Truth Social, "I will be working on a large-scale United States advertising campaign, explaining how bad fentanyl is for people to use." Mexico didn't have the kind of opioid crisis that occurred in the United States, with the boom in OxyContin and other pain-relieving drugs produced by pharmaceutical companies. When the U.S. government cracked down on those pills, many addicts turned to illegal heroin, then fentanyl. However, Mexico is suffering skyrocketing levels of methamphetamine use. The synthetic drug is produced by the country's crime gangs for both the local and export markets, and a significant amount of the violence here is triggered by street-level fights over its sale. In his tariff threat, Trump expressed alarm about the migrant caravan that had formed in southern Mexico, composed of thousands of people, which seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open border. Scheinbaum assured him that the Mexican government routinely disrupts such movements. "That caravan will never reach our northern border," she said. She told Trump. "We have a strategy to take care of them." Migrants often form caravans in southernmost Mexico to move through dangerous areas where they could be kidnapped. But the caravans typically only travel a few days before they are disbanded by Mexican authorities. Scheinbaum appears to be taking a page from the playbook of her mentor, former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The leftist leader diffused a threat from Trump in 2019 to impose stiff tariffs on Mexican goods by agreeing to deploy the military to deter U.S.-bound migrants. Scheinbaum might have a few additional cards to play. Security analysts have praised her anti-crime strategy as more aggressive and sophisticated than López Obrador's. It relies on the increased use of intelligence and closer cooperation among the military, civilian law enforcement, and the judicial system. The Mexican leader said she and Trump discussed increasing security cooperation, but she gave no details. On migration, Mexico has developed a well-oiled machine to stop U.S.-bound migrants and transport them back to the southern part of the country. Migration advocates have criticized the policy, which sends migrants in circles as they try repeatedly to evade military roadblocks, as inhumane. While Scheinbaum has apparently established a rapport with Trump, more clashes probably lie ahead. "Never forget, you're dealing with Donald Trump," Guerra said. "This is never going to be over, not for 4 years. But it's not a bad start," Massi reported from Seoul.
I thought that
Any,
was a pretty good article, Stanley.
I thought it was too. Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Well, it's good to see they're working together to get rid of the fentanyl, and I like that Trump is taking her advice on ad campaigns to keep their, or let people know that that shit ain't no good. I mean, it should be common sense, though, right, Stanley?
I think the most important thing that was left out is that Americans bring a ton of fentanyl into this country. If you recall, a few months ago, we did a short
Oh yeah,
article. So
I remember that.
it would be nice if Trump could have addressed that, and maybe he is. I just haven't heard about it.
Well, they talked about it in this article about working with authorities in Mexico and
Okay,
stuff like that.
listen to what I just said. It would be nice if the problem of Americans going to Mexico and becoming drug mules, coming right across the border, it would be nice if they could talk about that.
The article addressed that.
Oh, did it? I missed that part. What did it say?
About all the authorities working together, and her and President Trump having a telephone call together and talking about all these different things and about how they could address it and stopping all the like she's doing, and about how she's doing a better job than like the president of Mexico who was president under Trump the last time was like major progress is being made evidently, and gonna figure out how to get rid of the cartels out of Mexico too. I
Okay.
mean, that's the message I
I
got.
am going back through the article. I see nothing where he addresses U.S. citizens being drug mules bringing fentanyl
We
back.
have to read through the lines.
I'm
Stanley.
looking through it right now.
Okay.
Nothing about drug mules so far.
Yeah, drug mules aren't the problem.
Okay, I'm saying
going to the point of the problem, which is the cartels.
no.
That's the problem. A few
No,
white boys
I
going across
disagree.
the border
I disagree with
isn't
you.
the problem.
Do you know what the real problem is? The problem is people in the United States being consumers. No consumers. The cartels have to find something else to do.
Who's producing it?
Okay, who's consuming it? If you notice in the article,
So
it
it's
says
not the producer's fault.
no, they're satisfying.
Not at all. They're innocent.
Nope. And what you're saying is it's not the consumer's fault. Buying the drugs basically means the producers have a reason to produce it.
I would say they're victims, more or
And
less.
I would say you're wrong. I would say people have a choice whether to use drugs or not.
Well, they do. That's true. But people pushing it, that's a problem too. Don't make the drug pusher to be like an innocent person.
I'm not saying anyone's innocent.
And
I'm saying that the problem, as I see it, is it wasn't mentioned in this article. The consumers. It literally said
it was.
And I'm telling you, it wasn't addressed to my satisfaction.
Oh, okay. Not to Stanley's satisfaction.
Not to Stanley's satisfaction. Yep. Hold on one sec here. Solid Snake. It is not exactly what you will not think is relevant. No, Solid Snake. I don't think that comparing Pete Buttigieg to Obama is relevant in any way, shape, or form. Yes. Yeah, I have the same question. Like crackheads can choose not to be crackheads, in my opinion. I don't know how anyone could ever disagree with that. All right. You got any news articles? You said you were going to go to X or something. There was something being discussed about Mexico and the U.S. on X.
This article pretty much covered all that, Stanley.
Okay.
For the most part.
Okay. Well,
actually debunked a little bit of the shit I was seeing.
Let's see. Let's see here.
Actually, I kind of like her. She gets along very well once she sees that her economy depends on the United States.
No, actually, I'm not so
right in
sure.
line.
No, I don't see it like you're seeing it.
Read it again, Stanley.
Nope, I don't need to read it again.
Yeah, you do. She bounced right in line. One day she's like,
"That's not what Okay, that's not what the article said.
She's like,
here, let me put.
No.
I'll
Can
put
I give you my analysis? Can I give you my analysis real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
one day she was like, when Trump came out with that post, she was like, we will institute our own tariffs right back. And then after the phone call, she's like, okay, we will stop these migrants from coming over. We will help the U.S. stop fentanyl from coming in, and also offered ideas and stuff. Sound like it was a very productive phone call overall. So at least
I
she's
would,
getting in line like
yeah.
a good little bitch.
Well, obviously, your view of reality is different than mine.
Get in line. Tariffs coming, migrants are stopping.
Let's see.
You're
Nas
gonna take
says,
them
I
back.
agree. I agree with 12th Man if we're talking about pharmaceuticals. Okay. Nas, the article says that fentanyl, fentanyl addiction, I guess, is a bigger problem in the U.S. than it is in Mexico.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about it. Don't know much more. So, if you know details, I'll drop the link. You can come up and tell us what the deals are. All right. Well, that's pretty much all the serious news stuff I've got, unless something else pops up.
Is that a barge, like an oil barge or something, Stanley?
Nope. It's
Is that
a
what that is?
it's a looks like a gas carrier. It's a cargo ship.
Tanker. Yeah, it's a tanker, ain't it? Some kind.
Let's see. I've got to drop this link and hold on one sec here. Basically, this popped into my algorithm. Basically, it's about life aboard a well, it says ship steward, life at sea, galley tour. I've been on tankers and cargo ships, actually quite extensively, and actually rode a heavy lift transport back from the Red Sea to America. My last time, well, no, actually, it wasn't the last time I was at sea. The first time, my first deployment, I flew over and caught a heavy lift transport, a civilian transport ship back. So I kind of enjoyed my time. It was kind of boring actually, because I didn't have a job on the ship. Other than I was part of a crew that brought 3 minesweepers back from the actually it was the Persian Gulf. So figured I'd just see what this guy has to say about life aboard a ship, a container ship.
I imagine when people think of a sailor, they picture guys handling mooring lines, tying up the ship, working on the engine, standing a watch on a bridge, and they completely forget that these guys have to eat. And that's where the chief steward comes into play. The ship's cook, or the steward of the ship, is probably the biggest unsung hero in the maritime industry. Not only do they cook for the crew and order the food, but their job is directly connected to the morale of the ship. So let's take a look on what it's like being a chief steward on a U.S. flag cargo ship.
You'll never have the sacred stone. Oh, this you crazy mother.
Let's skip through the music. Hey.
It's all right.
Well, I don't want to get a hit for it.
And Nate, a.k.a. Hollywood Williams, is the chief steward of this ship. Most ships this size tend to have a 3-person galley department. But unfortunately, on this ship, it's just 2 people. Which means Nate has the responsibility of the steward and the cook.
I'm Hollywood Williams, also known as Nate. I cook for the whole ship, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and desserts. When you're cooking for a crew, there's something personal about everything that you do if you love your job. So if I love what I'm doing and I love feeding the crew, that love shows in the food that they eat.
Being the steward of the ship means Nate has to get
The
up before
offset
most of the crew.
smoker.
I'm up at 5:30 in the morning to get breakfast.
Wanted to address one thing. Fentanyl, don't they use fentanyl in surgeries, Nas?
Oh yeah, that's medical fentanyl, though, Stanley.
Right.
Big
I mean,
difference.
I've had it. I think I've had it. And because I've had, a couple major surgeries. So fentanyl is a painkiller for, say, a patient or something like that. Yeah, if you want to come up and talk about it, Nas, but a lot of people don't get hooked on it as well. So not sure what your point is. I would assume it's legal, if it's prescribed, as a medicine. It's the illegal stuff that I'm, the article concerned. Right. Well, I've had, I don't think I've ever had fentanyl, after surgery, but I've certainly had oxycodone and that sort of thing. So my problem with oxycodone is it doesn't work for me. All it does is make me sleepy, which is
I
maybe
had
what
it on an ambulance.
right.
Fentanyl.
So the medical stuff, that's legal.
Paramedics have it.
All right. Well, we'll be here.
So, it's a typical breakfast. Of course, your bacon, your eggs, potatoes, sausages. Get in the kitchen about 6 o'clock, start prepping breakfast. To have it ready by 7:30 when the crew comes to eat. Serving time is between 7:30 and 8:30 for breakfast. After breakfast, I figure out what I'm going to put on the menu for the day and sit down at the computer. The way that I create my menus, I try to get something light at lunch and something heavy at dinner. Also, go to my refrigeration system and figure out what I have thawed out and pulled out for me to prepare whatever said meal that I'm preparing for that day. Like, let's say I have a thawed piece of beef or a thawed piece of pork. That's going to be on that menu for the day. And whatever I pull that day is going to be on the menu for the next day. I'm back in the kitchen at 9:30. I start.
I hope they show how it is to cook in heavy seas.
Yeah, I was wanting to see how he smokes on that offset barbecue out on the deck there.
My 2 entrees, my
It certainly won't do it in heavy seas.
Vegetable and my starch for lunch. I began serving at 11:30 till 12:30. when the crew comes and eat. At 12:30 to 2:30, I take a 2-hour break. I may find something to watch or get a little bit more rest or prep for the next day. At about 2:30, I enter the kitchen again to start prepping for dinner. Same as lunch, 2 entrees, a starch, and a vegetable.
Most stewards have a specialty, something they're very good at, their signature
Pretty
dish.
nice galley, though.
And Nate's no different.
There's
He's
that
too
grill.
humble to admit it.
Yep.
But Nate is a grill master. Anything he makes on the grill is phenomenal. If he smokes it, grills it, ribs, chicken, burgers, steaks.
Oh, he's
He
important.
loves cooking on the grill.
Look at
And it
that.
shows in his food.
I bet you it's bolted
Dinner
to
is
the
served between 5
deck
and
there,
6 o'clock.
Stanley. What do you want to bet?
Oh, I'll bet.
And after 6 o'clock, I have completed my
Damn.
12 hours for the whole
What
day.
a kitchen.
The schedule for the stewards department is pretty nice, especially when they're in port. Because they're done at 6:30 every day, there's plenty of time to go out and explore whatever port we're in.
Stanley, I'm surprised they allow a real charcoal grill on
On the
a
other
deck.
hand, being in port,
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. Just kind of surprises me a little bit. Like they
it's not really.
would never allow that on the Alaska ferry. But I mean, that is a part of the official kitchen of the boat, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, most ferries don't have a galley, do they?
Yeah, they have a kitchen on there.
Do they? I've been on ferries before, but not many of them, and they were usually short rides.
Yeah, the Alaska ferry has a bar on it too, believe it or not. A couple of them do.
Well, how long is the trip?
Well, the one from Bellingham to Ketchikan
Oh, okay.
is
So that's
a
long.
couple of days, and then
Oh, okay.
it can be up to I don't know, a week and a half or 2 weeks long, depending on your journey. I mean, you
I see.
couldn't.
Well, all the
If you have
ferries
the
are.
money, you could live on. You can get the ferry travel pass and live on it, and then get off where you want, stay there, and then catch the next ferry to the next spot, and then so on and so forth.
It sounds like
all
a
over
cruise.
Alaska. Huh?
Sounds like a cruise.
Yeah, like the ultimate cruise. Because like
Port
on
with the
cruises,
stewards
you got to
department.
get on board and get off where they tell you, and they got their own little tours around their own little tour shops and all that.
Right.
Isn't all
Anyway.
sunshine and rainbows? Especially on a ship like this, that's only in port once every couple of weeks, because chances are the ship's going to get stores. In a nutshell, stores is replenishing the ship's supplies, and probably the biggest operation that the stewards department will handle. Don't get me wrong, during stores, it's an all-hands thing and everybody helps. But once the crew assists in getting the stores to the reefers or to the galley, it's all in the stewards department to take inventory, rotate the stock, and put everything away. And also, it's the responsibility of the chief steward to get with the captain and come up with a store's order.
So when it comes to ordering stores, It's a predictable journey of where we're at, where we're going. If we're going on a 90-day journey, I need to make sure that I have enough protein that'll last us for 90 days. Because we all know that fresh vegetables and fruits wouldn't last 90 days because eventually they'll spoil. You try your best to predict what is the most used, what is undervalued. Meaning, hey, if a lot of people drink coffee, you're gonna need more milk or cream. You wrap your menus and you wrap your food ordering around that thought and that detail.
If you're enjoying the video, please be sure to subscribe and hit that bell. It really helps the channel.
Bing, bing. I love the ocean.
Not only does the steward have to worry about cooking 3 meals a day for a crew and ordering the food, but they also have to work in a galley or a kitchen that's constantly moving.
The ship that you on, 70% of the time is always moving. So just as the ship is moving, anything you're cooking with can move too. The pot can shift an inch or two in any direction. The cake you're cooking that doesn't need to move in the oven can shift as well, causing the ingredients to become unbalanced.
Nate's agreed to give us a quick tour. He'll show us the galley at first, all the different workstations. Then we'll go down to the reefers and check out all the food storage. All right, let's get into it.
Hey guys, let me show you why I work. It's a scullery. Go ahead and watch this. Make coffee. You know, you put your plates in when you're done eating. You get wash here, get dry here. After they leave here.
Damn, they don't have a dishwasher?
This is the galley, quote unquote, kitchen. Follow me. Got the kitchen sink, utensils. It's all my spices and seasonings that make the food good.
At least he puts that hair in the net in the dishwashing room.
You what?
At least he puts that hair in the net in the dishwashing room.
Yeah, I hope so.
Some seafood curry. This is my flat top grill. We just got finished with lunch, guys, so don't give it too much. We're cleaning up right now. My flat top grill. This is because the shit is always in current motion. So we sway back and forth. So we keep these up so pots and pans won't move too much.
That's right.
This is my small refrigerator.
I remember that.
Got the straps because you swing, got to tie it down, keep everything nice and tight. AC ventilation system, keep it cool. This is my double broiler. One up top, one down bottom. This is my warm. Also, seasonings.
Hey, Stanley.
This is why I keep a lot of things that I think with.
That's the way my little diesel stove was too. I could cook on it. And my little 1979 fiber form is 35 foot cabin cruiser.
Right.
Had a diesel heater in there, but it also had a cooktop with like one of those protective things around it so nothing could slide off there. Well, I mean, it could slop off there, but, you know, like, it'd help your pots and pans not, like, slide right the fuck off there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty nice little boat.
So our extra seasoning, spices, and herbs. You know, that's how you make that food. You hear me? Yeah. Compared to other galleys, I've been on some ships that were smaller, some ships that were bigger, but this is a nice size galley to feed a crew of 20. All right. This right here, an elevator shaft. This is how I get food from upstairs, downstairs, downstairs, upstairs without carrying it back and forth in between stairs. So I press this button here. Let's see what we got. Right now we have some potatoes and chicken in here. I just finished cooking this for lunch. So I close it, press this button right here. It's gonna meet us downstairs. That's it. As I sold you upstairs, it came downstairs and voila, I put it up a little later. This is my meat freezer. As you can see right here, meat, we got the meat. You gotta come all the way in, but you know your basic protein.
Meat Reaper.
Beef, pork, this is where we store sausages and duck.
You ever been in one of those in the Navy, Stanley? Meat Reaper?
Yep. As a matter of fact, I spent time as the auxiliaries engineering officer, so I actually owned them at some point. You know, I was responsible for the maintenance and all.
Oh wow! So you know about HVAC and all that shit, then?
No, I didn't own the HVACs. I'm trying to think of who does, but it wasn't me.
Oh, what that? You ready to cook?
I mean, ships don't actually have HVACs, at least not destroyers.
Well, I mean,
when I was in,
doesn't all that heating and cooling, that's the same thing?
no, AC&R was kind of a different thing than the HVACs. We didn't do HVACs per se. You know, if there were something like an HVAC, it wouldn't be for a whole ship. It would be, you know, for certain parts of it. Like, I'm trying to think who would own that, because I know in Combat Information Center, where there are a bunch of electronics and the communications spaces have to be chilled. And
well, yeah,
I can't remember who would be in charge of that.
Well, y'all didn't get much ventilation anyways. You could smell a whole joint on a ship at nighttime when it was on
well,
lockdown.
yeah, at night you seal the ship. You want it to be watertight.
Yeah.
It's my fish freezer. Fish. We got the meat. All the meat. Yeah, as you can tell, we got crab, desserts, tuna, salmon, flounder, fish, and some bread sauce. Alright. My boy Brandon just helped us clean up, as y'all can see what I'm saying? Nice and fresh and curly down here. Shout out to the deckhand. You get what I'm saying? This is our dry storage. Drop a bit. This is where we store all our dried extra seasonings, ketchup, cereal, rice, pasta, coffee for the guys that drink coffee, creamer. This is where we get our stores. So they lift them on the outside of the ship, on the crane, in the bag, and it comes down here in the bag. We untie it off of the hook, take them all out in the bag, the hook back up, and we put our provisions up how we need to the freezer, either or in dry storage. And also, this is our fresh vegetable refrigerator. When you ship, they call them a reefer. As you can see here, where you store your cheeses, sausages, eggs, potatoes, fruits, vegetables, things of that nature. If I take something out the freezer, as you can see here, we'll sit it down here, let it thaw out, and then we'll use it either the next day or the day after. And that completes our tour of together.
If you couldn't tell, it's pretty obvious that Nate loves what he does. He loves cooking, and he loves cooking for a crew. And his love and his passion trickle down in the food he makes. And that's what makes him such a great steward.
Anyone looking to get into this industry as it pertains to working in the galley, I would say before you enter it, have love for it. And if you have love for it, keep that love for it despite the ups and downs that come with it. My Instagram is Hollywood Weddings 103. You can find me. I don't post much. You can find me on there, but hopefully y'all come and follow me because I'm a friend of Joe Fratner. And we gained this relationship being on the Ocean Gladiator together. And from my point of view, this is a long-lasting relationship. Because I'm coming to New Jersey, goddammit. Because I got to see if you get hoes. If you don't get no hoes at home. All right, cool, man. You know, with your boy, follow me. You did what I'm saying, and come see me.
Right.
And you'll check out more about what I'm about. You know? And, you know, sometimes I'm you did what I'm saying, but I'm always yeah. So yeah, that is what it is. You did what I'm saying? Deuce. Peace to the world, yeah.
Big thank you to Nate for taking.
Well, that was pretty cool. Took me back to my boating days a little bit. Fishing off my little boat there.
Yeah, me too. Now, what the hell is she talking about? Give me a break about DEI. That's a hoax told by liars, cheats, thieves, frauds. I'm mixed with more ethnicity than most humans in Earth, plus my child, first generation born in America, plus F off. Yeah, well, my granddaughter, every race. Well, I hope that I hope she has your same sunny demeanor.
Yeah, Stanley, on my little fiber farm, I'd just go out for day fishing trips on the back deck, you know, trolling for salmon and shit like that. And sometimes I'd have a kettle of coffee going on that diesel heater and just kind of enjoying myself. I never took it out into the open waters, but I've been
Right.
out on the open waters a lot.
Right.
And on a lot of big boats. Always wanted to serve on an aircraft carrier. I'm not sure why. Probably because they just seem to be the most biggest and badass of all the ships out there. Maybe that's why.
Right.
You know?
Damn it.
It's like a city on the ocean. Wonder if they have hookers on aircraft carriers, Stanley.
Afraid not. At
No
least not.
No
At least
female
not.
passengers on board.
At least not a. Well, I mean, they're females, but
What are they doing on there?
well, whatever their job might be, I guess.
Like what?
Nursing.
Nursing.
They could be anything from pilots to nurses to hull technicians, I guess.
What about Navy SEALs? Do they have Navy SEAls on aircraft carriers? Or they just visit
They
every
can
now and
be,
then?
but I mean, they're not like they can be. if they're going somewhere. But
They don't like
not,
live on an
usually they're
aircraft
not like
carrier.
part. Usually they're not part of the ship's complement. At least they weren't when I
Right.
was in the Navy.
They're not part of the crew. Yeah, that makes sense. But they could land on there anytime they want, right?
Well, I don't know about any time they want, but
if they're on a mission or something.
yeah, I'm sure that would be one of the places they could land. Man, there was a show that I wanted to watch. Let me see if I can see if I find it. There we go. Okay. Hold on one sec here.
What's Native American Appreciation Day, by the way? Happy Native American Appreciation Day to all the natives out there.
It's kind of ironic. It's the day after Thanksgiving. I wonder. I guess that must be planned.
I guess, yeah, that's the point. That's their point. I don't know why that. I don't see why everything can't be on the same day, but that's just me.
What else did I want to do? That was something else. Well, I guess I'll remember in a minute. Well, hopefully this doesn't buffer too much. This ran across my algorithm. Guess this isn't going to have much narration. I just want to check it out. This is some woman living on a mountain by herself, I guess. Wonder what that is. There's onions? I bet they're onions. It peels faster than I could with a vegetable peeler. I wonder if anybody in the audience would have her for a wife. She seems pretty handy about the house. Oh my God. My wife, my lawnmower. Jesus.
Damn, Stanley, -10 out here tonight.
Yep, a bit chilly. Hopefully she's available to shovel snow.
I hired people for that, Stanley. Hang a plow on the dog's neck. Let him push it. That's the honey bucket? Oh, okay.
It's like she lives a busy life.
Probably just did it for show and lives out there every now and then. And that's what I bet.
No, apparently the title of this thing is Living Far from People. Her mountain skills were astonishing.
Yeah, for a few days. Not year round.
I imagine that's Melania cleaning out her panty drawer.
Why are you thinking about Melania's panty drawer, you pervert?
Well, I'm not. I just happened to see her washing hers, and it reminded me. I know the rest of this is just, we should call this trad wifery. Anyway, let's see what else we got here.
I got something for you. I'll look up for something. If you want to watch something outdoorsy, Stanley, I got something for you.
I'm just kind of watching random stuff. I'm going to wind up. I've got a couple recipe videos that I'll get around to at some point. This is just random videos, apparently. Well, let's see here.
Sent you something there, Stanley, if you want to look at it when you get a chance.
Okay.
I want to get me a drone. Really?
Well, that's not a drone. That's like a sort of that says world's first scout.
Kind of the same.
Aerial
Looks like a drone.
No, it's got a man in it.
Oh. That's pretty wild, eh?
Yeah.
Bigger than what it looks like on the phone here. Louder too than the drone. Yeah.
You can actually mobile. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing over and over. Just him flying around.
It is kind of cool, I guess.
Yep, wish I could have one.
If you wanna shoot hogs on a ranch or something like that.
I'm guessing it takes two hands to fly that.
We could have Ted Nugent in the back with his AK-47. I don't know what practicality that thing has, but kind of neat, I reckon. Got a lot of money to waste.
Let's see here. Oops.
It's more a real life story about a guy who didn't.
This is a shorter one. Let's watch it right quick, and then we may go back to the longer one. Get rid of that.
Clark Resort. This time we're stopping at Dick Prenike's cabin. My brother Sasha was the one that flew Jared and I to Twin Lakes, which actually this was my first time flying with him in the float plane, and I thought it was really special. The clients followed along in another float plane where my cousin was the pilot, and they landed not too far after us. My younger brother Caleb was in a boat with clients for the day. This is us buzzing them on our way to Twin Lakes.
Always fine.
The trip to Twin Lakes from Lake Clark Resort is about 20 minutes long and takes you through a beautiful mountain landscape. We even saw a black bear on the mountain, and we saw 2 moose in the tundra, which was really cool. We weren't even looking for them, and we just saw them. Felt like no time had passed when we were reaching the turquoise water of Twin Lakes. Dick Prenike's cabin is located on the upper Twin Lakes, so that's where we landed. Lake Clark National Park has 2 park rangers that are stationed there throughout the summer. And when Sasha did his traffic call when we reached Twin Lakes, that was their notification to know that we were coming. It's super convenient because when Dick Prenike was here, he got his beach all ready for float planes to be parked there because, again, this was the way that he was able to get supplies to the cabin, which also makes it super convenient for everyone who's coming up to Twin Lakes to visit. Which the ranger did say that they see about 1,000 to 1,500 people here in a given summer. Which makes sense because this place is so remote and can only be reached by float planes like these. Dick Prenike's cabin is located not far from the shoreline. But let's go back a little bit in history. So Dick Prenike wanted to come to Alaska and build a cabin, live in the middle of nowhere, for at least a year, and he wanted to do all of this using hand tools. So year one, he came up to Twin Lakes, which there were already people who had a cabin up here, friends of his, I guess, and he cut trees to be able to season so he can build his cabin the next summer, next year. And he did all of it using hand tools. The park ranger said that the whole cabin to construct it was $40. Isn't that wild? I don't know if you can see it, but there are still pencil markings on the wood where Dick was measuring out the notches to stack the logs together. Let's go take a quick peek inside. We're gonna go inside Richard Prentice's cabin. Here. We hold it. Is he walking? You're silly. Alright, let's go inside. They just explained the Dutch door. We just took a picture of it. Which is crazy because my great-grandfather flew him and his things here like 4 years. And he never charged him for it. So, as a thank you, Dick Prentice bought him and baby Mary tickets to go to Hawaii. And it was Mary's, I think, first or second time out of the state. And
Well, the first thing I want to know is where's the wood stove?
Loved it so much by the time.
Yeah. It's right to her left. Or our right, Stanley. I'm pretty sure. Right to our right.
Dick Prentice for helping my family out in that way. Sadly, we do not any longer have that Hawaii property. They had to sell it.
Can't see it.
This is kind of crazy. Also, look, it's a retro Lake Clark air hat. That is wild. I'm gonna put our names in the book. This is where Dick Prentice would sit and do his journaling. He did a lot of journaling. Wrote a calendar, One Man's Wilderness. Like his journals are published. I think I just overheard the Park Service say that they're going to do like 2 books or something in the next couple of years. That's pretty cool. Also, this part is really cool too. When he would go hiking around, he would leave this map of where he's at, like it says right here today, and look at all of the spots that he's been to. Pretty cool. I knew
Don't touch it.
that did the preservation of this cabin and stuff. They were good family friends of ours too.
But he lived there till he was 80. Pretty brave. Man, you know what? She needs a mic on her. Half of this is mumbling.
He built this whole thing out of hand.
All right, well, you know what?
Completely wild.
This mumbling is annoying.
Yeah, this one's a little more thorough, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if there's any copyrights on this.
Yeah, I should have checked it. I don't think so. There's like 1 million of these videos about him.
Yeah.
He's a legend up here, man.
Dick Prentice first came to Alaska in 1950. After spending some years on Kodiak as a diesel mechanic and heavy equipment operator, he found a new home. 120 air miles southwest of Anchorage is a small Alaskan valley called Twin Lakes. With the help of a tripod-mounted, timer-controlled camera, he filmed himself building a cabin and literally carving a new life in the environment.
Oh, he's using a fountain.
He spent 2 weeks with Dick one summer and found a man with little need to advertise his inner reaction to the wilderness. His oneness with nature is an experience rather than an expression.
Well, the reason I decided to come in more or less full-time was in 1965. I was helping a welder pour a Babbitt bearing on a crab boat. We had a big ladle of molten Babbitt metal and poured it in here, and we poured in about a cupful, and there was a big explosion, and all this Babbitt metal come out, just like snow, only it was molten lead, and hit me in the face and him in the face. And it got in my eyes pretty bad, and for a short time, they didn't know if I was going to see very much. But in 3 days, I went back to work, but I couldn't see very good, and especially from my right eye, and I was testing it every night to see if it was improving, and it was several years before I recovered completely from that. I decided that I would quit this racket of pouring Babbitt metal and that sort of thing, and working with dirt falling in your eyes from under heavy equipment and that, and I would go to Twin Lakes and build me a cabin and enjoy my eyesight a little bit if I had any left. My logs were well seasoned, and I would say about a third lighter than they was when I stacked them to dry. I worked 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and in 10 days' time, I had the heavy logs up. I think there's
Damn,
a lot of
that's a
satisfaction
lot of work,
in
Stanley.
having everything that's
Shit.
made yourself.
Yep.
Been doing all that
Even your door hinges and everything cut around by hand with the tools you got.
Surprised he has any fingers left. Or he did before he died.
I moved in August the 1st. There was still work to be done, but it was livable.
Few of us pass even a day without seeing another person. For Dick, the isolation can often last 6 weeks or more. We wondered what it would be like to live so alone.
You work better. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Wonder if he got their eggs and ate them. Little tiny ass eggs.
I can't say that I was ever lonely. I was always busy. I always had something going, observations to make, or wood to cut, or letters to write, or something. It seemed that the time was short to get everything done.
go get some fish.
The canoe is my transportation on the lakes in summer. It's much easier than hiking the beach if the wind isn't blowing. If the wind's blowing, of course, you got to walk the beach. But in good weather, why, you can carry a good load and travel a much greater distance with the canoe than you can on foot. I've never had any trouble with the canoe on the lake, but if I did, it would probably be the last time because this water is very cold, and I doubt that if I was 200 yards from shore that I would make it to shore. I find that a person alone is much more cautious than when you have someone with you, because you know that if you mess up, why, that's it. In the morning, when you check your sky, if there are clouds and they're moving at a rapid rate, and even though it's calm on the lake, sometime during the day, this wind is going to reach the lake surface, and you'd be in trouble with the canoe. So I would aim to go in that direction, so if the wind did come, I could ride with it coming back instead of gasping.
There is a 5-car pileup on the expressway, causing traffic to reroute.
To me, the stuff that comes over radio these days is just out of tune with Twin Lakes country. You know, how does that sound? All the problems the world's got in a place like that? I just couldn't see it. I didn't want to hear it. I just thought, boy, this is pretty nice here. Let's not spoil it. You know, it's like an old sourdough in Anchorage told me. He says, people come up here from the States and they say, gee, it's nice here. No hustle and bustle, and really take it easy. And he says they're not here 30 days until they're trying to make it like it was where they came from. And here you have pretty much all the game. You have sheep, you have bear and caribou and moose, and many places have more of each, but not all of them. So that makes Twin Lakes a little bit special. I hesitate to go on the mountain unless there's a good breeze. Because if it's calm, or just a very light breeze, why, you can't get close to what he'll spot you sooner or later. And if you got a good steady breeze from one direction, why, you can get real close, within 100 feet or even less, without the bear detecting you. But stay off the mountain if it's calm. So he would leave, that's the end of the show then. The two bears that I observed through the winter, one went in October the 10th, and the other went in about October the 27th. The last one was a sow that went in, and when she came out on May the 2nd with twin cubs, she had been in there since October the 27th. So I figured it was 6 months and better that she'd been in the den. I practiced the bear system. In summer, get up early and go late, and in the winter, it's just the opposite. Go to bed at 8 o'clock and get up at 8 o'clock. When you live down in the valley, and you got mountains all around, you can't see out. And to climb once in a while and get up on top and look across the top and see new country and such as that, I think is a good feeling. I mean, you don't feel like you're isolated or anything like that. It's just you're up where you can see. Creeks come in along about October the 1st.
I'm going to skip ahead a bit.
Yeah, Stanley, it is kind of long video. Seems to cover
Come
a
in
little
along
bit
about
more
October the
than
1st.
his life.
The creeks might start to freeze along the edge, and snow
Well, there's some
creeks down
winter
the
scenes
mountainside.
coming up that I'm interested
And
in.
by the 10th of October, it can look like winter, and creeks be freezing up and waterfalls freezing. And you can figure on winter setting in soon after October the 10th.
Yeah, like now, this time of year. Winter's not so bad.
Winter. Frozen beauty at 50 below. Why would Dick...
Unless you're prepared, unless you're not prepared.
Oh, that's true. You know, that's actually just across from me a
I
little
was always
ways.
anxious to get down
Across
after the
Cook
snow
Inlet,
because they
Stanley.
say after snow, you know
That's
who
where
lives
the
in the country.
cabin is.
When you're out snowshoeing and you see tracks, you can, you can determine the concentration of rabbits, where they are. And if you see a good number of rabbit tracks, usually there's the tracks of the lynx cat, which is raised on the rabbits.
I had
And
them
tracks of the
around
fox.
here.
And the wolverine, he runs his circuit.
Damn. You don't see those very often, but they're around.
What is
If
that?
you see them in those Wolverines, Stanley.
Oh, yeah, I
If you
heard that
see
movie.
one, if you see one, it's just for a second, dude.
Huh.
'Cause they see you almost as soon as you see them.
During the past winter, especially, there was 7 or 8 rabbits that congregated close to my cabin. They would just move in and stay, and you'd move out a few hundred yards, and you'd see very few tracks. And it appeared that they sensed that they were safer there because of the fox and the
I have a
lynx cat.
bunch of them snowshoe rabbits
So they
around here.
gathered around close
Saving
and
them
stayed
for
throughout
a
the winter.
shit hit the fan.
I knew this ermine was in the woodpile,
Ermine,
and so I went
hate
for
those
a
little
scrap of meat
bastards.
to tack to a wood log
Well,
there
they're
and see
cute,
if I could get him out for pictures.
If you have
Put the meat on
chickens
the wood
and
log,
they're
and I
bastards,
went for my camera gear, and when I came back, sure enough, he was there. And an
they'll
ermine,
kill
when he
your
gets a taste of
chicken.
blood, he becomes very bold, and it was no problem to get good footage.
Little fucker.
The first winter I was there, throughout the winter, the ice was groaning and cracking
Nice
continually.
pelt, though.
Just day and
If you
night.
can get
The
enough
ice
of them.
was just talking something terrible. When the ice is young and thin and freezing hard, why, it has a sharp crack to it, or a sharp report. As the ice goes thicker, it gets deeper, and when it gets 4 feet thick, well, then it's very low key.
Yeah, that video could almost put somebody to sleep, Stanley. All the mountains and music,
I'll probably
and
watch it.
water.
The
I
ice
mean,
breakup is a great event in the
cats.
wilderness because it means the end of a long winter. After about 7 months, you're really happy to see the ice go out. During the winter, the ptarmigan is white, but as spring approaches, he begins his change from white to brown. First his head and neck, and then you will see speckled or brown feathers about his body.
Calling
Eventually,
dumpster
he will be a brown
chickens
bird,
over here.
which is his summer color.
No, spruce chickens. Spruce hens, yeah. Road chickens, whatever. They were all around here too until Fisher chased them off.
Yeah, who?
The dog.
With the goat?
No, the dog chased them off.
Yeah.
Spruce hens.
Oh,
They're
I see.
still around, but I just have to go out further to find them.
And then just turn around and run in the other direction just to create a breeze to get rid of these insects. About the first days of summer, that's when the big herd is formed. You know, cows and calves, and there's some bulls in the bunch. From this big herd, small bunches will split off and come up into Twin Lakes country, up along the lower lake, the upper lake, and up into the high mountains above. After the snow is gone in the low country, they go to the high country to rest on the snow patches up there where the insects are not a bother. In order to get close, I aim to move while they're moving, because they only detect movement. If they're moving when you're moving, they won't notice you. But if they're standing still and you move, they'll spot you right away. While caribou will lie down, and oftentimes they'll stretch out and lay flat. I've seen maybe a group of a dozen that would just lay out flat, and you would swear that they was all dead.
Caribou. That was a little bit about his life anyway, about what he liked to do and stuff. Made his money in heavy equipment, welding and engineering, and then took his money and said to heck with it. He did an Atlas Shrugged, more or less, right, Stanley? He pulled an Atlas Shrugged.
Not really. John Galt actually had people join him.
Well, he did it on his own, though. But not all the way, Stanley, because he did get a lot of supplies from town blown
Right.
in by bush plane and stuff like that. So he didn't completely live alone out there, really.
This is I don't know where this is. Let's see here. It's Pacific Northwest in rural Washington State.
Look forward to the video.
Oops. How did I do that?
So I am here with neighbor Al, aka DB. Cooper. For those of you that don't know, Al and I rebuilt his water wheel about 1 year ago, almost exactly a year ago.
Was it?
Yeah. All right, so our plan today is to take this old wheel out of here and roll it up to the shop where we can work on it and assess the situation. Oh, wow.
Out of the way.
Yeah. So the plan is now to just take this thing apart.
That's going to be the new one.
New one here.
Oh, lined up pretty good.
I'll be right back.
Connected. All right, open the floodgates.
13.6.
Wow. It's a 12-volt system, so that means we have success. How's it been working since we did that?
Good.
Okay.
Had 3 little problems.
Okay.
We can go over them. I'll show you.
So Al's original water wheel was a wooden spool, and it rotted out over time, but Al acquired a plastic spool, and so that's what we used to replace the wooden one with. So here it is.
The first problem we had
Okay.
was I put these plates on here.
Oh.
Which is the hole behind there, and the water was shooting out, which is not a problem on this side, but on the other side, it was shooting out right on the chain. I'm getting the chain wet, and that wasn't good. So I blocked those out, and then ran it for a while, 2 days, and a bolt fell out.
The bolt fell out right here.
Just about one, I don't know which end it was, but one of them fell out. It was at night. I heard it start clunking and making all kinds of nasty noises. So I came out and shut it off, and I didn't even look at it, see what was wrong for a couple of days because it was wet and raining. But I thought it might be something serious. I didn't want to look at it.
Yeah.
But anyway, when I finally did, it was a bolt fell. Found the bolt and the washer down there in the water. I never did find the nut. Took it out and I turned them around. We had the head used to be on the outside to make it look better. And I turned them around and put double nuts on there to lock it. And then
Oh yeah, I see you got 2 on there now.
Yeah. And then I got some industrial glue put around before I tightened it down. And that seems to be holding really good.
So glued both sides of that.
Yeah. The original chute here fell apart.
Yeah.
So I put this heavier in there. Yeah, and it works great now. I got the pieces of the old one up in the garage, I'll show you.
Okay. So this is the old chute right here?
Just disintegrated. All this stuff is down in the bottom of the creek.
Oh man. I remember when you first installed that, you did a really good job of making it the right angle and everything. So it's kind of a shame that it didn't make it. Yeah. Yeah. Is that an old construction sign?
Yeah. And before anybody accuses me of stealing road signs, I had a friend that worked for the Department of Transportation restoring damaged signs.
Oh.
And some of them were too far gone to restore. So I had several that he gave me.
Was this an added modification when you put that sign in there?
Well, the water was shooting out a little bit this way, so I put that in to hold this. Got the water more over towards the center of the wheel.
Right.
And some people suggested we need covers on the ends here so the water doesn't shoot out so much.
Yeah.
And that's got next project maybe. It's kind of hard because every piece is different. And you have to make a custom thing.
Yeah, that.
Later, I don't know. I suppose that would work.
Right.
It's out quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't think it hurts the efficiency that much.
And Al's got all kinds of cool little shelters out here. He sheds full of junk, but sometimes it's useful because I am in need of stovepipe, and Al happened to have a piece that I think I'm going to use to go out of my roof and a cap to go on top. So it's junk until you need it.
Hard time throwing anything away.
So this is your backup outhouse here.
The other one's kind of full. It's time to swap. So this one's been sitting for 5 years now.
Really?
So I just dig it out. Close the other one down.
So do you swap the sign when one is not in use?
Damn, it's cold.
Number one.
Change the arrow. The other direction.
And that's the sauna. Sauna cabin.
Yeah.
When's the last time somebody used a sauna? This stove here is dual-sided. That's how the sauna works?
Yeah.
Right.
Tobacco stove sticks into the sauna there. Heats it up.
Yeah.
And these guys are having microphone problems.
This place is so awesome, man. So this is what they would call the charge
Regulator,
controller.
Charge controller.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to think of. Right. These are the ones to the roof.
Oh yeah. So one's input, one's output right there.
And the bottom ones, these go down into the battery bank.
Mm. And it's just 4 golf cart batteries?
Yeah. Vented to the outside so I don't get gases in the house.
Mm. And you got your records here?
Try to keep it regular when I filled it. Sometimes it'll go a year.
I was gonna do something else, but I can't remember what it was. Oh well.
Something else?
I'm sorry, Stanley. I was kind of talking to myself.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, I remember what it was now.
So what's your average daily energy consumption look like when it comes to electronics?
Close to zero.
Really?
Well, I'm eating breakfast. Usually I have a laptop on and a radio. And then I don't use anything until 5 or 6 at night. And the laptop on, I watch the news. And when it gets dark, I have a few lights, less than 100 watts, usually at any time. Once in a while, I watch the big screen TV upstairs. The batteries still power that for hours.
So those 3 solar panels on the roof.
Yeah, they pretty much give me everything I need.
Just lights and keeping the laptop charged, and that's about it. Because your water is gravity.
It's all gravity fed, no water pumps. All the heat is all wood. And I cook with wood, and refrigerator is propane.
How big's your tank? Your propane tank? You see the
They're 7 gallons.
7 gallon.
Kind of like how I live in a way, Stanley, but similar setup.
Firewood is almost the most important thing for sustainability out here for the way that you live, right?
Yeah.
This is your cookwood here?
Yeah, that pile just came from along the side of the driveway a couple of weeks ago. 40 acres worth.
Not quite.
Down trees. They're falling down faster than I can cut them up. I got a lifetime supply. I don't have to cut any live trees ever.
Alder trees, mostly that you use for
Mostly
down?
alder, yeah. I lost a couple of good-sized cedars this year and some hemlocks. You can stop most any one spot and hit a truckload. Yeah, the only outside connection I have is a landline for my phone and laptop. Other than that, no other utilities. Cheap living.
How old is this video?
Love the way you live out here. It's pretty cool.
What's
I
that,
like it.
Stanley?
I hate it.
Wondering how old is this video? I didn't know that dial-up still existed.
I think maybe in extreme circumstances it still does. Like there's only so many landlines left.
Right. My father has one of them.
And then like even if you have like really good cellular data or whatever, like if you run it out, then they can dial you down to dial up speed, which is pretty shitty. But I have unlimited, but they can still I forget what they call it, like they can fuck with the speed if they want. Like if there's an extreme surge or like a whole bunch of users all of a sudden.
Right.
Which makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
What kind of fish have you seen in the pond?
The only ones I've seen are cutthroat trout.
Really?
There's some good sized ones. They're 12, 13 inches. Some of them.
You ever caught one?
No, I don't fish. They're my pets.
Yeah.
I feed them hot dogs once in a while.
What?
They're slugs.
Fish?
Flick slugs out there.
What is he eat?
Not too bad though. Eat those.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Not much by the looks of them, Stanley.
Kingfishers, big blue heron. Finally saw a bear after 40 years.
Took you 40 years to see a bear out here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ran right along the bank over there a couple of years ago.
Really? Black bear?
Yeah, it was kind of a small one, probably a female. I got on the lawn and I said, wait, slow down, let me get my camera.
Wow, that's pretty amazing that you haven't seen that.
Probably eats
in that
granola.
I knew they were around.
Yeah.
Patrick's got them on his trail cam.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I knew they were around.
They're stealthy.
Yeah. Probably only out at night.
So this right below me is Al's spring. This is where he gets his water for his house. Oh yeah. Nothing like fresh spring water. So it comes right out of the ground right there, and Al's got a pipe sticking up.
Should boil
with a
that
little,
too.
Pond going on there, and it just pops out the other end of the pipe.
Want me
And
to
it
tell
keeps
you
these
why,
cups-
Stanley?
Oh, here, so when you go for a walk to the spring, you can get some maple.
That's cottonwood.
Oh, cottonwood.
Yeah. Well, I left that pile. Cottonwood's not my favorite, but it'll burn once it gets good and dry.
Well, thanks for letting me come to your place and bother you about
great.
everything. I appreciate it, Al.
Oh, anytime. Look forward to the video.
Well, this is near and dear to my heart.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fluctus channel. Destroyer. Maneuverable ships designed to escort the larger vessels in the fleet. Modern destroyers can be found in virtually every major navy, where they are often one of the most heavily armed and armored ships in use. Despite their prevalence in today's naval warfare, the concept of a speedy ship focused primarily on offense dates all the way back to the 1860s. After World War II, destroyers evolved into extremely sophisticated weapons of war. Able to do battle against enemies in the air, on land, and both above and below the water's surface. The largest of these ships measure around 500 feet long and boast a variety of ordnance and weapons. In the case of the U.S. Navy, there are around 72 destroyers in operation at any given time. Depending on each ship's current mission, they could be operating as part of a carrier battle group or serving as a patrol boat in a specific part of the world. Despite their size, most modern destroyers are built with speed and range in mind.
That one looks pretty wicked.
That's a Zumwalt class. I think there's only one of them. I'm not sure they're going to do a lot of them.
Doesn't it look like that old World War II submarine in a way?
Yeah, I guess.
Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, for example, have a rather shallow design compared to other large vessels.
Or no, World War II had a battleship or something.
This reduces its radar cross-section
they got rid of
and
those
ensures
a
the
while.
men and women aboard feel every wave when the ship encounters rough seas. Though an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer has an impressive 4,400 nautical mile range, it must often be resupplied and refueled while on mission. Known as underway replenishment, this procedure requires strict coordination from teams aboard both vessels, particularly when the weather is unwilling to cooperate.
Oh, shit.
1, 2, 3, to the back!
The USS Paul Hamilton was launched in 1993 from its home port in San Diego. Since then, the vessel has served at Pearl Harbor and participated in multiple military operations. The crew is well prepared for whatever the U.S. Navy may ask of them, but that doesn't mean that life aboard such a vessel is easy.
Where's the galley
Measuring
at?
just
That's
over
what I
500
wanna
feet
know.
in length and with a
One level below the weather decks.
beam of 66 feet. The Paul Hamilton is home to 300 servicemen and women. During their deployment, the crew may participate in any number of exercises.
Hey, oh, you man.
There it is.
Bottle. Do not turn your bottle on, you will don it.
Including weapons tests using any of the ship's advanced missiles and guns. Arleigh Burke destroyers also have multiple small, fast boats and helicopters they can deploy to aid in their mission.
You
Though
think
life
those
aboard
are
Paul Hamilton
outdated
can be
now,
exciting,
Stanley?
it can also be.
What are outdated?
These types of battleships.
Well, they're not battleships. It's a destroyer.
Or destroyer, yeah.
No, probably never will be.
Mundane. It is not a normal working environment, and private time or space is often difficult to come by.
About non-existent.
Living quarters and recreational spaces were not the main priorities during the Arleigh Burke design and construction phase.
Better than on a submarine.
To save
like.
space, most cabins are bunk style, with crew members sleeping just a few feet away from one another.
Here it is.
Rooms typically house up to 24 people who share one shower, 3 sinks, and 2 toilets. When not on duty or in their quarters, the Paul Hamilton's crew can exercise in one of the ship's small gyms, or, assuming conditions are appropriate, on the deck.
And they got officer status.
The U.S. military has always prioritized fitness, as crews never know what they might encounter at any given time.
Did you get all that on your ship, Stanley?
More or less.
In order to protect themselves and their shipmates, men and women will often work out multiple times a week. They also have access to the mess for freshly cooked food 3 times a day.
We ain't got no Mozzie sticks. We got jalapeno poppers, pizza, some zap.
Though every crew member has their own special job, most of the people aboard the USS Hamilton are cross-trained. This allows them to step into virtually any role when needed. As ships are manned 24/7, every member of the crew stands to watch once or twice a day. When not on mission, the crew will typically undergo a series of drills and training events, ranging from firefighting to weapons training and beyond. Destroyers are, first and foremost, weapons of war. The sheer amount of offensive and defensive systems on board is extremely impressive when it comes to modern Arleigh Burke vessels, like the Paul Hamilton. The average destroyer features a single cannon on the front deck.
See, they are destroyers.
Typically a Mark 45 5-inch gun.
And not battleships.
They also have 20mm phalanx close-in weapon systems. an automated turret capable of firing 20mm rounds at incoming enemy boats, aircraft, or missiles.
Need
There
more
are
of
also
those in the
torpedo
Hermit
tubes,
Strait.
either on or below the deck, which allow the ship to engage submarines and surface vessels. But the real firepower on board a U.S. Navy destroyer is the missiles. Each ship carries a variety of surface-to-air, ballistic, and cruise missiles. Some of which can accurately attack targets hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, why can't we get some more of those in the Strait of Hormuz?
And despite the destructive power of weapons like the Tomahawk and the E-Ram, not all of these missiles are intended for offense alone. Torpedoes, on the other hand, are not about
Teach
speed.
Yemen and Iran a fucking lesson.
Instead, they are designed to do maximum damage to the heavy, armored hulls of other warships. Using a propeller-driven or compressed air system to propel them toward their targets, torpedoes move anywhere between 10 and 63 miles per hour. Though there is some bleed over in terms of mission duties, destroyers are distinctively different from guided missile cruisers. Typically, the latter are the largest
I
ships
didn't
in
know
the fleet.
there was a guided missile cruiser ship.
After aircraft carriers and amphibious assault ships. These vessels use powerful combat systems such as Aegis to attack strategic or tactical targets on land or sea. They are also equipped to defend against aircraft or other ships using a variety of different weapon types. The current guided missile cruiser type in the United States military is the Ticonderoga class.
Those have gone away. This is old.
These ships measure around 570 feet long and are just 55 feet wide.
At least I thought they were
5
going.
TAC 300 TAC 2 TAC blocks in accordance with RFSD CTSI.
Which presents a very small target to enemies that might try to attack from the front or back. They are fast, capable of speeds nearing 40 miles per hour.
Wonder why they got rid of them.
Aside from the missiles themselves,
The Aegis
the heart of the
destroyers
guided
can
missile cruiser
do,
is the many sensors and processing systems
Maybe,
that keep the crew aware of their surroundings at all
Like,
times.
Ships can do multiple things now. Maybe that's it, Stanley.
Yep, that's it.
Ticonderoga
Like
class
the,
ships
you have a
feature multiple
battleship.
types
It's got
of surface
lasers.
radar
It's got
and
everything.
sonar,
Battleships
as
don't
well as
exist anymore.
electronic warfare suites
They were
and
decommissioned.
decoys.
The last battleship was decommissioned in the early 90s.
I mean, so what do you call them now? The ones that they can
Well-
launch nukes and everything.
They carry hundreds of
Well,
missiles
destroyed.
of varying
Lasers.
types, most of which are stored in tubes or launches placed around the deck. Defense is also a priority when it comes to guided missile cruisers and their crews, be that the defense of their own vessel or other ships in the battle group. Like the Arleigh Burke destroyers, they also feature a CWIS system. These fully automated guns use a combination of radar and rapid-firing multi-barrel cannons. They fire 20-millimeter rounds capable of doing immense damage to any target. No matter the type of destroyer an enemy encounters, they should know that it is more than capable of living up to its name.
Hey, Stanley, did we show the laser technology on F-35 video yet?
Nope.
The new Lockheed Martin technology being installed?
I haven't.
Okay.
Wait.
Truck drivers typically to society are, but women have been trucking for years, and we're just as good as men are. Hello, my name is Cody, and I'm a 23-year-old truck driver. Around the time when I decided to start truck driving, my brother passed away, and I was just like really hurt, and I was just trying to turn my negative into a positive. So I was like, I'm gonna get into something new, and then my dad introduced me to trucking. Once I seen how he was able to make a living off of it, make a career off of it, I was like, I'm going for it. And once I got into it, I was like, this is for me. Like, I love the trucking life. When I first got into a truck, I felt scared. Like, I was just calling my mom, like, just talk to me, just stay on the phone. But I mean, once like my first 2 or 3 days passed by, I was okay.
My name is Chandra, and I'm Cody's mom. It made me nervous at first, but Cody has always been her own person, and she's definitely one of the people that conquers her dreams, and she lives up to her aspirations. She does anything that she put her mind to.
People are always confused. Like, every time I walk into a truck stop, they're like, are you a truck driver? Is that you driving that truck? Like, you gotta be kidding me. That's not you. They always say, like, you don't look like you drive a truck. And I never really understood. A lot of people try to put a particular person and attach it to a truck driver. Anybody could be a truck driver. Like, I'm working, but I still want to look good. Like, I shouldn't have to look manly, or I shouldn't have to be dirty. Life on the road is important to me because it really does put me in a sense of peace. I'm able to travel the country. I'm able to really just sit back and let my mind just meditate. Honestly, when I got on the road, I came up with the best ideas, best business plans, because my mind was very clear. And I just love like this life. It has changed me to be a better person overall. Where I'm from, it's not a lot of people my age that's actually being positive, and I just feel good that I'm able to inspire a lot of young women to get into the trucking industry.
There is a lot of more women that would love to go out on the road as truck drivers, but fear is what keeps a lot of ladies from doing it. And I think that if she tells her story more, it'll open people up to wanna, they'll conquer their dreams and go out and be a truck driver or whatever it is that they want to do.
It's actually a Navy weapon if you're interested, Stanley.
Continue to live how I
Get
live.
around to it at some point.
I'm not gonna let no one box me in or tell me I can't. I love to be different, so I'm gonna continue to be a pretty girl trucker, and I don't care about the opinions of others.
Oops. How did I do that? Oh, is it over already? Huh.
Operationally, it works just like a laser pointer. There's a chamber inside with special materials that release photons.
If you're looking at a boat coming in over the water, you can target exactly the engine and take out exactly the engine and not necessarily damage anything else. So, and that type of precision weapon work is something that you don't really get with conventional weapons because there tends to be more collateral damage.
It's useful against a variety of threats, surface or air. It's not a niche weapon system like some other weapons that we have, throughout the military, where it's only good against air contacts or it's only good against surface targets.
Those laser systems pretty wicked, huh, Stanley?
Yeah.
Like they could just point and fire. That's crazy as shit.
Let's see here.
What's this, Stanley?
So a couple recipes I wanted to have a look at.
Could point like a laser pointer, Stanley. Like, look at that. Bam! Gone, just like that. I was reading some other stuff the other day about the anti-drone technology they're getting about them jammers, those radio jammers that can jam the frequencies of the drones. So if like these Asians ever try a massive drone attack like that, all you gotta do is hit the jammer and they all die.
Yep.
I don't think they know who they're fucking with.
Well, they probably have a fairly good idea.
Of course, I have an affinity for the Air Force and the Navy. But what do you think is more badass, the Air Force or the Navy? Stanley?
Well, the Navy can do more.
They serve the Air Force a lot, that's for sure. Loading their bombs and stuff. So what'd you say this is about?
It's a recipe of
Oh yeah, you did say you had recipes coming up.
I'm gonna have a look at this girl. I've been watching this girl for about 4 years or more. She finally made it to NBC.
In high school is when I had some type of thought when I was sitting in economics class while the professor was talking about like US economics and politics. Something in my brain was just like, I don't think I'm meant to live in the US. When I moved to Iceland, it felt as if there was something magnetic that has been pulling me in this direction.
Not to mention the
And
gay
I haven't
rainbow.
been able to put my finger on it exactly, but I know it has something to do with the nature. My name is Jules Chambers. I am 38 years old. I moved to Iceland from Brooklyn in 2016, and I make $73,000 a year. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, specifically in Bushwick. I moved to Iceland in June of 2016, and it was a huge change for me. The biggest reason for moving is that I had married an Icelander. Besides love, I also was offered a job in the marketing department of a big travel company in Iceland. My ex and I separated in 2022, and our divorce was finalized in July of 2023. All Things Iceland gives you the inside scoop on Icelandic nature, history, culture, and travel through the eyes of someone who moved here as an American in 2016, giving travel tips, advice, and sharing fun anecdotes about the country, as well as interviews on my podcast and really fun, helpful information across all of my social media platforms. All Things Iceland for the last 6 months has made a little over $50,000. And for the rest of the year, the projection is revenue of $100,000. And the company pays me, in essence, I pay myself $6,000 a month before taxes and pension.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, she built it from scratch.
Because I have a great partnership, a long-term contract with a car rental company here in Iceland, I do not pay for anything regarding the car except for fueling it. There is universal health insurance in Iceland that is heavily subsidized. So once you've been living in the country for at least 6 months with a kennitala, or what would be considered your social security number, you're automatically rolled into the healthcare system. And when you go to the doctor, you do have to pay some amount of money, but it is normally not a lot. Oftentimes, when I've gone to the doctor, my cost might be like $3 or $4. In general, Iceland is expensive. And in particular, when it comes to eating out, it definitely can be expensive. It is normal to pay somewhere between $25 to $30 for one course at a restaurant, a main course. Often when I've gone out and I had a 3-course dinner, that would be somewhere around $100 to $120. A cup of coffee also varies depending on where you get it. It could cost you as much as $7.50 to almost $8. I have a credit card. It's a US credit card that I've had for a really long time. I was so happy when I paid it off a couple of years ago. Thankfully, I do not have any debt any longer. I did pay off my student loans, another thing that I was incredibly grateful to do. It's amazing to say that I am debt-free, and I'd like to keep it that way. Every month when I pay myself, because in Iceland, you pay yourself once per month. That's usually how it happens. I put away automatically 10% into a savings account. So we're in Kronan, which is the store I normally like to shop at. This section is my section. Granted, in Iceland, it's limited. And the only reason why I love it is because at least I can get some fresh things. It's because I am plant-based. I often am buying fruits and vegetables. So bananas, of course. It's really important to me to try and shop as local as I can, just because I want to support the fact that Iceland has certain vegetables that it can grow and produce and like gives out. So I'm always buying cucumber. They're looking really fresh, because sometimes due to produce always being imported and being in the country for a while, it's good to just like look around it and make sure, you know, okay, this is a decent one. I love mushrooms. They're so delicious. So really happy that Iceland does grow these too. One hot tip though, that if you're visiting and you are wondering about the water in Iceland, it is pristine, it's amazing. There's no reason to ever buy bottled water in Iceland, ever. Another very Icelandic thing that you'll find in stores besides meat is dried fish in particular. And this is harfiskur, so it's dried haddock, and this is $1,699. Do not open this in an airplane in someone's car without their permission. Like, it is a very intense smell. The number one thing I
That's
miss
either
from the
the
US
dried
is
fish
my
or the dried
family.
shark,
I visit the US.
a rotted shark.
The number one thing I miss from the US is my family. I visit the US 1 to 2 times a year, and I have family members that also visit 1 to 2 times a year. My mother being the number one person that loves to come over to Iceland. She was just here for 7 weeks, and that was amazing. I am an Icelandic citizen, and I have been for some years now. Iceland is my home. I've felt that ever since I moved. When I made that decision and stepped my foot down that day when I came to the country full time, it just felt right, and it has continued to feel that way. So for the foreseeable future, Iceland is my home, and I'm really happy that I have the chance to say that.
Oh. Have a really interesting algorithm.
If I was rich, I'd go to Iceland just to visit. I mean, I already live in Alaska, though.
Yeah.
Or, you know what, another one I'd like to go to, Stanley, is Greenland. Like, I heard people in Greenland are real happy.
Yeah.
You see that one about because not everyone is rich like us, Stanley. About how to make poor boy biscuits, Great Depression biscuits with 3 ingredients, and they're real good.
Yeah. I'm assuming those.
Okay, that's like informational. Like,
Right.
people might have some old flour they don't know what to do with, and they're hard on times, and they don't know how to make Depression era biscuits like our great grandparents did, Stanley.
Yeah.
Right. Tell me about your great grandparents, Stanley.
I didn't know them. They were dead by the time I was alive or born.
What?
Think
I
my
mean, don't you
father's.
know anything about them?
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, my
Let's start with your
father's.
grandparents. How about that?
They're from South Georgia. They're West Virginia roots on my father's side, and Sea Island of South Carolina roots on my mother's side.
Were they slaves, or what did they do?
Yeah, both sides have a history of slavery,
Really?
but they're also white people from West Virginia as well.
Oh, wow. How did they fare during the Great Depression?
No idea. My father does all that genealogy stuff. Sure, I'll get around to it one of these days, but I'm not particularly into, you know, oddly enough, I like history, but never been into genealogy that much.
Yeah.
Oops.
My grandma has a book like freaking, that thing's got to be 4 inches thick of like her on my grandma and my mom's side.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that book's like 4 inches thick, Stanley. I was
Right.
almost about to release the name, and then I stopped myself. But yeah, and that. But
All right,
anyway,
let's look at the hobo biscuits.
Okay.
Today,
Great
I'm going to show you how to
Depression
make some
biscuits.
hobo biscuits from 1929. Stay tuned. The hobo biscuits that we're going to make are from a 1929 recipe. It uses mostly dry ingredients, things that a hobo of that era would find fairly easy to source, either by purchasing them from a local store or perhaps bartering and trading for them at a farmhouse where he had also done some work. They do not require an oven or any kind of advanced cookware, just something simple that would be easy to pack and carry in a knapsack along with the other ingredients. And this is the kind of thing that you might find in a common hobo jungle, perhaps not so much someone out on the trail, but when they're at a more static position, going back and forth between town and the hobo jungle, working, and whoever was staying back at camp perhaps would fix these for the men in the morning. Many times an older hobo who was no longer able to ride the rails, he would stay back at camp, keep the fire going, do some of the wash and various things that need to be done throughout the day. And then as the men would trickle back in from their various jobs, they would each try to bring something and contribute to the pot. Either dried goods like what we're going to use today, or something perhaps for the mulligan stew for that evening. So let's get to that right now. The first thing we're going to need is something to put our dry mix in so that it can be stirred and mixed together. And you could use something like this, old graniteware, enamelware bowl, or actually anything. You could use an old tin can of a decent size. Next, we need to get into our camp box, which is merely an old Frank Seidel's soap box. And in here we have various cookware. We've got some matches, things that we might need to keep them all together and safe. But inside here, we have our measuring cup and a teaspoon and tablespoon. We're also going to want a wooden spoon for stirring the mixture, and then an old fork that we can use for cutting in the mixture. The first thing that our recipe calls for are 2 cups of flour, kept in this old coffee can. And this is just plain white flour. There's 1 cup. And 2 cups. So 2 cups of flour to start off with. Next, we need 4 teaspoons of baking powder. This is just Rumford baking powder. And of course, we'll try to keep these level. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we need to add 1 teaspoon of salt. This is an old cocoa tin. It's got salt marked on it. Well, there we go. So 1 teaspoon of salt. And next we need 4 tablespoons of dried milk. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next, we need to mix all of this dry mix together and do our best to try to get it as evenly distributed as possible. Now, this is going to take a couple of minutes, but it's really not that difficult. Just got to take a little bit of time. And the reason we're using a wooden spoon is because we don't want to scratch the enamelware, get any of that into our food. After that is thoroughly mixed, we have to add our next ingredient, which is some lard, which we carry in this small Centennial lard bucket. And this needs 5 tablespoons of lard or shortening. You could use bacon grease if you wish. Let's make sure that's fairly level. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's a total of 5 tablespoons of lard. Next, we add our last ingredient, which is 1
Hope he
cup
had
of
some
clean
bacon
water.
to make that lard.
I'm trying to figure out where a hobo would get lard from.
The trading place.
Now using the fork, we want to blend and mix the water and the lard and everything all together. And just go kind of slow with this. You can feel it as you cut and push down through the lard and on into the powder that we've made here
Couldn't
from the
you use
various
butter
ingredients.
for that too, right,
You
Stanley?
can see
That's
it's
what
starting
I
to make a
use.
dough. You just got to be a little
I
patient with
use
this
butter.
You
process.
can almost use
Taking
any
care,
sort
again,
of
not to
oil.
scrape the pan too much with
And you
a
actually
metal
don't have
fork.
to use oil either.
You could do this with a
I
wooden
don't
fork or
think,
wooden
if I
spoon if you wish.
recall,
Just cut through it,
you can actually
pushing and
make
mixing
biscuits just with
until you get a really nice
cream
doughy
and
batter.
flour
Now we take some of the lard
or
and
buttermilk.
grease the pan. So we're going to clean off the spoon here. We use the tablespoon. And this needs to be well greased. You don't want to have any biscuits sticking to your pan. So literally all the way around, all through the
Ryan knows
bottom
all
and the
about
sides.
that fry bread.
Just thoroughly grease it. This is the secret to making sure
What's
that it
that?
doesn't stick
Cast
together
iron.
This looks
when
good
you are
though when
putting
he's
it in the
done,
pan
dude.
and when you're cooking.
You wanna
What is he making?
eat any
Just
other
thoroughly grease it
biscuit?
really well.
Oh, biscuits. Okay. Nice.
And there we go. Next, we get a large tablespoon out of the
Lard
box.
is
And
good
then we
for you,
also make
despite
sure that
what
it is
people
well greased
say.
with lard.
Is that a cast iron or what kind of pot
Then
is
we
that?
simply
Looks like
take a
steel.
spoonful
That's probably
and
carbon
drop it
steel.
in. And you can make these however big or small you wish to. It's good that they don't touch if you can help.
Wow.
Doesn't really
They
matter,
look
but
good too.
they'll cook a little bit better if they don't touch.
All that lard.
It's actually not that much.
Try to keep them close to the same size if you
Mulligan
can.
still. Interesting.
All right, something like that. And now we place our biscuits in a pan, well greased, of course, over top of some coals. Now, if you do
I
this
have
right, it
one
should
of
only
those.
take about 10 minutes or so.
I have a
And as soon
pen
as they're
like
browned
that,
on the one
Stanley.
side, you want to go ahead and flip them over. After a few minutes of cooking,
I
go
thought
ahead and
about
lift it.
getting that stainless
Make
steel.
sure that we can keep our coals together, kind of resituate them, make a nice bed for the bottom, put it back on there. And now we want to flip them over. They're pretty brown on one side.
Where did a hobo get
But you can
that
see
nice spatula?
they are going to want to stick
It looks like
together
a
some.
pancake or something.
So that's why you definitely want to make sure that this
Almost.
is well greased.
It looks like a pancake kind of, right?
And the more times that you do this, the better you'll get at it. The important thing to remember is a good bed of coals and low heat, especially when you're using something like this
A
cool handle
pancake's going
skillet.
to have
It's very thin steel,
an egg
and if you're
in it.
not careful, you can easily overcook and burn these instead of them turning out golden brown, as you see here. You just have to really watch this very, very carefully. And of course, not to sound like a broken record, but you need to make sure your
You know, Stanley and group, this is so these hobos
pan is really well greased. You can also do
moved
this
to
using a reflector
California, a lot
oven,
of them,
which is what I did at the recent squirrel camp. Some of you
the
have seen
Okies.
pictures and video of that from our recent camp out with Dave Canterbury at his property in the 1930s squirrel camp. Now, when you think they're almost done and you want to test it, you just use a little sliver of wood like this, and you poke it down inside, and you see if it comes out doughy. Well, this did not. Let's try another one. There's no dough on it. All right, well, these are mostly done. As you can see, they got just a little bit of burnt here, but I think they're pretty well decently finished.
Wouldn't
And
be
let's taste them
hobo
and see how they
without a
work
little
out.
bit of burnt.
So is that just flour?
Now it's time. Have a taste.
No,
Is that just flour?
it was lard and
Well, I mean,
Looks
dried
pretty good.
milk,
First, we have to return thanks.
flour. I was wondering where he got the dried milk from in a hobo camp.
I know where they get it. I had it as a
That's
kid.
absolutely
Probably
delicious.
stole it.
Put a little fresh butter on here, maybe a little bit of honey.
Did anybody put
Maybe
dried
a
milk?
food
Absolutely
bank,
great.
Stanley. Might have
It's a
got it
food
from
bank.
food bank.
That's where we got it. Food bank. That needs to dry 'em out.
Yeah, well, not really into the hobo aesthetic.
I ask that question to people. Have you had dry milk before? They say
But
yes.
you know,
I'm
back
not noisy
back
about
in 1930 during the Great Depression, you might have been saving all your lard in a container like that. So it's basically like a Great Depression recipe more than a hobo recipe, I think.
Yeah.
Because back during the Depression, weren't they still giving out those ration stamps? Because like there's only so much food, so you had to
That was
turn in
during,
your
I thought the ration stamps were during wars, like World War
yeah,
World War
II.
II. Yeah.
and then the Great Depression came after, right?
No, the Depression was before World War II.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
yeah, but right before.
yeah. That that was when my grandma and grandpa were working on a rice farm.
So it's a very interesting time because a lot of these hobos moved to like California, and they called them Okies, right? But people were moving all around through the train system, and a lot of the foundings of rock and roll were from hobos, like blues artists specifically, the Delta blues. Stanley probably knows a little bit about it, but
Nope.
you don't know about the Delta blues. You're from
Well, I
Georgia,
know what they are. I don't really know the history of it.
so Woody Guthrie learned from a guy called like he played with a guy called Lead Belly and a guy called uh
Well, I've
um
heard of Lead Belly. I've heard of Woody Guthrie.
John. But listen, there was a guy called Blind Willie McTell.
I've heard of Blind Willie McTell.
He is probably not many people know about him, but Jimi Hendrix referenced him a lot. So I kind of went down this road years ago of like I like blues, but mainly more country or Delta blues. And you hear the first riffs probably in history from Blind Willie McTell. He plays a 12-string guitar, and he made maybe 50 songs. Um, so this was like by 1930, the Depression hits. All of a sudden, he kind of vanishes into obscurity. And then in the 60s, that project that tries to capture old music, was it what Smithsonian Folkways goes to these country and blues artists and basically all hobos, lead belly, like all these people, and records a lot of the songs so it wouldn't be lost to history. Uh, so it's just neat. It's neat that he did that, you know. But a lot of old blues artists were hobos. That's literally the founding of rock and roll. It's amazing. So, by the way, also country music was founded by these people, and all everything you hear on the radio, like pretty much all forms of music, were founded by these blues artists in the 20s. And yeah, Blind Lemon Jefferson. He was a reverend singing the blues back in like 1929. Blind Lemon Jefferson, growling the blues. So very interesting, you know, all from hobos.
Yep.
So just Baroquis riding around on trains playing together. So it's pretty wild. And Woody
That's
Guthrie,
where not where bluegrass ended up coming from, really.
all of it.
Well, bluegrass pretty much pre-existed that. Um, Bluegrass is a mixture of Scotch, Irish, and African.
Now,
But a lot
Arkansas
of it's from the
bluegrass
blues,
is some of my favorite.
but
Yep.
a lot of it's from like these hobos. Uh, Lead Belly, bluegrass, blues, and rock and roll are all from that time period, so to speak. You know.
I think I'm
Uh,
ready for a piece of chocolate pie.
isn't that wild though? Stanley, pretty neat, huh?
Yep.
All the stuff we're listening to now came from then. So. pretty neat. Scotch Irish and
Well,
yeah,
that's
African.
the bluegrass stuff. I mean, it can all kind of be connected
It all
one
kind
way.
of yeah, it all came from the same. So
Ooh, this is
pretty
long.
neat. What is this here?
Uh, well, it's another female black trucker.
Hey, what is up, Slime Pack Nation? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another trucking vlog, y'all.
You
Bittersweet
said
moment.
y'all.
We getting ready to hit the
Y'all.
road. I'm not ready to leave home. I'm kind of ready to get on the road, but it's just I have to get across that point of leaving home. Once I leave out of the area of my home radius, it's like, okay,
Feels better.
it's starting to become a little smoother, a little easier. It's always that first day. That first day is always the toughest for me. But y'all, we do have a load. I actually received this load last night. My dispatcher was on it. We headed to Mountain Air in Solid City to pick up an empty trailer, and then we're gonna go all the way to Reedsville, North Carolina, to get live load. Now, I do remember doing this similar load before. I think we picked up some McDonald's chicken nuggets, and y'all, we getting ready to head all the way up
Ooh,
to
bad idea.
Connecticut. I was about to say Kentucky, but we're getting ready to head to Connecticut because I read a comment. Somebody was like, anytime you're in Connecticut, let me know. Listen, y'all, I'm not about to meet up with random people from my comment section, but if we do happen to run into each other at the truck stop, then cool. But I'm not about to
Okay,
just
she
meet
should
up with
avoid
random
that
people
altogether.
that I don't
Completely.
know over the road while I'm out here all alone. But anyway, y'all, this trip is a total of 750 miles. I think today is November the 8th, and the appointment is on November the 10th at 8 a.m. I got to be there to get loaded today by 6 p.m. Currently, it is 1:48. I wanted to be leaving by 1:30, but I always
Hey
run a little
Stanley,
bit
Stanley,
schedule anytime
Yep.
I got to leave home because
pause it for a minute. So how was the youngin's dish?
Actually, he's making it tomorrow. I thought he was making it today.
Ah, man.
So we ate
Okay.
my food, and then he's supposed to go over to a friend's house tomorrow and cook it there.
Ah, wow, okay. I was just wondering. He said he was going to cook. I'm like, okay, well, let's see how it went.
Well, I thought he was going to cook too, but
So you're just what are you visiting with? Just having like a
you what?
post? You having a post Thanksgiving meal or something?
I guess he's seen some friends from high school or something.
Oh, so hold on a minute. So he's not even making it for you.
No, apparently not.
He's wow. So he said, Dad, can I cook? And he said, yeah, sure. You're thinking, okay, cool, this is great. I mean, he's really carrying on the tradition. And then he's like, no, no, not for you, Dad.
Well, I don't
For
mind
me and my
because
friends.
he's not famous for cleaning up after himself, so
Oh, yeah.
not really any no hard feelings.
You know what, man? That's what it's. Yeah, it's at least putting the stuff in the sink as you go, right? At
You
least
what?
putting it in the sink. Putting the stuff in the sink as you go makes it easier, I think. You know what I mean? Like after
Much
you
easier,
use
but
it.
I've never been able to convince him of that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's
I
all right.
actually,
He'll have his own kitchen one day. He'll get it at some point.
well, what happens in my home is I'll be cooking and I do an okay job of cleaning up after myself. But my wife will be hawking me and I'll put down like a spatula and she'll pick it up because she's insane. She'll pick it up and put it in the dishwasher. And I'm not even done with it. So it used to annoy the shit out of me. And now I just go in and grab another clean spatula. I'm like, you know what? Okay, that's no problem. I'll just grab a new one. I used to get very aggravated about that, but you know what? You You got to put all these dishes away, so who cares? You know?
That's generally why I don't like anybody in the kitchen with me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. They just, you know, and then she's moving stuff, moving this over here. Well, I thought you were done with it. You know, blah 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 blah. I'm like, come on, man, just get out. So, anyway, I was just curious, see how that went.
Went pretty good. I did smoked pork roast, which was actually really tender. It was a whole pork loin, like a I don't know how they do pork loins. You can get those little small ones, but
But you smoked it.
this
Smoked
one, yeah, I put it. Yeah, I've got a smoker, and then I did a potato squash casserole, and I made homemade dinner rolls. So worked out.
Excellent.
Huh?
Excellent. Did you what kind of smoker do you have?
It's a uh, Bradley electric smoker.
Okay, electric. I got you. Yeah, I had a pit barrel, and it was great, but I rusted a hole in the bottom of it. I'm debating whether or not to get a new one. But it made smoking real easy, you know. So you just put it in, time it, bring it out. Everything was great.
Right.
So
It's what
still same.
Stanley's is. It takes those pucks, right, Stanley, and they just you set
Right.
it to temp, and
Right.
it
Bradley.
just like
So how
magic, it comes out smoke.
do you keep it outside?
Yeah, I keep it on my front porch.
Huh. But it's a
Um,
Bradley electric smoker. I gotta look that up.
yeah, I'll put the it's kind of like this one, but it's a slightly different model. This is the
Sorry.
original smoker, but it's not quite the same thing. It's
Bringing it up.
silver and
Oh wow.
it's got a digital like unit one side for
Man,
the
that's not cheap. They're $800.
yeah. Well, actually,
Or more.
my brother gave it to me. He didn't. He wanted a different one,
Oh shit. Yeah, it ain't no
but
joke.
it's a
I'm
digital.
looking at it now.
It's not like this black one here with the dial.
Set and forget.
Yeah, well, for 4 hours. It only does 4 hours at a time.
Oh,
Shit,
okay.
that ain't no joke. That's more than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I wonder if I gotta
What
I got rid of my smoker had got a hole in it, so I got
wouldn't do a brisket?
I've done a brisket in it before. It's actually this is the one. This is the one that I have. It's not that expensive, really.
When you say this one, are you bringing it up?
It's this one.
I know, but you don't have it on the screen.
Oh, hold on one sec. Oh, I put the link in the back.
Oh, okay. I thought you
No,
okay,
here it is.
Got it.
This is the one I have.
What's on the left side? What is that on the left?
It only goes 4 hours, Stanley.
Yep.
What's that thing
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
left side?
you can go back and you know what? It might go over it. You know what? It automatically goes to 4 hours, so it might actually. I've never actually tried to take it higher, but 4 hours
I
at a
would
time.
think to do a whole Texas brisket can take from 12 to 16 hours. So I think a smoker that size would go that
I
long.
haven't done a whole brisket. It might go over 4 hours, but I don't mind. I need to check on it. I need to check on it every 4 hours anyway.
Not really.
It'll go 8 hours or something.
It might go 8 hours. To be honest, I haven't even tried it. I guess tomorrow I'll go and check it out. But this is the model I have, and then I've got a cover. Yeah, I got a cover for it, and the left side of this digital unit controls the pucks, and then the right side is there's a cable that connects to the actual smoker unit, and
I see the pump.
it controls the
I,
temperature and monitors the
I,
temperature.
Yeah,
I
those
see the
are nice.
pumps.
I have an
Those,
offset like the guy on that container ship, Stanley.
Right.
Like he was using. That's what I use.
So basically, this is the inside of it.
now, you ever seen these pellet smokers? Can you just use regular pellets in them, like for your house?
Regular what?
Like a pellet grill? You seen them?
I'm relatively familiar with it.
Can you use
Damn,
regular wood
Stanley, you're
pellets in them?
making me hungry again.
Hmm.
Yeah, maybe I'll get like a little smoke because I got a grill now. I got a Weber, like one of
I
them.
do
Those
want
stand.
one like that because I'm getting old and lazy.
Yeah, it'll
But see,
go
you
up
say
to
you use.
280. That's correct.
That's good.
That's plenty for a smoker for no
What's
matter
the
what
minimum?
you're smoking.
180 or something is the minimum, probably.
Now the thing is this full 4 racks. It's actually, I think the one I have is taller because I've got it's either 6 or 8 racks, so it's actually bigger than this one.
Wow. Who's your brother-in-law? He must be a big time cook or
No,
something,
he's
right?
not a brother. He's my brother.
Oh, he must be into smoking if he's spending 800 bucks on something.
Well, you know what? We all are. My father is literally. He has like, uh, he and I made a brick pit like probably 40 years ago. He laid the brick himself, and he had it moved a few years ago, like probably 20 years ago. He had it physically moved, and then he went and had a friend of his build a metal cover for the grill, and it hand cranks, so it lifts up, and you can crank it back down, so it
Oh,
more or less seals the thing.
interesting.
And he could probably do a whole hog on there easily. But my
Wow.
father has been barbecuing like
Damn.
50 years.
Is that he's got like one of those big old cast iron smokers
No,
like
it's a
that, Stanley?
no, it's a brick fire pit that we built. He and I literally built it about 40 years ago,
Damn.
maybe even 50 years ago, because I
Put a
wasn't.
whole hog on that fucker?
Yeah.
You should get a
What about?
picture of that, man,
No,
and
next
show
time
it
I'm
to
home,
us.
I will.
Hey, maybe 12th man knows this. Can you take a oil drum, a 55-gallon oil drum, like a legit one? Can you? Uh, you could cut that in half and turn that into like a grill, couldn't you? You
Well,
think?
yeah, you can.
Yeah, you don't really want to do that though, since you can get so many smokers so cheap. I mean,
Well, not only
you're
that, but
looking
you
at
definitely don't want it like used for anything. If it's ever been like in service, I would.
right.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't used. I got access to a used one. That's why I thought of it. I can get the oil out of it. Like I'll just burn the shit out of it. I'll I'll get all the petrochemicals
Like,
out of it.
look, Ryan, like my offset smoker, and it's not the best offset smoker, but it's pretty decent. And I bought it for $35 at a yard
Wow.
sale, dude. You know what I
So
mean?
all, yeah, that isn't that for a regular grill also smoker?
Doesn't it? Doesn't don't the offset smokers have fire brick in them sometimes?
Yeah, yeah, that helps the heat, especially in the winter. I got fire brick in mine
I'm looking at it. Offset
in the
smoker.
main chamber. Like I don't. I
Yeah, I mean
mean,
the thing is, if you actually build one out of a like cut a barrel, there's nothing to hold the heat in.
Yeah, I
yeah, I
can see
mean,
that. Yeah,
and you
that's
can buy
true.
one so cheap, and even brand new, like the one I have. You can get at Walmart for $150, no
No
problem.
shit. That's good, huh? That's
Yeah,
pretty good though. Huh.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
then you can get a box of hickory or whatever. Like out here, I use alder and birch a lot because I have plenty of that
I got hickory
out
everywhere.
here
I got
just
lots of hickory.
naturally. But hey, man, you don't want to bother with an old barrel trying to build a smoker out of that. Just
Yeah.
get one from Costco or Walmart or
Oh,
somewhere.
okay. Actually, this is the one I have. It's a 6 rack for like oh,
You got to pull it up, Stanley. We can see it.
oh sorry.
Damn, that's
Oh
that's
wow,
big.
yeah, that's like for a whole like the whole Walton family. You could smoke for the whole Walton family
Oh
in that
shit.
damn thing.
How long one of
It's bigger in the picture than it's not. It's
how long does one of pellets last? How long a pellet lasts?
I don't ever fill it up like that. I don't like this. Like when I did this pork roast,
Yeah.
I smoked it for 4 hours, but cooked the actual pork roast for 8 hours. I mean, you don't need to have the.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
got
mean,
you.
once the smoke is infused, you don't need to like keep smoking it, for 8 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is
I
that a
don't
whole
like
rack of
this.
ribs in there? That's a whole rack of ribs in there, isn't it?
Yeah, you can get a whole rack in there.
No
You get
shit.
a whole lot of shit in there.
My
Yeah.
brother-in-law made ribs in my smoker. He's like, look,
Those pucks
don't get.
are kind of spendy though.
He said, don't
So
get a
there's
Well,
that.
not
don't get a
only
behind.
that, but you don't have to buy the pucks. They make these little metal discs that you can get like wood chips and put whatever flavor wood chips you want in these little metal discs. So it doesn't have to be that form of wood. They literally, I think they're stainless steel maybe, but they're weighted, and some of them are like full, like actually like hockey pucks. Some of them are like hockey pucks with a hollow in there, so you can stuff wood chips in it.
How much do those cost? That's an accessory though.
Yeah,
You got to pay for that.
yeah, I forget how much they are. You could probably make them if you wanted to. If you knew somebody who could do that.
I mean, I have access to wood. I got wood everywhere that I cut down anyway, so I can. It's easy
You can
for me.
only use certain kinds of wood for smoking. I mean, if
Well, I
you're
got.
looking at using wood around your property, you want a stick burner or a kettle grill or something like that.
I have hickory and I got lots of oak. I got beech. I got poplar. I'd
You
imagine something without a lot of
poplar,
tannins in it.
poplar, you're not going to want to use because that kind of
Yeah,
stinks. Actually,
that probably burns quick too.
beech. I've never heard of people using beech, but I don't know.
Beech
I
is
know
probably
Yeah,
oak
me
and I
neither,
know
but
hickory.
the hickory is good for pork, chicken, or beef, and maybe some people like it on chicken and poultry, others not. I happen to like hickory smoked chicken myself, but
yeah.
a lot of people, it's definitely too strong for fish.
Yeah.
You don't want to use hickory
I
on
got
fish.
black walnut. I got
Yeah,
a
that's
lot of black walnut.
you don't
Some
want to
cherry,
use
but
black walnut on anything.
yeah, it's probably bitter as
It's
hell.
too strong, too strong.
Yeah.
But
I guess
regular
we got to figure
walnut,
out.
yeah. Regular walnut you can use for beef.
I don't even know. All I have is black walnut. That's it.
Yeah,
And
that makes
it
good
literally it kills
firewood, but
everything. It kills everything around it. It makes good furniture wood too. It's a nice, beautiful finish.
yeah.
It's easy to work, but I'd imagine for smoking it sucks.
What
White
was
oak,
the
red
other
oak.
kind you said you had
I got white
hickory
oak,
and what
red
else?
oak, hickory. White oak, red oak, hickory. Good amount of white oak, which thing is they
Yeah,
don't go
oh,
down that
I think you can use oak for smoking. Some people
well.
use
Imagine
oak for smoking
what
wood.
about What about for fish though, like salmon and whitefish?
You want birch, alder, apple,
Apple,
maybe
okay, yeah.
cherry.
I have cherry,
Uh,
no apple.
yeah, you want to
Let me
go with
get
the
you.
lighter woods for that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
I
I
had to
think
look at.
you might do good since it sounds like you're a beginner smoker, Ryan. You might want to start off with a cheap kettle grill or offset and uh,
Yeah,
go from there. And it sounds like you got a lot of native wood, so you wouldn't have to be buying a lot of wood depending on what you're smoking, you
I had a
know?
smoker before, but it was kind of a. It was called a pit barrel. It was just you put charcoal in it. That's it, just charcoal.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah, you have to learn about offset smoking. Like if you're gonna do a roast, you got your coals and chips on one side of the grill, and then a pan with some water, and maybe
Uh,
some citrus or orange juice or apple juice or something in a pan under the roast while it's cooking or
huh.
something like that to keep it from drying
Yeah, I'll have
out.
to learn a little bit.
It takes like 6, 8 hours time for a nice pork roast or ribs, something like that.
I have to get some a bit of an education on it.
Three, two, one.
Interesting.
Yeah, it takes some study. Definitely a science to it.
Yeah, yeah. They had.
Unless you got a fancy rig like Stanley's, and you
Look.
just set and forget.
I went to I went to this
Well,
I
yeah,
went
but I mean, I've been literally like doing this sort of stuff for 30 years.
Yeah, yeah.
I was riding my bike
And
one
then
day.
my father,
And,
my father's been doing it pretty much like between my father and my grandfather since I was like less
a
than
wee
10.
little lad.
Like, yeah, like in single digits. So, I mean, I just know how to do it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I come
Yeah.
from a long line of smoking meat too. But you know what I don't know how to do that I wished I knew how to do, Stanley? Was cure meat, like dry cure and stuff like that. I wish I knew more about that. Like how the Amish do it. That way they could
What,
keep meat for like
curing meat?
months.
How to cure meat?
Yeah, like
That's not, that's
dry
not hard.
curing beef.
That's not
What
hard.
about like dry aged beef?
Have you ever heard of
Yeah,
cold smoke?
dry
Have
age.
you heard of cold smoke?
Yeah, like that's how you do cheese, right?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I bet on your smoker you could get like a 2 pound block of nice called hard cheddar,
Well, there's a cold smoke.
and
There's a cold smoke kit that comes with it. I mean, I've actually made my own sausage from scratch. I've done all kinds of stuff over the
yeah,
years.
cold smoking. Yeah, with some cheese. Damn, you're making me hungry again, Stanley.
Yep. Well,
But yeah, that's some good eating right there. We don't eat like we should, that's for sure. You know, and back in the day, everyone was making their own cheese. They had their own cheese caves and sausages hanging up in it, and that was living. We lost a lot from our ancestors, I think.
yep. Well,
You know.
we've lost a lot of things like smallpox and all kinds of other things too.
This is true.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder why it hasn't come back though, because a lot of
Oh,
times
it does. It does occasionally, especially in Africa.
but I imagine it's mutated, so it's probably even more deadly. Probably worse.
Well, it's harder for it to mutate, when it's just limited.
But usually any of it that survives will become stronger, and then because it mutates to be more resilient, typically. I would think. I could be wrong.
I'm just trying to figure out if RFK is going to take my Cocoa Pebbles from me or not.
He might. He might. He's serious about it too, boy. He might. I'm gonna tell you what. This is gonna piss a lot of people off if he does. But he's right. I don't think he's wrong about a lot of the
Or
stuff that
Captain Crunch.
Well,
One of my friends.
I'm looking forward to him pissing some people off.
He's gonna piss
And
off.
now, not because it's a good sort of piss off, but because that's what these people are going to wind up doing.
No more
I
colored FDA.
will be pleasantly surprised if they make it to the midterms and not have a big turnover.
Well, here's the thing that is amusing to me. This is why I think this is it's about Trump, sure, but it's really an anti, establishment vote in a way. Like you've got to, Stanley, I heard you say this earlier, and I think it's true. The progressive movement is a populist movement, and so is this MAGA movement. Whether it's fake or not is one thing, but they're both
Well, no, it
populist
is
movements.
fake.
Okay,
Basically, these are elites and oligarchs basically riding the backs of the working class to power.
I think both parties are.
There has never been a time that a populist movement or anything like a populist movement has worked, except communism. Okay, and we know what happened to communism.
You don't.
People don't seem to realize that communism was literally started as a populist movement.
Sure, no, I know that. I mean, sure, it's the power of the people.
There has never been a populist government that lasted very long. And you can argue a straight democracy is a populist movement.
That's a bad
So
idea.
the elites have always won. There's never not been a time that elites haven't won.
But would you agree with this? Okay, because as you know, the Republicans and Democrats to me I'm probably considered a neocon or a neo.
Okay, well, this is a different argument you're making. It's not addressing my point.
I know. I'm going to address your point. I'm probably considered a neocon. I'm not MAGA, and I very much dislike the progressives as well. But I see them as one and the same. It's a bunch of people, like the progressive movement's kind of out of the academic Northeast.
No, the progressive movement is basically leftist, and academics are not necessarily progressives. It's kind of different. Real left progressives. Listen to what I'm saying, please. Bernie Sanders is not like left progressives hate academics. Okay, people are it's actually the leftists are actually more straight liberals than they are progressives. That's what people can't seem to get through their thick skulls.
The people, who would you identify as a progressive?
Progressives are DSC and all those sorts of groups are workers' parties. Communism started off Marxism, workers' party, working class. Remember, working class versus the capitalists? The working class are literally the working class, not academics. Academics are considered bourgeois.
What about the Occupy Wall Street movement? Like, what would you categorize?
It was more progressive. Yep.
I guess that group is who I see as kind of I kind of see that group as the redistribution group, so to speak.
That's exactly, and you know what?
The anti-baby boomer
populist movements tend to be. Well, here's the deal: the left progressives tend to be more about distribution of wealth. The right progressives tend not to be.
But don't you see the?
I'm sorry, I said right progressives. I meant right populists. Left populace,
Yeah, that's
progressives,
right.
tend to want to redistribute wealth. The right populace do not.
Yeah, the right
Now,
populace wants to
they will want people, working people to be more in control of resources, but they're not into, taxing the shit out of people because their goal is to be rich.
Well, I think I see them as almost one and the same. It's really,
They are not one and the same.
I know. I
Not
said I
even,
see them. I
not
said
even
almost.
close. Other than
Well, here's what.
other than being populist, the right populists don't. They have a lot in common, but they're not the same.
No, I know they're not the same, but I think what I'm saying is they both feel disenfranchised, right? They both have this idea that
But they're
corporations
all
are
workers.
are
I
the
mean,
evil.
they're all workers.
They're all workers, and it's like
But
very
one set of workers
anti-corporate
wants to redistribute, basically take from the rich and give to the poor. The
by
other
government.
side just wants to be rich.
Well, I think they. I mean, I don't. The right side wants to be rich. I mean,
Yes. That's why they idolize Elon Musk and people like that. They think that, hey, we want to keep the rich rich because we want to be like them. That's why Trump is so popular as a quote businessman.
I think, and I'm just speaking from my opinion, of course, but it's a weird thing with this Trump thing because it is, in a sense, it's anti-establishment, or
Okay, the
allegedly.
right and the left can be anti-establishment.
No, I know. Just let me say what I'm saying. So, anti-government or anti-DC, right? Like drain, like drain the swamp, right? Drain the swamp, that kind of thing. But it is just, I don't know. I feel like that's why RFK coming over, Tulsi Gabbard coming over to the right has been fairly easy. It's people kind of accept it, right? It's like almost like an anti-establishment thing, But and again, the more I see the MAGA movement moving the way it's moving, the more I see them as progressives in a way, because most of the progressives' ideas aren't workable financially or otherwise.
Okay,
And I don't
well,
think,
where you're getting this wrong, you're basically looking at this from a right of center perspective. Okay, when you say what what the right will call establishment, the left will call capitalist or bourgeois.
I think what I'm saying is I'm seeing a converging of some ideas. I'm seeing a converging even of
There,
media.
there are
Media.
convergences, but there are also a lot of differences.
I mean, when Cenk Uygur is going in on the Democrats and propping up Trump, who he is a self-identified progressive that was on MSNBC, I'm like, what world are we living in? Like what is happening right now? Cenk Uygur and Andy Gasparian are young Turks, right? We're the progressive news, and meanwhile, they're going in on Kamala, they're going in on Biden. They've been going in on for a while, and I'm like, how is this happening? So there are some similarities to it, but not all. I mean, and I think you're right. One of them is more communist centric or redistribution, and
Well,
one is more.
yeah, one tends to, while the right populists want to be part of the elite class, they don't want to get rid of Trump and Elon, whereas the left wants to get rid of the bill. On the left progressives, they
Don't
literally
even say it,
they
Stanley.
literally said, don't fucking tell me what to say, 12 man.
Like
The
the
left
left one.
the left literally says sometimes that billionaires shouldn't even exist, whereas
Except they're
the
billionaires.
right populace literally wants to be billionaires.
Only their billionaires should exist.
Okay, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with what I'm
Like the
talking about.
George Soroses.
Okay, you know what?
All of them.
Once again, you should probably listen more than you talk. That's not the argument I'm making.
What would
Like
you
they
call
don't want
The left
the Biden
doesn't even
Democrats?
the left left progressives don't really even think Soros should exist. Billionaires should not
They don't.
exist, period.
Oh, okay. They accept
Like
his money
AOC,
though.
J.
You
Powell,
know
J.
what?
Powell.
What choice do they have?
Well,
Have you heard the term useful idiot? That's
can't you?
basically what a progressive would see a Soros as. They're useful till they're not.
Maybe that's what Elon Musk is.
Um, Not really. I mean, he's more the right. The
At
right
least he
populace.
builds
The
rockets
right
and
populace
does
wants
stuff.
to. The right populace want to be Elon Musk. They don't want to get rid of him.
At least he builds rockets and does stuff. Unlike
I'm
that
sure that
old.
that'll work. I'm sure
How
that'll
old is
work.
George Soros
I'm
now?
sure that will work. But it
He's
doesn't
not
address my
90.
argument. I don't really care about any of that.
Well, speaking of your argument, Stanley, I got a question. So, what would are you a what is your ideology? Are you progressive or are you just a like a you're
I'm
kind of a
a
centrist Democrat,
pretty
aren't
much a centrist. I think progressives have a lot of problems too.
you?
As a matter of fact, I'm against extremes of all sorts.
Yeah, me too. I know that's why I always say I'm not MAGA. I don't agree with the tariffs. The tariffs scare me as much as the left wing policies of like Be Brave wants free housing, free health care, free everything for people. I'm like, that's not workable. Like, it's not workable to do it. You can't
Well,
just
it's
have.
not workable, but I also don't think it's a bad thing to have. If it was workable, we should do it.
I think you can strive, but you can't. The two limiting factors for me is this: you don't want to take away people's ambition to get after it and build lives for themselves, and you don't want to bankrupt the system itself. That's the main things. Short of that, let's try it. I'm cool with it. So, but I don't think that our healthcare system can uh, be like the European model, which the European model, I'm gonna tell you, Stanley, it's broken as ours is.
Right, but what
We
you're not understanding is the left would just as soon destroy the current healthcare system and make a new one. Okay, basically
no,
you're assuming when you say our healthcare system, you basically mean, hey, we would have to rejigger what we have now. The left is
yeah,
like, nope, get rid of it. Let's build a new one.
yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of a Marxist idea. I'm definitely against that. I don't think. Let's say we're not many progressive, and I'm not saying progressives.
No, left liberals are not the same thing. Left liberals are not the same thing as progressives. Progressives tend to be more socialist, if not outright Marxist. Uh,
Yeah,
I'm probably more. I would probably be more okay with probably as far left as I would go would be somewhere like a Cornell West. Cornell West isn't a Marxist, but he is a socialist. There are different types of socialism.
he's he's pretty far left.
Yep,
That's
but
for
he's
sure.
not as far left. He can coexist with a Bernie Sanders. However, he is not a Marxist. He's basically a Christian socialist. I think that's what he calls himself. He actually, is an ordained minister. He is not. Progressives tend to be, the quote godless horde.
Yeah,
Cornel West is not that.
there's a movement in Christianity which is a socialist movement now, which I
Yeah, well,
was
I mean, there are people who argue that Christ was a socialist. Kind of in that vein.
he was. Look at his policies, or look at his life. I mean, for sure. But but yeah, there's so my daughter's in the ministry, and she's like, there are groups. It's got its own ecosystem, right? It's got its own it's just diverse as every other friggin' group in the country. So yeah, there's like Christian socialists. There's the media always a lot of times will go in on the Christians And they're
And
like
also, let me make one comment to Kimmy. Kimmy, there are no far left liberals. Liberals, it doesn't work that way. Liberals cannot be far left. If you're far left, you're a progressive or an outright Marxist. Liberals tend to be more like more center, and more like if the progressives had a or if Marxists had a choice, they would get rid of the Constitution. Liberals would never do that.
Like James Carville, is that a liberal?
Yeah, he'd be more. Actually, he would be more center left. Believe it or
he's a
not.
classic. He's like a classic liberal. And when you say liberal, you mean classic liberal, right, Stanley?
Well, classical liberal is actually more libertarian. Believe it or not. When I say liberal, I guess I do mean kind of like a Clinton, but probably a little. Well, Clinton was actually a good example. He had a lot of right. I wouldn't say right wing, but he could get along. I can get along with a center right person.
I know what a fascist is. It's usually far right. I feel like authoritarian. I feel like the progressives you're speaking of, the modern progressives, have like some fascism to them with the way they.
No. Now the different types of authoritarians. Okay, fascism is just one type of authoritarianism.
Well, what like the speech control, the college campus situation? What would you
Okay,
call?
I call it bullshit. People who are talking about, people who want to talk about, the campuses and all that really has nothing to do. That's more political
I'm
than
saying, what would you
actual
call that?
like
What would you call
political
that?
philosophy. Free speech on campus. There's probably more free speech on a college campus than anywhere. And people who say otherwise they're either being disingenuous or they just don't know.
Well, okay, so I've seen things on YouTube where they'll have a leftist speaker.
Okay, well, I don't go to YouTube for political philosophy. I literally go
I'm
to
asking a
political
question.
philosophers.
I'm asking a question. So, like, if you look at the modern college campus, like they'll host a left wing speaker. If they have a right wing speaker that's coming, they'll protest. They'll petition the
Yep,
college
and
not to have them. So,
okay,
what
well,
would you?
it's if they don't want a right wing speaker, that's free speech too.
And I'm fine with it. What would you call that form of progressivism, though? That ideology that they're trying to.
I wouldn't actually call it progressivism. I would call it kids being kids. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, I don't think it's an epidemic. I don't think it's. They make it out to be more than it is.
Let
But what I'm saying
me
is,
give you a good example, and I brought this up before. You remember me mentioning, like, when I was in college, there was Forsyth County, Georgia, that had thrown the black residents out back in the 20s. And Oprah did a show about that county. And essentially, no one even really, it wasn't in the forefront of anybody's thinking until that Oprah show. Well, there was a big protest, and all the this is back in the late 80s, so all the 60s civil rights leaders were younger and still around, and Reverend Lowry and all these people wanted to go protest. Like, one of the civil rights leaders had like a donkey cart he was gonna pull from Atlanta to Forsyth County. Well, on the University of Georgia campus, everybody was organizing to go all the way over to Forsyth County, which is a couple hours away, to go protest. Now, half the students had no clue about this before the Oprah show. Half of them didn't even know the history of it. It just sounded like righteous. Hey, black people hadn't been there. It's the right thing to do. Let's go protest it. Okay, well, you know what? They had no ideology. They just saw an injustice and wanted to just go protest.
They thought it was.
So you know what? That's what I see the campus protests over. The Palestinians. Half the students just want to. Who said it the other day, a while ago? Half the time, it's a way to meet girls, or vice
I agree
versa.
with that. The men
So
are,
I don't look at anything that happens on a college campus with a very serious political eye. Now, maybe you could make an argument about maybe the professors, but the students, they just want to meet each other and go fuck.
It's something to do. Yeah, it's like a hobby.
Right. I don't take them as seriously as the right does.
They've even interviewed him, like Charlie Kirk, who he's right wing, but he's interviewed him, and they're like,
Charlie
hey,
Kirk is an idiot.
I'm giving you an example. I know he's an
Well,
idiot.
no, and I'm telling you, your example of my opinion of Charlie Kirk is I sure don't take him seriously.
I'm not saying you should. What I'm saying is he was living out your example. He was asking questions of people at the protest. And they were
Right.
like,
And you know
what
what?
do you think about the Palestinians? And
You know what?
they didn't even know where it is. They don't even know where it
Exactly. Exactly.
is. So the students don't even know where Palestine is. They don't know what it's
Nope.
about.
Nope.
So, but I think my
So
point is,
why does the right now, if the argument is what the hell are these kids doing, get back to class, I would
it's a
agree with
question.
it. I would agree with it.
Me too. But my question for you is, what would you call that strain? You're pretty good at political ideologies, right? That's why I'm asking. What would you call that strain of the left wing? Would you call it
I would say it's left, but it's a
communist?
left. I would call it students who don't know what the hell they're doing and are trying to cut class and meet each other to go screw Saturday night.
It's like
I wouldn't call them serious. Wouldn't call them anything.
Yeah, it's like a cancel culture on the left.
Okay, I don't think cancel culture on the left even exists. I think it is literally made up.
I don't know what you're talking about, Stanley. People have been
Well,
fired.
what I'm saying is the right has made up that concept of cancel culture. It's made up. It is not real. It's like race. It exists, but it doesn't really.
Can I give you an example?
You know what? In my opinion, when the right wing wants to say or come to campus or all that sort of stuff, anytime the right wing gets pushback, and it happens vice versa also, anytime the right can't say anything without criticism, they want to say it's cancel culture. They expect to be able to say anything they want to say and not be criticized for it. No one is saying, hey, look, you can't say what you want to say, but you can't say what you want to say and not get pushback.
Okay. So,
as if the left doesn't expect the same things, then.
I literally just said that it happens vice versa too. Did you not hear me say that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, of course you didn't. You never do.
Yeah, I do.
So, a lot of people have been fired for various things that are not fireable or ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Well, I think sometimes we don't know the full story, but I will agree that, there have been some things that have happened that shouldn't.
So you know about Steven Pinker, right?
See what happened to him. I know who he is.
So, Steven Pinker's at Harvard, and he said publicly, he used the word niggardly, Niggardly. The origins of that word are very different than the racist
Well, I know what niggardly means. It means stingy, basically. Nope.
Yeah, agree.
Well,
What'd you say?
that should have been a case where somebody gets called stupid, and here's a dictionary, look it up.
Yeah, so
that should have never happened.
Harvard,
And I'm
Harvard
sure it went away. Did it not?
That also happened in DC. It also happened in
Harvard
DC.
fired him.
What up,
Harvard,
John?
really?
Hey,
Harvard fired him. It
Ryan.
took like
Okay,
2
well,
Harvard.
I'm gonna say it wasn't
Hold on.
just niggardly that got him fired. Then
Hey, Ryan, do you remember when it happened in DC? You remember when the same thing
No.
happened in DC?
No.
Anthony Williams was the mayor at the time. You know, he's like a bean counter type guy, and they were having a budget meeting. I think it was Anthony Williams, and a white accountant or someone used the word niggardly as it related to the budget, and they fired him so fast they didn't even look it up in the dictionary before they fired him. But they eventually looked it up in the dictionary and had to come back and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." But the black people in the room, as soon as they heard the word nigger, like they couldn't focus on anything else. And
right, and that's not for any political thing, or maybe they thought it was. That's just their ignorance.
Yeah, it is the thing that I remember saying. Like this man, basically, or anyone really, could use their emotional attachment and the ignorance as it relates to that word to extract the big settlement out of the city. Just say it in front of a bunch of black people and they're going to react. And then you get paid. Yeah.
But you think Harvard would know about the word since it's, I don't know, Harvard.
Okay, well, let me offer you one piece of advice. I can guarantee you, because he was tenured. It wasn't just the word niggardly. There were other things that haven't come to light.
From what I understand, it was simply the word, because he reinstated him after like a year. But then because Steven Pinker was a liberal of liberals, right? Like
I know. Well, he was basically more or less what they would call heterodox, which is kind of a centrist. I mean, he was probably a little bit more center right than anything. However,
he's on college campus.
He would term himself a liberal, probably.
But the thing is like Harvard should know, and it took them like a year
Okay,
to get him.
listen to what I'm saying. Say what you want to say. I don't buy your argument. I think there was something more than just the word niggardly. I don't think he got.
Stanley?
Okay, motherfucker, I'm not talking to you, 12th man. Can you hold your tongue till I'm done?
You keep saying you
Okay,
think there's...
I keep saying it to Ryan, not to you.
Well, I'm just trying to find out
just hold your tongue till I'm done answering Ryan. How about that? Ryan, I think it was deeper than just the word niggardly. So I hear what you're saying. Finish your statement, but I'm not buying it was just one word.
How about the case here in DC where
wasn't he hired back?
Yeah, but
and eventually became mayor, correct?
No, he didn't become mayor. This was an underling under the mayor.
Oh, I thought it was actually Anthony. What was it, Anthony Williams?
Yeah. So the thing is, I think my initial thought was he just outsmarted the black people. Maybe he was poking fun at them, and he got a settlement out of it. But I just think the black people are probably so overly emotional to that word that other people have to react harshly. And in the case of that man and the guy that right, it may not have been anything but the word being used and just the overreaction.
Well, you know what? I hope he got like $1 billion settlement.
Yeah, I don't know what he got.
Okay, but he should have gotten something, and they should have given him his job back.
Yeah, I know they gave the man in DC his job back, or at least they offered.
Yeah, it's not his problem if they don't know what a word means.
Let me ask you this question: do you think he should have been culturally sensitive?
No.
I mean,
I think it's a valid word. I've used the word. I think he's free to. It's a free country. As a matter of fact, they basically, once they know what the word means, not to hire him back. It's a First Amendment issue.
Yeah, well, it is a government.
Exactly.
Honestly, I wouldn't say the word if I were a white person in black company. That I just wouldn't take the time that, well, let me make sure that I can educate this person, have my dictionary ready and say, no, I ain't saying the wrong word. Here's the dictionary. Look, I just would probably try to use other words.
I wouldn't. I would, as a matter of fact, I would have used it possibly the way he did. Let's see what these dumb motherfuckers make of this word.
Stanley would troll him. Stanley would troll him.
That's exactly what I would do.
Yeah, I can see you doing it. I can see that was my initial thought. What the man was doing.
I hope he was.
Because it's such a rare. I didn't even know what it meant. I had to look it up myself.
Yeah.
I said, oh, he played him. No,
I think it's a Scottish word. It's like a Scottish word or something.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
HB,
Good morning, HB.
You got tough guy. You gonna let him up, or did you put him back there?
I think.
Oh no, he's a tough guy's asleep.
Oh
yeah.
For 6 hours.
He left himself up, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put him in the back because he's asleep.
Oh, I know. I didn't know if he just.
And just so you know, Solid Snake, I did put in the back, and he decided to leave. There's a reason. I'm just tired of dealing with his crazy ass.
Yeah, I ain't know. I just saw tough guy. I just saw him. I ain't know if he did.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
What's up,
Morning. Yeah, you can leave him in the back though, Stanley. Yeah, I didn't know niggardly was a word either. I'm not gonna lie, Stanley. I would probably be offended too.
You know what? And like John said, I'd have used it to troll just to see what would happen.
But there's
there's
other cases though. Like, so for example, if there were periods of time of the last 4 years where if you say, "Oh, men and women," women and women are different. People were like publicly called out for saying men and women are different. Oh, they're the same. They're the same. Like the left went crazy for saying that men and women are different. They have
Okay,
biological.
well, they're always going to be extremists.
People were fired for that,
and they should not be.
Yeah, I would have went nuts if somebody fired me for that.
I gotta be honest, y'all. I'd be offended if someone called me that word.
What word?
Niggardly.
Yeah.
Okay, but what, stingy? You mean stingy? Stingy? Cheap?
Yeah. It's a little. It sounds a lot worse when Twelfth Man says it too. So yeah, I don't know, man.
Hey,
that's a good point. If anyone's called niggardly, it means you're being cheap.
Hey, Stanley, I'm gonna put something in the chat, man, in case you're interested.
Okay. All right.
This is coming out of 12th Man's hometown, Memphis.
Oh shit.
Was this about the police officers that beat that guy down?
Nah, that story went by the wayside.
Well, you know what? I heard it was because the dude was sleeping with the one cop's wife.
Not again.
Yeah, he sent pictures of the boy's body to a female officer, but they didn't know if they were dating her or not. But this is crazy right here. Yo, this shit is making news all the way in Israel.
Say this drop down British.
Well, I think I've seen something about this.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Stanley, scroll down. You.
Oh wow.
Hold on one sec.
This is coming from the Jewish Chronicle, but it's all over the Jewish news here. Israeli man locksmith. How many of you guys knew that many locksmiths are Jewish? How many of you guys?
No idea.
Most of the ones I knew were actually black.
A lot of
locksmiths.
Jewish locksmiths. A lot of Jewish.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, Ryan. They kind of had the keys to society, so it kind of makes sense. Right?
No, that's not.
Got the keys, man.
They're focused on a couple of industries really heavily, though. I'll give you that.
Locksmith is one of them for sure.
Jewelers, locksmiths, bankers. They love banking. So.
Yeah, man. I think I think too a lot when you really think about it, a lot of the shit that the small hats get into, a lot of their jobs are like symbolic too. I do think there is something like
well, the banker part has origins for sure, because that was
right. But I think
Yeah.
pretty much like all of them, their choices in work is heavily involved with their religion, but it's like also like symbolic too.
And there's also a lot of leverage in a lot of these positions. You're a banker, lawyer,
Yeah, yeah.
locksmith. That motherfucker come, man. Like you're really at his
They're
weight.
very
Yeah.
so the Jews were always service workers. It just so happens in America, service industries pay more. But in Europe, they were kept out, and most places they were kept out. So, like Christians couldn't loan each other money with interest. The Jews could. So
Hmm.
they would loan Christians money with interest, and that's how they got into banking so heavily. The Habsburgs, you know.
But this is
But
just so interesting hearing is that this is just a regular murder.
The friends
Oops,
and family
sorry.
of a
No, go
21
ahead, sir.
Nevada has been globalist, say distraught family of British Israeli murdered in Memphis. The relatives of Aviv Broke are calling for his murder to be treated as a hate crime. The friends and family of a 21-year-old British Israeli man murdered in Tennessee are calling on the American and British governments to deliver justice and to investigate the killing as an anti-Jewish hate crime. Aviv Broke, who was born in Rehovot, Israel but working in the American city of Memphis, was murdered on the 2300 block of Hernando Road in the early hours of November 22, police said. Just after 1 p.m., officers responded to a shooting at the block and Broke was pronounced dead at the scene. On Thursday, Memphis police announced they had charged a 17-year-old with first-degree murder in perpetration of a robbery and especially aggravated robbery. They are not treating the murder as a hate crime, but Broke's friends and family believe his killing was motivated by anti-Israel hatred and calls to globalise the Intifada. We are shocked and saddened at the murder of Aviv while he was in the United States. The police have so far provided us very little information. We would like to have a civil rights investigation, Broke's family said in a statement. We have all heard calls to globalise the Intifada, and now we have this Intifada come to Tennessee in America. Are Zionists safe in America? According to his family, Broke spent a lot of time in the UK and his father is British Israeli. According to unverified social media posts, Broke, who was working as a locksmith, was allegedly lured into traveling to a remote and abandoned building for a job, reportedly offered double payment to travel late at night. On exiting his vehicle, he was shot and robbed, and after 2.5 hours, his Israeli roommate managed to track him and found his body at the scene. His work tools and his Israeli passport were reportedly stolen, but his wallet and his British passport were found on his body. We are foreigners, Jews in a foreign land, and we need answers and require assistance to demand justice for our son, said the family, who said that Jews are being hunted worldwide in 2024. They are calling for an FBI investigation and for the homicide to be treated.
Can you pause it for a minute?
Yeah, Stanley. Oh, wait, let it play.
Do you want it paused or not?
Yeah, no. I just want to say this is not a hate crime. I know exactly what this is, man. I know exactly what this is. He got killed, but not because he's Jewish. This is about those tools he has. I don't know if y'all ever seen like how locksmiths actually work, but these motherfuckers can open up anything with those tools. And he got set up. He should have actually known better. Like, bro, my spidey senses would have been tingling. Early in the morning, you're gonna pay 2 in the morning, you're gonna pay double for me to pull up. And I got all these tools in the hood too. You know how many
Yeah, I was gonna ask what part of town was he in?
They said it to him, man.
Yeah.
South Memphis? Was he in South Memphis? Yeah.
Yeah,
he's up to no good in South Memphis. That's always been a known Crip town. That's Crip neighborhood, always has been. So that small hat was up to no good from Jump Street.
He was killed in the 2300 block of Hernando Road. I'm not sure where that is.
Yeah, I think that's South Memphis for sure.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say they're using those lock kicks, those lock picking kits to break into cars. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
it was
just a
hate related.
financial crime.
I don't think it was hate related.
So I was thinking, no, it wasn't.
They wouldn't have known he was going to be Jewish when he got in there.
Nah,
Right? Like they wouldn't
No.
know the Jewish locksmith. But here they are pressing for a hate crime on this guy.
Why and why is he over here from Israel unlocking vehicles anyway? I'd like to know that. You know?
Okay, so SKC just asked you, do you believe most universities lean left? No, not most. 99.9% of them are left leaning.
And you know what? I'm going to agree with you, and I'm going to add, for SKC's sake, thank God for that. We don't need any more Hillsdales.
Yo, Stanley, what do you think about that? What do you think about that story though? That you think it was a
Well,
hate
I
crime
agree with
or
you. I mean, you can't just call
yeah?
something a hate crime like that.
Nah,
I don't. It doesn't look like they've even caught a
They've
suspect or anything.
No, they've caught him. He was 17 years old. They said.
Oh, well, what's that? Yeah,
That's definitely not a hate crime. He probably don't even know what a Jew is. A Jew.
Yeah. It's a
17,
little
man.
gangbanging.
Yeah,
Probably a blood. That's
So it
the
looks like
south side. That's the blood down there.
Was killed in the UAE, and Israel announced that it was investigating his disappearance of a rabbi. He was a rabbi in the UAE, with security officials fearing he was kidnapped or murdered.
They're probably overreacting.
By an Iran-linked terror cell. What I think is this is, to me, it's like, when black people used to, every little thing would be heightened, right? And you start to overreact to things that just could be random, right? And to me, this seems like he randomly killed. They wouldn't have known he was Jewish before he pulled up. But the Jewish people are so sensitive. They're calling this a father. Right. That little nigga started it. That little 17-year-old nigga, I don't believe that.
He can't spell intifada. What are you talking about?
yeah, he probably can't even spell Jew. He probably
Oh, shit.
man.
I think he might be able to spell that, but not intifada.
J-O-O? Is that wait, nah.
That's not.
You think he knows what from the river to the sea means?
And most college protesters don't know what that means, John. What river? They don't know.
Here's dumb. Interesting thing, just the other week we were talking about hate crimes in DC, and the gays wanted it to be a hate crime. One of their people got beat up, they wanted it to be a hate crime. And on it goes now. The Jewish people, they get killed and they want it to be heightened charges. Like they're more special than anyone else. Like they can't get killed without it being some aggravated hatred involved. And the gays can't be beat up here in DC or robbed and killed without asking for aggravated charges. And it's kind of only goes. Every little group is going to feel any grievance.
It's the same with the trans too. Like they know why they be getting killed out here, man. They know what's going on. Ain't nobody like I just don't see anybody killing somebody just because of their race or orientation in 2024, man. I just don't see it.
It's pretty rare.
It's very rare. It may happen. It may happen, but it's very rare.
That's
especially in major cities.
It can be aggravated because of race.
Oh yeah.
A disagreement.
Now look.
Go ahead,
Ryan. Another one for you.
What's it say?
It says, Ryan, since universities lean left, isn't it interesting that the standards within education are continually decreasing? After you answer, let me answer.
I mean, I understand they're trying. So I'll just state this. The left is trying to, a lot of their anti-discrimination policies, a lot of this ideology of the West, it's the whole West, right? They're trying to have this idea that, okay, like there's systemic racism built in because of the book by Kendi X, whatever the hell his name is. Which, by the way, that whole cultural Marxism was, or I'm sorry, what's it called? Or Black Suit of Fly wouldn't know what the hell the name of it is, but basically they're trying to, okay, well, if things are like that, we've got to fix it. So they're overcorrecting. Like, I think getting rid of all the SATs is stupid. It's really a dumb idea.
Okay, well,
Like,
the SATs have come back. Uh,
they should come back. They never should have got rid of them.
Community anthropology's question is incomplete. I wouldn't even be bothering unless he can be more specific. Education is a very broad term.
Yeah, there's
more to education than just what the universities are doing.
Well,
so
what happened?
Do better.
I'm trying to answer.
Hold on one second. Do better, community anthropology, with your questions.
All right. Well, we knew you were going to say this.
Ignorant questions lead to ignorant answers.
In about 2000, a lot of Western educators adopted a philosophy of no child left behind. So that means you play.
Number one, it wasn't a philosophy. Wasn't a philosophy.
Wait, let's not argue ignorance when it's convenient.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay, I'm trying to head off a bullshit answer.
It's not a bullshit answer.
It was not a philosophy. It was a policy. There's a difference.
Okay, so I'll just finish what I'm saying. So basically, the ideology.
If you know better, you do better. I'm sorry. Ignorance is not an excuse. Just because someone's being ignorant to you is not an excuse. If you know better, you do better.
Whoever the fuck you are,
I've been here before, buddy.
I don't take advice of that kind.
I'm trying to
finish what I'm doing.
That's fine. If the shoe fits,
and let Ryan answer. We don't need you just yet.
So here's
I don't believe in that ignorance excuse.
There we go. Go ahead and answer, Ryan.
So what happened was,
can't even greet us first.
I know the Bush administration.
Hey, that wasn't agreement.
Who was that?
It was chastising me for something. That's not how
I'm
you
saying
do.
he couldn't even say good morning first. He just, Jesus Christ.
So the Bush administration had a actual policy, but just by and large, they said, okay, we've got to help everyone. And so they got rid of like special education departments, right? And like when I was in school, there was a special ed floor. And the special ed floor had the special ed students. Well, now they integrate them in the class, right? There's an example of how they said, well, we need to have everybody. We can't let anybody fall behind. But what it's done is a lot of the focus is shifted to not letting like the special ed kid fall behind or anybody that struggles fall behind. And so it's largely become about increasing that instead of pushing the top students further, right? Whereas Eastern schools, like in China, their ideology is take the smartest kids and ram them through and make them into engineers. We're more like, hey, my daughter's a teacher. My daughter has a class with 8 IEPs. That's where they have a special person come in and deal with the kid. One of the kids has autism. One of the kids has just all kinds of shit. They have ESL. So it's like, we need to increase the kids that are falling behind. And I think that's a product of the Western education, academia, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, they're left leaning. That's the idea. That's their whole philosophy. It's somewhat Marxist. I think it's damaging. I don't think it's good.
Yeah, but Ryan, I think like the difference with China and America
before we get to China, let's deal with
HB was first. HB was first.
Okay,
it'll be quick, Stanley. It'll be quick.
Okay, what you're trying to do is avoid my response, which is you didn't give a response.
Yeah, no,
I did give a response.
And that's kind of where
I'm afraid you didn't.
Stanley, that's kind of what I'm getting at, because with China, they focus so much on academics, but their infrastructure is fucked up. And I think with America, you don't have to necessarily be in academics to make, be successful. You can go work construction or something and still be successful.
But they're producing engineering students 10 to 1 us.
Yeah, but
you think that's not going to have an effect?
No, not in China. Their infrastructure sucks.
But I'll
Okay,
tell you what, they're go ahead. Go ahead.
you know what? This ignorance, I might have to duck out of here
Oh, you
because
don't know.
you're
Stanley, you don't
let,
know.
it's a
Respectfully.
sloppy response to something you obviously don't understand.
All right, well, go ahead, Stanley.
And wait, and
Go ahead,
Stanley, I think Stanley is right too. Like, I think a lot of the left leanings that happen in college campuses, it's all for pussy, Ryan. Like, honestly, if guys were, there's nobody that got kicked out of school because they were right leaning. The only thing is, if you're right leaning, you're probably not gonna get any coochie. So that's really what it is. The schools are obviously it's academics, but a lot of it is business. So if they see a
I
lot of
think the
kids are left,
professors
if,
train
yeah,
them.
but no, yeah, but no professors are gonna kick a student out if he's right leaning. It's just that the kids are they don't have any leverage to have any pushback. Plus, they're trying to get pussy. So
I
why would
totally agree with that.
yeah,
But
it's business. If most of the kids are left leaning, then that's probably how the school is going to be reflected. And they don't have any leverage to even be right leaning, and they don't even have any understanding of probably the left right paradigm anyway.
I just think that I think I know a lot of the campus has been liberal for a very long time, but there was still like the young conservatives, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
That's largely vanished.
not really. It's just you don't
Even
really see
the
them that
Bill
much.
Maher's of the world are like, who's a liberal, is like, he's always a pro damn uh, guy. Even he's like, okay, we've gone a little bit too far here. Shit's getting crazy. I mean, even Bill Maher has,
Ryan, I think
Yeah.
everything is kind of cyclical, Ryan. We all
You
the
know what,
pendulum always
HP?
swings back and forth. And even though we've been pretty left, we just got Trump in office, so we're swinging back right. Everything is kind
I
of
You
think
know
that's
what,
swinging
flawed.
back and forth.
HP?
Yeah, go ahead,
Uh,
Tough Man.
I think if we get a lot of this federal money out of the college system and the universities, then a lot of this DEI shit's gonna disappear, man. Just get rid of the student loans and all. And plus, another thing you're gonna see is a dramatic drop in in the price of getting a college education, because that's one of the reasons the cost of higher education is so high, because they get unlimited blank checks from the federal government, and then you get all these bankrupt students that can't even finish a degree out
You
of
know
the
what?
whatever, you know what I mean,
Tough
and
Man,
it's
I
all
think
fucked up, man. It's
12,
all
12
fucked
Man,
up.
12
You
Man. I
brought
think
in
that's
about
part of it. I think
you
that's
brought
part
in
of it.
about 5 different things into you got basically I just like went through the college entrance process. And I think most of what you said is just all over the place.
Yeah, 12 Man. I
Well, I
think
was
that's just
talking
one.
to HB. I was hoping to
And
get a
I'm
response
responding
from
to you.
HB.
I'm responding to you.
Well, 12 Man. I think it's one aspect of it. I think also the price of school is going up because a lot of these universities and schools they expand. So Stanley, I'm sure the college that you went to when you went to college back in the early 30s, 40s, it's the campus is probably a lot much bigger now than when you went. Would you agree with that, Stanley?
No,
Oh, okay.
Stanley's
Well,
butthurt.
yeah.
Stanley's butthurt. He's not
it's
answering.
the University of Georgia. It's not a lot bigger than it was. It was pretty big back then.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well,
But
I'm probably wrong then, Tough Man.
okay, Stanley, would you agree that the price of education might come down if they didn't get unlimited checks from the federal government?
Who's getting the unlimited checks?
Well, it's all these student loans and then you end up with all these students
Facts.
that
Facts.
can't pay their money back.
If what you're saying that is not everybody should go to college, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the federal government is making it happen. Like they don't care.
And you know what?
Yeah,
What's
they
going
don't
on?
care.
I don't disagree that fewer people should go to college.
A
There's
lot of
like
dummies.
not a test for it though. It's like anyone can sign up and
Yeah, it's
get a
true.
federal loan to go to college.
No, not anyone can, but
Pretty
a lot of
much.
people. No, it's not pretty much. And
Yeah,
there
I
are.
tried it one
Okay,
time, and
let me try and help you again. Not everyone should go to college. Not everyone should have a student loan,
I
etc. I
tried
agree with
signing
that.
up 3
I
This
different
is
agree.
a good
ways.
example
I
of
agree
where
with that
Elon
part.
Musk can help. Elon Musk can help getting rid of some of this dumb shit like
Yeah,
that.
Elon Musk is definitely the person who should be deciding who goes to college or not.
Well,
Doge.
no, not him deciding, but I think he can do a good job
Porsche's
of helping
gonna
us.
help with it.
I mean, I shouldn't have
Get
been able
rid
to
of
go to
some of this
college.
garbage.
The college was like, come on in. You're dumb as shit. You'd like to get high all day. Come on in. You're a
Yeah.
great candidate.
Come on, Ryan.
I'm telling you.
No, he's
Ryan.
Listen,
right.
man. Listen. I
He's
would wake
right,
and bake at
HP.
7 a.m. I was a
Ryan,
fucking loser. They never should have let me into a
just
college. Are you kidding me?
Ryan, just because you're a pothead doesn't mean you don't have any intellect, man. Come on.
Listen, if you met me back in 1992, you'd be like, this dude's a fucking burner. He doesn't know what planet he's on. Why is he in this school? That's what I'm telling you
Well,
right
the
now.
problem is,
He's a fucking idiot.
did you turn it around? Are you suggesting that students like yourself who could
Okay,
turn it around shouldn't be given the
it took
opportunity?
a while. Yeah, but I had to go back and prove
Okay,
myself.
you're not
By the way,
answering my question.
yeah, I turned it around, but not until I started paying
Could
myself.
there be people like you who are able to turn it around? Are you saying they shouldn't get the opportunity like you did?
Yeah,
I
right.
only got the opportunity because I paid.
Oh,
Right.
I paid.
That's certain systems are in place so you can make mistakes and learn from them. You learn from your mistakes. If you just depend on the government to make all the decisions for you, how are you going to grow as a person? Some people
No, that's what I'm saying.
some people gotta fail, Ryan. That's just life.
I
Everybody
agree.
can't be a winner. Everybody can't be a
I agree.
winner.
And that's kind of where I'm at. That's why I'm like, I think 12th man is right to a degree. There is too much money in education. And you know what I mean? There's too much money in the shit.
Nah, I think those universities know exactly what they're doing. And if
Yeah,
people
milking the government, HP. That's what they're doing.
they're milking students too. And if the students
Yeah,
don't if the students
and the
lose
bank.
by if they want to gamble on their life going to college and they lose out, hey man, that's just life. Everybody can't win.
Yeah.
It's fucked up, but it, we do live in a capitalistic society, and with that risk,
All I
it
hear,
does.
well, all we've heard from the candidates that ran were all the more stuff they're going to do. Both of them. We're going to do more stuff than we did before. That's all I heard.
well, it strikes me as weird that you, of all people, should say there shouldn't be people like you who are given an opportunity. I find
Okay,
that
You're sounding kind of
ironic.
Ryan. You're sounding
here's
kind of socialist right now, man.
no, here's the exact statement I'm making. Here's the statement. Hold on, listen carefully. I should have had to pay and waste my own money to learn that I shouldn't have been in school. It should not have been, there was literally no risk for me. I went and said, hey, I want to go to your school. And they said, while I get high on the way to class, I want to go to your school and I think I'm good enough. And as soon as I failed out, I should have had to test back in. The government should not have come off of a dime ever because they were like, he's too dumb. He's got D's. He doesn't go to class regularly. Looking at my high school transcripts. So certain people shouldn't be going. I mean, Stanley's right about that, you know? And
Well,
if
I mean, you shouldn't have been given the opportunity.
okay, but listen,
I don't agree with that,
I'm
Stanley.
for,
Well, he
I'm for
literally says students like him shouldn't have been. So I'm agreeing with him.
what I stated was not that.
From his mistakes, though. He learned from his mistakes.
It should have been at my risk and my cost, not the government's. That's the point.
Yeah. Not
It's
the
on me.
nation.
And
And
if I want to waste
again,
my
I find it
go ahead.
ironic that after you have passed the test and turned it around, you basically want to pull up the drawbridge so no one else can do it. I find that
No,
ironic.
okay,
Right.
Stanley. Again, it's about where the money comes from. It
Okay,
should be
and
at the risk.
again,
It should be at the risk
again,
of the individual, not the government.
I'm totally going to agree with you. I just find it ironic that you would be the one to pull up the drawbridge.
No, if you want to just continue to throw your money at college and fail repeatedly, that's fine. But it shouldn't be the government's money doing it. If you get a bunch
It
of
should,
D's and fail out,
I agree.
why can't?
Students like you should not be allowed into college. I'm agreeing.
That's not what I said, Stanley. I can't say
It's
it 5 more
essentially
times.
what you said, Ryan.
I didn't. Okay.
You literally said students like you.
Are you talking
Students like me.
about student loans, Ryan?
Yes, student loans and/or student
Well,
grants, Pell Grants, any of that shit.
whoa. See,
If you're a
that's different
failure
though.
student, you shouldn't
That's
be.
different
You
though.
shouldn't be.
Pell Grants are different.
Okay.
That's different. That's a little different. But student loans, you still got to pay those back. So it's not like they're just giving
Really?
you the money.
Biden just tried to give away $1 trillion in student loans.
Was
Yeah.
he successful?
Exactly. He wasn't successful, Ryan.
Problem.
He did forgive.
They
Oh, by the
give
way,
them
he was
out.
successful.
No,
He was
They give them
successful
out.
for
Ryan.
for educators.
He deferred payments, and that's different though too because they need more educators. So paying the student loans
They
back
give
to
them out.
educators is different.
They
So
give
I
them
think that
out.
they didn't
Then
even
they
look at the
fail
grades.
college. Then they still owe the
They didn't
loan.
even look at the grades of the students. Like they should. Like if they were going to pay back my money, to be like, well, look at this guy. He don't even care. We're going to pay back his money. Why would they pay back my money when I was a flunky?
Well, I mean, educators don't get paid much anyway, so it's like they need somebody to watch these badass kids. Let's pay off their
Here's the
student
point.
loans.
The
If you
government
pay
has yet
based off
again.
of grades, it's just going to be some corrupt scheme.
So what my point is, there's no risk for the student. He's also not vested in his education at all because he's got no skin off his back, right? And he doesn't value it. And at the end of the day, the taxpayer shouldn't be burdened by this bullshit. Now, if the kid gets great grades, the government should probably pay for his damn school. If you get straight A's, the government gonna pay for your degree.
I agree.
I'm with
If
you.
you don't get straight A's, the government shouldn't pay for you to go to school.
Just off of merit, I agree with what you're saying, but the problem is that usually this ends up being some sort of scheme. I agree with the merit of
Oftentimes.
100%.
Yeah, who are you, by the way?
Sig.
Hey, go.
You just don't
Have you
social
been to
comment.
the channel before?
I mean, he
Been here
had a better
before you.
point than you, Stanley. I'm just saying.
Good morning, Signal. He's been
How you
around here
doing?
before.
Oh, has he? Okay, well, good to meet you.
Yeah, this
Good to
is
meet you as
Stanley.
well.
So all I'm saying is there has to be skin in the game for the student. Listen, I could have paid for both of my daughters to go to school. Guess what? I made them get student loans. Dad, well, we got to get a student loan. I said,
The
you know
same
what?
loan? Are those the
I
same
don't
loans
know
you're
about that one,
complaining
buddy.
about?
I said, listen, let me
Maybe
finish,
you should
Stanley.
have helped them out.
I did help them. But here's the point. I said, here's the thing. I want you to feel some of your sweat go into this. When you give things for free and you don't earn them, you don't appreciate them or
It's
value
not for free because there's interest. It's not free. That being said, as student loans are generally like the lowest interest and lowest,
Yeah, 2%.
going after
But I
that
wanted
shit.
them to be
You
vested.
make the parents like Ryan. Don't give the Ryans of the world student loans.
Nah, you know what? I know a family that owns a friggin' horse farm that's got tons of money. They made their kids get student loans. I asked the dad, hey, I mean, they got money to do whatever they want. I said, what? He said, you know what? I want my kid to experience what other kids experience. I made them get student loans. I said, you know what? My daughters are going to get some student loans because that's what we
As
all
much
have to
as much
experience.
as I can see where that mindset's coming from, it's just things are not the same anymore. You're like
If you don't
technically
earn it,
speaking, it's
okay.
right.
If you don't
Like
earn it, it's not a
ideologically
right. That's
speaking,
just
that
honestly never
mindset
bird.
is correct. Like you're right.
Yes, it is.
Ideologically speaking, yeah, that's how life works. Whatever. But practically speaking, realistically speaking, with how the economy is today, it's just You can't make that same comparison.
I believe every American
With interest
citizen should
rates,
pay
with how
some federal taxes.
everything is right now, I don't think it's fair to say, all right, you want to be a millionaire, whatever you want to make money, then you have to take $250,000 debt right now.
Well, you don't have to do
Off
that. I
of
went to
interest
community
rates
college.
today. That's what a student loan
When I
is.
went back to school,
That's
I went
what a
back to
student loan
community
is.
college. I went back to community college, and then I went to a very low-end school, University of Baltimore. Okay,
Guess what,
so
man? Nowadays, even if you go to a low-end school, it's going to be that expensive. That's my entire point.
Well, I wish
here's another fact.
Wish people could make arguments without so much anecdote.
Okay, Stanley, we're talking about something, and I know you want to correct everybody's
Oh
English.
no! I'm talking directly to you. I wish you could make the point without your experience.
My point is
government loans. I think government loans and grants and all that make college
can I explain a
costs
fix?
go up.
Can I explain a
No,
fix? I'm gonna
be
fix
quiet.
it.
I think all the government involvement in universities make the cost of higher education go up.
And I
That's
think
what I think.
that is one of the factors, but just one of the factors.
What if the colleges had some risk? What if the colleges had some risk? The colleges have
There's
no
always
fucking risk.
risk. What are you talking about?
What's the risk, Signal?
What do you mean, what's the risk? Just because you
How
have
is there
a
a
degree
financial
doesn't
risk
mean
for
that
the
you're
college?
employable. Just
I said
because
the
you have a
colleges.
degree doesn't
Okay.
mean that everybody's just going to be trying to get at you.
How is
What are
that
you
a risk
talking
for the
about?
college? The
I think that
colleges
there's
should
a
have
lot of people that
financial
want to
risk.
speak about what the economy is today, and they haven't been
We're not even
on the
talking about the
job
economy.
market for decades. What's the last time
Okay,
you were
you're
looking
right.
for
I
a
haven't
job,
been.
dude? Honestly, what's the last time that you were looking for a
30
job?
years. 30 years. 30 years.
You've had the same job for 30 years, exactly.
I haven't had the same
You're
job,
looking
but I'm
at the
highly skilled.
perspective, that's great. But you're
I'm
looking
highly
at the
skilled. I'm
perspective from
sought
somebody
after
that
by
has
other
been.
companies.
You already got your job 30 years ago. It's not the same
No,
anymore.
I didn't get my job. I compete for my job daily. I go out there and earn. Okay.
Ryan, I think the difference is when it comes to education isn't a business per se. Like, you can't go back to your college and say, you know what, my degree didn't get me a job, I want a refund. You can't do
Yeah,
that.
there's no recourse. There's no recourse at all. You're right.
And I think
that's the risk.
That's the risk. That's the risk right there.
What I said, that's not what I said. The risk for the university itself.
Right. You can't.
There's no risk for the college.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's a good fucking point. You're right.
I don't think you
should
put a risk on education though. It's your choice to be educated or not.
But, okay, so HV, explain this to me. Every organization out here, from a bank to a 7-Eleven, has financial risk. If they don't manage their money right, if they don't do the right stuff, they go out of business. Colleges have unlimited
College
funding.
is the same way.
Oh, no, not
Are you
college.
trying to make a comparison like it's not?
How do the colleges have risk to fail? Explain it to me. If the government's paying the
guess
student
what,
loans,
dude? If it doesn't matter if you have a degree, you can still be homeless on the street.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you crazy?
No. I mean,
okay.
Ryan,
explain to me how. Okay.
There are many reasons, and there's many variables that are passed and just, I have this piece of paper.
No.
Number one.
Colleges can lose their accreditation. That's how they can. That's
okay.
part of it.
Hey, Ryan.
What financial risks do college have?
What financial risk? You're taking debt out. What are you talking about? That's that simple.
If I could,
financial
Ryan,
risk. You're taking debt out.
I'd like to
Hold
add
on, I'm looking for a rope to hang myself. The college itself, not the college itself. Not
You're taking debt, man. What are you talking about? Okay. You yourself, as an individual, are taking on debt for this piece of paper. That is the risk.
This is like
and just because you have
the moment right here, because
just because you have the piece of paper.
He's not
Don't
talking about
mean
the individual. He's talking about the
He's
institution.
talking about the college Sig.
He's not talking about the
well,
individual.
the problem with speaking about the institutions, I mean, at least for the college, is that really the problem. I mean, it depends on where you want to look at the problem. You can look at the problem from the banks.
Let me give you the example.
The goddamn government's the problem that keep wanting to loan money to all these motherfuckers that don't deserve it.
Well, no, I mean,
right,
what are you going to disagree with people getting an education?
SKC hasn't
Like,
spoke. SKC hasn't
I think
spoke.
everybody should get the best education they can. Really.
Hey, good morning, SKC.
It doesn't have to be 100K.
I just wanted to add something to Ryan's argument that he's putting forth. I don't know who that is. Sound like they're pissing something.
Okay, well, the problem with Ryan's argument is he keeps putting himself into the middle of it.
Right. So let me take Ryan out. Let me take Ryan out of the example.
Help Ryan out.
Okay. Yeah, he helped me the other day. Let me help him out. So Ryan, I think some of the point that you were bringing up, talking about how the institution does not feel the weight of that pressure of having to produce at the same level of other forms of life. Take for example, when Kendi was giving his $30 million endowment at Boston to run some sort of racial experiment and so forth, and it completely failed. Nothing happened. He went on to another place, making all sorts of money. Boston College said nothing about it. Nobody got fired. There's no repercussions for a complete failure of his idea. It's just swept underneath the rug, and everybody just goes on with normal life. And that process is just a small tidbit of what we see throughout universities, which tend to be left-leaning, which shows that a lot of their ideas get a bunch of public funding, and when they fail, those people go on to just get failed up into other new failing ideas that get millions upon millions of dollars. This has nothing to do with students whatsoever. I'm talking about the professors and
the making the same point over and over.
They get rewarded for failure.
SKC, I think your argument has nothing to do with the conversation and is generally trash. Now you want to put Kendi into the middle of the argument. Don't think you help Ryan out much.
I'm sorry. I just don't see
Let me use half complete.
argument. You guys are basically saying the universities are wrong for educating people and failing. Well, that's life. That's life.
No,
that's not what we're saying.
That's not the argument at all. I didn't bring up anything about any sort of students or anything. I
brought up Kendi.
I gave an example.
The government
I gave an example of a paid faculty member
trash.
and an institution that paid this faculty member for a concept that was DOA, but nobody was had the gall to say
DOA in your opinion.
Okay, in most people's opinion.
I disagree that it's most people, and if that's true, prove it.
And if it had went through a think tank of people that did not have
a think tank of other opinions.
So you're just going to continue to?
Yes, I'm literally telling you your argument is trash. I keep telling you this.
So what do you think, Ryan?
That Ryan's the right person to go to. He doesn't think it's trash. I do. So go to Ryan. Don't confront me with it.
I'm only talking to Ryan.
No, what you're doing
it's an example of a wasteful thing.
It's your argument isn't helping Ryan's argument.
Right, wastefulness is that's the American way, though, Ryan. That's the American way.
That's not a real answer, HB.
We waste everything. We got the most.
That's not a real answer.
Neither is yours, SKC.
We're a wasteful society.
Every independent organization.
Okay, so basically, HB, that's like saying, you know what?
Keep avoiding me. I'm the one saying your argument is trash. Don't
you didn't give a reason.
On my opinion,
you didn't give a reason, Stanley. At least HB
it's trash because you keep putting Kendi in the middle of it.
I didn't put Kendi in the middle.
Yeah, you literally brought Kendi into it. I heard you do it.
Then you didn't listen. Then
Oh no,
That's
I
not my fault.
listened and I heard you say Kendi. I
Okay,
heard you
so
mention Boston University.
so
Your
and then what
argument's
did I say?
trash.
And what did I say before that?
You know what? I don't listen to
I
trash. I
exactly.
stopped listening once I thought it was trash.
I said here is a singular example that gives
Yeah,
great
a
students
singular
many other
example. That's why
examples
it's
that we
trash.
find all
A
throughout.
singular example.
Yes, it's called an
That's
example
why
for
it's trash.
it's called an example for a
A
reason.
singular example equals an exception. It's not a rule.
It's not
It
an
is a singular example.
Do you want me to
Literally a trash argument.
do you want me to give you
No,
multiple?
I want you to do better.
Do you
That's
have
what I want.
patience for
Wait,
that?
wait, wait, wait.
I don't give a fuck if you don't have the patience for
You
it.
don't
Wait,
have
Neither
the
do
Stanley.
I.
patience for me to go through
Stanley,
multiple.
Neither do I.
I can share with you
Stanley,
a
Stanley,
whole
can
bunch
I,
of examples.
Stanley, can I reply to Ryan real quick? I
Go
think the
right
issue
ahead.
with your the issue with your argument, Ryan, if you only pick the best and brightest that can go to college, now we're in a communist Bolshevik fucking monarchy, basically, where you're only letting the best and brightest go to school. There's no freedom in that.
Yep.
I'm okay. Listen,
Basically, it's an
my
oligarchy.
original
Right,
It's an
right.
oligarchy you're
It's an
argument.
oligarchy at that point. If you don't allow the retards and the dregs of society to go to school, fuck up, get into debt, now it's not freedom at that point. And that's my biggest issue with it. You guys are basically saying America should be more socialist. And I don't agree with
No,
that.
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
That's
saying.
what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
HB,
I'm not saying that.
what part did you not understand when he said
Oh, I
not the
understood. I
student,
understood.
the institution?
Yes, the institution is there to educate people, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Ryan did say he wanted his kids
It's
to
like
take out socialist loans. He
it's
wants
like
his kids
SKC.
to have the
wisdom
opportunity.
in a
It's like
wine
this.
box.
It's like this, SKC. If you want to go invest in Apple right now, there's a risk to that. It could go down to $0 today. You could lose all your money. Can you go to Apple and say, "Hey, I want my money back"? No.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument.
That's not the
So
argument.
And I think
why should you
you're
be
making
able
an
to do it
argument
with
where none.
universities though?
You're making an argument where none exist. HB.
I agree. There is no argument.
Just so
HB's
we-
wasting his time with a trash argument.
If we can recenter the argument,
Well,
HB,
I'm trying, Stanley. Stanley, I'm
just
trying.
if you could answer this, HB, how can a college or university fail?
They can lose their
They can't.
accreditation. They can lose
Okay,
their accreditation.
how often? When was the last time that you heard of a one losing their accreditation?
All the time.
They really don't.
Name one.
I can't think of. There's
They
like
threaten
a lot of
them and they never lose it.
There's
threaten.
ITT Tech. They lost their accreditation.
I don't think they were ever accredited.
That's your example. That's your example.
ITT Technical. You remember the one that Lil Romeo used to promote?
Yeah.
They
So
lost
that-
their accreditation,
Okay,
and they
okay.
were accredited. Ryan,
So
they were accredited at one point.
that's your glaring example.
I gave an example. You asked me to give an example. I gave one. They lost their accreditation.
So, okay, so I think I can help out with this. There's
We were
other
bringing- we were
areas
bringing
that
up
government
Ivies,
funds.
We were bringing up top universities in this conversation earlier, and you bring up ITT Tech.
Well, Yale and Harvard, it's harder for them to fail because
They got their own money.
they got billions of dollars in endowments and shit coming in. It's
So
hard for them to fail.
could one say that they're too big to fail?
That's what happens when you got $1 billion.
Can I bring up MIT as an example? They basically want to make college free. They're only going to take the top students.
Yes, that's true. So the taxpayers aren't funding that, which was my point was.
But
They
my
let everyone in
point
the
is that only the best and brightest are getting in. Mediocre students don't even get the chance. That's why there's federal money.
I think that's
Okay.
kind of socialist in a sense. But I also understand if you want to cut the fat, then that's how you're going to have to go about it.
They never have to cut the fat. It's like the defense industry. They're spending $100 on a screw because there's no check in place, checks and balances. The colleges are the same way because of the unlimited federal funding. through 100 different ways. Colleges never have to check the
Okay,
fat. They never have to
Ryan,
cut the
your
fat.
federal money is not the majority of, say, the University of Georgia. The majority of their money is not coming from the federal government. Harvard, the same thing.
The bank's giving, so if a bank loans a money to a student that doesn't pay, it's backed by the federal government ultimately. They
Right.
pay.
Now, help me, where does the college come into that?
You don't see it, Stanley? Really?
No.
If I'm a bank, why wouldn't I loan money to the dumbest student like myself when it's backed by the federal government? Oh, you're smart enough, kid.
You
You're smart enough,
literally
kid.
said yourself. So tell me why you accepted the money. Why was it offered, etc.? And
When
I will go back to my
when I
point
went
that
when I went back to school,
colleges, a lot of the bigger colleges, the federal funding isn't the major source of their income.
when I went back to school, I worked and put the money away and I went to community college. And once I initially, right, I shouldn't even have been going. That was loan. When I went back, I
Community
paid.
colleges are a slightly different animal than a Harvard. You're almost comparing apples
I'm
to
not
oranges.
comparing Harvard. What I'm saying is there's too much federal money in college. That's why the price goes up, because there's unlimited funding and no checks and balances to that. There's no motivation for the colleges to rein in their spending
Their
at all.
spending doesn't have anything to do directly with federal funding. Yeah, the students are paying the money into the colleges, but you know what? It's the student who has to pay that debt.
Okay.
It is a little predatory, Ryan. I agree
What
with you, but that's
everyone's
America.
bitching about the cost of colleges. I'm telling you why it's going up. It's going up because there's no risk to the bank or the college, and they want to pump money into the hands of
There's
students.
But there's risk.
unlimited
There's
government
risk
blank
to the
check.
student.
Yeah, man. The
You
price of
can't
honey.
listen. Do you know?
Ryan,
Do you
the
know you
price of
can't look in? When I run
Ryan,
someone's credit, their student loans don't even come into it anymore. Medical debt doesn't come into it. None of those things come into it anymore.
Ryan,
You
you know
can't.
the price of
How's a
honey
risk to the
buns went
student?
up.
If I
Ryan, the
borrow $1
price
billion,
of
Oh, they
and go
got to
much.
pay it back.
Ryan, the price
What
of
if they
honey
don't?
buns went up
Doesn't
too,
affect their
man.
credit.
I'm pissed about it. I'm pissed about
Okay,
that.
so what you're saying is students ought to be forced to pay the loans no matter what. Okay.
Yeah,
They took the
I
loans. They
agree.
should, out of principle alone, right? If
You
you
mean,
take a
what do you
loan, you
mean
should pay it back.
principle?
Do you know
You
what
mean
happens
like
when you don't pay a loan back? You know what that's called? It's called stealing.
defaulting?
It's literally theft. I mean,
Okay,
you know
I
what I
think
mean?
you're. Oh, okay, call it theft. Okay, and
It's theft. If you don't pay the
okay,
money back, it's called theft.
No, it's not
Now,
theft. It's
Yeah,
not theft
I don't think it's
because
theft.
it's civil. It's not criminal. Theft is criminal.
I give you my
When you
word, I'm going to
do
pay
it,
you back.
There we
If
when
I
go.
borrow $100 from you, give you my word, I'm
well,
going to pay you back. Choose
Yeah,
not to. I stole the
that's
yeah, it's
money.
civil.
still civil. It's
It's still
civil.
civil.
It's not
Yeah,
criminal.
yes,
Oh, that's a good
yeah.
argument, 12th idiot. Listen, listen, 12th idiot.
Hey,
It is a
fuck
good.
you.
It is a
Listen,
good.
Hey,
let the adults talk. Let the
sue
adults
me.
work this out.
Sue me,
Let the adults work
motherfucker.
this out,
I
okay?
bet you if
Let the
Juan
adults work
was
it out.
here, he'd back me up. If
Yeah,
Juan
12
was
man is
here,
actually
he'd back
right,
me
Ryan.
up.
Theft is completely different than you don't pay back
All
the
I'm
loan.
saying is there's no checks. College goes up because there's no checks on the spending by anyone in the system. It's why the defense
If you're
industry goes up. There's no
listening,
way to.
Juan,
He's not listening, 12th man. I hope. I hope he's not. He's probably
okay.
trying to.
You're seeking to hold colleges accountable for something the student does.
We hold corporations accountable. We
Okay.
hold people accountable. We can't hold colleges accountable.
Where do corporations come into this?
They're individual entities like colleges. We
Okay,
hold everyone accountable. We hold billionaires accountable.
they're
We hold.
not like
Why should
college.
they be held accountable?
Okay, well, you tell me. The law doesn't provide for it.
The school system, we want to hold accountable. We wouldn't hold
Why would you
Colleges
hold?
accountable?
Why would you hold the institution, the college, accountable for something the student initiated?
I actually hold our government accountable for the
Okay,
broken system.
that's you're getting warm.
I hold our government. I hold our government accountable, right? Because they've built out a stupid system where there's tremendous money flowing into it, and the colleges have no motivating force to cut costs, to fix themselves, to be more efficient, anything. Their only motivation is to grow, of which they're getting bank funding, which comes from the federal government, or federal government funding, and some student funding, but it's largely every other source of funding. Students take out loans. If they don't pay them, it doesn't go against their credit. Who cares? It's the point is they've created a moral hazard in this whole process. The government has, and the Democrats want to put
I
more
don't
money into it.
even agree it's a moral hazard. I mean, it's a moral hazard maybe for the student who took out the loan. Okay, the college doesn't tell the student to take out a loan.
Why wouldn't the student take out a loan if not paying it
Okay,
back comes at no
I'm
penalty?
talking about the student taking the loan
There's
out.
no blood.
Institution doesn't tell the student to do anything.
Well, Stanley, but the college too, they have facilitators that help these people take out loans.
I agree.
So that they
agree.
can go to their colleges. Whether they can
help the student through the loan process. Yes, I agree with that. But you know what? The student doesn't have to go to that college.
Stanley, you're hard on corporations, but they have
Yes,
accountability to
you know what?
shareholders.
Corporations are not.
Colleges have no accountability to anyone.
I'm
To
sorry,
even
but you got to admit, colleges are not the same thing as Apple.
Just cut the federal funds off. That'll cure it all.
Now that I do agree with Ryan. They do have you there. That the students they themselves choose to take on those loans. Now, what I will say about that is that when you have a great number of, that's why I was saying breadcrumbs earlier. When you have a great number of educators that come out of left-wing academia that are going into K through 12 and then influencing people, that the only way for you to really make a mark in the world is to go to college and university. And if you are not educated and you are not a successful and a good human being, then yes, then it becomes more or less of coercion, because you're telling very impressionable minds that they're nothing unless they take
which
this
our school system tells them already.
this route in life.
Coercion.
People don't want to have those conversations, because on one end they'll say, oh no, these are just stupid little college kids that don't know anything. They just want to have sex. They don't even know the difference between left and right and so forth and all this other stuff. But at the same time, when they're through K and 12 and they're being taught by those individuals, they're just people that are just making decisions.
Yep, I think.
You see what I mean?
And by the way, they're very impressionable. They don't know anything. Here's $200,000.
Correct. And then they don't have equal time with people, and then they don't have equal time with people that do not have those quote unquote views that say, no, there are different ways in which you can go and make a life for yourself. You don't have to be quote unquote educated in these institutions, and that doesn't make you dumber than other people individuals.
Now let's
deal with this route
with
or that route and be a successful human being.
Thank you, SKC. Now I have to tell you, you make a leap when you start calling persuasion coercion. That is the weak link in your very weak
argument. You're splitting hairs. He makes a good argument.
Yes, no, he makes a shitty argument. Okay, he goes from persuasion to coercion.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
That's just capitalism to me. I don't really see anything wrong with it. You see the big M's at McDonald's, your kids want to go buy it. It's just what it is.
Is there any risk for the students failing Is there any
Yeah.
risk for the students not getting
You
jobs out
don't
of
get
college?
your
They're
degree
offering
and you're
degrees.
saddled with debt.
Listen, my niece wanted to major in Native American
Again,
studies,
Listen,
and she
listen.
should get a fucking
bringing it
job with a
right.
$200,000 loan on Native American studies. That's crazy. Native American studies. Why would a college offer this degree unless, hey, it
Okay,
doesn't matter, and who cares if she gets a job?
free speech is why.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Hey, HB, I'm just
what's wrong
curious.
with Native Americans, Ryan?
I'm
Jesus
just curious.
Christ.
Fuck you, HB. HB, don't even start. Don't even fucking start.
What you got against Native
The
Americans,
problem
Ryan?
is there's no
Hey,
jobs in Native America. There's 6 jobs in the country with Native
It's
American
a
studies.
problem, but you can't tell a college
And she's
what
not a Native American,
you
okay? She's not a
cannot
fucking
tell.
Native.
Okay, the
Ryan
problem is
probably got fucked
colleges
up
are
the
free
ass
to
by a native once.
to offer any major they choose.
HB, you went to
Exactly,
college. You went to
without any
college,
check
right?
or balance in it.
So what
Right,
you
I
would do
agree.
is force colleges to do what Ryan wants the college to do.
Right,
You
right.
went to
Listen, I
college,
agree.
HB.
Ryan, free
Yeah,
speech.
I went to college.
Well,
But Ryan, I agree.
and you went into more or less now like I would say more or less like a trade, the transportation trade right now.
A different field.
Okay,
Different field.
do you if you
But
would go back would you still go to college?
I think about that often. You know, I just really think
Do you would you say that the young HB knew the difference between going to college and then doing what you're doing now?
you know, the thing is like the young HB wouldn't be able to do what I can do now. So I
Why?
think everybody's path is different.
I
And
understand
honestly,
that, but would the young HB know the difference between what you are doing now in college?
me personally, I needed to go to college, but I didn't go to college right after high school. It took me a little bit. I worked a little bit first and then I went to school, so I was able to, mature a little bit before I went straight into school.
Hey,
So
Right,
HB,
Ryan, are you noticing a
would
non-answering
the
of any of these
baby
questions?
HB know?
You see that?
Yeah, just a
Would the
little bit.
baby
Just a little bit.
HB know?
You see that deft
Yeah, he was dancing. He was
deflecting
dancing on
and
that
so
one.
forth
He was
because
dancing.
he knows for a fact because
Okay.
I've heard him have conversations with John stating that they believed
They're
that
like,
those
fuck college. It
institutions
sucks.
were frauds and that they were winning on people and taking advantage of young bright-eyed bushy-tailed minds that thought that they could take over the world once they got a degree in their hands. And now when we're having a conversation about that, everybody wants to act as if those conversations never occurred.
Hey,
yeah,
You
but
know what,
that's on them though.
HB went to ITT. HB went to
No,
ITT.
no, I did not. No, I did not.
Do you notice that the two weakest arguments need to get together to join in a big bad argument?
Yeah,
Stanley's
it's the same thing. It's the same thing on
Okay,
the college campus.
I just feel like
It's the reason why you
there's
only
a
want one
reason you won't
Hillsdale.
engage me with
You want a
bullshit.
large group of
There is a
people that
reason
agree with
you
you
keep going to HB with your bad argument. Now come to me with it so I can destroy it.
because you never put up an argument.
Okay, motherfucker, you never did either. You never put up an argument either. You're pretending it's an argument.
I feel like your guys' argument is you're basically saying you want a socialist society. That's my only problem.
Not at all. Not at all.
They
I
want
more accountability.
They want the left-leaning institutions to be told what to do so it conforms to their worldview of what kids should be doing.
Wrong.
It's
not
It is literally it is an
AKA
authoritarian education system that they want.
It is not.
AKA
It is.
Socialism. You guys.
Well, it's not even socialism. It's just authoritarian. Colleges cannot offer American studies. You can't get a job with it.
The argument was, you would just simply ask the question.
Okay, you know what? You don't have an argument for me to respond to. I'm doing you a favor by entertaining your bullshit.
Know something about
I am entertaining
12th
I am
man.
entertaining a
What is
fifth-rate
that?
argument
I wouldn't
just to
tell
have
12th
something to
man
talk about.
what his
It's
lifestyle
content.
is.
What you're
What
offering,
is.
SKC,
I would
is just content, not an argument.
Yeah, I just don't see. I just really don't see the argument. If somebody wants to go get a basket weaving degree, I don't see how the universities can be held responsible for that. I just don't. I don't
They
get the
offer
argument.
the degree, HB. They are selling the degree to the student. What do you mean?
Yeah,
And
but
people, they're
why?
selling it. The hell are you talking about?
Just because
They're
They
they
won't
offer it
offering the
offer
doesn't
a
mean you
major.
have
degree.
to.
They won't
You don't
offer a
have to
major
take it.
nobody's majoring in.
Yeah, they. You don't
Okay.
have to take it though, Ryan. You don't have to take it.
Okay.
It's pretty much. This
I
reminds me
don't.
of like. It reminds me of the COVID thing. You didn't have to take the jab.
I'm
People
I'm I'm
chose to
I'm
do it.
I'm I'm with you,
People chose to
HB.
do it.
I'm with you, HB. I just want to hear the other side of the argument.
There
So,
is no argument.
HB,
There,
sell me just if you don't mind, just indulge me for just a little bit. Sell
Okay,
me.
let me take myself all the way to how baby SKC
Yes,
would argue it.
yes, I'm a baby. I'm dumb.
You
Yes.
are literally being a baby. Yes.
Yes, please
Okay.
help me.
Go ahead, whittle SKC.
Yes, I'm little SKC. HB, please help me. Just walk me through the
Let me
process.
let me hold your hand.
Yes, please, Daddy, hold my hand.
Oh, hey.
Okay. So HB, just
Go ahead,
walk me through the
SKC.
process.
Go ahead.
You spoke earlier about accreditation.
Right.
Walk me through the accreditation process
Oh,
of Yale University offering a program about a degree program about what is
yes.
it, Taylor Swift and
No, it's
Beyonce?
not. I think it's Beyonce. It's Beyonce.
Yeah.
It's Beyonce.
HB,
walk me
don't
through
take
this.
the bait. He's trying to bait you in.
No, I'm
Well,
not.
no,
I'm trying to
I want to hear.
understand.
I want to hear the argument, Stanley.
I'm just
I
trying to
mean,
understand. Walk me through how that gets accredited. How that's something that needs to be accredited.
Okay, HB, why would you be telling Yale University what to offer and how to offer it?
I don't even have that type of power, but I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to understand this argument. So
No, I don't have an argument. That's the problem that you guys keep coming with. I'm not arguing. I'm asking
Okay,
a
then what
question.
are we doing here?
What is walk me through the process of how do we get from, you know what, colleges can fail due to their accreditation.
Do you know how it works, SKC? Do you know how it works? Do you know how the accreditation?
That's why I'm asking questions.
You're asking someone to do what you can't do.
That's why I'm asking a question.
Okay, well, go ask an expert.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm asking you.
Okay,
right?
no. HB isn't an expert. I'm not an expert. You're not an expert. Why are we wasting time?
Because you brought it up as a
not
part of
going
your
to go
argument.
anywhere. No, you brought it up.
So you basically were saying that
brought up the accreditation.
No, I didn't.
You
HB
brought
did.
it up.
HB did.
You know what? Now he's blaming you, HB.
No, I'm not blaming
Yeah,
anybody. I'm saying he brought it up.
I told you ITT Tech lost their accreditation.
And so did Prairie View. According to Chris Reed, Prairie View A&M did too.
Right.
There's
So,
a lot of
you're the one that brought it up. I asked the question. How do colleges fail? You brought up accreditation. So now just follow the process. This was your
There is
thing
no
that you brought
process.
up, and now
You're making it up.
I'm making this up. This didn't
Yes.
happen.
Yes. I applaud your creativity. If I give you a crayon, can you draw it?
I didn't say how do colleges fail, and then HB answered they lose their accreditation. That didn't happen. I made that up.
All for the bait, HB.
Well, okay.
This is. Wait.
So wait. So you want to know how do schools lose their accreditation? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm not.
No. I want to know how they lose money. Not accreditation. Money. Financial. Money.
Because now we got to go through all of this.
No, once they lose their accreditation, that's how they lose the money.
That's not my question.
What is your question?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to answer. If Stanley would be quiet.
Well, a question ends in a question mark. It's
Right.
not an answer.
Okay, so help me.
So wait, what's your question?
Okay. How does a study of a Beyonce become accredited?
You gotta ask Yale. You gotta ask Yale that. Yeah, you
Boom.
gotta ask Yale that. I don't
Hey,
know.
HB, are you on the road? Are you traveling, homie?
Yeah. I'm in Oklahoma
Both
right
man,
now.
we're really delved into an argument, and when you sidetrack us with
Do
such
you
stupidity,
You know what? In
do
this
you
case,
believe
my buddy 12th man has a good point.
HB? Do you believe in the merit of a study of Beyonce as an accredited?
What part of Oklahoma?
It's a class.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that?
Me personally, I don't. But at the same time, I'm not in. I never went to Yale. Who the hell am I to say what's accredited or what's
You
not?
know you're bullshitting, HB. You know you're
I'm
full of
not.
shit.
I'm not Yale.
You're
Ryan, I know.
bullshitting top to
No,
bottom.
Ryan.
So
I am not
okay,
Yale
would you pay
material.
for it? Would you pay for it, HB? Would you pay for it? Would you
Absolutely
pay
not.
out of
What the
pocket?
hell? Absolutely
Exactly.
not.
So
But
why
you
the fuck
guys are.
should the taxpayers? So why should the
But listen,
taxpayers?
Ryan, you guys are focusing on one class when Yale.
So is that why?
They got doctors and shit coming out of Yale. They got fucking space programs and shit coming out of Yale. You guys are focusing on one class. Come on, man.
Climate change.
It's a fucking elective. I'm sure they got a bunch of
Okay.
dumbass
Okay,
class
but
at Yale, but they also
sure they
have
do. Sure they do.
very high end fucking smart people classes too. They probably got robotics and AI and
I'll just say that for the
bunch
common
of dumbass
American,
shit.
housing, healthcare, and college have exploded in cost over the last 30 to 50 years, really 30 years more so. And it's been super funded by our federal government, which drives the cost up of everything
No
they fund.
shit.
Let's take a look at the
Duh.
$25,000 per person that Kamala wanted to give away. That would drive costs up immediately by $25,000. That's all the government's doing in colleges and healthcare and housing. It's what they did. They drive the prices of everything up. They stoke demand, drive the prices up, and it hurts everybody.
I
The poor
agree.
worse.
I think I think there's many reasons why the price of schools are going up. The loans and stuff that they give out. I think that's one aspect of it. But I think if you solve that issue, you're gonna have a lot less people having the opportunity to go to school.
All I'm suggesting is if the college itself had to loan some of the money to the students, they certainly initially they would have said, "This guy, let's not give him money. In fact, let's make him a landscaper
Whoa.
because he's too dumb."
Colleges decide how. I didn't know this.
Colleges should be loaning some of the money. The college itself
The
should
only
be
thing you
advocating.
They
need.
should be,
The
but they
only
don't
thing
They
you
now.
should.
need to get a
Well, of course
loan.
they're not. They're held harmless if the student fails over and over and over. In fact, it's fine if he fails 100 times. There's no
The only
incentive for
thing you
them not
need
to
to get
let
a
every
loan
student in.
is a college, is a high school diploma. I mean,
Yes,
that's
they
it.
let
You
you could
can
12th
walk
man. You
in
could get
anywhere
into
and get a
you could get
loan
into
or a
UCLA.
grant or anything, and
You
that's
could
why.
well they take 12th man's money and
For
he shouldn't
for
even be
that
driving.
matter, the value of a degree has gone down because of
That's right.
that. Like,
They take 12th man's money and he can barely walk because his brain has to work
fuck
too hard.
you. How can you
Oh
can't
my god!
walk
Oh my god!
cancer
That was funny as
patients?
shit. All right,
Hey, you
fuck you,
can walk
fuck you,
to
12 man.
chemotherapy, right? Cancer
I don't have
patients.
chemotherapy, dumb fuck. See,
Come
you didn't
on,
even
12
understand what I
man.
was saying the other day. Because if I opened up your
Jesus.
brain case, there's a piece of lasagna sitting in there. That's it. Probably with a lot of wine poured over it.
Jesus Christ. This got really personal. But I do agree with you guys. The Beyonce class, that's not a class I would take. That's not an
Do you
elective
think
I would
Native
take.
American studies should be offered as a degree at Towson University?
Okay, but
Ryan,
that's Ryan's opinion.
yeah,
People,
Ryan.
obviously,
Are you
people have
fucking kidding me?
opinions.
How many fucking jobs in Native American studies
Okay,
are out
God
here?
damn it! Realize my
You gonna
point.
go work for an
That
accounting firm with a Native American studies degree?
your opinion of the major there are probably
Do you
people
know
who
how many
think it's a
stupid
great thing.
majors?
Okay,
By the
I don't
way,
care
here's another
about
thing.
any
The
of
Bush
that.
administration.
Again, you're
All right,
moving
Stanley. Hold on, let
goalposts.
me finish, Stanley.
I
Let me
need
finish.
let me finish.
No, the minute the
Your
Bush administration.
opinion,
All right,
it's
go ahead.
just your opinion about the value of the major. Just
Okay,
your.
let me point out something else.
You're
This will
not
blow your mind.
arguing anything objective.
Ryan, you're
You're
the
not
Shut the fuck up,
arguing
reason.
man.
anything
Shut the
objective.
fuck up, 12 man.
You're the
Shut up, 12
reason
man.
student loans shouldn't exist.
Oh, come
Okay.
on, man.
Okay.
Now,
Listen. Here's
HD,
another thing I'll
I
point out.
agree. I agree with you that
You
people
want
should
your
be able
kids to live off of
to
them
learn what they
too.
want.
You're a fraud.
And my question
Okay.
is not about what people want to learn and all that other stuff. My question to you is, you're at the head department of this coursework when you have these professors that are coming in and stating that we want to teach this. I have a lesson plan for this and so forth. You're on a department that green lights all that. Do you green light that?
It would depend on if that's what I'm looking at it as a business. Now, if I got a bunch of kids that want to study this, whether I think it's a good class for them or not, I'm thinking about the revenue. So yeah, if I got
Imagine that.
10,000
Imagine
students
that.
that
It's Apple.
if I got 10,000 students that want to study a Beyonce class, hell yeah, I'm giving them a Beyonce class. I'm giving them whatever they want.
Yeah, imagine that. It is a business. What do you know?
Well, can I
Funded by
offer,
taxpayers.
if I were a music major, for instance, I might want to know about Beyonce.
Well,
yeah, and to be fair, none of us have taken the class, so we're just giving anecdotal opinions on it. We don't know what they're actually teaching.
I bet SKC would make an F in the class.
This is amazing.
I think SKC would get an A in the class. Honestly, I don't.
SKC would probably get a job as a choreographer for Beyonce.
I think it's with schools. There's a supply and demand, and I think that's probably what. Ryan, I know you have a gripe against the Native Americans. I don't know where that comes from, but I don't know. Maybe that's
He's a bigot. That's why.
Maybe that's the
bigot.
It's the European in you.
Exactly
I don't
the
know.
No, my niece was going to switch off of computer science to Native American studies, and I'm like, "What the fuck did you just say? Computer science to Native? I'm switching my major, Uncle Ryan. What?"
So Ryan wants to blame the school for his niece's decision.
Maybe
It shouldn't even be offered as a fucking major. She could
That
fucking
is your opinion. That is your opinion. It really it is.
The point is, there's no check to the colleges. There's no checks and balances to the colleges.
And I bet there are.
Ryan, maybe that's her passion in life, though, man. Like, why are you?
Oh yeah, that's it. She's never even been to a reservation.
A Native
saw
American beat him up. A Native American beat him up when he was on the way to school when he was a little
It's a
boy.
non-vocational degree, art history, non-vocational degree. That's an art history degree.
Ryan, now that you're talking about, I do talk to Angel behind the scenes, and there's a lot of things going on those reservations that
absolutely.
Somebody with a Native American's degree, maybe they could go in there and help some of the listen, Ryan, I'm just trying to
maybe they could help Ryan.
Would you tell your kid, hey, if your kid came in and said, "Hey, I'm switching from computer science to Native American studies," what would you say to your kid?
I would tell him that it's not a good decision, and you might need to get your head checked out.
Your head examined. Fucking head examined.
But at the same time, I mean, my kid could write some Pulitzer fucking book about Native Americans and win a bunch of awards or something.
Okay, so my second example is this: the Bush administration approved federal-backed student loans for master's and PhD level course study. The following year, let me finish. As soon as that was approved, the following year, all of a sudden, half the universities in the country launched doctorate degrees in shit like, I don't know, underwater basket weaving, bullshit gender studies, a doctorate in gender studies, because they knew they'd get federal money, loans backed by federal money. The colleges literally started all these doctor
Okay,
programs,
Ryan, are
and
you
they're
blaming
bullshit
Bush?
degrees.
Are you blaming Bush? Or are you blaming the
I'm
college?
blaming our government for
Okay,
backing
as
this whole
long as you're not
system that's fucked
as
up.
long as you're not blaming the left wing institutions.
I'm blaming both left-wing institutions who
And
are part of it and our federal government.
I think the colleges saw an opportunity.
Absolutely.
They took advantage
They're
of
all
it.
over it.
What would you have them
Without
do?
any checks and balances,
If you do,
they
what
started
would
all
you
these
have
dungarees.
them do? Lose students?
Okay, listen. The point is they created
Okay,
doctorate
listen.
degrees in bullshit to
Okay,
get the federal dollars, to soak
Ryan,
up the
you
federal money.
probably think anything that doesn't make you an Elon Musk candidate is a bullshit major. Okay,
No, I
I'm
didn't say
trying
that.
to tell you that you're expressing an opinion, and I certainly appreciate it, but it's just an opinion. Everyone has one.
Yeah, Ryan. Man, I hate agreeing with Stanley on this, but the thing is, man, I think most people don't need a traditional college education, but I'm not anti-education though. That's the difference. You're
I'm not
making it seem like
anti-education. I'm just there should be
you see what
some
they
respect.
did there, Ryan? You see what they did
I
there?
didn't see it. I didn't see it.
They did
They
well. You
switched.
know, you remember that non-argument that I was bringing up earlier about the influence of these people in K through 12 and gumming up and
Yeah,
changing
yeah.
language and all. So now they have fell into the whole thing that the only way in which you can be pro-education is to go to college.
no, I didn't say
And
that.
have the government pay for all of it.
Even
I didn't.
even in the way that you defend it, I'm not against education.
No,
Just
I'm
because you
not.
go to
I'm not.
college doesn't mean that you're educated.
Yeah, I'm
No,
not.
no,
I'm pro college. Like it's a good
no,
thing.
no.
Some people should be
What I'm
going
saying,
for sure.
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying
using
is like,
Stanley's words matter thing, you know.
what I'm saying though is
Well,
that
And they
if
do.
somebody
I'm glad that I've taught you something, SKC.
Yes, sir.
if somebody wants to go to school and learn about Native American history, I'm not anti that. Yeah, you're probably not going to get a job, but that's on you. Maybe that's your
ever.
passion in life. Maybe
Yeah.
that's your passion in life. I don't know. Who am
But
I
what
to
I
tell somebody?
but what I'll
Ryan,
add to that, HB, is you don't have to go to college to learn about
No, you
Indian
don't.
history
You
and so
don't.
You
forth.
don't have to go to college for anything.
No, you don't.
Ryan got beat
college,
up by a native kid.
But I also
It is wholly possible for a person to know more about that coursework than the actual professor without ever stepping into a
that
university.
is literally almost anything. And Ryan, the other risk is that Native American Studies major doesn't make a lot of money.
I'm
That's
all
the
for
other risk.
offering it at the, but not the
at the
federal
same
government paying
time, though,
for it.
there are some resources that you can only get at these universities, especially
just like there's some resources that you can't get in the university that you will learn only through actually experiencing things and learning it that way.
True.
I agree.
That's
I agree.
exactly true.
I agree. I
So
agree.
do you think All the Single Ladies was chapter one of Beyonce's coursework?
Come on, Ryan. I don't know,
Please open up
man.
your syllabus to All the
HP,
Single Ladies. We're gonna start off with that.
I don't know.
HP,
Like Native American
HP,
Studies, like TP construction. We're gonna deal with TP construction first.
HP. What if
Make-
Ryan wanted to study monkeypox in the Congo?
You know,
Literally just fucking stupid as shit.
yeah.
I don't know what
Ryan,
that has
it's
to
like
do with
you
anything.
get a lot of weird ideas from these institutions of so-called higher learning, like Latinx, Latinx,
Latinx. By
safe
the way, the
spaces,
Latinos hate Latinx.
microaggressions, all that, just crazy, just insanity.
No, I agree.
It's
I
it's
agree with you on
it's the
that. I think
academia
that's
elite.
yeah. No, I think the
So,
academic, like honestly, I think these people are fucking demonic. Honestly, with half the shit that they're
I
teaching
agree.
these kids.
Okay,
What?
and
can you
I
imagine
think
what's going on at Vassar College and Amherst?
I
These
think that
old
the
private
arguments,
institutions.
I think the arguments that Ryan, SKC, and to a certain extent HB are making are basically biased arguments. They're not
No,
objective.
they are. They are. They are. They are. They are.
Why would you
It's
say
my
that?
it's my it's my
You're making
opinion.
value judgments on on the Amhersts of the world. You're making value
They're
judgments. You're
just
not
these
being,
crusty
you are
old
not being
northeastern
objective.
liberal left wing institutions.
Okay, I still don't think you're being objective.
Well, I don't think saying this is trash is objective.
Oh well, no. Your
Well, then
argument was
so then we're all
your
making value
argument was
judgments.
trash, and I proved it to you.
We were all making value judgments. So yourself included.
And my value judgment of your argument is trash is more objective, but yeah, it's
But it's
subjective. It's
still a
both.
value judgment. It's
It's
still a
both.
value judgment. No, it's not.
No, I
It's
don't
a
think
value
it's a
judgment.
value judgment.
Yeah, I know you don't think.
I think
but
when
I
you
know
went,
that it's a
think
value
when
judgment.
you went
It was
from
subject.
persuade,
It was
you
just as
went
subjective
from
as what you're trying to
persuade
put
to
everybody else in.
sinister. Yeah,
I know that you believe
SKC,
that you are
SKC.
God
I
and that everything that
understand
comes
your
out.
feelings were hurt when I
We
proved to you
heal
your argument was trash. I
first.
understand
What do you mean?
I understand you and your feelings.
I like it when you do this.
Yeah, you should. I'm making you a better person.
It's fun. Yes. Don't you know that I enjoy this dance?
You're good at it.
I live for it.
Well,
you lead, but I choreographed it.
All I
Remember?
can say is I'm flattered.
Yes.
I'll do more of it.
You should be blushing.
I will do much more of it.
Hey, SKC, I agree with you that the whole Ivy League is. I think it a lot of the things that they teach. I think it is demonic. But Stanley is right though. It's just my opinion. Like I can make all these connections that the Ivy League is. It's the Grove system, and it goes back to fucking Adam and Eve and shit, and it's all
I agree.
the value judgment.
I agree with you, HB. But the whole point that I'm bringing this up is that Stanley was on the subjective train too, but then when he wants to use it, he only wants to use it as a bludgeon now.
Oh yeah,
everybody else.
Anytime I can bludgeon you, of course I will.
And he was being just as subjective as all of us.
But one thing I do want to point out,
Stanley. Come
I
on,
do want
man.
to point out about the Ivy Leagues, their students, their graduates tend to make more money than other types of graduates.
Yeah, because they're getting
so
paid
money talks, bullshit like yours walks.
Yeah, because they're getting paid by
or the opposite. I can't remember now.
Yeah. Oh, we got Tom Gully in the building. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Good morning, what's up, Tommy.
just like a professor that was the lead of Harvard that got caught in a massive amount.
Yeah. Of course, you're going to avoid my point. My point, and it's an objective point that Ivy League graduates tend to earn more money than other types of graduates. That is an objective point. Can you please address it?
Correct, and I'm giving you
an objective. I'm correct. I'm correct. So I am in good stead. Thank you, SKC.
I'm giving you an example of one such person.
Okay, you're giving me an example that has nothing to do with my point.
It has everything to do with your point.
It has zero to do with my point.
Everything to do with your point.
My only point is that you stand to make a higher salary when you get out of college and sooner. That's my point.
And get paid.
Okay, are you trying to prove I'm not right?
I'm adding
Okay, if you're adding, then you are not addressing my point. You're embellishing it. Go ahead and embellish. Go ahead and embellish.
Dancing with you. You're supposed to lead. I follow. Remember?
Okay, good. I'm telling you, I am instructing you to go ahead and embellish. Build on my point.
Yes, that's what we're supposed to
do. Okay, well, get to it.
I already did. You weren't listening.
Oh, nope. Then it wasn't worth me hearing.
Right. So anyway, you were saying, Tom.
I didn't say anything. I just got here.
I thought you
But
were
I
saying
did hear somebody earlier talking about underwater basket weaving. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Some of this shit, when people just start, is there a degree in underwater basket weaving in this country? Is that coursework, perhaps? When people say a sociology
The
degree,
government paying for that?
right now, tell that to a cop, tell that to a social worker. Many lawyers have a sociology degree. I could go down the list. The problem is not everybody needs to go to college. Not everybody should go to college, because the best and brightest in any degreed field are going to be employed, and they're going to have a job, and there you go.
Well, wait a minute. Now I heard Navy SEALs were sent to do that because they needed lung exercises to do things while they're underwater.
Where did you go to college, 12th man?
Yeah, I did.
ITT.
I went to carpentry class at Votech.
Yeah, that's the vocational school. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and then I moved on from there. Built my own
The rest, as they
place
say,
and
is
everything.
history. Anyway, I'm gonna quiet down, let you guys get back to. Just
But,
want.
yeah,
Tom, I just need to comment to Tom. Tom, the statement was not that these degrees are
Ryan,
stimulative.
I thought
Hold
very
on, let me finish what I'm saying.
I thought a very interesting class for you would have been studying monkeypox in the Congo.
Thanks for that, 12th man. So,
Thank
Tom,
you. Thank you very
Tom,
much.
so the point was the federal money flowing into the college system, in my opinion, is driving up costs of college, making it unattainable for a lot of Americans. And the point was the colleges enrich themselves by offering a lot of these far-flung degrees that are non-vocational. The community loaning money to the students, the banking community, it's backed by federal money. So there's no risk for the banks, there's no risk for the college to produce students that are good or bad or otherwise, other than reputational risk. There's no financial risk. My point is, if the colleges was on the hook for some of the money to some degree of the student paying them back, I believe the colleges wouldn't offer such stupid degrees.
Like
and
what?
maybe they'd be a little bit, just anything, like vocational degree. If you think the student's going to graduate with his degree and just nothing and may not pay you back,
What degree
you're
are you
less like,
talking about?
my niece said to me she was stopping computer science and she was going to major in Native American studies. And I was like, what jobs are out here in Native American studies? I don't know if it's not really a vocational degree, but yet we're funding her. She's getting student loans.
You've never heard of the the Native American Business Association? You've never heard of people that run federal programs?
I'm not saying
very large.
I'm not
I
saying
can go on and on. I don't know of any degrees
the
being
larger point
that are
was
completely vocationless. I just don't.
The larger point was there's no check on the colleges. There's no risk for the colleges. There's no real risk for the banks. So I think it creates a moral hazard and drives up costs. From a large macroeconomic standpoint, to reduce the cost of college, they either have to reduce demand or increase supply. And as far as I'm concerned, none of those things are happening, and the federal government's paying for them at the cost of the taxpayer. Joe Biden just wanted to eliminate $10,000 a student, and all the loans he wanted to wipe out initially. The progressives wanted him to. So they got to rein in the costs. How do you rein in the costs? How do you rein in the cost of college? They're not at risk for anything. Like Apple had to fire employees. Colleges don't have to do that. There's no risk for the college or these banks giving these kids money. I mean, a kid comes in that's got B's, the bank's like, okay, let's give him money because the federal government's got them. He's going to get out and end up a landscaper. But guess what? The federal government's got his back. So it's a broken system. I think they need to change the system. That was my whole larger point.
I don't agree that it's a broken system.
Yeah, Ryan. I think if anything, it's predatory. I don't think it's broken though. I think it works amazingly. I think it works fantastically.
Okay. I mean, it's not broken in a different way than
And I don't agree that I don't
than,
disagree with you either,
he
HB.
does.
It can be personal. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Sorry,
broken. I
Stan.
think it's if you really look at it as a system, I mean, it works very effectively. Getting a bunch of
I
dumbass
think
kids to go pay for college and get in debt. Yeah, nah,
I think if anything's broken, it's like the counseling system, the parenting system, whatever system, guidance counseling in
Unless
high school, somehow or another,
you
people
think the parents, Stanley thinks the parents, right?
somehow kids are going to college. They're not being slotted in the right directions.
and see, that's what I agree with you, Stanley. I think K through 12 is more broken than the colleges.
Well, no. I'm
Stanley makes
saying
the most right-wing argument you can make. It's about the family.
somehow or another, what I'm saying is somehow or another, the wrong people are winding up in the wrong places. Okay, something between the K-12 to college pipeline, somewhere the right students need to go to colleges, the right students need to go to VOTAC, etc.
Hey, HB, I'm glad that you followed that because
blame the colleges.
I stated that earlier in the breadcrumbs. Who you
Okay,
think is,
you know what?
who do you think?
Breadcrumbs. That's cryptic.
I know that there's two. I know that there's two
When you
HBs
say
on
bread,
the
I
panel.
should not have to
HB,
translate.
I know you
I
have
should
a
not
alter
have
ego.
to translate.
I don't know
through
how you do
Google
it, HB, but
Translate
you
a
are a
term
great
like
man by
breadcrumbs.
having
It's a
a
bullshit.
dual personality on
When
one
you
show.
say,
Because it's
see,
like whenever I say your name, you jump
SKC,
into your
this
own
is the
personality,
problem
and then
with
you start to
folks.
talk to me, and it is
The
amazing how you
problem
do that,
with
man. You
folks
are
of
a
your ilk,
man.
SKC,
You are
is
I'm a
that you
magician.
talk
your
I'm a
cryptic.
ability to
magician,
be able to do
SKC. I'm
this
a
is
magician.
Okay,
amazing, man.
hold on
You
one
can't
second,
even
SKC. I
you
need to
you
make
need
my
to
point.
course this
I
HB.
need to make
It is
my point,
amazing.
SKC. Please allow me to
I
make
don't
it.
think there's
No, you're
anybody
going to
in all of
overtalk. I
I'm
need
a
to make
magician,
a
bro.
point.
and it
The
should
moderator of the show needs to make a point.
master course on
Okay,
how you
dude,
do
you're
this,
not
man.
letting the moderator speak.
Because your dual
All I'm going to
personality
say,
is
okay,
amazing.
you're just going to, I guess
Amazing,
you're ready
HB.
to go. Is that
I
what you're
said
telling me?
because I
Are
definitely
you
said
ready to
HB.
go,
Am I supposed to
SKC?
say
Because
HB with
you're
the
acting out.
with
You're
the dollar
acting
sign in
out
front
like
of your
the
name?
little boy. Stop
Should I
acting
do it
out,
that way?
SKC.
Because it is. I mean, you
SKC.
are. Your ability to be able to
I
do this
only
is
see.
amazing.
You
How do
think
you
this
do
is
it,
your
HB?
show? That's the problem.
How do you do it?
Please let the
How do you
moderator
do
make
it?
a point
It's
about
amazing.
your argument.
Explain it to me, HB. Your
Breadcrumbs is cryptic. I don't know what
your
breadcrumbs
personality, please.
mean. I do not know what
I
breadcrumbs
want
mean.
to talk to the HB that the personality that do know
Okay,
what
now
breadcrumbs mean.
you need to understand that
Because it's like
HB,
the truck
I don't know what breadcrumbs means.
the truck driver HB does.
Okay, fuck that.
That's the one I
Okay,
want to talk to.
HB isn't the one.
Personality.
HB isn't the one talking right now.
Yes, it is. I
No,
addressed
I'm afraid
HB.
it's not.
HB
This is
talking to me.
Stanley. Maybe you don't recognize my voice.
Oh,
Breadcrumbs is so
anything?
cryptic.
Can we build
I
this?
can't make heads nor tails of it. I
Stanley,
don't know whether you're right or wrong.
Can I hear SKC out? Because I just want to hear his point. Real quick.
Sure. See, maybe you can translate that ignorance.
Thank you, Stanley.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
you're so
SKC.
triggered right now.
Go ahead.
You're
Go
so
ahead.
triggered.
So you were stating that you believe that the majority of the problems HB have to do with K through 12.
Yeah.
And earlier, I left a breadcrumb thought in that stating that
Yeah, it was breadcrumb thoughts, all right.
all right. So that you remember when I was saying those colleges have a lot of left-leaning people, and then those left-leaning people tend to go back into education.
Yeah.
You say you have a problem with the K through 12. Who are the people that are over the K through 12?
I agree.
Parents.
Most of
Liz.
the K through 12. Yeah, most of the K through 12 is liberal, fucking idiots,
So then just follow the breadcrumbs, HB.
Yeah, follow the breadcrumbs. That's an argument. Yeah, well, now that we've got that witticism out of the way,
just go to the source.
I think ultimately parents parent kids. If you're gonna blame K through 12, then you're not a good parent.
Are these breadcrumbs raisin bran or raisin
That's
bread?
That's the beauty of it, HB. You can make them whatever you
Cocoa
want.
Pebbles.
You can make them whatever you want.
There you go.
You're making me want some.
You can make them whatever you want is a good argument.
You're making me want some raisin bread
I
right now,
learned it
man.
from the left. Subjective
Okay,
everything.
well, you know what? Stop learning bad. Stop learning bad things from. You're learning bad things from the left. Learn the good stuff.
Stanley, I'm pretty sure you cook with breadcrumbs a lot, Stanley. You ever make something with breadcrumbs?
No.
Oh, okay.
I put them in my meat. I put them in my meatballs and cook them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you use Italian? Do you use Italian breadcrumbs in your meatballs?
Yeah, I do.
Stanley?
I do. They're more flavorful than plain old breadcrumbs.
And I staunchly disagree with you, Ryan. Staunchly disagree. It's 6 octaves. 6 octaves. At least 6.
It's up. As soon as SKC says one word, Stanley just goes straight through the roof.
Yeah, no, Stanley clearly.
He's
Yeah,
so
Stanley
triggered.
really doesn't like
So
SKC. I don't know what you did, SKC, but Stanley.
Well,
Huckleberry.
he knows how to trick me with nonsense arguments.
Yes, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Nonsense arguments are just the worst.
Did you kick him, Stanley, or did he kick himself?
No, he'll be back. He's probably on the road.
No, SKC's still here.
I mean, SKC. Oh, he's still there.
He's still here. He's still here.
Could be Alaska internet fading in and out too. You never know.
You know,
I feel like
Jihad.
it's not though.
My issue with K through 12 right now is they only really, because it used to not be like this, but K through 12 pretty much only gets kids ready to go to college. They don't really give kids any other like ulterior or alternate like career paths. Yeah, you got the Army that goes in there. You got the Army, but it's like you tell a 17-year-old kid, would you rather go to college or the Army? Most kids are gonna say, I'd rather go to college. I ain't trying to get shot, nigga. You crazy? So I think it's there's got to be other career paths. That's my
well, like HB and the Kenai High School, they're teaching them to weld and build houses and everything. By the time they get out of high school, they already know how to work with their hands.
And see, I think that needs to happen more in
Know how to open a bottle.
That's rare. That's rare.
Yeah, that's very.
That's rare though.
And I think that's what needs to. That's
even vocational schools like the shop. They don't have wood shop. They got computer now. They got something like that. They don't have like HVAC or plumbing. It's completely changed. The vocational schools have like cooking.
Well, in
fucking
Alaska,
cooking
it's
shit.
mostly hands-on.
Yeah,
in Alaska,
Jihad, I get that. Jihad said it gets you developed to become a worker, and I get you there too. If you're talking about hit the link, Jihad. But if you're talking about going to the Army, I get that now. But a lot of kids that are 17, they don't get that. They're just thinking about, damn, I got to be in Iraq and getting shot at and shit. They don't get that.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, shit.
We ain't doing that no more.
Trust me,
Like
I truly believe, and this is more. I think every man should probably go to the armed forces, right out of high school first. But then now we're in a different type of society. That's what would that be called, Stanley?
That almost sounds kind of socialist.
Exactly. It is a little socialist. It is a little socialist, and that's why I have to push back against what you guys are saying about education and stuff.
So your little is good and Ryan's little is bad.
No. They're both socialists. They're both socialists. But they're both
It's
socialists.
not
And I think that's once you take people's freedom out of the equation and make them do stuff, now we're leaning towards a socialist society, and that's what I'm
No,
against.
actually, it's not socialism. It's probably more just plain old authoritarianism.
Okay,
No,
okay,
no, no, no. Listen,
authoritarianism.
Stanley,
Because
Yeah,
this is why Stanley hates argument.
the right can do it just like the left. And
That's not true.
I also want to point out that Ryan, who is not a leftist, thinks certain degrees are bullshit. And I think that he would take them out.
I said non-vocational.
Him,
I said
and
non-vocational.
Ryan is no leftist.
Okay.
It's
There's a guy that would agree with my argument who talks about trade-offs in economics a lot of times that Stanley hates.
I disagree
But he literally like championed trade-offs as
with your
as a concept in
argument that
economics.
schools should be forced to not offer majors or offer majors. I don't agree that schools should
Not
be
on the government loans, Stanley.
okay. Schools, by and large, do not depend on the federal government. I don't know where you get this from, 12th man.
I already showed you, Stanley. You just don't listen.
Students. No, I listened and I
think there should
rejected.
be
I reject
a
your
stripper
argument.
violence course in the University of Miami.
I'm sorry.
What is it? What is it? Hold on. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Do you agree, HB?
No. What did
wait,
you
say
say?
that? Yeah, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
I think there should be a stripper violence course in the University of
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah,
They probably have one.
Yeah, SKC.
Listen,
that is such a cogent point.
Free honor.
There's a
Free
leisure
honor.
studies degree. There's a leisure studies degree at University of Arkansas.
And
We
you know
know
what?
we know someone who
You
can be the
should not
professor of that.
ridiculing it. You can do
This is
forcing
not ridiculing.
forcing
This isn't
a
ridiculing.
school to do it or not do it. You should not do.
Can you get a government loan to do it? Where
Okay.
can I join?
Okay.
Where can I
You
join
know-
that?
So the federal government should tell students what to major in.
Stanley, you literally, you know what we're talking
Tell me
about.
what I
You're
know,
choosing
Ryan.
not
I'll
to.
tell you what I know.
You're choosing not to agree.
No.
So again,
The fuck do
the
you
money.
mean? No. Let's explore
The money-
that. Okay, I think
Yes.
you've got a shitty argument, and I don't
The
agree with it.
money.
Don't tell me
The
what
money.
I'm choosing to do. I
The
literally,
money they're loaning
with
students
all my
is
heart,
backed by the federal
think
government.
your
It's backed by the federal government.
your idea.
If the student
Of
defaults, the federal government pays the bill.
Okay, Ryan, it doesn't matter what you do. It
This
is
is
a
the
bad
federal
idea,
government's
in
fault.
my
The-
opinion,
the-
for the government or the school to force students to major one way or the other.
The government
Man.
shouldn't be loaning
Okay,
the money in the
Stanley
man,
brings
first
up a good
fucking
point,
Okay,
Ryan.
place.
if you ever sobered up, maybe you could be that type of authoritarian.
But now
But Ryan,
Stanley's mad at everybody.
Stanley brings up a good point though, Ryan. When he does say that you had a crappy argument, the question comes in is, can Ryan's crappy argument fertilize growth?
No.
Yes, because it's true. It's specifically true. If the federal
You know
government will
what?
stand behind
You know
every
what?
creditor, every loan, then people have no reason to. There's no reason to. The banks are going to take on as much
You
money as they can,
don't
as much
get to
loans,
be the
give them to
king
kids.
of
The kids
morality.
can't pay them.
Okay,
The federal
you
government
don't
just
get
pays
to
for
be
them.
the king of morality.
Ryan,
Well-
that's the thing, man. I agree with you, Ryan, but it's not the American way, man. We got freedoms over here.
I'll just say that
People should be free.
the cost will continue to rise. It'll continue to go up unless you stop funding it. Like you got not stop funding it, but limit the funding.
Ryan,
Limit the funding. You've got to pull it off.
Ryan, there's gonna be degrees soon that are gonna cost $1 million to get, and there's gonna be people that are still gonna pay for it, and that's the American way, man.
And we
then
need
the
to
kid
be
gets
the
out of
people
school.
making the courses, Ryan.
He's got $300,000 in debt, and then he goes to buy a house, and the federal government funds that, so that's going to be $700,000.
Yes,
I mean,
Ryan.
it's just a
And
debt spiral.
we need to be the individuals that are making the courses. That's all.
Well, I'm not an educator, so
But you can't. But you can be. Follow the Ibram X Kendi way.
Yeah, Ryan, I
Now
think
I
you'd be a
like
good. I think
You
you'd be
know
a great
what?
educator, Ryan.
I
Actually,
I
like
think Ibram X Kendi has gotten into your head. He is the
And yours.
he is the B in us.
Stanley.
He's in
Come on,
our
Stanley.
head.
You can't say
He's in our
Stanley.
head.
There's a guy on this panel that's gotten into your head, buddy. Let's be
No,
honest.
and it's not you, Ryan. That's for sure.
Your octaves don't go up with me, buddy. It's okay.
Well,
It's
no,
okay.
I don't like bad arguments. I find them unproductive. So yeah,
But I like
I'm
bad arguments.
I'm a little annoyed at the shitty arguments offered this morning.
But I like bad arguments.
Yeah, I know you do, and
John Stuart Mill, he stated that
why
you
I
have to
get
advance
annoyed.
bad
You come up
arguments.
there, you offer bad arguments.
You disagree with John Stuart Mill, who said we have to advance the bad arguments?
You know what? You know what? You go and be this generation's John Stuart Mill then.
No, I'm just stating that's what they're learning in the ivory tower, right?
know what?
John Stuart Mill is a great
You know what?
mind, and he
I
says
think they're learning a
have to
little bit
advance the
more.
bad
I
argument.
think there are a couple other things they're learning in the ivory tower besides that disingenuous point.
yeah, Jihad, I agree too. I agree.
You're saying that's a disingenuous point?
No, I'm saying you're offering it in a disingenuous way.
Did he not
There's
say
nothing
you
wrong
have
with
to
Mill.
bad
There's
argument?
nothing
Bell has a
wrong
good
with
comment.
There's nothing wrong with Mill.
I
There's
agree with
something
Jihad's
wrong with
comment too,
SKC.
Ryan. I get you. Ryan, I get you, but we live in a demonic ass world, and even though your argument is pure, it that's not the real world, man.
I think it's damaging to people. It's damaging to kids. It's damaging to people.
It is.
Have you ever heard the saying, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions"?
I agree. I agree.
I just wanted the group to know Stanley supported a candidate that spent more money than her $1 billion campaign. Stanley's finances
Get
come from
away,
Vermont,
devil.
so
Get thee away. Don't lead me to hell.
she couldn't even run a campaign budget, and meanwhile, that's who Stanley supported. I just want the group to know that.
No, that's a whole different can of worms right there.
Hey, who spent $600,000 to set up a temporary thing for an interview? Lord,
I don't know who.
Hey, Kamala showed up. She was like, "You get a car, and you get a car."
Didn't she lose?
Nah, I'm just kidding, Stanley. I'm just messing with you, buddy. Okay, just messing with you.
Wait, Stanley.
I'm over it. Are the winners?
But it is a questionable accounting the issue. It seems like there's no real. It's like the accounting part is what drives me nuts about most of these things. The accounting part, the money part.
Stanley,
I don't really care about most of the social bullshit. I just care about the fact that we're going into debt so deeply. It's damaging to us as a country,
Stanley,
as a people.
Stanley, can you answer this question from Kimmy Cakes? Because I feel like you might be able to answer it better.
Well, they got a lot fewer students.
And no banks involved. Imagine that.
Yeah, there are a lot fewer students. That's my only thought on the matter.
And wait, Jihad, what would that solve? I honestly think.
Oh, I didn't take the GI Bill, Jihad.
You didn't? Why not? I figured you. I figured
Okay,
you would.
I went in with a college degree. I went to OCS.
Yeah, that's how he was able to be an officer.
Yeah, the military paid for a year or two. Yeah. But I mean, I'd have gotten scholarships anyway. They didn't pay for the first year.
Mavid, my motivations aren't pure or unpure. They're just math. Okay, it's maths.
Oh, by the way, let me add one quick point. The military doesn't just pay for your education. You actually have to go and risk your life occasionally. I think that's worth for college. Jihad?
Yeah. You might gotta lose a leg, Jihad. Come on, man.
Yeah,
that's right, Jihad. Though you tried. I give you credit for that, man.
How was he trying to trap me? Well, let me put it to you this way, Jihad. You stand a better chance than others on this panel.
What happened if I have a trap card?
How do you know I was talking about you?
I was just saying, what happened if I
Did I
have a trap
trouble
card?
you somehow? You were on mute and came all the way off mute to say something about my comment.
Yeah, I was saying, what happened if I have a trap card though, Stanley?
I have no idea what a trap car is.
Oh, okay.
I think we just lost 12 beers in. This is a 12-step man. Where
he dropped his phone in a puddle of beer.
Oh boy.
Hey, what is the story? What is the story on HBO? I thought I'm not HBO on 12th Man. I thought that he was like in some sort of accident or something, and that affected his ability.
It's quite a story, SKC. You should listen to him tell it. It's quite a tale.
Yeah, because
apparently
you know,
he was shot by the Crips.
He wasn't. I thought he
got ran over by a truck.
Oh, okay.
It's just pretty crazy, seriously. Like, it's pretty crazy. He got shot by the Crips, and then he also got ran over by a white dude in a truck, all at the same time. So it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So, but apparently he, in Memphis, and then he moved to Alaska. But I was like, holy shit! All that shit happened at the same time.
Oh, a trap card.
So,
what's a trap card? Is that a spades thing?
I think they were, Stanley, as you would say, they were trying to push you down a cul-de-sac, as you would say.
Oh, got it.
Yes. A trap, you see? Setting a trap. So I think that's what their point was. So I think, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Jihad needs to pull on up, and we'll know. Yeah, he's in Alaska, Jihad. Freezing his nuts off. He said it was like -10. Whew, I don't want that.
Nathan, Stanley learned dominoes, you fraud. Okay.
I don't know what that is. Well, I think we sorted this out with higher ed. We've sorted out all the world's problems with higher education. Let's talk about the broken medical system now. No, just kidding. That's not what
All the people that are going into the medical system trying to push a whole bunch of crazy ideas that they learned in higher ed.
Pretty much, yes. I can't believe this whole thing on campuses this year, man. It was crazy. I mean, I'm just like, it was wild. So I'm watching this on TV, and I'm like, it was wild.
Did you hear that story about that? I think it was some DEI lead. I want to say it was at Berkeley. That had a degree from Harvard and so forth, and they found out that the majority of her work had been plagiarized. And here
I
she
think
is.
that's a common thing.
And here
I
she
think
is
that's common, though.
instructing the future medical doctors of America on life and how they should be handling their,
I think a lot of them copy off each other.
Interacting with patients. And she's
I think a lot of
fraud
them
and plagiarist.
I think that one of the problems with arguments that a lot on the right make is they want to take one example and like make it a rule instead of an exception. And it really waters down their credibility, in my opinion.
But what happened if you like water?
Well,
Stanley, you just did the exact same thing the other day because you said Ann Coulter is like the whole country. Okay, Ann Coulter, who was fired.
Oh no, but I said she's like a lot on the right.
Oh yeah, that's why she was fired, and nobody listens to her dumb podcast.
Now,
she said something about Vivek Ramaswamy.
I'm sorry, you can't necessarily.
He didn't answer.
Maybe I was being hyperbolic, but now after today, I'm starting to kind of think I was right by accident.
Once Vivek's the next president, we'll see, because he probably will be.
Who, Trump?
Vivid.
Oh, that's not
2028.
that's not going to happen.
I
What's
think he
wrong with
might be, man.
I think there are a lot of
He's a
people like
conservative. Stanley hates him because he's a conservative, of course.
people like Ann Coulter on the right.
But
Look, they
what,
gave J.D. Vance a bunch of guff about his wife.
I
what's
don't know.
wrong with water, Stanley?
Well, as long as you're using it for the right purposes, like to clean up, yeah, it can be good. Or it can drown.
Drinking?
It's a lot of it is how you use the water.
Oh, okay.
Anybody that's a conservative, Stanley hates, and he thinks they're fake.
No, you know
That's what I
what?
want.
There are plenty of conservatives that I actually like. It's just the MAGA conservatives.
Like sounds subjective.
I like George F. Will.
Like sounds subjective.
Kind of even like William F. Buckley a little bit. There are a lot of
still sounds subjective.
There are a lot of conservatives that even if I don't agree with them, Ross Douthat, I listen to. I don't always agree with it.
What about? I mean, your family, your family first, pro family, family make all the decisions. Arguments very conservative. I'm just saying.
Listen to. I'm sorry. What?
Everything falls on the family. All responsibilities, everything falls on the family. That's a super conservative argument. Like you sound like George W. Bush.
No, once again, like a typical MAGA person. And I know you keep saying you're not MAGA, but you got a lot of those traits. Parenting is what I'm talking about. Not everything in the universe, it falls on the parents. But a lot of
that's a very right-wing idea right there, man. You don't see that?
A parenting part does fall on the parents.
That you probably hear that at the Republican convention thousands of times, right? Like they would say that over and over. So you'd be great. You'd be a speaker at the GOP convention. You'd be a good speaker there.
I think that Ryan is Agam, not MAGA.
What's Agam? What is that? Again. What does that stand for?
MAGA backwards. He's backwards.
No,
MAGA?
I'm not. I like some MAGA stuff I like, but some I don't. Like I'm America first for sure. Like I think our country should come first, and the people paying the taxes into it.
Well, you also think
we're a people. America is a people now, right? We're a country, but we're a people. Americans.
You also
right?
think apparently that if I don't agree with you, I hate you.
No, I never said that. No.
It's just the impression I got.
You and I get along for hours at a time, but we have some differences ideologically. That's all.
Yeah.
But we would go to dinner and laugh and carry on. I know it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Go to dinner. Yeah, we'd have a good time. We have a good conversation.
Maybe Stanley is literally.
Yeah, he's an asshole. What the hell's the matter with him? Stan is literally.
Almost sounds like a leftist speaking.
That's what Stanley is literally. That's what he says. That's how he starts off usually, actually. You are literally. That's a Stanleyism.
Basic level to include all. I don't even understand what that means. Let's see.
What? Isn't this John's shift? Stanley?
Well, it's my shift until he comes back. Though I'd probably
everyone just abandoned you. Everyone abandoned you.
Oh, that's all right.
Stanley's got it.
They get tired of me. But
why did they get you, Stanley? I don't see.
You know what? You know what? Because like Mavid says, let's see. Mavid says Brooklyn. He's talking to Kimmy. He's abusing everyone on the channel, and not many people see it. If they do, they leave. Well,
no, he doesn't.
You know what?
No, he doesn't.
I'm not sure I can disagree with him.
I just thought we were all just flying into the vortex.
Yeah, we're having a discussion, and that's how it works.
He changed his mind.
Nah, he's probably trucking, and he had to stop. That's all. Yeah, Mavid's always in on Stanley. He's always in on him.
My bad, y'all. Had to do some work
That's
real
his
quick.
purpose, I think.
Had to do some work. What's going on?
What was her
Maybe.
name, HB?
Her name was Lizzie. She was a lot Lizzie.
See, I knew it. It
You
always goes
know.
back.
It was Lizzie.
Hey, by the way, HB, I've had a lot of young young black female truckers that are doing like YouTube shows that are coming into my algorithm. And next time you're here early, I'd like your opinion of some of them.
Oh man, don't you
What's
love
your
watching it
overall
though?
opinion?
They're not focused on trucking, believe me.
Yeah,
No, no,
They're focused on likes.
there's at
Focused
least
on likes.
there's
Well, this is literally HB's specialty. So I'm
Yeah, it
wondering,
is.
what is your thoughts on this, HB, as a professional?
As a professional, I do think that the way trucking is now, it's a lot easier than what it used to be. Like I've talked to old time truckers back in the day before GPS and satellites and cell phones. Now there's a reason back in the 90s and 80s you didn't see any women drivers out there. Most women can't tell you north, south, east and west. They just don't know. They don't know. But I think
Hey, my iPad's dying. I'll call back in. Give me a minute.
okay.
Yeah,
But
I
I
was thinking
think
about.
with
Are you trying to say that they're directionally challenged, HB?
that there's actually been studies on that where women, when they think of directions, they think of like left and right. They think from like the first person perspective. Men, when we think of direction, we think of it from a bird eyes view. And there's actually been studies on this where we think of it from like north, south, east and west. So I think it's just a perspective thing. I'm not really sure why women, they can't really tell directions like that, but I'm
That
sure
may
you've all.
give light and insight into the Beyonce course.
I just think women just think differently, But I honestly, I really do like the influx of women truckers, women going that route instead of, because a lot of the, unfortunately, a lot of these women probably shouldn't be in school. They should be out getting their, getting their CDLs and working. And I think if they, the really attractive ones and the ones with personality, if they can also create a YouTube job on top of that, man, to me that shit is that I really admire it with a lot of these women that doing it. I really admire it because it's not an easy job at all. So
well,
I honestly I admire this shit really.
there's one young lady, Agnes Rose is what she goes by, though I don't think it's her real name, or maybe she has a nickname. She impressed the hell out of me.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, you see a girl like back a trailer up and she gets it in there, it's just like, God damn, man. You gotta tip your hat to them. Like you know. Now the women that kind of use their sexuality and stuff, I'm not mad at them, Like I can't hate the player, I just can't. Don't hate the player, hate the game, man.
There was something, Stanley, the other day that you was sharing when we had that conversation about the you were bringing up some lady with some book club and the dating and all that other stuff. We had a pretty good conversation about that. I was wondering if I could share a short video. I think it's just about 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
And get your thoughts on this. I think that there may be some breadcrumbs.
This raisin bread crumbs.
Yeah. With this and that conversation.
Okay.
Is
it back there now?
Yeah, I just put it in the back.
Oh wait, can you? Are you on your phone or something right now? SKC, you on your phone?
No. I'm not on my phone.
Oh, this.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's have a look at this then.
Okay, Stanley, you're gonna bring it up. All right.
I'm gonna have to.
Wait, and I just wanted to highlight Kimmy's comment because I don't want you guys to think I'm being sexist by saying that. Kimmy also agrees. I'm completely clueless with directions and ask my husband how to get everywhere on God, and that's what I'm talking about. Most women, I mean, they could live somewhere for 20 years and still not know how to get anywhere. It's it's just how women are. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
Okay. uh,
Sometimes a joyful song can lift someone's spirit.
I think that gratitude should always be done in community. I don't want us Black women to lose hope that we should just get on by while we're here. But no, I think there's more for us here.
For many, the holidays are a time of excitement.
Because I just bought a house, I'll be hosting Thanksgiving. So yeah, let's hope I don't burn the macaroni or mess up the greens.
But for others, it can drum up feelings of anxiety and disconnection, particularly for those living far from family or navigating loss.
People navigating grief around this time. Thanksgiving and Christmas are also triggers for remembering that that person that used to be there is no longer there, or that thing that used to be there is no longer there, whether it be marriage, a home, the career.
That's one of the reasons Progressive Baptist Church hosted a Sisters Giving this year. The event aims to provide a space to counter those emotions with community and care.
It's very encouraging for other people to hear what God has done for you, especially if you're someone who may not be feeling grateful in the moment.
There was food, laughter, and fellowship.
Trying to communicate.
But also real advice from a licensed mental health professional on how you can get through the holidays if they're tough for you.
I know the notion that if they wanted to, they would. I would say if they don't know, they don't know. And so asking for help, reaching out to your loved ones and your friends and letting them know, like, hey, I'm struggling. Can you come over? Can I come over? Reaching out to your community and your support system.
More than 100 women showed up from all walks of life, spanning multiple generations.
We just set this up to make people feel like this is family. We're together in this. You're here. We understand. There's a lot of things that the older generation, myself, we've been through and we can share with you.
I think the biggest thing that you have to do, which can be hard too, is just put yourself out there and be as vulnerable as possible.
Serving as a reminder that family isn't just who you're related to, it's who you share life's moments with.
If you really think about it, you're never alone. I'm never alone. God is always with me.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Oh man, Stanley, I bet you wish you were there, man.
Not really.
Ah.
You know that one, the counselor who's standing up on the stage or pulpit or altar, whatever that is, with the holy jeans.
Yeah.
That could never be me. I'd be like, are you really wearing that? Yeah. You don't expect me to go to church with you dressed like that, do you?
Hey, HB, I just gave you I put you in a time machine. That this is 30 years after Pop the Balloon.
More than likely, yeah, you're probably right on that. Yeah, you're probably right on that. Yeah. They gotta find Jesus because they probably not gonna find a man.
What's a fish test?
Oh, I think she meant Fish Fest.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
you just use your
never heard that term before.
The opposite of a sausage.
That's pretty raunchy.
Yeah, it's a Fish Fest.
Where is, for the love of hygiene?
Yeah, it's probably a lot of. Yeah. Probably does kind of stink.
And then J-Dub says this aligns with identity politics. You mean like feminine identity, female?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, it is pretty much a feminist.
Hey, HB, could there possibly be a connection to this with, the
education.
Beyonce course.
No,
Man, you know what? That Beyonce course just has you all triggered.
there is a lot of correlations with this. I guarantee in that room, if there's 1,000 women in there, there's probably 1,500 degrees in there. So I'm not gonna say there's not a correlation.
Well, don't both you guys have college degrees, right?
Say what? Say that again, Stanley?
Both you guys have college degrees, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you criticizing women for something you have?
Oh no, I'm not criticizing them. I'm just saying that
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to make the same tenuous sort of association that you're making and say you're a feminist because you got a college degree.
Oh yeah, no. In college, I was the biggest feminist.
Okay, well, you then you might be a feminist.
Yeah, no. In college, I was a huge feminist. I honestly do think
Look at this fool.
No, Stanley, I do have a lot of.
No, something soft man just put up.
I do agree with feminism to a certain extent, though, because I don't think every woman is. I don't want to live in a free country where we're forcing women to be wives and forcing them to be mothers and stuff. Like, to me, that's not a free country. So if a woman wants to be a stripper,
Hoes got to eat. Hoes got to eat cake too.
Yeah. So I'd be a liar to say if I'm not a feminist. Now, do I think that it's a detriment to society to a certain extent, but at the same time, that's freedom. That's what you get when you have freedom.
Do you guys agree with this thing 12th Man just put up? Fox and Friends says America is trending away from big butts.
I hope they are.
You know what? That Fox and Friends, this is like stuff. Well, it is a morning show, so maybe I should expect fluff like this.
Oh, and Joy Reid isn't.
I've been trending away.
Joy Reid doesn't work for Fox and Friends.
Been trending away from that in my house since I was born. So I'd say yes.
All right, good.
What does that mean?
I think you know what?
There needs to be a college course taught on this. HB, we need to make a course upon the decline of the big butt.
Yo, Mavid G, I 100% agree with you on that. I wish it was pushed more, but that's just not the society we live in, man.
And now we tell girls moms are slaves?
Yeah. That's what Obama said.
Where does Mavid G live?
No, that's what Obama said. He said, if one of his daughters got pregnant, he wants to protect the abortion because he doesn't want her to be a slave to that baby and shit. Like
He literally said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Obama said that.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah, he didn't want her to be burdened with that, and it's like
that's not something I would agree with on Obama's
burden word.
Yeah, it's like Jesus Christ, it's a human life, Obama. God damn.
Well, no, I think she should have the choice.
No, she should, but using those types of words is very, it I don't know, Stanley. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, for someone who's that articulate, it is kind of I'm sure.
If somebody can find that, I'd love to see that because I'm searching for it and I can't find it. Not saying it didn't, but I
got to get used to it, Tom. These guys say bullshit like that all the time.
No.
You get used to it.
What was the quote? I would like to look it up as well.
It's if you look up like Obama and his daughters and abortion, you'll see the full quote that he said.
let me check that out.
I'm gonna say Sasha has had 8.
I wouldn't be surprised. She's kind of sexy. Those Obama daughters.
Are you talking about the one where he said something about people being punished with a baby?
Yeah. There we go.
Or are you talking about the one where he said that abortion can help daughters fulfill their dreams?
Okay, that's true.
I think the punished one. That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah,
Like having a baby is a punishment.
yeah. You just said I don't want them punished with a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different than slavery.
Yeah, but I mean it's kind of the same type of rhetoric to me. Like you're making motherhood seem like a punishment. Or
Right,
like
but I mean, there's punishment and then there's slavery.
oh, yeah, you gotta put.
Well, they don't see the difference.
Yeah.
No, I've done the same thing before where I've, misinterpreted or misstated a quote. Happens.
Yeah. No, but I get what
I
Maven
was
is saying,
16, but it is.
Ah, come on, Tom.
No, hey, didn't you see I put my little subhead here for you?
What does it say?
No roommate since 1982.
Yeah, that roommate conversation got really heated.
He didn't like that. He did not. Big pimping roommate man did not like that.
Expound. I'm curious.
If I knew what expound meant. No, I'm kidding. There's a conversation. Tough guy came in and of course was being tough guy. This is while King TL was in the room too, by the way.
Yeah.
So it was crazy to begin with. But it came out that Mr. Big Pimpin' had a roommate. He lived with a roommate, which doesn't sound that pimpin' to most people. And he didn't really like that at all. That being revealed.
Oh.
Yeah, and mind you, he's almost 40.
I mean, if I had a roommate and I was almost 40, whatever age, I just go, yeah, I have a roommate. Hey, I'm saving money and I don't mind. He's gone a lot, whatever. But why worry about what other people think of it? And he is right about one thing. The cost of renting an apartment where he lives is really salty. It's $3-4 grand a month for a 2-bedroom.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
for renting. Yeah.
But it was crazy, and he really didn't like it. I haven't ever seen him that rattled ever.
I mean, I thought it was funny, I thought it was hilarious, but I guess I don't know.
I've watched a lot of MTV raps, so I think I know the rap community. And I haven't seen, just kidding, but I haven't ever seen one where the guy's talking about, bitches in the crib with my roommate. I never heard those lyrics.
Yeah. I'm yeah. I don't remember hearing that either. It is kind of weird.
I don't know. What is a trap house?
Well, that's different,
That's business.
Yeah, that's different.
Well, they seem to do a lot of living in a place of business, and a lot of other activities that tend to correlate with or different carnal activities.
Right. I mean, that's different than two people living together and share the expenses.
Yeah.
Psychopath is watching MTV raps does not make you familiar with
the community. Don't you get psychopathia started, Tom?
It's okay.
Don't you do it?
I was kidding. It was my white bread joke about I know nothing of the rap community other than the rap that I own on CD, and very much enjoy. Thank you.
Oh, he was coming. He's gonna come in hot.
He's ready to pounce, man. Psychopath. You started talking about hip hop and rap and all that. Oh man,
I'm sorry.
He might still hit that link and come up and Let me drop the link.
I thought that was relatively obvious that I was being.
It's the first time he's been in the chat, at least that I know of, in quite some time. So
okay,
he's not familiar with the ways of Jonathan Swift.
He's getting familiar with words again.
Psychopatheist. I would like to hear from an expert of the rap community.
Oh man.
The rap community. Do you guys read rap lyrics with your pinky turned up? The community.
It's interesting because this room, not we, but this particular channel has people from sort of, there are musicians that are in here, and there are singers, and obviously a lot of people that do quite a bit of studying on various subjects, and computer experts, people that run businesses. But I don't think I've been in here with a rapper other than Stanley.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Drop some bars for us, Stanley.
I feel like everybody's a rapper. Like, I mean,
everybody
like,
but me.
Is there a high bar to become a rapper, HB?
Nah, not at all. You just got to know how to rhyme words. I mean, I could rhyme words in the first grade.
Oh, so you're saying kindergarten is the bar?
Yeah. Now, will people listen to it? Is another question.
Oh boy. Wow. I'm going back to bed.
Psychopath. Psychopatheist. Good morning, good brother. Please enlighten us on the rap community.
What is it that you need to be in for? I don't know nothing about no rap community. That's something that you guys are talking about. I don't know. But if you want got questions about hip hop, I can answer it with whatever questions you want.
Well, we were talking about a rapper. Has there ever been a rapper in the history of hip hop that ever bragged about having a roommate?
That bragged about having, not to my knowledge. I'm sure it might be, but not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, yeah. I guess you were right. I guess you were right.
I took a wild guess.
I guess you were spot on. I don't know. Yeah, that was really the only thing we were talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Y'all still up here taking y'all victory lap?
Oh, what are you talking about? With Trump?
Yeah, it's a bunch of bad winners, that's for sure.
Well, Trump won. I didn't win nothing. He won. I'm not taking no victory lap. I still got to go to work.
Y'all was taking victory lap. Stop playing with me.
Well,
this whole election, I was definitely taking victory lap.
I mean,
I ain't mad at you. Do y'all thing. I mean, I was just wondering if y'all still taking it.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I'm curious at who was taking victory laps.
Well, let's see.
All the Republicans that I know.
John, like everybody on this channel who voted for Trump.
John don't even vote, Stanley. Come on.
Okay, you know what? Just yesterday he was talking about Trump, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he is our upcoming president.
Okay. My only comment is I have never met less graceful winners than Trump.
So I have a secondary question with that, Psychopatheist. What's the problem with taking a victory lap?
I just said I ain't got a problem with it. I was just wondering if y'all still taking it.
Oh, okay.
I know last time. Well, I don't know if it was last time I talked to you, SKC. I know I remember when that August 5th thing went down out in Alabama, the riverboat brawl and everything else. And y'all was over there on Bernard channel and everything going crazy. Like 2 days later, like, when is black people gonna let this go? When are they gonna stop celebrating this and blah 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 and everything else? They gonna be celebrating this for 3 years, 5 years, and that. But you said y'all victories, y'all victory last for weeks.
You said I was over there.
I believe you was over there. Wasn't you? You might. Maybe was you? I thought you was. This is August 5th, so this is like a year and some change ago.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Okay, all right, maybe you wasn't.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't understand the issue with anybody taking the quote unquote victory laps. They could.
Oh
do
no,
so
there's nothing wrong. It's like
they should do for
like
years if they want to.
A victory marathon.
Yeah. Yeah, from time to time, Stanley, when some family members come over and like they did, and we'll have these conversations and stuff will jump up about football. And I still do victory laps for the Patriots.
Yeah, no doubt you do.
You still
do it.
You better, because it's going to be a long time till the next one.
Yep, and it's gonna be a long time to never when the other when their teams catch up.
Okay, so victory lap gonna go on to 2028
until they catch up.
Would they catch up in the midterm?
No, I'm saying I was talking about football. I wasn't talking about the whole political.
Oh, you talking football? Okay, all right. You like the Patriots, man? They a bunch of cheaters, man.
Just like I remember when my old man, when he was telling us about the greatness of Montana, and I had to grow up listening to that, and I enjoyed Montana. But he got to talk noise until Brady arrived. So now I got to talk noise to him.
And Montana lost.
About electric.
God damn it! I'm going to talk. I just fuck. Montana lost how many Super Bowls?
None.
Okay, so and the Steelers don't need to catch up, do they?
No, Bradshaw ain't lost none either.
No, I'm talking as a team.
As a team? Nah.
So the team's already caught up.
No, I was talking about the teams that my family like.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, because it was all in the context of when my family comes over and then they talk to me about blah, blah, blah. And then we talk about football. They have specific teams that they like and so forth. And none of their teams have caught up.
Gotcha.
So I'm still doing my victory lap.
Wait, Psychopatheus, you voted for Kamala too?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't do the duopoly. I don't mess around with it. Bloods versus Crips. That's y'all thing.
Oh, well, yeah. You know,
I voted for Jill Stein. I voted for Jill Stein. I was one of the 0.5%.
Okay. Well, yeah. You know this country is a gangster country, man. It's founded by gangsters.
I agree. Get an argument from me.
That's an interesting.
I wouldn't say it was started by gangsters, but it was built up by gangsters. Yeah.
Nah, it was founded. It was founded by gangsters.
Nah,
we ain't paying these taxes.
It was founded by some punk partisans running from a situation out overseas. Like they was not gangsters. Now the gangsters came later and they built up the country. That's what happened.
Now, Stanley, would you put that in the category of gross reduction?
No, I wouldn't put it in the category of gross reduction as much as ahistorical.
So you're just saying outright lie versus
ahistorical?
I'm gonna say a misinterpretation, lack of understanding, for whatever reason, it's ahistorical.
Oh, okay.
What are y'all saying ahistorical? I missed it. I'm sorry.
That America was
founded about the country being founded by gangsters. I mean, I don't know. I don't see people like George Washington as gangsters necessarily. I mean, if you're talking
serious, Stanley, he was on the front line.
Actually, I could see maybe Indian killers like a George Washington.
I was just about to ask, would you call Manifest Destiny gangster? I would.
You know what? You might be convincing me now that I think about it.
Bro, Stanley, not only
the thing is they wouldn't call it gangster. If you went,
no, they wouldn't. No, it's not written that way. But when you really look at it and peel back the onion, yeah, they totally was gangster. Yeah.
I was gonna bring up slavery, so yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think think enslaving people.
But then
gangster.
you always get the thing that in SKC or somebody would say that, basically they were men of their times.
Well, and if you read some of the Federalist Papers, Jefferson talks about busting a musket cap in someone's ass. So I think it's very appropriate.
Yeah, but I think
Andrew
that people
Jackson was
were
gangster.
doing that since the beginning of time.
Jefferson didn't do the Federalist Papers though.
So
not the part they released.
That was Madison, Jay, and Hamilton.
So are we saying that killing is a definition of gangsterism?
It's a part of it.
Wow. Okay.
It's a
And
part
taking over turf.
Yeah.
So killing,
taking over turf.
No. The question that I posed, Stanley, was not taking over turf.
Well, the question that you pose is incomplete.
Yeah, it's not saying
your standard.
It's not killing in totality. I mean, you just because you kill somebody don't mean you're gangster. It's
okay, so that's all I was looking for.
Right.
And yeah.
Look at what crack. Tom J was big pimping.
Yeah, he had a roommate.
He had a bed warmer. You know what? I have to admit, I might be wrong on this one.
My question is,
serious, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So you would say that the quote unquote definition, because words matter in your world, of gangster could be applied to the founders of the country?
Well, you define gangster then, because
no, I'm just saying as it is
I
defined
think
in the dictionary. Let's just go by the
killing,
standard.
the turf war.
How about we just go by the standardized definition?
Booting out the English gang.
The man.
So how about we just go by the standardized definition?
What's the standardized definition? You need me to look it up?
Sure.
Okay, hold on, because I don't know the standard.
A gangster is a criminal who is a member of a gang with
no enterprise.
Gangsters are also known as mobsters. That's what the definition says. Now that's what the definition says. That now we know definition
the
change.
13 colony mob.
Right.
I'm not. I don't know. I might not have a. I was going to get up in my, up in my feelings about Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and those guys, but
now are all rebels by definition gangsters?
Some are.
Then what would make some not?
Well, they have to have a cause,
right? All rebels aren't killers, right? Like you got people that are rebels, but they rebels within literature. They rebel like it's different ways of being a rebel, right? Rebels is always like
But then formally you stated that just because you kill doesn't mean that you're a gangster.
Correct.
That's true.
So then,
right, you could kill somebody out of self-defense. That don't mean you gangster.
All right. So going back to Tom's question, are all rebels gangsters? And then you stated that not all rebels are killers, but we already stated that all killers are not gangsters.
Yeah, these words are not synonymous with each other.
Right. So then what would make some rebels not gangsters?
Well, I just gave you an example.
Well, if all gangsters kill, do all gangsters kill?
Right. No, all gangsters don't kill. All gangsters don't kill. Like some gangsters just shot callers. They got people around them that will kill. They have people around them that kill, but they don't necessarily kill.
Like they might be generals of an army and they send people out to kill. Or yeah.
The word outlaw didn't used to mean criminal. It was someone who was living outside the boundaries of the law, like geographically. And so an outlaw back in the days, people would say, I'm an outlaw, meaning either I don't live where the law affects me, or I don't respect the law because it's not very good at governing me. because I was going to say, are all rebels or
like rebel is short for rebellious, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know, like everybody that's rebellious isn't a killer. So
are all small factions that are trying to overthrow or separate from a larger government influence, are they all outlaws? Are they all? But I think there's a case to be made for the gangster thing, just because they're a smaller group operating in their own self-interest. They'll do whatever's necessary, and there is that overriding thing of the police or the rest of society that kind of is what they overthrew with the British rule. They said, we're not doing that. We're not playing by your rules.
Right.
I think
The hierarchy, La Cosa Nostra is the same concept.
Yep.
Well, Psychopathia, you know what? I'm glad you came up after all.
Well,
that's some stuff.
Do gangsters publicly publish their arguments and documentation?
Manifestos, maybe?
Most don't. Some do. Gotti did. Gotti was very public, and that's why the mob didn't like him, and they was turned off by him because he started breaking rules. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to.
Would that be an exception?
Yeah, he would be an exception. Yes.
So most do not.
Most do not. No.
Okay, so do they adhere to legal or ethical principles?
They supposed to. Yes, they have codes.
Well, let's just say they adhere to a code of conduct, which could be legal or not.
And I think you could look at all those papers and speeches as recruitment. Gangsters do recruit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta be connected.
Do they think big of relinquishing power?
No,
to their kinfolk.
They try to relinquish power. What do you mean,
like take for instance, we were talking about the founders, right? And then there's that famous case of George Washington doing his Cincinnatus thing, his Cincinnatus walk of relinquishing power. Do you think that that's something that
he was against
gangster would try to do?
He was against the mob.
SKC.
You know what? It's kind of usually mob bosses step down. Usually they don't die as bosses, but unless that's a hit got put out on them or they got locked up or whatever. But even then, with power, after a while, somebody got to run the streets and everything. So usually they will step down. They will step down. Sometimes it might get too hot, or whatever, or they might sense that the family's about to turn on them, so they'll step down before they end up getting whacked.
But do they step down at the height of their power?
It depends. Most don't, but it depends. I mean, situations.
So then you're arguing the exception then.
Well, it depends on the situation because it's like when you live in a criminal life, you can't really predict the future. Things happen.
I know this: if the British could have got him, he wouldn't have. Just like any other gangster, if the rival force had a chance, he wouldn't be around.
SKC, would you say that maybe a gangster would resist having to give up power and send a gang to attack another gang that might be plotting to get him out of power?
I don't know. I would wonder if you would just speak straight to the example that you're giving me.
Oh, I'm thinking of a recent example.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if you would just speak exactly to the
example.
I
want to keep it. I want to keep it hypothetical.
But you don't deal in hypothetics.
What are you talking about, Stanley? What are you getting at, Stanley? What are you getting at?
Every Thanksgiving, Stanley does a hypothetical.
Well, we're after it's after that. That was yesterday.
It's my Thanksgiving hypothetical.
Oh, but that day has passed. So I want to get back to the regular 364 days.
I was just thinking of Trump, just to be blunt.
He gives it the whole weekend.
And I was thinking of Donald Trump.
was hoping that's not what you were talking about, Stanley. But
Well, no, it's just, I'm not saying one way or the other. I was just asking SKC's opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it connects with the original question about the founders.
Well,
being
no,
gangsters.
it doesn't. It's a stretch, I admit.
Yeah,
no, I would agree. I think January 6th was gangster, Stanley. I thought that was gangster.
That was gangster.
No.
Nobody, and they didn't kill anybody per se. One of them got killed, but they didn't kill anybody. But it was still gangster. The fact that they would just run up into the nation's capital, like I can't call it anything other than gangster.
That was
gangster.
gangster.
So gangsters would go to the nation's capital to try to take it over without guns?
That's gangster. Yes.
Without guns?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's even more gangster.
You don't need
Without
guns to be gangster. You don't need guns to be gangster.
Yeah.
Like case in point, Debo and Friday never used a gun or a knife or no weapons, and he was gangster.
Yeah,
and he never used no weapons.
If you think about it, if they would have got to like AOC and I think who else was there? There was a lot of
Pelosi.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah,
Josh
if they would
Hawley.
have got to Nancy Pelosi and held her hostage.
Ain't no telling what would have happened. Yeah, it would have been ugly.
Mike Pence.
Mike Pence was there. They don't need guns in
Yeah,
that situation.
first gang in history to make their own and carry a gallows.
Yeah, they could have. That would have got nasty, man.
Hey, Chris. Chris, let's see. So is Donald a gangster, Mr. Stanley? Well, I think the consensus is that he is a gangster.
Yeah, I mean, figure it out, Abdul. Figure it out, Abdul. If that wasn't the most gangster thing I ever heard in a debate, I don't know what is.
I don't.
Like, why you
that kind of does. That kind of dovetails in something interesting, Psychopathist. Isn't within the hip hop community gangsterism kind of revered?
Yeah, that's why Trump has all these rappers.
Yeah, well, Trump, that Trump and hip hop.
So in a way, are you saying that Trump pretty much emulates or encapsulates the ideals of hip hop?
No, because hip hop encapsulates the ideals of gangsters. Right? It's the other way around. Like hip hop didn't create gangsters. We kind of just gave examples. Hip hop couldn't have created gangsters, right? Because it wasn't around in the 1700s, right? So gangsters already was around before hip hop. Hip hop just talked about it.
All right. Well, I think we all agree Donald Trump's a gangster.
Yeah, he's a gangster. Yeah, he's definitely a gangster.
I just want to point out this was all stemmed by a white boy making a joke about Yo MTV Rap.
I think he was a gangster before this election, before he was president and all that. He was gangster when he was in Atlantic City. He was connected to the mob then. I mean, he was doing all them boxing events. I feel like all them casino runners, not just Donald Trump, if they messing around with boxing, they affiliated with the mob. There's no way not to be.
All those casinos got started by gangsters.
Exactly.
Yeah, they did. Yep, all of them.
So he been a gangster. This ain't nothing new. He's not gangster because he won the election and all this other stuff. No, this been Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So is that how you beat the intellectual left? You just come in as a gangster?
Yeah, to a
and
certain
just pimp,
extent.
and just pimp slap the crap out of them and say, "This is my junk now."
Donald Trump came around.
Is that how you do it?
Donald Trump came around at the right time.
And then you put on the Thanos glove and grab him by the poon. Is that how you do it?
Donald Trump came around at the right time with the country. The temperature of the room in the country was very. It was ready for a lot of pushback because all the left stuff that was going on for the last 8 years with Obama, a lot of things in society changing, the gay stuff. That had a lot of people in the uproar. A lot of people ain't like the fact that a quote unquote air quotations, because I don't deem Obama to be black, but a quote unquote black president was running the country for the last 8 years, and a lot of it was just a lot of the energy in the air was there, and
you're right.
The energy was there. It was, and so now when he comes in and he's doing his pushback politics, he took it back. He took a step from George Wallace's page, and he started running a populist campaign where he was promising to do things for the smaller guy. right? Like, you know, here comes this tycoon that knows all these inner secrets about what's going on within the corporate world and all these corrupt people up in it, and he's going to expose everything, and he's looking out for the little man, and he's going to expose this. He's going to lock everybody up. Remember all the emails and all this other stuff. He pandered to the conspiracy crowd that got really huge during the online explosion of Obama's reign, because in 2008 Obama changed how elections are ran. Elections are ran through social media now. They no longer ran the same way it was when we was kids. These ain't our parents' politics that we're partaking in anymore, right? It's not built centered around the 3 news networks, right? Like, they don't control things anymore. You know, people absorb more influences than they ever did. Joy Reid Tucker Carlson now is in that lane. He was in the mainstream lane, but now he's in that lane because he done left that lane. It's smart for him because he actually got fired, but it still benefits him because they're going to be way bigger in this lane than they ever would be in the mainstream lane. Checks might be a little bit smaller at first, but they'll benefit later. It's a long
their influence will probably be greater though.
Yeah.
It's Psychopathies. You add great variety to the show and insights. I think that you're right in that the dude did come through like a gangster, and then he just pimp slapped a whole bunch of people and body slammed people like Devo because they can't handle it.
Well, you got to be careful because, in my opinion, the Weathermen Underground were pretty gangster.
and the only disagreement I have with you would be like the Wallace thing. I think it's more or less like I would say more along the lines of like a Huey Long.
There we go. That's gangster right there. That's gangster.
Hey, SKC, you are a member of the MAGA gang.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
But you can put me there.
Okay,
I'll be whatever your fantasy is. I'm your private dancer.
I'm waiting for your next shot.
That's an Elton John song. It's Tiny Dancer. Sorry, you know, we need to sometime, not right now, talk about the Weathermen Underground because people forget that shit. And those guys were blowing up government buildings every damn month for a little while there.
Yeah, well, they get swept underneath the rug because, you know, a lot of their branches and flowers are well-known people today that people want to keep this sparkling, clean image of them. But, you know, 6 degrees of separation, they're not too far away from those people.
I think the government doesn't want people remembering them.
Heck, didn't Obama release
his very first organizing meeting had Bill, what's his name? It's Bernadette Dorn's husband. I don't think they're together anymore, but one of those guys was at the organizing meeting in Chicago, his first organizing meeting.
Yeah, he like blew up something and killed some people, but then you know, other people want to say, "Oh, J6." Oh, okay. Yeah, makes a lot of sense though.
I think the only people they actually killed were their own members who weren't that great at building a bomb one day. And that definitely happened. They exploded some of themselves. But yeah. I don't know if I can. I don't know that there's a direct relationship between sort of the guerrilla tactics of the Weathermen Underground of trying to, you know, destabilize the government by blowing up buildings and someone stopping the official transfer of government. You know, I think it's 2 different things, but. I could probably be convinced otherwise if somebody gave me enough evidence, but I think those are 2 completely different things.
Tom, where was the Weather Underground created?
It came out of the SDS to begin with. It was a power struggle in the SDS and sort of the more aggressive faction, because the SDS originally was a pretty tame sort of student government type of organization. And then
at the
and
institution, at our
and then the
institutions of
weathermen,
higher learning.
the people from the weathermen thought they was too soft and they broke away from them.
Exactly.
Yeah, both of these groups were formed at our institutions of higher learning.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. I always said like them white people from back then in the 70s, like that whole era that people like to talk about. They talk about how violent the Black Power movement was and everything else. Black Power
Yeah,
movement wasn't
you're
violent.
right.
Them white motherfuckers. Them white motherfuckers out there wilding. Them, like I always like to bring up like the weathermen and everything else. Like none of those Black Power people was blowing up buildings. None of them. They wasn't sitting up there trying to blow up government buildings. They did that when COINTELPRO got exposed. That was a bunch of crazy. That was the same type, them far left crazy white people running up in the FBI building. They broke into the FBI building in 1971 out in PA to try to find something. They was looking for something else, and they stumbled across a box that said COINTELPRO. Didn't know what it was. Started looking in the paper. Started looking through some of the papers and saw some stuff they probably thought was interesting. So they grabbed that, and then when they grabbed it and went through it and everything, they figured out what the FBI was doing. And then they
the Black Panthers, they weren't running up in
see, you want
in
to
governmental
do
court buildings where
about
stuff was being
out in
voted upon
California.
at the same
You talking about out
time
in
to
You talking
intimidate
about out in
people.
California with the
They weren't doing that.
You talking about out in
They
California?
didn't have their own J6.
Yeah, I'm about to answer your
No,
question.
no.
You talk about
That
you
was
talk about out in
different.
California. You talk about out in California with the Mulford that was about to get passed with Ronald Reagan, and they went. You talk about Bobby Seals and them. They went out into the Capitol with their guns out, not to take over the place or nothing.
No. They just wanted to change the minds of the people who were voting on
doing
something,
it in
right?
protest. They was doing it in protest because they was against the Mulford that was very biased against them. And
So let me get this right. Psychopathist. A group of people were at a government building and they were about to vote on something, and then some other people came there armed to the teeth. To stand outside of the room
No,
of the people who were voting on it. But they were just protesting.
They did not. No laws was broken until they stepped on the government floor. When they stepped on the floor, because they didn't realize they wasn't supposed to be on the floor. Once they stepped on the floor, that's when
They
they got
didn't realize that they so trained people who had went to colleges that armed themselves to the T didn't know that they shouldn't be in a governmental building outside of the place where people are voting on the very thing that they're holding in their hand. Okay, I get it. I understand.
Wait.
You're missing one big part of that though with those Black Panthers, because I believe it was like a psyop, but they had guns, but they didn't have any bullets in them. There was no.
It was protest. They were there in protest.
Yeah,
that's
there
what
was
I said.
no ammunition.
Right. That's what I said. Like,
did the J6ers have ammunition?
Probably some.
Did the J6ers? What about his
There's no correlation. None whatsoever.
Probably some of them did.
There's no correlation between the J6ers. What? How did the J6ers get into this?
Because you brought them up. You know.
Oh
remember
yeah,
that?
sure. I brought them up.
I know that you got the
Yeah.
grays going on, but we were
Now
following
you
after
start.
you.
Now you start
We were
quoting.
dancing. We were dancing after the music that you laid out.
Yes.
We're your private dancers, Stanley.
Yes, KC.
Do
Blame
what you
me.
want.
Blame
Tell
me.
me what you want me to do.
I want you to be quiet and listen to Psychopathist and learn something.
You know, the Weatherman Underground bombed the NYPD. They bombed the U.S. Capitol. They bombed the Pentagon. I could go down the list. They were not messing around.
They blew up innocent people in Greenwich Village. That's when they got caught. They blew. They was going to blow up. I believe they was going to blow up Penn Station. That was the plan. But when they was trying to, they had an apartment out in Greenwich Village, and they was trying to put the bombs together, and something happened. Something went wrong, and the shit blew up. Up, and they took out a whole bunch of innocent people. Because you know how close the buildings are in NYC. You know, like they literally right next to each other. Like literally, like this, like them brownstones are literally just one strip, and it's just sectioned off into different apartments or whatever. So
and Clinton gave clemency to them.
Mm-hmm.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, one of them was a professor in the college. The old girl that was what was her name?
Bernadine Dorn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and
but
she
HB
was married
HB, we're
to
not supposed to have that conversation.
SKC. To your point, Bernadine Dorn at the time was married. I don't know that she still is, to Bill Ayers, who was one of the founders of the Weather.
He was down too. Yeah. She was the most wanted. She was number one public enemy in the country at one point.
Yeah, and also the Weathermen Underground would hold press conferences and would not let the mainstream media in. They just would stand outside and go, "Not you, not you, not you. You can come in. You can come in." Yeah, they were.
You know, Tom. I wonder, are there any, or that you know of? I don't know any, but I'm just wondering, are there any long form courses that go over the Weather Underground and their terroristic activities in institutions of higher learning?
I have no idea. I have to imagine
They
that
all went to college.
would
They
be
all went to college because that's where the original movement started from, was a bunch of college kids.
And they also, there's a really awesome documentary. It's just called The Weathermen Underground. It goes into great detail on all this stuff and actually has the members of the underground. I mean, they also had the FBI conducting a lot of illegal shit on them the whole time. And the FBI got in trouble for it and had to let them go on several occasions because they violated the law.
That's how they discovered COINTELPRO, because they was trying to get dirt on the FBI because the FBI was messing with them. Yeah.
Yeah, COINTELPRO was a big thing that
just black people that was messing with COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just wondering. I'm looking a little bit of this up, and a Brinks robbery, killing a police officer and a security guard, isn't that like a federal crime?
Well, police officer, I don't know if that's a federal crime.
No, I'm robbing a bank.
Oh yeah, that's federal.
Yep, that's a federal crime.
But granted, okay. It's such a group that's after its members should be granted clemency. Okay, yeah. But J6 though. Okay.
Ah, come on. I mean, SKC. I feel like we're beating a dead horse with the J6. They lost the election. The American people did not agree with that argument. I think
No. What I'm saying, HB, is this. It's not. I'm not coming to the defense of the J6 people. What I'm stating is how much the amount of fervor that people have against those people, but then Tom can come in and give you all these details of individuals who killed people.
Yeah.
And we need to just sweep that underneath the rug. That because it's connected to people that some people politically like because they're on their team.
Well, no, my response had to do with you're talking about bitch slapping the left, and all I said was be careful because those guys obviously they're exploding bombs. Somebody's going to be killed. But I think the interruption of the peaceful transfer of power of the greatest, most powerful nation on earth is different than robbing a bank. I'm not saying either one of them is good. I'm saying that first one is likely to enrage a lot more people than the second one.
Right. And I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just stating since all of these things are acceptable. Since all of these things are acceptable, we don't really need to talk about whether underground. They just did what they need to do because we're talking about gangsterism.
I don't think any of them are acceptable,
as brought up by psychopaths. So since this is America, at HB, it's just Americanisms, and a bigger dog came in and pimp slapped some people and took power, and that's just what happened. Respect Debo, unless you want some of this too, old man.
I don't think any of them are acceptable. I think there's degrees, like with any other criminal activity.
Well, that's the thing about criminal activity. You have to continuously get more vicious and vicious in order to make it to the top.
Not necessarily, but yeah. Yeah, like there are degrees to things. Like there's a difference between murder and assassination. There's a big difference. Even though
Yeah,
somebody
all
somebody's
assassinations are murder, but not all murders are assassination.
yeah, there's a big difference. Like you assassinate somebody. Oh, wait a minute. Murder, that's that. You got different degrees of murder, but I don't think there's a first degree assassination or a second degree assassination. You knock off a political, figure. Yeah, we can't have a country like that. Yeah, that's a little bit different. And I do think there's a difference between anarchy and being a gangster. I think the difference
Oh,
really
well,
is
yeah,
gangster.
anarchy is political.
Yeah. I think with gangsters, they have an idea of how they're gonna rule after they take over. Anarchists, they just want to see it all burn.
Now, gangsters, I would argue that, gangster can be an anarchist.
Yeah, you could use anarchist tactics, but I think to be a real true gangster, you have to rule after you tear it all down to a certain extent. You have to have a plan. I think a lot of anarchists, they just want to blow shit up.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, they don't even think about what's gonna happen afterwards.
Yeah, so I mean, Trump, for instance, could never be an anarchist, but he's definitely a gangster.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, SKC?
Yeah, I mean, in that context, I would say that. I actually, and to take it even further, I would say that there hasn't been a president that hasn't been a gangster. Because
I'm not sure I'm going to disagree with that.
If we're following psychopathias,
I'm not sure I disagree with that.
In order for the founders to have been gangsters, that means that the founders created a gang, and then they set up a situation where we live in this gangster society. So that means in order to be at the top of that society, you automatically have to be part of that mob.
Well, would you say that all Americans, because we live in that gangster system, are gangsters?
Yes, and the entire world too, because
so you and me are fellow gangsters.
Because that's right, we're all gangsters.
The bank robbery you're talking about occurred with former members of the Weather Underground. The Weather Underground had been disbanded for quite some time, and members of the Black Liberation Army.
Yeah. So they were in on it too. Killers.
But the Weather Underground lost most of its steam when the peace accords with Vietnam were signed. That was kind of their big effort. And so when that happened, everybody went, well, what are you doing now? And by, a couple of years after, the whole thing had disbanded.
Yeah. I like how this went. It's like all Americans are gangsters, and the future is female. So there we go.
Wait, what?
What? What?
What?
Yeah, if we're just going to make huge expansions of ideas, I mean, it wasn't that an expansion of ideas from the great ivory tower that the future is female? Weren't they having different images and merch and all sorts of ideals about that? It wasn't a certain group demographic from a party that lost stating that they were the saviors of America.
You know that's silly though.
How is that silly? How is that silly? We were in the world that we're all gangsters. So how is that silly?
Yeah, I think it's kind of silly.
How is that silly? How you tell that group how they did not save America?
I don't think it's silly. I just think it's a completely different topic.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the realm of subjective. So I mean, what do you mean?
No, I'm recounting things that actually happened.
Did not a certain group of people say that they saved America?
Yeah, but I mean,
did that not happen?
What's that got to do with?
Yeah, we're talking about real.
I mean, it's not.
Well, okay, hold on. I'm
valid
just
because it's
maybe I'm losing my mind here. I thought that we were talking about psychopathies. He brought up the whole thing about the gangster, right? And then from there,
technically,
Stanley, he said he brought in the whole thing about J6, which has absolutely nothing to do with the founding. And then when I follow suit, people say that that's too far.
Well, no,
I mean, what are we doing?
no. I brought in.
Why did the rules change for me?
Hold on.
Rules for Steve are not for me.
Let me connect J6 to the founding for you. Can I do that? J6 is connected to Trump, who is at the time was 45th president of the United States. So that's how I'm tying it back to the founding. We've had 45 presidents from Washington #1 to Trump 45. That's my connection.
Okay, well, my connection is I'm talking about the group that stated that they saved the entire.
Okay, I don't care about your whataboutism. I'm just explaining.
That's not a whataboutism. I'm showing you how I dovetail while we're in the rabbit hole.
See, I don't. All I'm trying to do is clarify the point. J6 can be connected tenuously, I admit, from Trump back through the presidency to George Washington.
And all I'm saying is I followed suit. I thought we were.
And all I'm saying is that all that's irrelevant. I just made my point. I'm done.
We were dancing with the Queen of Hearts.
Okay, so well, you know what? You dance with the Queen of Hearts all you want. All I wanted to do is make the connection, and I'm done.
Why are we mad at the Mad Hatter now?
But I mean, we're talking about governmental overthrows and a theory in a failed election. I don't see how it relates. I'm not being critical.
Oh, back to the founding?
No, I'm saying we were all talking about, the founders being gangsters. That evolved into bitch slapping the left, and I didn't know who brought that up. And then I said, well, be careful, because just like the founders, people rebel against that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
And all of that's cool, and what you're saying is not wrong. It's just I don't see how it pertains to actual things actual governments did in history that were quote unquote gangster or not. To mess with the establishment. And these are things that actually happen in history. They're not just a theory or an assertion in a failed political campaign.
Okay. You said that the Black Liberation Army was there, right?
The Black Liberation Army was there in 1981 after the Weathermen Underground had disbanded, and there were former members of that group with the Black Liberation Army. Yes, in 1981, where some guards and police were killed.
Who birthed the BLA? Literally.
You tell me. I don't know.
I'm not going to play this game with you, Tom. I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
Well, I mean, seriously, I don't know. Not familiar with the Black Liberation Army. I'm familiar with Black Panthers, but I'm not as familiar with the
No, Tom. I'm not going to do that. I only do that with Stanley. I was going to go into the literal of birth and the whole nine and walk you down to the whole thing about. But never mind. I'm not going to do that.
I'm not gonna lie, SKC, you're confusing the shit out of me now, man. I don't even know what your point is anymore. Where did the women come up? How did that even come into?
They came out of the same vortex as the J6.
Huh? What? The vortex?
Okay, yes. We were way back in what 1776, 1782 or something, and then we did a moonwalk. We got into DeLorean, and we went all the way to 2020. So I don't understand when we went through the vortex. Why is it when I go through another vortex, people have a problem?
Because it doesn't connect to anything. It's
so the previous vortex works, but this one doesn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't.
My bad. Let me go talk to Doc, and we'll get back in.
Yeah, I'm still confused on the point you're trying to make. I don't.
Well, I mean, it's just the difference between things that actually happened with an actual tangible result in the world and a statement, a theory of a failed political. I mean, you can bring it up. I think it's a good topic for a discussion. I just don't see it how it relates to, gangsters. We were basically saying, can we take the modern definition of gangster and apply it to various people throughout history?
Yeah. And
I thought that gangsterism started with ideas.
That's an interesting question. I don't know whether it starts with ideas or action.
Yeah.
A gangster would have to tell me.
But we're all gangsters,
when you need.
All of our opinions matter on that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Daughters of Assassin said you were being facetious. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought he was being serious, DOA. I thought he was being serious. It's like, why would you even bring that up?
I'm sorry. If you were being facetious, I apologize for taking what you said seriously.
Yeah, me too.
I won't make that mistake again.
Yeah,
which is why, Tom, I stated that I wasn't going to play that game with you.
Yeah,
I only do that with Stanley.
I got you. You're doing the rope-a-dope is what you're doing.
Yeah, I see kind of why Stanley has so much fervor for you now, SKC. Kind of a troll.
Who, me?
Yeah, a little bit, a little trolly.
Why do you say
that? As much as I may not agree with Stanley, I don't think Stanley's a troll.
I wouldn't say that he's a troll.
I just think
he just openly disrespects people.
Yeah. He doesn't.
I just like to do the dance with it all. It makes it more fun.
Yeah.
Stanley's well, it's fun for somebody.
Yeah, to me.
Yeah. That's how you get the Weatherman Underground.
Exactly. And it starts with an idea.
I think everything technically has to start with an idea.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have a group of people that actually believe that they are the saviors of America, and they very really group together and they make those statements openly, and they are not playing games, they are very serious when they state that, you never know what may come out of that.
Right.
Oh,
except there was no explosions, there was no attempt to physically do anything in the real world. It's just a failed theory of a failed political
I don't know.
Are you afraid of that, SKC? You afraid that a bunch of black women are gonna start strapping bombs to themselves?
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, all right.
Them black women are terrorists. Whoopi Goldberg with a bomb strapped to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
She already has one. She's on.
Imagine her in a suicide vest.
Yeah, I think you need a conviction before you can get to that point. I think a lot of these black women are just I think they're just lonely.
Yeah, that church was full of terrorists.
So, so I guess you didn't believe in the what was it, Combahee River Collective?
You know what? I don't know a whole lot about it. I know the name, and that's about it. Why don't you tell us?
They were a bunch of radicals.
Okay.
And a lot of their ideas have been radicalized in institutions of higher learning to this day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who were they? They're a bunch of radicals. When?
How about you take a look at it? And it may be a good show for you to do.
Oh yeah, HB, you're free to do a show. I tend not to be rattled by a bunch of women, being a little radical and reading bell hooks.
Yeah. I honestly, I really, honestly, I really could care less what women are doing. But I mean, it's for some people
No,
they're
we'll
interested.
leave it. We'll leave it to the beta bots to worry about that.
I just find it interesting because there's a
You
lot
find
of
it terrifying. Don't lie.
no, I find it very interesting because I find that there's a lot of young black men who know the names that you just invoke, and they live by them.
Bell hooks?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? If they are that much into bell hooks, I'm going to blame it on the parents.
Parent.
No, parents.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm going to assume they're coming from a 2-parent household.
The majority not. We already know that.
No, I don't like.
Yeah.
So you think single parent mother homes lead to reading bell hooks?
I like the laughter. I like the laughter with it. Let's follow it through. Let's follow it through.
Oh, let's not.
The young men that you're saying that come from community class that go to college, are you saying that the majority of them come from 2-parent households?
No.
Okay, so let's go to the next step.
Oh, look at it getting all
when they go to college, where are they learning any sort of thoughts towards any sort of feminism or black feminism or anything of that nature?
Not know. Do you know?
The data tells us that.
Okay, what data?
The demographics on Black America.
Okay, so the demographics on Black America say that young black males from single parent households are reading bell hooks in college?
No, it's stating that by default, the majority of black kids come up in single parent households. Therefore, the majority that go off to college are from those households.
And read bell hooks?
When the individuals learn about all of those various theories, who are they learning it from? They're not learning this out in the real world. They're learning this
now you're getting interesting. I was willing to just leave it right at they go to college. I don't think the majority of kids from single parent households go to college, but assuming that you're right,
I didn't say that.
Once they get to college, I have no clue what they're reading.
Yeah, I don't even know who bell hooks is. Who the hell?
Nobody does really. It's all just hyperbole.
Okay. The woman who you were reviewing yesterday did.
That's one woman out of how many millions of black women?
Well, she's a historian.
I don't think she's actually an academic historian. You can call yourself a historian and not be one.
No, she is.
She's an academic historian?
Yes.
What school?
Her group.
Did she go to?
And her group.
What school did she go to?
If I could finish.
You seem to know her academic credentials.
If I could finish. And her group is full of academics. Their entire spiel is
we're not talking about her group. Is she an academic historian?
That's what she claims.
Okay, I saw historian, but I mean, hell, anybody doing a family tree could call themselves a historian.
So wait, what was bell hooks like philosophy or ideology?
Well, essentially, she was a black, and I would even say radical feminist. However, she really aligned more with the Gloria Steinem's, basically she and white feminists had a kind of a bond.
I thought you said you didn't know anything about it, and nobody did.
Well, no, I think HB said he didn't, and I don't know.
No, you stated that. You stated that
did
as a defense. You said, "Who knows?" HB said, "Who knows?"
Oh, I
Hooks?
was
And you
just making
said,
like
"I don't
rhetorical.
know. Nobody does."
Oh, it was just a quip.
Yeah, no, Stanley
But you do
reads
know
about
who
it.
she is.
Yeah, Stanley reads about everything though. Like
Yeah.
that's why I asked him. Yeah.
So go.
Right.
So go.
So
Don't
bottom line is, I don't think Bell Hooks was even that major an influence on the black community.
So she was more just a black feminist, basically, that kind of aligned with the white feminist
Yes.
movement. Okay, gotcha.
Now, funny enough, she and Cornell West were friends. They've actually done events together.
Yeah. Well, he's a pro-black, and those kind of crowds, they have a lot of the same goals. A lot of the times, the pro-blacks, the pro-feminists, they kind of.
Well, I think Cornell West is pro-humanity, frankly.
Yeah. I get it. But so SKC, you're saying that this woman is like she's sort of like the pillar in a lot of these radical feminist terrorists. She's like their ally.
I like how I like the joking with, and I'll play along with you and everything. I'll say this, HB. Have you ever heard of the term intersectionality?
Yeah.
No, I'm just
that's Kimberly Crenshaw, not Bell Hooks.
I'm just asking HB. Have you ever heard of that term?
Yeah, that's what I was saying with
okay, that comes from the school of Bell Hooks.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Kimberly Crenshaw literally invented the term.
Okay.
You should know this.
Who influenced Kimberly?
I had no idea. She was a lawyer. I'm assuming Bell Hooks didn't teach her at law school.
Does Kimberly Crenshaw
actually Kimberly Crenshaw probably had a major influence from Derek Bell. Is Derek Bell related to Bell Hooks? The two Bells?
You see how you Doths, you're fighting too much on this, Stanley. Why?
No. I'm not fighting enough. I'm trying to make light of your folly.
Right. And if you're making light of my folly, then why are you
Kimberly Crenshaw?
Why are you
all
fighting?
I know about Kimberly Crenshaw, other than she currently teaches at UCLA, she might be emeritus by now, is that she was a student of Derek Bell. Derek Bell is considered the father of CRT, and Bell Hooks came up with intersectionality. She probably knew Bell Hooks. I'm sure Bell Hooks might have had an influence. I don't know either way. Do know that Kimberly Crenshaw came up with the term.
Yeah,
and my argument is that Bell Hooks influenced Crenshaw.
You know what? Bell Hooks has influenced radical black female terrorists.
And that, SKC, I didn't want to joke about it, but like I'm a misogynist, so I could care less about these. I don't read women books or women's ideology.
And I get you on that. I get you on that, and that's fine and dandy, because in a sense I'm similar to you in that respect.
Lou is saying that Kimberly made up the concept and Bell Hooks took the ball and ran with it.
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, as far as I don't know that she, super Kimberly Crenshaw, but she took that term and explored it quite a bit.
And frankly, I like the term. I think it works.
Sojourner Truth.
Here we go.
Anna Julia Cooper are listed as her inspirations, and she also started the theory while she was still at college at Cornell, when she realized the general aspect of race was extremely underdeveloped.
Kimberly Crenshaw did?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was after she'd gone to law school, but I'll follow your lead there.
It was when she was getting her BA that she started thinking about it, or that's when she started, the germination of what she would later codify in her defining paper on the work, which is it's got a title like you might imagine. It's
and both of them
marginalizing the intersection of race and sex, a Black feminist critique of anti-discrimination doctrine, feminist theory, and anti-racist politics.
Wow.
Yeah. See,
and both of
that's
them come out of the school of Black feminist theory.
Yeah, see, that's something I would not be into at all. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you guys teaching me about it though.
And yet, HB, when you're on the job, like take for instance your old white collar job, or even in portions of government, you're going to come across intersectionality.
Well, I mean,
but it's not that big of a deal, though.
I'm still a gentleman. I'm not gonna just grab a woman by the pussy.
It's not that big of a deal, though. These concepts and everything.
Well, universal actually makes a good point here. Intersectional is a good term, which I agree, but it is only weaponized to level feminist nonsense. In my opinion, the term could apply see, I tend to take I'm a grandpa, a Black man, and I tend to take it like I thought it should be used, not just, for feminists. But a lot of this, CRT, a lot of these things have been misused.
Yeah. I just, I guess I just have a different philosophy. I don't look at women as like a weapon. I think men have the choice to, deal with their, insanity or not. So.
Well, how much of a choice do you have if you didn't have any connection to any of this, HB, but then yet you find that your government is using terms that come out of Black feminist theory?
I mean, just because
that it's embedded in law.
Yeah, but just
intersectionality is.
And it's like, what are we talking about right now?
Yeah, just because some people in the government want you to identify or say some guy that thinks he's a girl is a girl doesn't mean you have to believe it.
Title IX was not Black feminist ideology. Them Becky's wanted Title IX, and that's what everybody's going crazy about right now, right? Men, transgender men and women, I should say, in women's sports. And everything else, I just covered the story about the volleyball player in college or whatever, and all these colleges refusing to play against the team or whatever because they got a whole dude on it. Like that was a Black feminism. That was white. That was Becky's wanting that shit with that Title IX stuff.
And just like those teams that are refusing to play, you still got a choice. You don't have to do anything. You could just not play.
Well, let's take a big step back. When they really I believe Title IX was put into law in like the early 70s, but they in the early 80s is when they came through all the college programs for athletics and said you must have equal scholarships for men and women no matter what. Now, because most schools, not all, but a lot of schools have football. That's a huge number of scholarships. So they started getting rid of men's wrestling, men's gymnastics, men's cross country, men's soccer, all these men's programs, boom, gone. And the thing that they found was the women won't play without a scholarship, number one, and they didn't have enough women to fill the rowing team at Arizona State. So they just put out ads. Hey, are you a good athlete at something? Come to our school, we'll give you a scholarship. So my point there is to keep from discriminating against women, we discriminated heavily against men to make that happen. And that does not intellectually make any sense to me. It should be and plus, not let's get rid of all these things so that women can play sports that they really never expressed an interest in playing to begin with and won't play without a scholarship. Men will play without a scholarship.
Right.
So
I don't disagree with that.
But that's why you look around outside the Big Eight, or what used to be the Big Eight. Find some wrestling programs. Yeah, there's some on the East Coast. There's some in Division II, Division III. Go find, men's gymnastics. Go find, it's they're gone, completely gone.
Many have infiltrated the cheerleading spaces.
Pretty much, because they can get a scholarship at that.
Yeah, they can.
When's the last time we won a medal in wrestling in the Olympics?
Man, the last
Because
one
back in the day, Dan Gable, I think he lost one match in his whole career. I mean, we had that going for us. That's gone now. Forget it. Not going to happen.
SKC, were you a cheerleader in college?
I was, if you wanted me to be, Stanley.
Well, I definitely wanted you to be.
Give me an A. L-E. Stanley.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, what?
He said,
yes.
He spelled out Stanley for you. That's pretty good.
Wow.
Stanley's over there blushing right now.
I am.
I know you like it.
Oh,
I'm digging out my athletic cup right now.
Yeah, I know.
I did a show on that, by the way.
What was a Jill cup?
Yeah, there's a Jill.
Jill strap.
There's a Jill strap, sure.
One for me and one for SKC.
Yep, here's a hers.
A Jill strap and a Jack strap.
You guys are gonna,
Jock strap. I'm sorry.
You guys are gonna meet under the bleachers.
Yeah, we learned it. We learned it from Black Feminist Theory.
Uh-oh, here comes the judge.
You guys really study Black Feminist Theory?
Yeah, you didn't know that. You didn't know Stanley and I did that. You didn't know that.
That is so. I mean, I get Stanley doing it, but
no, I'm not.
You didn't know that.
I'm not even remotely interested.
Whisper some more bell hooks to me, Mr. Cross.
It's hilarious.
What? Hey, I know of her. I actually have a book of hers I need to read in my stack of stuff to read, but I'm just to know about it. I'm not. There's some huge problems with feminism and the civil rights movement or post civil rights, which I won't get into.
Stanley, it sounds like people on the right wing understand the left wing far more than people on the left wing even attempt to understand the right wing or themselves for that matter.
Well, let me put it to you this way. It is hard to understand. And to be honest, I have respect for, the center right. MAGA is a populist movement or faux populist movement. I don't really have a use for. So if I don't understand MAGA in particular, I apologize, I guess. I just don't understand them.
Well, Stanley, my comment wasn't so much about you or your personal understanding, but the left wing doesn't seem to understand where they come from.
Right, I got you.
The left doesn't seem to get its own roots.
I did a whole tirade about the Democrats not meeting people where they are.
Yeah. Stanley pretty much agrees with that. Like these people are completely clueless on what the majority of Americans want and think. And
no, that's not what I mean at all. For example, the gender theory. Almost the entire field of gender theory was pioneered by actual pedophiles who performed pedophilic experiments on children.
Name like who? Kimberly Crenshaw?
Kinsey.
Oh, SKC. Means nothing to me. And
yes, it does. Give me a U.
Conservative. I think you're
H.
Hood conservative.
O.
Hood conservative.
Wait.
When I talk to hood conservative, SKC answers. How does that work?
The same way that they have double HBs. You didn't know that I could do the dual personality of conservative? You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Learned it from you, Dad.
You know what? I have taught you right then. Good job.
Well, yeah.
Participation trophy for you.
Well, thank you. Thank
What
you.
was his name? Alfred Kinsey.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they still to this day they're performing really weird experiments. So I mean, they've been doing really weird experiments for what, thousands of years.
Well,
we can limit it to the modern world. I mean, Freud was a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not qualified to really get into Freud. I mean, I have some problems with psychology in general. You know, I think they get a little too flighty, you know, with some of this, but I think it has good intentions and maybe even, you know, uses. So, I think are you calling the whole left Freudian or you know, friends of Freud? What is your
Stanley,
point?
my opening thesis is that the left doesn't understand its own roots. You guys don't know
My
the dark
response,
history of
my
your. Let me not say
response.
you, Stanley, but the left doesn't know how bad it really is.
But I would also argue neither does the right. Americans in general aren't good at history.
But that's irrelevant as far as like you know where the Democrats was before the Southern strategy and everything.
Right,
Like,
but I think pointing to the right is pointing to the left or just the right. It's really just half the problem. I think America as a whole, left, right, center, whatever, they don't know much about American history, let alone other types of history.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of lack of history knowledge in this country, all communities.
Yeah, I think misogyny is a big problem too, because I won't even take the time to learn about some black feminism or I don't give a fuck what them bitches doing.
How is it a problem? Explain to me why it's a problem. That sounds like a cure.
Because I'm ignorant. I don't want to be ignorant. You guys know all this stuff about black feminists and feminism and stuff. I could care less. But I you know, that's why I do like talking to you guys, because I do learn things. But you know, I do think that's why I don't think education is a bad thing. Because you don't want to be ignorant to certain things. You know, or the root causes of things. You know, when I see women doing all that crazy shit, wearing pussies on their heads, I just think they're bugged out. I just leave it at that. You know, I don't really dig deep into it. But you guys are kind of saying there's like root philosophies behind this stuff. I'm just like, hey, these bitches is crazy. There's a whole, you guys feel like articulated and it's there's classes on this stuff. I was unaware. I
don't get wrapped up in all that stuff either. I mean, I know this stuff, but I just don't care as much as SKC and these other guys do.
Yeah, I could care less.
I like operating in the absurd, psychopathia.
Yeah, we got deeper issues than that stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like how people delve into and try to apply great weight to hip hop. It's the same thing. They're both operations in absurdum.
Yeah, well, hip hop is. I feel like you got a better argument for feminism than hip hop. Hip hop, you ain't got no argument. Hip hop hanging fruit that everybody love to run to.
I think it's impossible to really analyze the modern world without analyzing feminism. It's too big. You can't ignore it.
It's been normalized in society that you're not going to change. Besides, you know, just socially, right? Like that's how it got to where it's at, right? But like, so it's nothing like us complaining about it on the panel. That's not something we're going to change overnight. That's like something that's.
Well, I'm not making a change argument. I'm just simply saying you can't properly understand the world if you ignore the fact that women have been in rebellion for 100 years.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, well, I would argue integration is a bigger problem than that. I would argue without integration, you don't have this whole black feminist ideology that comes.
Oh, I agree with that.
Feminism came first. What do you mean? Feminism was here way
Well,
before.
Black.
You could
well,
argue. You could even argue feminism led to
talking about
integration.
women's
The
suffrage.
quote-unquote black feminists didn't become black feminists till they linked up with those white feminists in the 60s. When the whole
No, I would argue
They
you
were
can take it back
suffragettes
to
walking off the
suffrage. Yeah.
plantation. No, black women were suffragettes off the fucking plantation. Don't
Well,
take their credit away. They were backstabbing from jump.
The suffrage movement is not the feminist movement. I'm not letting you get away with that feminist talk.
That is feminism. How is it not feminism?
How about call it proto-feminism?
How is women leading? How is women vowing for leadership not a feminist movement?
Socialism and communism the same thing. It's not the same thing.
They're on a continuum. They are A and B in the alphabet. They're right next to each other. One leads into the other, but you can't separate them.
You can't show me Sojourner Truth. None of these people claiming feminism. Show me where they ever mentioned feminism in any literature whatsoever.
Women wanting to vote is an act of leadership. That is feminism. Women wanting to be equal to men is feminism, bro.
This is people with certain feminism on those people who never claimed it. They never claimed no feminism.
I don't know. I don't know
explain to me how it's not.
Vote was an act of leadership. I don't know that I agree with that.
The suffrage
how is it not leadership? You're making
wanting a right is. I don't know that I would call it leadership.
Let me explain how. The man was the vote. The man was the vote for the whole family. She usurps his leader. Hold on, let me finish the thought. Let me finish the thought, please. She usurps his leadership role by demanding co-leadership.
Okay, no, afraid I don't buy that argument.
But once women entered the workforce, now they get taxed. That's the difference.
Well, women could inherit property way back then. Right. You know, property like a dowry sort of thing. Property from a wife's father became her husband's. I don't think it was a lack of leadership. I don't think wanting equality is the same thing as usurping leadership.
It is literally. Hold on. Because the
literally not in every case is my point.
The equality that they're asking for is literally to destroy male leadership. That is what the purpose of equality was, so they could no longer be. They didn't want to have to be forced to be led by men.
Yes, they wanted equality.
First wave
usurping leadership, I'm sure, would happen, but it wasn't an automatic outcome.
Each wave had different agendas. You got to break it down to waves, because I don't have a problem with first wave feminism.
That's exactly your blind spot, because it was always wrong. It was always built on lies and intimidation.
Before the fruitcakes took over, it was nothing wrong with feminism. It was okay for them to have rights.
Feminism introduced political terrorism to the West. Those bitches were blowing things up.
Can I finish my statement? It was okay. It was okay for them to get equal pay based on job and all this other stuff. Most people ain't got a problem with stuff like that, right? It's when they started asking for these special rights. It's when things started getting inserted that started becoming weird. Like I said, like with the Title IX things, like women should be able to play with men in sports and all this other silly nonsense. Like this is when the fruitcake started taking over the feminist movement. This is when it started getting weird.
Hold on.
It started getting crazy. This is when it started becoming misogynist. This is when it started.
It was always wrong. Listen. Men.
It wasn't anti-man.
It was always anti-man because they wanted to usurp male leadership, and the men had to sacrifice our bodies to get the vote. What did women have to sacrifice to get the vote?
Not in the beginning.
What did women have? You please answer the question though. What did they have to sacrifice?
It wasn't about anti-man. How was it about anti-man?
You're answering a question that's not on the table. What did they have to sacrifice?
That it was always about anti-man. So how was first wave feminism about anti-man? Tell me.
Again, I make the leadership argument. You don't. I make the leadership argument. You already rejected the leadership argument. I made the argument several times.
Me who rejected it.
Is it didn't become anti-man until the second wave with Gloria? What's the old girl name?
Steinem.
Gloria Steinem, thank you. When she got involved, that's when it started becoming anti-man. But first wave feminism was about what they was pushing, and that's what I'm saying. What about first wave feminism was anti-man?
It's easy. Again, they had a lot of writings that were anti-man.
In first wave feminism, show me.
Yes.
Because you guys don't know your own history, like I said before. This is what we're doing.
I'm asking you to show me. If I'm wrong, then I stand corrected. But show me though.
Is pro women by definition anti men?
Not necessarily, no, but that's not what we're saying.
Well, that depends on how it's presented. I would say how it's presented today, yes. How it's presented today, yes. But in theory, it doesn't have to be.
It's a left wing canard.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? I think I'm right to reject the leadership argument.
Yeah. I still don't even get that.
Let me try this.
Wait, so you're saying because a woman goes and works at a grocery store and votes, she's rejecting leadership?
Well, women could already work, so that's not really the issue. Women had jobs. The idea that women never worked is another lie that hoes told you. You believe the hoes.
Okay, you're going way off track with that.
So if women work jobs...
Well, I mean, you one brought up women working.
So wait. If women work jobs and they're getting taxed on their income and shit, and they shouldn't have a representation in the vote?
Again, in order for men to get that representation, the deal was before all men got the vote, it was landowners and people of certain wealth or whatever. But you basically had to have a certain amount of property to participate in the voting system. Now the deal was, since all you poor sons of bitches want to vote, you got to put your body on the table in case we go to war. What did women have to sacrifice to gain their vote?
Women weren't allowed in combat in the military then, so they couldn't do that.
Well, what did they sacrifice though? You're answering questions that were not put on the table.
Why do they have to sacrifice anything?
What did they sacrifice is the question, because you're asking me why it's wrong. You're asking me why it's wrong, and I'm saying men have to sacrifice for the vote and women don't.
Establish why they had to sacrifice something first. That'd be like saying, well, how many times did women go to the moon? It has nothing to do with the argument. Why
they never get to the moon on their own? It's a silly argument.
They need to sacrifice anything to get equality.
Because
well, you're making this argument through a misogynist lens.
Well, hold on. The men had to sacrifice to get equality. How is it even fucking equality when it's all men? You're making a weird argument. I
don't even think it's Stanley. I don't even think it's misogynist though. I think it's more like a hatred of women.
Men didn't.
It's not. How is it hatred when I'm pointing out that you literally don't offer anything for what I have to sacrifice and die for?
Okay, so when men were off to war, you think women just were sitting around with their thumbs up their butts? They were taking.
They didn't get shot in the face by a German.
Yeah, they were taking care.
They didn't get blown up over the fucking Pacific.
They were building infrastructure. They were
fucking the guys who didn't fight. What do you mean? What do you think women do when the war is on? They fuck.
They had to work in.
They had to fuck the guys who didn't go to war.
They were still taking care. They were still taking care of the kids while the guys were off at war.
And that means you get to vote about war.
If I call it misogyny, will you pay attention to my point?
Are you going to shame me off my misogyny that I've been proud of? You misunderstand this whole product. You don't understand where you're going.
Lean into it.
That you're making it through a lens that's misogynist.
Well, my misogyny is righteous because you want me to die and you don't want them to put up anything.
Okay, well, righteous misogyny, that's a new one on me.
Again, you expect me to die to vote, but they don't have to do anything. How was that? How am I supposed to accept that?
Wait, conservative. Are you ex-military?
No, not at all. But I had to sign selective service when I got out of high school. I have to sign up for a draft.
So you're just you're the stolen valor. Then you never served.
Did you not understand the part about signing up for a draft? The selective service, it's an act that men have to sign up for. Only men get drafted. That's the fucking deal, bro.
Do you know it's automatic now? Men don't even have to sign up.
You want a bunch of women fighting our wars, having periods in the
I don't want them to vote either, you fucking egalitarian. No, I don't want none of that shit.
You do know that there's a form of birth control that can even control periods now?
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Oh
yeah.
Wow. All All right, so they won't get attacked by bears in the jungles. All right, that's good.
Or sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want them to vote.
Why would I want them to vote?
Why wouldn't you want them to vote?
Because they don't even fucking like men at this point. We're at levels of peak misandry. The whole entire Democrat Party is basically like, fuck men in your dreams. And you're sitting up here like, let them vote more. You niggas lost the plot. Why do you want women who don't like men to have the voting power?
All right, let's put that misogyny in a tea bag and make.
I wouldn't want to take away a racist white dude motherfucking voting power. I'm not going.
Whoa. Start from the beginning.
I wouldn't want to put a policy in place that will take away their voting power. So I wouldn't do that with women either. So I'm asking why you want.
I don't even understand what you mean. You said something about white dudes. I kind of lost the plot for
you. No Constitution, then, do you? You ain't the
No,
Constitution.
I know, bro. I lost what you were saying for a second. Please tell me. Start over. What are you trying to say about white dudes and voting?
I'm saying you're saying you don't like women and everything else. So why would you want them to vote? I'm saying I don't like racist white people. I wouldn't want to take away their right.
Bro. I literally said women don't like men. Why would I want them to vote? I never said that. What you just said, that's not what I said.
Racist white people don't like me. Okay, let's use that. Racist white
people. Okay. So why would you want somebody who doesn't like you to have power over you?
They don't have power over me. They got the same power I got. I can vote.
No. The question is, why would you want them? If they don't like you, why would you want them to have power over you?
They don't have power over me. They got the same power I have. What are you talking about?
It's a question. You're not even answering the question.
I just told you they got the same power I got. That white man ain't got more power than me. We both got the power to vote. What are you talking about?
And you got, I think too, to your point, why would those racist white people give black men the right to vote first? Probably.
And maybe somebody can tell me when the necessity to own property or serve the military ended to vote for men.
I think it was with not the 19th Amendment, but whenever actually expanded to men in general. I don't think it was quite the 19th Amendment.
No. 1856 was the last state that required property ownership. By 1870, government servitude.
So this is well before the Civil War.
Fucking 50 years women waited to get their right to vote. And what they sacrificed was petitioning, doing all the things anybody else that's ever got a right in this country have had to do.
Hold on. What was that? What did they sacrifice?
50 years.
That sounded like poetry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
They had to do all of the things necessary to affect political change that anybody else would. There were protests. They were jailed. All sorts of stuff.
They were terrorists, bro. You realize women's suffrage was a terrorist movement. You realize that. Not in America per se, but in England, they were setting bombs. Like they were introducing political terrorism to the Western political world.
They had their own John Brown.
Man, I guess I don't know. I just don't look at women as much of a threat.
I don't believe in black female supremacy. Some people believe in black female supremacy. I don't believe in that.
Well, I love all of the jokes and everything, especially in the face of a group of women clowning black dudes to this day in the public eye.
The only black dudes they clown are, well, I'm not gonna kill that.
Should they clown any, Stanley?
No, I don't think they should clown you.
Oh, okay.
Who listens to them clowning though? Like, why would you even listen to a woman? Honestly.
No.
Hey, good. I think you got wind or something. Window down.
Yeah, I think it was conservative. And Hood and HB is sounding a little low right now.
There's a lot of wind coming from that. That's for sure.
My bad. But yeah, I just don't really listen to women like that. You know, maybe it's just me.
So you don't listen to women, but you want them to vote. Walk me through this.
I mean, I think
Oh yeah, the two hinge on each other.
I think in a free country, everybody should have the right to vote. It's a right.
Well, you don't value their opinions, but you want their opinions to matter.
I don't value the opinions of MAGA, but I would never deprive them of the right to vote.
Yeah, I know you're so moral, but explain to me how you don't value their opinion, but their opinion should matter. Like, these are hypocritical positions.
Okay, no, conservative. They're hypocritical because they're going through your misogynist filter and becoming hypocritical.
No, Stanley, I don't even think it's misogyny. I think it's more he thinks women are terrorists. That's the thing.
It's
I think it's like yeah. I think it's a deep hatred for women.
I actually respect women more than either one of you.
By definition, that's misogyny.
I'm still waiting for Kamala in her female 91% to storm the Capitol.
Yeah, like I said, I actually respect women more than either one of you guys. You seem to believe they're girls incapable of any wrong.
Hey, I do. If I could reset, hey, for real quick, Hood, your audio is like muffled.
Maybe
that's because a woman.
Maybe get a woman to fix it.
Holding a gun to his back and making him talk.
Yeah, I think women are like they're just like an accessory, or if you want to get married, have kids. But I just don't think in a free country we should deny anybody rights as long as they're not breaking the law or anything like that.
Right.
I just don't see the point in how that would.
I was putting a few things in the chat for you, Psychopathist, but again, I'll just say you the last one. Anna J. Cooper. She was a black feminist back then.
In 1892.
The progress of the race depends on the elevation of its women, not simply as mothers or helpers, but as leaders.
Okay, and that proves what?
Yeah, she was
one woman's opinion.
So Psychopathist, when you say the whole thing about the first wave was just about some equality thing, nah.
Okay, yeah, one black woman in 1892 defined first wave feminism. I don't think so.
That's did she?
You told me to give you an example, Psychopathist.
Yeah, did she?
Okay, and it's one example.
Yeah, now I know Psychopathist. I know that you have a dual personality. And there's you can do the whole double speak.
Okay, well, let me make it simple for you. This is Stanley speaking, not Psychopathist. I'm telling you right now, because I didn't ask you for one example. I think your one example is literally that one example.
I know that's blasphemy, J-Dub.
This black woman did not define first wave feminism. She does not speak for first wave feminism. 1892, she might have been the most powerful black woman in America, and she still wouldn't have defined first wave feminism.
Okay, that sounds silly. That sounds silly. That sounds silly, Stanley. Go ahead, though.
You know what? No, actually, it doesn't sound silly. You don't get to tell people.
You know who she is, Stanley?
A quote from 1892.
You know who the one
may
is.
prove something to someone else, but it doesn't.
Do you know who she is?
She's a woman.
No, I asked you who she was, and
Psychopathist.
I have no idea who she was. Hold on, SKC.
She's the sorrow to Kamala Harris, Psychopathist.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
What she is she's the Alvin Van Sertima to these albos. Right, Alvin Van Sertima never claimed to be an abo, but all these abos take his information and then use it to spread their garbage, right? But he never identified as an abo, and that's what's going on here with this. Anna never identified as a feminist. Feminist took her message and her writings and used that as the blueprint for what black feminism is going to be. But she herself never identified as a feminist. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know that?
Can you pull it up? I'm looking right now. I can't find anything of her identifying herself as a feminist. I see people putting that label on her. That's all I can find. That's all.
Yeah, like SKC putting the label on her.
Yeah.
I can't find anything with her saying anything about feminists or feminism.
And wasn't Harriet Tubman a leader, a black woman leader?
Put the label on Harriet Tubman, will you, SKC?
Yeah.
Cleopatra.
They just pinned the title of general on her.
You know the beauty of this
See,
conversation.
at least as a general, she could be said to be a leader.
Yeah, and you know the beauty of all of this, HB, the beauty of this entire thing, just to show you the insanity that we're in this vortex that we're going through that you have on the screen. These were all of the same people that were trying to put a label of gangster on people when the term didn't even exist.
Oh, look at him! Look at him doing a callback.
But when I do it, it can't be done.
Like a good comedian, you're doing a callback.
No. Okay, rules for D, not for me.
But gangster is not an ideology, though. It's a behavior.
Yeah, it's an action. These women are just coming up with fucking batshit crazy ideas. And yeah, some of it might get passed by legislature or whatever, but
so that's an action, isn't it?
No,
because that's not an action. An idea being passed as part of legislation is not an action.
Listen, women don't have any power that men don't give them.
No, that's not part of my argument at all. You're trying to see that in. All I just stated is that the original of this conversation started up with the putting a definition on people that at the time that definition didn't even exist. And then when I do the same thing, you laugh about it.
Don't blame HB for laughing.
Like, what are we doing here?
It's all me. I'm the one doing the laughing.
And that's what I mean. You don't operate by your own rules, and I
blame
like to
all
laugh
the
about it
laughing
all.
and mockery on me.
I like to laugh about it all.
I was laughing.
No, I think what
you're trying to compare women to gangsters.
No, I'm not. I'm saying on the merit of your use of a term that did not exist at a particular time.
Compare
but when it was done, when
extent.
Psychopathias brought that same thing up, I did it. But then you're stating that I can't do it.
I think if SKC wants to, take today's definition of feminist and try to apply it to people from the past, just like we did with gangster, that's valid. I think how well that works is a matter of discussion, but I think he's right in terms of the fact that he's doing exactly what we did with gangster.
Well, I was half joking.
What's wrong with the statement about what's wrong with women being leaders of the household or whatever? It's not certain times where women had to be leaders of the household.
Now that's not the point, Psychopathist. The thing is that you you just tried to clown me, stating that you're trying that people are trying to put a label on a person who never confessed, who never professed to be such. But you just did the same thing with the founders of the country.
You can correct me if I'm wrong.
How many female gangs are there?
You did put that up there. You did put that up there.
In the wilds of Alaska.
I did the exact thing that you did.
Can I get it out? Can I get it out real quick?
And then you tried to clown me for it.
When you put it out there, you said I put it out there to show you that about first wave feminism and everything else. And I'm saying, okay, let's say she was a feminist. Let's say this was first wave feminism. What's wrong with that statement that you posted there?
But that was not your original statement. You stated your counter to that was that here it is that people are trying to put a label on a person when they never professed any of that. And all I'm saying to you is under that idea, everything about the founders and the gangsterism would be totally thrown out of the window.
I'm moving past that point and taking your premise right now. I'm saying,
women are
I accept what you're saying, Psychopathist. The only reason that I'm doing my victory lap is so I can continue to do my dance.
Why you don't want to address the statement that you posted? I'm trying to.
Because I want to do my victory lap with Stanley.
No, do you?
I want to do my cheer.
Do your victory cheer.
That's an S.
That's a T. Cheer, please.
That's an A and an E. Stanley.
How many women anything are there?
You have to celebrate those wins for Stanley, and you have to give yourself the cheerleader because he won to accept them earlier. He won't accept them if you don't clown him like this.
But what's wrong? Let's say that was first wave feminism. What's wrong? Again, my initial statement, which is why you posted that link, was y'all saying it was an issue.
I think it was something about leadership. Hood Conservative is trying to say that women were trying to assume a leadership role, and that quote has leadership as a word in it. So they're trying to say, they're trying to prove their point.
Absolutely need to be leaders. Like Harriet Tubman had to be a leader. Harriet Tubman had to be a leader. Would you not call Harriet Tubman a leader?
Well, I would allow you. I would allow you and HB and Stanley to do
not
that.
necessarily
I would do that for myself.
the same thing as usurping leadership.
You know
It
how
could
we can
be,
do this
but not
gravitas thing
necessarily.
about oh man, I don't listen to women and all this other stuff. So just like if you want to put her in a leadership role, if HB and Stanley want to do that, you all can do that. I don't.
You don't consider Harriet Tubman a leader?
Let me
I'm
beat
asking
my chest on the cheese. I don't do that. I don't recognize them as no leaders.
So wait.
I'm asking you.
SKC.
What can I do it too?
I'm asking you.
SKC.
I just answered your question.
No, you really didn't.
I allow you to do that. I'm not going to do that.
So you wouldn't call her a leader? That's what you're saying?
No. I'll let you do that.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking you. Not it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm asking. Would you call Harriet Tubman a leader? Yes or no?
Okay, let me slow it down. No, I would never do that, but I'm not going to step in front of you and not allow you to do it. If you want to call her a leader, HB want to say Harriet Tubman is a leader in my mind.
Why wouldn't you call her a leader?
I'm not going to stop you guys.
Why wouldn't you? Calm down. Why wouldn't you call her a leader?
Huh?
Why wouldn't you call her a leader?
Why should I?
Why wouldn't you? It must be a reason why you wouldn't. I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't you call her a leader?
Sell it to me. You calling me?
I tell you, Harriet Tubman. I mean, of all the black people that we learn about. Wait, SKC, you can't stop this. You gave it. If we don't learn about no other black history in school, we learned about Harriet Tubman. We learned about Harriet Tubman. We learned about MLK. Them two people, I guarantee you.
Below me, Ricky Bobby.
I don't care what your curriculum was. You learned about those two
below me, Ricky Bobby.
So why wouldn't you call her a leader? Is my point.
No. You need to sell that to me.
I don't have to sell it.
For God's sake.
Come on.
Lou, I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't you call her a leader?
Yeah, just tell us why you wouldn't call her a leader.
No, damn, I need another beer. What the fuck?
Go ahead,
If we could take a pause really quickly, just a really quick pause. Free zone. Think about what's happening right here.
Yeah, go to free zone. Apparently, free zone is your lifeline.
Yeah. Always throw a Hail Mary to a teammate.
A leader in my mind.
Just
think about this.
Question. Why isn't Harriet Tubman a leader?
The same way that you say that you don't listen to women.
You top it out.
To be fair, if Harriet Tubman's talking, I'm gonna listen a little harder than a lot of people nowadays.
Yeah, listen. If I was a slave back then and Harriet Tubman came to my plantation, I'd listen to her then. But yeah, I'm not listening to her now. I'm not listening to her now. That bitch talking about she got a way to get up north.
Me too, except for the first part.
I'm gonna listen to her.
That's reasonable misogyny, HB. That's reasonable. It's reasonable misogyny.
Listen.
I'm trying to track the conversation. I'm getting lost in it, so y'all are kind of. Go ahead.
It's easy to get lost on me.
I don't have to tear a woman down to make myself to big myself up. Harriet Tubman.
Who's tearing her down? Who's tearing her down?
You're not even considering her a leader because she got a pussy.
Why should I?
Because she literally, and mind you, we're only taking this story at face value. We don't know really what happened. But the story
you're going off of assumptions. Sell it to me.
Right.
SKC.
She led hundreds of slaves to freedom.
Okay, so on that same thought,
she literally
there were all sorts of white men who died in
Yeah. You can't have a Harriet Tubman without the.
Are they your leader?
See, at HB, you need to understand that whiteness is the value that
Are they your leader?
SKC
HB, they died
understand
for you.
values above all
You
others.
them as your leader.
Well, at least someone around here sees the value in the white man.
She literally led
question
people
to answer,
out of.
HB.
Look,
There are white men who died for your freedom. Their sacrifice led to millions of Black Americans to get their freedom. Do you view them as your leader?
We're talking about Harriet Tubman here. She literally.
We're making a one-to-one comparison. You said that she freed some people. I'm talking about some people that freed people too. Do you view them as a leader?
You're moving the goalpost though.
No, I'm not. They did the same thing, right? They freed Black people, didn't they? That's what you're putting the leadership capable qualities on, aren't you?
We're talking about Harriet Tubman though, and why?
Right, but now when I bring up somebody else that did the same thing as part of it, and you're putting what they did as a qualifier for leadership, you don't want to accept them.
SKC can't answer a question straight.
No, I just want to know. Okay, what is the qualification for leadership?
Oh, for God's sake!
Well, you tell us. You're the one that's qualified.
You trying to switch the burden of proof on
about a GED? SKC. About a GED? Is that good enough? Can we start at a fucking GED? For God's sake.
I think the qualifications of a leader is leading. And if you
okay,
lead
so what did she do?
People out of slavery,
okay.
That's a leader.
So then, when I mentioned the other people that led people out of slavery with the sacrifice of their lives, do you view them as leaders?
None of that stuff matters.
You're comparing millions of people to one person.
Yeah, they did the same thing. Millions of other individuals did the same thing. Do you view them as leaders?
Well,
I'm just asking about Harry.
It's not an apples to apples comparison.
Okay.
From death to death.
Colonel Max Williamson from the Virginia 94th died and fought and such. Do you view him as a leader?
Well, no, because his side lost if he was from Virginia.
You're right.
SKC. It's okay.
She was a leader, y'all. She was a leader. She was a leader.
Okay.
Now, was she a leader in a? She was a leader in a vacuum, right? Because if there is no underground railroad to be built or constructed or however that happened, then there wouldn't be a Harriet Tubman to point the way through. So she was the leader in a vacuum. Yes, I would consider her a leader.
She was recently posthumously made a general. I think that qualifies as somebody thinking she's a leader.
Yeah, they literally learned
so
about
General Tubman. So SKC was General Tubman a leader?
No.
Okay. At least
I allow her to be your leader.
She
but,
is.
Can I ask y'all a question? Wasn't she a part of that Underground Railroad too, or something?
Yes, to a man. She was.
Yeah.
She was a part of the. She actually led slaves through the Underground.
She also
Railroad.
did a lot of spying.
She
risked her life to do it.
You know, Stanley. That's why they study about her in the CIA. She was a
spy.
Yep. Yeah. No, she was in her time. She was definitely a leader. You know.
Yeah.
I knew her. I don't gotta.
She had a bounty on her head.
I don't gotta tell a woman.
Wait. So you saying they retroactively deemed her a brigadier general?
Yes.
Okay. See, now your first point is flying out the window with the whole label stuff because she didn't label herself as no brigadier general. So what are we doing?
Nobody labeled himself.
Luke, you totally missed the ball on my point.
No, I got your point.
My point is, someone thinks she's a leader.
Rachel Levine is a general.
Well, she was a leader.
She was a leader.
She was a leader for what she did at her time.
Yeah. That's all we're saying. We're not saying she's
We're not saying you have to go salute her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you
saying.
don't gotta give her praise and you don't gotta give her praise and worship service.
She's not a leader. That's just
Yeah, but to just deny what she did. I think it's
Yeah,
kind
of course. Now, no, so SKC in the background puts Rachel Levine up.
Hey, that's a general.
Like Rachel Levine went out and like led slaves to freedom. Apples to oranges is the best you can do, SKC.
Well, well,
Yeah, SKC, don't even go there.
Do you not recognize her leadership?
You will only make yourself seem ridiculous.
No,
does she have stars?
He's already said that he, plays in the absurd, so it's difficult to.
Yeah. It is it's kind of a like I just don't get why we got to tear down the legacy of Harriet.
I'm waiting for him to write like the next Waiting for
I gotta tell y'all.
Why do you view it as tearing down a legacy for somebody to say? Do you view them as a leader and somebody to say no? Why? How is that tearing down somebody's legacy?
Because by definition she was a leader. She led slaves out to freedom.
Yeah.
Okay, Robert E. Lee was a leader.
Think she ever existed.
Robert E. Lee was a leader.
That's a whole different. Yeah, of course Robert E. Lee was a leader. Of
course. But people, there's people that tear his statue down.
Of course he would.
And don't believe.
Would bring up Robert E. Lee in a Harriet.
Wait. I know y'all talking about absurd. Y'all don't think it's absurd to retroactively go back and deem her a general when she wasn't?
No, I don't.
Man, y'all full of shit, man. Yeah, come on, man.
Where people are
she wasn't a general. Like, what are we doing here?
Posthumously,
you gotta get in the DeLorean.
Lou,
you gotta get in the DeLorean.
That's asinine, bro.
People get medals 50 years later. So no, it's not asinine.
No, that getting a medal is not the same as deeming somebody a brigadier general after the fact.
As a former military member, I'm just going to say they're both equally ridiculous. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, I'm not tripping.
They've made dogs honorary generals, for Christ's sake.
It's like more absurdity. Yeah.
I like that.
I'm not demeaning what she did. I'm not demeaning her impact, but to go back in time to deem her that's absurd.
I'll tell you what's absurd, Lou. What's absurd is bringing Robert E. Lee up in a Harriet Tubman conversation. That's
absurd. That is absurd.
No, but I like the dog connection.
Probably Bass Reeves was one of my favorites.
They give honorary degrees to people, entertainers, past people, all the time. It's a PR stunt. It's a PR stunt. Okay, let's not get crazy.
I'm not tripping over that. Like
Bass Reeves brought a lot of white trash to justice.
Nah, I'm not. I'm not tripping. But that's
so Stanley. You're bringing up of the retrofit there. Yeah, it's at the equivalent of a dog.
Yeah, but that dog was a hero, though. How many people?
Yeah, it sure
was. And a leader, mind you.
And a leader. So on that thought, if we
you got something. Wait, hold it. You got
something in there. Then yes, I will say that's a leader.
If you,
then yes, I will accept psychopathy.
That you don't like dogs. That you don't like dogs. SKP actually kind of.
If you're unable to see my point, that it's ludicrous to talk about honorary titles given to people, then I'm going to say you're again being
right. Yeah,
so from now on, I have to kind of ignore everything you say because that's your goal. So,
yeah, it's kind of like you're anarchist a little bit or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
No. See, the crazy thing about this HB is when you guys have the jokes, it's fine. But when I have them, it's not fine.
You got to do better. Sometimes I can't tell when you're joking.
Exactly.
That's because you got a Greg Gutfeld level humor.
That's right. That's the
Come on, Stanley.
That's part of the game.
SKC is the Black Greg Gutfeld.
Man.
Better than any other late night by numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got nothing to come back with, then you just go, okay.
Hey, that sounds like something Greg Gutfeld would say.
This is America.
Can we talk about another black hero? I thought Bass Reeves.
That was the topic, 12 man, black heroes.
I thought it was for a minute.
But no, but to SKC, this is America.
I think that's why these guys are feminists, because they believe in black female heroism.
Oh, now I'm a feminist?
I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist.
What do y'all
Stop,
think
bro.
about Bass
A thief
Reeves?
won't ever call himself a thief, but you niggas are feminists.
You respect women more than anyone on this panel.
I do. I do. I do. I do. That's why I don't want them to vote. I respect them enough to take the shit away from them.
So anybody who wants women to be able to vote is a feminist. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Anybody who wants women to vote is a feminist?
Yes. How was that? How was that not? How was that incongruent with feminism?
That's all it takes to be a feminist. And yeah, I guess
I like women. I like women to vote because they vote how I tell them to.
How do you tell them to vote, 12 man?
And that's
why, by your interpretation, 99% of the country is feminist. By your interpretation, because you only about 1%.
Yeah, that's why, and that's why everything sucks right now.
You real quick though, real quick. You don't just want feminists to vote though. You have no problem with female leadership, which is a vital part of feminism. So you would be considered a feminist.
Bullshit, free zone.
That's a key part of feminism. Is women leadership not a key part of feminism?
I don't know about women being leaders.
Oh my God! All right, y'all playing dumb now, man. It's at the heart. Oh my God, y'all playing dumb now.
I understand feminism to be about rights.
I said first wave feminism, I have no issue with. I said second wave is when things started getting weird. We are currently on like fourth.
Okay, but
right. No, I understand that. I understand that point, Psycho. But when you say I must be a feminist because all I want is for them to vote, that's not true. You also have no problem with them being leaders, which is a vital part of feminism. Which is what it's a key part in what they actually fought for, to be leaders.
I don't want them to be leaders.
Where does it say that leadership is a part of it?
Life where, yeah, they're gonna have to be leaders in certain aspects of life. That's just what it is. I mean, like whether you
I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying that's feminism. That's part of feminism.
No, it's not.
Reality.
I didn't get to vote for Harriet Tubman.
Hey, a rose by any other name is still feminism, bro.
Hey, a rose by any other name has nothing to do with your argument.
Say what y'all trying to push.
Knows it's a fish. Do you think a bird knows it's a bird?
Say what y'all.
Yeah, a rose called a fish.
Let me know it's my turn.
Makes no sense. Are you helping SKC out with his absurdities?
You guys are in the absurdity here, denying what you believe in.
What you mean?
There is a name for what you believe in. It's called feminism.
Have the right to vote.
Y'all don't want to hear. Y'all don't want to hear other people talk. Y'all just want to have y'all church. If you just want to have church, let me know. I'll leave.
We like our turkey and eat it too.
Conservative. Women's right. Feminism is about rights.
Yes, like I was saying, first wave feminism, like I said, I have no issues with. Now, as far as leadership goes, like I said, the same way y'all tried to put the jacket on feminism on like Harriet Tubman, so to speak, or what you call Anna, what you call it, that SKC just posted in the chat. In that case, these women were already leaders before feminism was a thing. Right? They were already leaders. That's why.
Help me out here.
Like so women are put in certain circumstances where they are going to be leaders. Queen ain't
Psycho, can you help me out here?
Can you help me out here? Because I'm a simple guy. I don't know as many words as you. But if you say you support first wave feminism, doesn't that make you a feminist?
No. Because they beyond first wave feminism. First wave feminism is done. It's already codified.
This is like some weird hamster wheel logic here.
My argument about feminism is there's nothing else for them to fight for.
So you support the movement, but you don't want to be labeled as a supporter of the movement.
A woman don't have no rights that I don't.
I feel like you're using words to obscure a simple point, bro. You're using a lot of words. You're using so many words, bro. Do you support feminism or not?
You're talking over me.
Why you support it or not?
Why are you so triggered? Why you?
Because you say 1,000 words when 5 will work, and I know what that's about.
Why you act like a feminist? You act like a feminist. You act like a feminist because you don't know when to shut up until it's your turn to talk. This is what feminists do.
How many words are you going to use before you let somebody else talk?
Stop acting like a feminist. Stop acting like a feminist and have a grown man conversation. We men.
Who uses 1,000 words to say 5 things?
You want to act like a man?
Who uses 1,000 words when 5 would do? Men or women?
Or you want to keep acting like a woman? You was raised by a single mother. You was raised by a single mother, was it?
And you want her to vote. You want her to vote.
Hold on, guys. Conservative. Can I ask you a question?
People keep screaming over me, and I gotta get louder. Like this is crazy. Like we just having a grown man.
Put them on 2 screens, HP.
No, let's
Let
not.
them fight it out.
Ridiculous.
Because
it's a debate tactic.
Now respect my nouns, dog. I told you I'm not a feminist. You're not respecting my nouns. You acting just like those feminists.
You want me to respect your pronouns? This nigga want me to respect his pronouns. Get the fuck out of here.
Respect my nouns. Check your privilege. Check your privilege. Respect my nouns.
This nigga want me to respect his pronouns. You motherfucker.
Respect my nouns, son.
Conservative.
Hey, can I borrow that, Psycho? That's actually a bar. Respect my nouns. Can I borrow that and coin you with it?
Yeah,
Conservative. Got a
I like
question
that
for you. How is wanting women to have rights the same thing as being a feminist?
Wanting the essence of what feminists want aligns you with feminism to such a degree.
Okay, well,
that you are
if I'm aligned with feminism, does that make me a feminist?
Again, I was in the middle of speaking.
Okay,
You didn't get the entirety of the idea. If you stop for a second, you will hear the whole thing. If you stop for a second, you will hear the whole thing.
You're using 1,000 words when 5 will do. Does
you cut me off at 4 though? You cut me off at 4.
Hold on, because I can't hear you. Is being aligned with feminism the same thing as being a feminist?
When you're aligned with the core essential value of feminism, yes.
Okay,
yes.
I disagree with you. Aligned with
okay
does not make you part of
so
the
you
club.
tell me what makes you a feminist.
I'm not a feminist.
No, I mean, what makes one a feminist? If believing in feminist core ideas don't make you a feminist, then what does?
Point, conservative. I won't let you get away with an SKC.
Do you have to have an abortion? Like, what makes you a feminist?
Look at you doing an SKC on us. Squirmy, squirmy. Being aligned with the movement does not make you a part of the movement.
Wait. Let me ask conservative a question real quick. How do feminists think?
Like SKC?
Feminists typically believe that men have had an unfair advantage that they have used to keep women out of positions of leadership and authority. And so they now seek to redress those past discriminations with future discrimination.
All right, now I got a follow-up question. Why do you think like a
You know what? That literally sounds like Ibram X. Kendi.
Oh, so he's on your mind too. Wow, Stanley.
Yeah. Conservative is reminding me of old Ibram X.
There's a reason why all the grievance people sound alike.
Talking about future. Oh man.
Why do you
Hey, would you consider Thomas Jefferson to be a racist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but during that time, he would not have been considered a racist. He would have been just operating within the social norms of his time. They retroactively called him a racist, just like anybody else who owned slaves when slavery was completely normal.
You're going to lose that argument. They knew.
No, I'm not. No, they didn't.
They knew.
How? How did they know?
Knew they were racist.
Racism.
How?
Panel,
they came up with black codes.
Where's
They
woman
literally
mentioned
wrote
in
laws.
the
They
Constitution?
literally
It's
wrote
not.
laws about
Woman
race,
is not mentioned
separating
in
race.
the
But
The
man,
concept of
please be
racism
quiet.
wasn't a thing.
Take a sip, 12th man. No,
Well,
I'm
it's not
sorry.
mentioned
Take
in
a
the
sip.
Constitution.
Oh God,
Where's
you
woman?
guys are really bad at
Black
this.
codes didn't exist until
They
after
knew black
after
Oh
codes
my
Civil War.
god.
existed. Black codes existed. You can laugh all you want. You need to do a little bit of historical research there, Luke.
Woman is not
Okay, when did
mentioned in
wait
the Constitution.
when did the black codes get when did the black codes get invented?
1662, I think it was Maryland. 1663, Virginia.
When
Jefferson was long dead.
yeah,
No,
he's gone. He was gone, bro.
Jefferson hadn't
The
been
black codes
born.
didn't get the black codes didn't get enacted until 1865, which
Oh,
was
no,
during the
no, no,
Civil
no,
War.
no,
Thomas Jefferson was not
no.
around for that.
There were two sets. There were two sets.
Oh Lord, there were two sets now. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do your research,
Fucking
son.
history,
Do your
man.
research.
Man is mentioned in the Constitution and the Declaration, and
Right.
it's not
26
the woman
That's the
mentioned
box
in
line,
there.
yeah.
It's the man.
See,
No woman
This is
mentioned
wild.
in
So
the
which of Thomas Jefferson's contemporaries called him racist?
Basically,
you didn't
when they
read the
did
amendments from the
whatever the
1619 project
whatever
on
it
the
was,
Simmons
changing the
rezone.
lineage, like you inherit. I can't remember the Latin phrase. Partum something or another.
How about Thomas Paine?
I'm sorry, Tom.
Someone asked which of his contemporaries called him a racist. How about Thomas Paine?
They just
That's one person.
Well, I'm saying they knew the concept, Lou.
I don't think that's gonna work, bro.
You know what? Then you don't know if American history exists.
Yeah.
I got you.
I don't think that's gonna work, bro.
I think it already has, Lou.
How about Ben Franklin?
Catch up, Lou.
Yeah, there was probably a lot of people that considered him a racist back then, but
They considered it like a part of like life. You were crazy if you weren't a racist.
Yeah, you know, not all white people were for slavery. Some people did think it was wrong.
I just named them the abolitionists.
They were called abolitionists.
Yeah, they were completely. It was pretty much like a act against God to own another person.
This is interesting because it goes back to a conversation that I used to have with Stanley all the time. That I would like to ask like Tom and Psychopatheus and everybody.
It's the golden oldies.
How did the slaves get free?
Oh Lord, I'm going on mute.
I was gonna run and take a shower, but why did I think that, SKC?
The war on legislation.
And by the way, SKC,
some people believe they freed themselves.
The comment, to refresh your obviously fading memory, is the first step to slaves being free was wanting to be free.
How did the slaves get free? What do you think, Psychopath?
I think the law was changed to make them free.
No.
Hold on. SKC wants to play a little semantic game here. Okay, I didn't say slaves set themselves free. I said the first step to their freedom was wanting to be free. Get it right, SKC. It's a very specific argument.
How did the slaves get free?
You know what? What does it matter? I'm telling you what I said. You wanted to talk about our conversation. I'm reminding you of what I said. Now the rest is up to you to bullshit around with.
Your answer does not answer the question.
That wasn't part of the conversation, SKC.
That was the original question.
A lot of white people died so they
There you
could
go,
be
12th
free.
man. There you go. It's that easy. Even a caveman can do it.
Yeah, because even if they didn't want to be free, but the white folks still freed them, they'd still be free.
Okay, what was the first step to black slaves' freedom, Lou?
It's a very nuanced question right here.
They needed to want to be free.
The original question.
It's
That's
my
how he
argument
changes the whole
in a
thing.
nutshell.
He creates an argument around a false question that
Yeah,
was
that's
never
it.
asked.
That's
My
irrelevant as
original
fuck, bro.
question was- my
Oh,
original
no,
question was,
it's
how did
actually
the
not
slaves-
irrelevant as fuck if you're smart
It is
enough.
completely irrelevant. No, it doesn't matter if they wanted to be free or not.
It's
At some
irrelevant.
point,
It is irrelevant to you because maybe you don't get my drift, and I understand.
No, I get your no. Don't confuse not getting with disagree with. I get what you're saying. I just disagree with you.
said some
Okay,
of them
well
didn't
then
want to
it's
be
your
free.
right to disagree.
Even Harriet Tubman, the great leader, she said some of them don't want to be free.
SKC, the next time you want
That is
to
funny.
quote, the next time you want to quote my wisdom, get the words right.
I'm quoting your leader.
My
I'm
leader.
quoting your leader. She said some of them didn't want to be free.
Coons on the plantation. Yeah, it was cool. It was coons on the plantation.
You know, this reminds me of a few minutes ago when SKC asked you guys, well, were the other abolitionist leaders too? So Harriet Tubman, she's the only leader on the whole Underground Railroad.
Yo, you guys are being,
because she's a black.
You guys are
Underground Railroad was a network.
Right. So how come she's the
Yeah,
only
that was a whole
leader, though?
network.
But how come she's the only leader by your guys' definition of leadership?
Only one.
You guys are trolling.
But no, the issue was raised directly, and you said no, that's not a leader. No, that's not a leader. No, that's not a leader.
Really bad at
said that. Nobody said that.
You literally said it. It was you, HB, directly. It was literally you, HB.
I said obviously they were leaders. Obviously.
Yeah, nobody said
obviously
that.
they were leaders. You guys are trolling. I said obviously.
Yeah, hey Hood, you might have been gone when we had that thorough needle discussion. You might have been gone for that.
No, actually, conservative is right. When I posed that question, they dodged. They did not want to acknowledge that all of those men in those hollow graves were leaders. They did not acknowledge that.
What men in hollow graves? Who?
It took you guys like 10 minutes to get off that point.
Because it was an obvious question. Of course they were leaders. It's obvious.
It was so obvious you fought it for 10 minutes.
You know what? I think these guys have telepathic powers between each other.
No, I thought it was obvious that Harriet Tubman was a leader. Like,
No. The question was were the other men who did the exact same thing leaders? And they literally said no. Only she's the leader.
No, you're the only one.
You're comparing several people to one. It's not.
You brought up.
Let's consider just one. Then still didn't want to accept it.
You brought up millions of people.
Well, yeah, but
yeah, that's I can't roll with you on that because all of that came. The reality is that all of that came from the simple fact that SKC and Hood, y'all didn't want to acknowledge the simple fact that Harriet Tubman was a leader.
Yeah,
you said yeah, you didn't.
She was
you didn't acknowledge that. No, and then you use that and ask the abolitionist question, and they were saying that that's not relevant to the question. And so y'all had that was that whole back and forth that I got lost in because it turned into something else.
It came to be a stalemate.
You troll somewhere else. There's 2 trolls in the room. I'm not feeding them anymore.
It came to a stalemate free zone because what I was basically saying and bringing up the question is, if you accept those men as leaders, then I will accept Harriet Tubman as a leader.
What men?
And they vacillated on it and fought it. So then that gave thought as to why I was doing the same thing.
This wasn't recorded.
Nobody fought it though.
What minute are you talking about, SKC?
You guys, this was recorded, and you're gonna listen to the replay. And I want like $1 or a donut or something. Buy me a coffee or something for being this right.
Bro.
What men are you talking about, SKC? I'm trying to figure out what men is you talking about. That he said
all of the men who sacrificed their lives, which enabled us to be free today.
So only the dead guys.
Well, they all wasn't leaders. Some of them were just soldiers. Right?
Okay.
You got all everybody that's in the army is not a leader. right? It's very
I remind you, the phrase that was used was the men who did the exact same thing as Harriet Tubman. That phrase was literally used and rejected by your party.
So
which is why I brought up the idea of
the exact same thing means they escaped slavery, and then they led 70 families on 13 missions, through the Underground Railroad. Now that's the exact same fucking thing. That's what exact means.
Either way, your guy said that doesn't make them leaders. That's the whole fucking crazy point.
Nobody said that.
Bro, run the tape back when you get a chance. When you get a moment, you run the tape back. I don't want to fight you forever on this.
You don't know what exact same thing means. Apparently, very clearly, you don't know what that phrase means.
We're all being recorded.
Go
Run the
down
tape
to
when
a
you get a
fucking
chance.
science lab and say exact same thing and see what they say back to you.
I know what you're trying to say, but
No,
run the tape back and play it again. We just play the tape back when you get a chance, bro, because this is pointless now.
Fucking saying, not what I'm trying to say, what I'm actually saying. Exact same thing is a term you are unfamiliar with, clearly.
I get it. Nobody did exactly what Harriet Tubman did, inch for inch. It was a fucking term. It was a framing of a question. If a person does exactly the same thing as this person, why do you not give them equivalent status?
They didn't do the exact thing in the framing of your question. Excellent. Awesome. Maybe that's why you didn't get the answer you want.
It would have been nice if you'd have called out the question instead of just denying the actual
So
situation.
I have to fix your fucking question too.
You didn't speak at the time, so stop catching attitude right now. You weren't there, bro. Chill. Nobody's even talking about anything you did.
Argument for you. I don't have to make your argument for you.
You're making it for them. They made the argument. You weren't here. They said the shit. Why are you defending it if you weren't there?
Argument.
He's still on the
argument. Get your own
logic
together. Get your own shit together. I don't have to make your argument. I don't have to say when you fuck up. Until
you know what? I tell you what. I'm just gonna pull it up for you guys because now you're getting all spicy.
Right.
You're getting real spicy, and this shit recorded.
Whatever the fuck you want, because this guy went on to General Beauregard from Virginia or whatever for his example. If you really want to know what was said, dumbass.
Yeah, and that had nothing to do with Harriet Tubman. That's what I was pushing back on. You were the one that said she wasn't a leader. You start bringing up a bunch of old white men. Like, what does that have to do with what she did?
Actually, Hood Conservative wasn't. Hood Conservative wasn't here. It was me. It was me. And what I was doing was comparing the actions that you were stating. You stated
but you have to put it in context, though.
You stated that she led slaves to freedom, and then when I talked about other people whose lifestyle resulted in the same thing, you wanted to deny that they were leaders.
No, I did not want to deny
So then I even posed the and then afterwards I even posed the question.
Then what happened is I said that's not an apples to apples comparison, and you brought up General Beauregard in Virginia. That's what fucking happened.
Right, as I was interacting with three other people at the same time.
But you gotta understand.
Yes, that's what happened while I was interacting with three other people. And fielding questions from all of them.
Three other people.
Right. So in the midst of all of that, I may have gotten the detail incorrect while dealing with three other people. Yes, that's what happened.
Three other people. Maybe you shouldn't come in a room with 7, 8 people. Maybe that's above you.
It is.
Yeah.
I never denied
that's what I'm stating. That's what I'm stating. Normally I do not have conversations battling with 4 people at once.
You're not battling.
Stop it. This ain't your
I typically go that's not a part of my normal everyday life. Yes, you're right. I'm not equipped for that.
This is not your first rodeo. Stop playing.
No, I'm just saying if that's the level of conversation that we're having, yes, I'm not equipped
all
for that.
over the place. He's used to it. He's trolled everywhere.
SKC can't answer a question straight.
So as I was saying, HB,
what's the qualification for leadership?
There it is.
Oh, for God's sake!
You tell us you're the one that's qualified.
You trying to switch the burden of proof on
about a GED? About a GED, is that good enough? Can we start at a fucking GED? For God's sake!
I think the qualifications of a leader is leading. And if you
Okay,
lead
so
people
what?
out of, if
So
you
what does she
lead
do?
people out of slavery, you led. That's a leader.
So then, when I mentioned the other people that led people out of slavery with the sacrifice of their lives,
None of that
you
stuff
view them as
matters.
leaders.
None of that
Yeah,
stuff
but
matters. Pause it.
you're comparing
millions of people. Pause it. And you see,
Yeah,
I
that was a
never
really
denied
fucking
it.
terrible place to pause it, HB.
Yeah, because
I was just about to tell him you're comparing millions of people to one person.
Right. And then too, you know, Tom, you got to put it in perspective. This was during slavery, so a black woman undertaking this allegedly, if this actually occurred.
Now we're back to this. She's a girl makes her a special thing.
The Civil War didn't happen during slavery.
It's not that she was a girl; she was.
I'm just trying to understand.
She was a black girl. It was black girl
he
magic. That's what it was.
He said context, and then he said the time frame as a part of the context. So the Civil War wasn't fought during slavery.
Of course, it was fought during slavery.
Okay, so what are the other parts of the
But
context?
you guys are denying that she wasn't a leader, though. That's
no,
like saying
you stated that it needed to be put into context. I'm trying to understand what you mean. The only qualifier of the context that you brought in was the time frame.
What I'm saying is she was a leader, obviously. That's all I'm saying.
You see
and
what I mean?
SKC denied that because she was a woman and because she was black. And because he has some type of gripe against black women. I don't. History is history. I'm not trying to deny it. But you're talking about black girl magic. This woman was ducking hounds and slave catchers and shit.
Yeah,
you're changing the terms.
magic.
All we said is you were denying that these other people were leaders, but you only ascribe leadership to her.
No, I wasn't.
Same thing. Millions of other individuals did the same thing. Do you view them as leaders?
Well,
I'm just asking about Harry.
It's not an apples to apples comparison.
Okay.
From death to death.
Colonel Max Williamson from the Virginia Night Guard.
Nobody's denying it.
And such. Do you view him as a leader?
Well, no, because his side lost if he was from Virginia.
And that's the whole
Wait,
point.
Literally said no. Literally said no.
No, that's not literally said no. He said
He literally said no, bro.
He said no because they lost.
Yeah, he didn't say no because of what I was stating. He was correcting me in that I brought up Virginia.
Back to you.
Yeah, he was trolling me back, which is totally fair. But the point still stands. Hey, if you took an
y'all
individual
troll inception motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, it's great. But if you took a individual Union soldier that died, put him into place, what would be the answer to the question? Is he a leader?
Depends on the soldier.
Harriet Tubman.
Now it
and
depends
you
on
see
the
the long
soldier.
pause that we still have.
Harriet Tubman did. Yes, he would be a leader. Yes, if he did what Harriet Tubman did.
Yeah, because I mean, you would have to put a lot on the line during that time.
That was literally the scenario on the table. I don't know why we had to go through all of this.
No, but y'all was
exhibit A's, exhibit B shit just to get to this simple point.
Y'all was mentioning like soldiers on the field who died in the Civil. Yeah, y'all was mentioning like soldiers in the field that died in the Civil War and was they leaders. No,
let me put it this way. I think the story of Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad is oversold for this exact reason. So we can believe some bitch helped us and made us free.
None of that matters though. None of that matters. And this is what
He was writing about it in real time.
This is your thing, SKC. You move the goalpost to try to win an argument, and you're just arguing facts at this point. History. That ain't got nothing to do with how you feel.
Being a troll. That's all he wants.
Yeah, you're literally just trolling.
Trolling what, HB?
Who cares if the story is real or not? We're talking about was she a leader or not?
Who cares if the story is real? Hold up. You can't see the problem with who cares if the story is real. We want to know if she was a leader or not. This is literally incongruent, bro. You can't have both.
Asking it, was Superman a leader? Yeah, he was a leader of the Justice League.
Oh, okay.
Nobody makes Superman a historical figure, though.
So since we're operating there, Achilles was a leader too.
Obviously.
All right. So what are we talking? If we're talking about mythical individuals.
HB is the leader of the League of All Truckers.
1800. Mythical people in the 1800s.
Man is the leader of Alaska. I mean,
1800s is pretty well documented. Like
no. Psychopath, you missed the thing. What Hood stated is that when HB said, "Who cares if the story is fanciful or not?" The woman was a leader, and I'm like, whoa, are you really going to stand from the argument of just believe the myth and accept the lead?
He's trying to say it's other people out there that's trying to make it a myth, and he's saying whether it's a myth or not. He didn't say it was a myth. He's just saying even if it was a myth, she'd still be a leader based on the myth.
You know what's so ironic about this? Like yesterday, I just started watching Boardwalk Empire, right? You know what?
Wait.
Let me just say this real quick.
Since we're moving the goalposts, I do agree with you. I don't believe the story. That doesn't mean that she's not a leader.
It happened.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, hold on. So we're not gonna let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Well, I wasn't there, SKC. I wasn't there. How would I know?
This is why you're feminist, because you just believe.
1800 is very well documented. She was alive. They was writing about it in real time. Was looking for it in real time.
I agree with that too. I agree with that too.
There are people out in Nova Scotia that were part of that trip through the Underground Railroad that talked about it and kept her stories alive, and they got pictures of her and everything else. Like she was around when the cameras was around. Like it happened. Yeah. This ain't a myth.
And I think the only pushback I have with it is it's kind of hard to believe. That's it. And maybe that's just my feeble mind. It's hard for me to believe that, especially where we're at in society now. I just can't see a black woman doing that. But that's just
who else
my
worked on
mind.
The Underground Railroad?
That's just my feeble mind. I'm
abolitionist.
Why can't you see a black woman doing that, HB?
I mean, you see where black women are at today. It would be just hard to believe.
And you want them to vote, though. Let your inner misogynist grow.
That's something different, though. I believe in a free country. Everybody should have the right to vote.
You want to be ruled by idiots?
I don't want to have a country like Iran or something, or Iraq, or look how that shit looks.
I mean, they're fucked up for other reasons, but I think they get one thing right. Just because you get one thing right doesn't mean you get everything else right, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think
and I don't believe in taking away from the stories and everything, HB. There's just a lot of details that are in that I don't understand why people don't investigate them or think about them even further. I mean, on the ends of those quote unquote railroads and so forth, there were a lot of white abolitionists who were helping.
Right.
Do they have their names etched in the stories of and the annals of Black history?
No.
Okay,
and HB, I think that's the reason why you find it hard to believe.
Well,
okay, here's the deal. Okay, this form of whataboutism is frankly disgusting.
No, it's not whataboutism.
It's like it is literally whataboutism. What about the whites? What about the whites who don't have their name?
Yeah, because they actually did do some
literally.
Stuff.
What about
they did do some stuff?
I
and it shouldn't be forgotten.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I know you find it disgusting because
they
don't look like
know.
They did things. They put their lives on the line, and they got
okay. HB, let me pull an SKC tactic and not talk directly to him.
Okay.
Apparently, Harriet Tubman can't be a hero if they're not white heroes and white male heroes specifically. I find that somewhere between disingenuous and outright disgusting.
Yeah. But you see that with a lot of the kind of the red pill rhetoric where they gotta, kind of shit on women just to, make themselves feel bigger.
How is acknowledging what other people did crapping on somebody else?
No, you take it away.
Why does it matter?
Why does it take away from Harriet that other people existed?
No. See, I think she can be a hero without bringing anyone else into it, like you and Mr. SKC have to do. You have to do because there's no other way you could admit that you're wrong.
Well, let me try it this way.
No, don't bother trying it. You'll only bore me.
if other people are involved, the way the story is told, the railroad was literally underground, and she built the train and drove it herself.
It was not
If
underground.
other people are involved in the story, then it takes away from her glory, thus taking away from black
Okay,
glory.
HB. You said you said you find the story hard to believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, name one other person during that time that did the same thing that she did.
Levi Coffin.
Oh, and that's why you thank you, and that's why you find it hard to believe, because you don't know anybody else that was around that also did the same thing that she did.
Lou, you're doing the same thing as KC did, but just another avenue.
John Brown was real. Do you believe John Brown was real?
I never made a
No, that's acceptable. I know different names. You know,
I'm not saying
go ahead.
John Brown nor Harriet Tubman is fake. I'm saying the story that we're taught is not complete.
Oh, come on. So what does that matter?
Now let HB rock. Let HB rock. Yeah.
The reason why I find it so hard to believe is because obviously she had to have a lot of people help her do it. And it's just really hard to believe that all these people were able to help her through these different houses and hide all these slaves. All these people were basically willing to sacrifice themselves to help a bunch of slaves. It's really just hard to believe. But if it is
literally went back to South Carolina when she didn't.
Why did
I
they
think
help them,
South
HB?
Carolina when she didn't have to.
Why did they help him, HB?
Because they probably thought it was morally wrong.
And where did they get that sense of morality from, HB?
Bullshit.
And where did
What
they
the
get
hell,
that sense of
Stanley?
morality from, HB?
You have
What
Tourette's?
the hell?
Stanley, you have Tourette's.
You know what? I have a sense of moral outrage.
Where did it come from, HB?
You and SKC like.
Why does that question invoke your moral outrage?
Okay, what does morality have to do with anything?
You introduced moral outrage.
Well, talking about myself.
Wait, you said where did the moral outrage come from?
Yeah, those abolitionists. A lot of
them were like Christians and Quakers and all types of.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, what's the point, SKC? Apparently, you have no point for asking the question.
No, the fullness of the story. The fullness of the story.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, we were investigating why HB doesn't believe the story. That's what we were on.
Pretty much
Stanley.
with it. The bottom line is she was a hero, and she bringing other people in while making the story more full. And I appreciate a full story. She was a hero, and whether you two yahoos want to admit it or not, she was.
A yahoo.
And
Is
so
that like a Native American term?
Maybe some of the issue.
The other part that makes it hard to believe too is she did all this on foot. Like, god damn. Imagine going from north and south and back down south and back up north.
Stanley,
Yeah, it wasn't all on foot.
What's a yahoo?
Yeah.
Okay, 12 man, look it up.
It's an Ojibwe word for this nigger.
But a lot of the part of what you're talking about, HB, becomes a lot more believable when you look at the fullness of the story and the motivations of the people she had behind her that were helping.
Yeah, she can't be a hero unless you understand the fullness of the story. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching, a Marvel movie, and you only see Captain America. You won't fully understand Endgame by just looking at Captain America.
It makes me chuckle a little bit.
Stanley, I don't think that.
I'm just trying to break it down in a way that you would understand.
Okay, I don't read comic books.
Your mind seems a bit cross right now.
Stanley, I don't think the argument was she a hero or not. It's more so was she a leader? Because I'm sure to those Confederate.
Oh well, I'm sorry. I said hero. I meant leader.
Because to the Confederacy, I'm sure
Stanley made a mistake.
She was a villain.
Yeah, every now and again it happened.
She was an employee. She was an employee for the train. She worked for the MTA.
That same Confederacy would also call her a leader. They would call her a leader. That Confederacy would.
Every bitch on the train is a leader. Every girl that works for the train is a leader.
How many
owners,
leaders
slave owners
have bounties on their head? Obviously, they saw her as someone valuable by putting a bounty on her head.
I bet other abolitionists had bounties and got hung too.
I bet Frederick Douglass did.
They got bounty put on their head.
Every
Pretty
big
much
back
every
is a
slave in
leader.
the state had a reward involved.
Every big back is a leader. Did I just hear every big back is a leader?
Nat Turner was a leader.
Ignore the drunk, man. Ignore the.
I like
I need to
this
catch
guy.
up with 12. I need to catch up with 12. I might have some liquor with my pancakes, man.
In Vino Veritas, bro. That was real shit.
The wild part about this is that in their recounting of history, whenever you bring up other people that may have played a part, because they may not be black and so forth, that's where a lot of this emotion comes from.
Okay, there's no emotion, SKC, other than having
you were literally yelling a little bit. You almost had a convulsion.
I really don't enjoy having to deal with midwits who
you yelled
out to be oppositional.
You yelled out in grief.
There is actually no reason to be oppositional.
You were just emotional just a few minutes ago.
You know, SKC,
Native American slur.
SKC, you must be my mood ring.
I don't know what that is.
Throw it on
Hey,
the
John,
scoring
hey,
pile
John,
and
what's
sing.
That make
Hey, John, I like the logic complaint. John, I like the logic complaint. Stanley is using Native American slurs at me. I don't appreciate being talked to in this fashion. I come in peace and he's talking to me like some dirty nigga.
We bringing the Redskins back.
I hope they do.
John, let me ask you. You think Harriet Tubman was a leader?
Was she leading people up from slavery or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, it's right in
She was a trail guy.
It's right in the word. And she led people.
Yeah,
I mean,
she worked for the Parks Department.
I don't think it's. I mean,
Hey, y'all wildin'. Y'all make it sound like Harriet Tubman was handing people waters during the triathlon. Like, you could do it, go ahead. Like, come on, man, y'all wildin'. Y'all are wildin', man.
If you want to compare escaped slaves to a marathon, sure, why not? That might work.
It was like a
No, she was.
marathon.
Oh, see, see.
Not a leader.
Listen, how you think we got so fast, bro? They didn't let us run on the plantation.
Oh, wow.
You know that's not true.
You are the new Jimmy the Greek.
He wasn't all that wrong, by the way. I remember that thing about, we put the big buck with the other big slave and we make more big slaves. I mean, it's not that, like, this is what we did with dogs for 1,000 years. This is why they're poodles and Rottweilers and such.
Well, Hood served. If I think that they caught up, didn't she fight some black dude named Bigger Long or something like that? So
Bigger, Longer. Oh God! I still haven't seen that movie. I refuse to watch that.
Bigger, Longer.
Yeah, his name was Bigger Long.
Sound like a Daft Punk song or something.
Harriet Tubman did. Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, in the movie she did. I don't know if it happened in real life. I think she ended up marrying a white man too.
Of course, that would fit.
Of course she did. Bigger, Longer.
Oh, shut
Shut
up.
up, Tommy, you child molester, Tommy.
Oh,
man,
man. You know Harriet Tubman was smuggling.
You want to call names? You like to call names? I can call names too.
But not
That's
very
white on
well.
white
Drunken
violence.
fuck.
Hold on, let me get my camera.
Jesus Christ. Come on, 12, man. That's a.
It looks like one.
That's funny, man. It's funny. All of this really could have been avoided if it was simply acknowledged that Harriet Tubman was a leader. We could have moved on to the abolitionists and all that stuff.
Anybody ever said she actually wasn't, though? That's the funny thing. I don't really know if anybody seriously said she wasn't. We just raised other issues, and then we had to sort of drag you through the mud.
I don't know.
The beauty of the hood is I never stated that she wasn't. I just said I step out of the way and I allow her to be a leader for all of them.
You wouldn't call
That's
her a
it.
leader, but you wouldn't step
That's
in
it.
everybody else.
And then they went crazy on the whole thought of I'm allowing her to be a leader to you guys.
Why wouldn't you call her a leader?
It's like arguing with high priests of the faith.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, I ain't go crazy.
How dare you besmirch the great name of Athena?
I was just curious to know why you wouldn't call her a leader. I still didn't get my answer.
Yeah, you won't answer that question. You refuse to answer. You keep going off into these poems and metaphors.
By context, by context, with
Listen,
everything that I stated,
I'm not opposed.
just as I don't think that all,
leader.
Because
she's not a leader. I'm not opposed.
I'm trying to tell you. There were a lot of people who did similar things. I don't view them all as leaders.
You're still not
how
answering
many,
the question.
how many women? I don't know the number. How many?
There were a
women,
bunch of people that did the same thing.
Besides
I don't view them as leaders.
I'm sorry, what?
I understand you don't like the answer, but I
didn't hear the answer.
There are a lot of people that did similar things.
Okay, how many women?
It doesn't matter. People are people, right?
No, actually, it does matter.
People are people, right?
Women weren't very well known.
White girl magic.
Okay, here we go. But he's not a feminist, though.
So here we go. You can't answer the question. That's why it doesn't matter to you.
I'm just saying people are people.
Okay, you can't answer. And now
I am answering your question.
I got
people. I'm not focusing
very
on
unique style of argument.
Being a woman or a man or any of that stuff.
No, I get it. No, if you think she wasn't a leader, it's America. You got men that think they're women. You can think whatever you want to.
You see the connection there. You see the connection there.
Yeah.
The gender is irrelevant.
You don't believe it's this.
Yeah, the gender is relevant. How many women were doing what she did?
It's America, man.
Hey, 12th man, how many times did you fuck your mother this Thanksgiving?
Oh, wow, what a transition. That's wild.
Wow.
You want to call names? I'll call me.
Oh, Kimmy Cakes. Good morning, Kimmy Cakes.
Yeah, what's
Oh,
up,
man. That ends that line of discussion.
Kimmy
I said,
Cakes.
good morning, John.
What's going on, Kimmy Case? What's going on?
Nothing.
What
I
up,
feel some
Kimmy?
type of way. I text you happy holidays, and I ain't hear back from you.
I'm sorry, man. I missed
I
you.
was in my feelings. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm sorry. I got so many damn texts. I'm working my way through them. I'm sorry about that, Kimmy. Hill, I saw you yesterday. I feel like I saw you yesterday.
I know. It's been so long though. Whenever you come back, let me know. But HB, I came to defend you because I don't like how people up here talking to you. Tough guys try to call you gay in the comments. I'm just not feeling it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Who called HB gay?
Tough guy.
He's still hurt because
Oh.
I made fun of him for being 40 with a roommate. It's okay, tough guy. It's all right.
The 40-year-old with the male roommates calling him gay.
Yeah, he's the one with the roommate. He sleeps with a guy, but I'm gay.
But as far as Harriet Tubman goes, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know very little about slavery in America. I don't really know much about it. So I don't know if she was a leader or not, or I don't know.
I think you're better off not knowing.
Can we talk about modern politics now? I'm kind of sick of the DeLorean ride. Can we
I kind of agree.
get into some of Doge and some of the border czar stuff?
But
and some of
just one thing I would say is that
you
the
want to
people
troll
who,
about, buddy.
I think history has taught us that
Kimmy, what do you think about Kamala as a leader?
She doesn't have leadership. She doesn't have leadership. I think Kamala is probably a great wife, a great sorority sister, a great woman in her own right, but I don't know. She doesn't have leadership to me.
Makes a mean box wine.
I actually think that in some people's lives, Trump winning was like the only win they'd had in probably a year or two. That's why they keep talking about it.
But we all agreed that it was gangster.
We need a man with big balls to stand up to President.
Well, I mean, they keep bringing up Kamala. She lost, 3 weeks ago now?
I mean, it was just an opinion question. No one was saying about her winning or losing. It was just he wanted to know my opinion about her leadership, and I don't think she has that.
It's kind of a long running thing between us.
Well,
Is
Stanley,
it big or long?
Oh God, Stanley,
I think we
I
need a
did.
man with big balls like Trump to deal with President Xi and Kim Jong Un. Like,
I'm glad you expressed that. That's a part of the show. Stanley, you reviewed my stream yesterday, and thank you for the kind words. I think entertaining was about the highest praise I got, and that's all I look for. Listen, I'm not trying to be
Wait, I did
Mr.
say
Deeply
did I
philosophical. I
not
mean, I
say
Thank
tried, but
you,
I'm not.
Kimmy.
Clearly,
did I not say I consider you a friend of the show?
yeah, you said kind words, and
What
I'm thankful for that.
what stream did you review?
That was the Kamala Speaks when I talked about her speech yesterday. But that's kind of what I
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
point out. Kimmy said you need big balls, and Stanley, you skipped over the part because I know it's copyright, but you skipped over the part from There Will Be Blood, the milkshake scene. Kamala is not going to stop anyone from drinking our milkshake. That's kind of the point I was making in that scene that you kind of skipped past. But that's the essence of it. At the heart of it, nobody believes that she's up for the job. Whatever the job entails, she just has not inspired belief and confidence.
And I simply cannot agree. She obviously lost. I'm not bitter about it. I'm ready to move on. It's just that a lot of people who did vote for Trump or were Trump supporters can't seem to just accept men and move on.
What do you mean by move on? What should we do?
My attitude is basically she lost. I wish she hadn't lost. But the bottom line is Trump is going to be the next president. What I want to do is I want to look forward. As far as I'm concerned, Kamala, much like January 6th, is in the past.
Yeah, now y'all got to cry about Trump. Now, it's right with the border. Y'all got to go to Trump now. Cry. Y'all can't go.
Yeah, Trump's got to govern now. He doesn't have Democrats as an excuse.
Hold him accountable.
It won't be.
Trump.
Going to bring a new coffee.
Hey, Psycho. Let me ask you a question. What percentage of people who voted for Trump do you think are going to have buyer's remorse?
Who's Psycho? For Trump? Probably none. Probably none. Because I mean, most of the people that vote for Trump are sycophants, so they,
there's a good 10 to 15%, but it's the far right. The furthest right wing people are going to have buyer's remorse if they even voted for Trump.
The only way that people will have buyer's remorse with Trump is if there's another COVID. Then we know the fix is in.
Yeah, I
think that
my third time voting for Trump, and will do it again and again and again.
Right. Well, you won't get to do it again.
No, they allow that. God bless you, Kimmy.
With the biggest remorse, the people with the biggest remorse around Trump, in my opinion.
You can write it in as many times as you want, Kimmy.
Yeah, people with the biggest remorse around Trump would be kind of like the people along the fringe of the Nick Fuentes types. I think those are the people that, that's a good point. Their expectations are very high. Oh, they probably didn't even vote for Trump when you think about it.
Let me
That's exactly who I'm speaking about.
Let me ask the Trump vote.
Nah, you guys aren't actually looking at it objectively.
What do y'all expect out of Trump? What do y'all expect for y'all vote out of Trump since he won in the next 4 years? Like in 2028, what does Trump have to do for you to say that he had a successful term?
I mean,
be a gangster.
Build a wall.
Be a gangster.
Right. Continue building the wall.
Immigration and economy.
Mass deportation.
I think as long as he focuses on that deportation, he's good.
So what numbers do you want to see it get down to for you to consider success?
Wait, can we focus on Chris Reed's comment? He says that Mexico has a woman running for president, but Mexico
she's already president.
Mexico also can't control their half of the border. Mexico doesn't. They're not envied like we are as Americans. They don't have world enemies like we do. They're actually helping China bring fentanyl in this country. So I just think like
So are Americans helping bring fentanyl into this country?
You consider it successful term for Trump, like as far as immigration.
Hey Andre, salute, man. We appreciate you, man. Salute.
Well, Psycho Atheist, can he be successful as a gangster?
Yeah, he can be. I mean, but that's irrelevant to the question. Like, well,
That's a lot to do with the question. I think that has a lot to do with the question because now if we parse
everyone
what
else
is
has an
successful
escape
gangster towards what is an unsuccessful gangster, I think that we go right back to the original point that you brought up.
All right, so what numbers would you want to crush it down? You're telling me about his tactics. I ain't even talking about tactics, like how he's going to do it. I'm just saying what like the numbers.
So then I would need to go
numbers to get crushed down to.
And then I got to learn at the feet of Gamaliel. I got to go back to you, Psychopathist, and I got to ask you, what is a successful gangster?
He wasn't elected gangster. He was elected president.
Can we stop?
Yeah, I'm with
Can we,
Stanley on that one.
can we stop?
Yeah, we gotta stop this, man.
Can we get serious, man? We had fun, man. It was fun. It was fun.
Stop feeding the troll. It'll stop when you stop feeding the troll.
Oh man.
Okay,
I'll tell you what I would like Trump to do. The mass deportation thing. I would also like Trump to cut a lot of the unnecessary government spending that they do. I like the Doge idea. I don't know what it'll manifest itself into. It seems like the ball is rolling on it, but I like the idea of it because the government spends way too much unnecessary money on all kinds of stuff.
On top of that, just the other day, hold on, I'm about to tell you. Just the other day, I did a stream where they were in Congress trying to pass a bill to revoke pretty much all the DEI people. They were going to fire and close all the DEI departments at a federal level. And most of those people probably wouldn't be hired back into the federal government. They could try, but it seemed like it's going to be tough. And that's kind of what I want. I want the federal government to stop spending money on anything woke, anything that's, progressive, social issue stuff. It's like a giant waste. And I think when you look at the Doge,
specific, that's subjective. Like that, like a lot of people deem woke to be a bunch of different things. Can you be more specific?
Okay, no transgender issues right off the back. No gender theory issues whatsoever. Trump mentioned passing a law federally only recognizing male and female as the only possible genders. Therefore, we would just do away with all this other, pronoun bullshit.
Yeah.
And also, all right, so that's the gender thing. We can't have any racial quotas, any kind of federal, any kind of programs to like say, oh, these people are oppressed, therefore we must hire more of them. We have to do away with all that kind of thinking.
Oh, the DEI.
You have to get back, all the DEI, the affirmative action kind of stuff. We have to get back to something a little bit more objective when it comes to who we hire and what we spend money on.
Well,
I would say that people are looking forward to.
I would like Trump to tell his MAGA folks that all these things like DEI and woke, they were all just hyperbole in the first place, and to chill out, come back down to earth, and actually face the reality that the Congress and the Supreme Court, they have to govern, and they simply do not have Democrats to hold them back.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question? Is there anything policy-wise, for the next 4 years that you would like Trump to get done? Anything you think would be good?
I would like him to deal with the border. Okay. I would like him to work on changing, immigration reform, basically. The asylum laws need to be changed.
Let me break that down. So you said deal with the border. What exactly would you think?
I don't want to get into minutia. I'm not that kind of expert. We need to deal with immigration reform. And we need to get the border taken care of.
I'm assuming you have a hopeful, like a outcome that you think. What do you think would be a good outcome, for Trump?
I think a good outcome would be to get the border under control, deal with illegal immigration, people crossing the border, all that sort of stuff.
So you want him
to change the way the asylum laws work. Okay,
so Stanley doesn't want an invasion
change the laws so people aren't encouraged to make the trip up here.
No more anchor babies.
So let me ask you the question. So now the thing about the anchor babies having a baby in America, I don't think he can do that alone. If someone correct,
that's got to be a constitutional thing.
So he may not be able to do that, and that's why I said, like, what would you like him to do? The things that
I'm not that kind of expert. Let me repeat myself. This will be the third time.
No, I got
Get the border under control. I need him to make sure that illegal immigration doesn't happen. change the immigration and refugee laws so they don't encourage people to make a long trip across Mexico.
And so when you say the immigration laws, one of them I'm assuming would be the anchor baby law.
Okay, there is no anchor baby law. That's the 14th Amendment. That's not going to be changed.
Okay, so that's not going to be changed. And that's probably one of the
The
bigger
refugee laws, like, hey, if you come here, we got to provide you, food and shelter and all that. Those need to be changed.
And let me ask you this question: aren't those mostly city-state laws, like what?
No, they are literally U.S.
Like what New York was dealing with was more or less a state law that says you must provide.
Okay, let me go back because I don't get as deep as you do. You have studied this because you have a thing with immigration. There are federal laws, immigration laws at the federal level that require the government, once the government says, hey, you're a refugee, we are obligated to get you shelter and all that stuff. Those laws need to be changed.
Now, I don't know if there was a federal law that made New York City put them in shelters. I think that
was New York City.
Don't care about any of that. Trump doesn't control. You asked me about Trump.
Right.
Trump does not control state laws.
No. Right, so let me ask you this question. So, right, so some of those state laws probably need to be changed as outside of Trump's.
I depend on the governors to do that and their legislatures. Trump does not control any of that.
So when you see some of these governors in these, and you're probably not going to answer the question, but I'm just curious. When you see some of these governors in, let's say, New York, like rolling out the red carpet for immigrants, do you think they should change their policies?
Basically, I'm assuming a lot of their policies are based on the U.S. immigration laws.
No,
so I think
New York laws been in place. These New York immigration.
If we change them at a national level, that will encourage states to change their laws.
Yes, these state laws up here in the Northeast, they've been in place. Like my state, Jersey.
Okay, well, so has the U.S. immigration laws. They've been in place for quite some time.
I was just pointing out that like these are statewide things, and but these things were already in place though. Like the governor that's in place right now, he like this stuff was already in place. The governor,
right? Like, he seem to be a lot of like once they get here, they seem to be able to take advantage of state laws. Now, how they get here,
federal laws.
It's federal until they cross the border, and then to me,
there are refugee laws. There are rules for asylum that need to be changed.
Right.
You want to blame the states? I blame the federal government. They need to change the laws. It's called immigration reform. Bush Jr. somehow or another didn't get it done. We need to do that.
And more specifically, Congress, John Galt. Like they're the ones who don't fix the problem.
Yeah, well, Congress is basically under the thumb of Trump. If Trump says jump, they're all going to say how high.
So we got to get it passed. Immigration reform has to be number one.
That sounds pretty gangster, Stanley.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I think I think the thing is, like from a Biden supporter, not say Biden, but from the other side supporter perspective, they really didn't have to do much about immigration, right? The people are going to still vote for him. Say Trump, look at Stanley as an example. By all accounts, the Biden administration did fairly poorly on the immigration, yet, many people like Stanley still voted for him. Not a problem.
Well, you know why I didn't vote for Trump, right?
I'm just using you as an example. Don't focus. I shouldn't even mention your name. As it relates to Trump, you'll see that he needs to get the immigration problems resolved. But those same people who have the same common interests as a lot of the Trump supporters didn't put that same pressure on the people that they voted for. They didn't demand that Biden do anything about the border. They were okay with it.
I agree with that.
And now that Trump is in office, you're going to see a hell of a lot of resistance. You're already seeing resistance from these same states filled with the people who didn't have a problem with the borders being flooded and nothing being done about the border. And now
Well,
they're like hell, right? Even though they want Trump to do something about the border, they're going to fight him tooth and nail. We've already seen that Denver, California, New York, Boston, wherever they all
well,
say.
is the lone Democrat? They better not if they want to win in 2026 and 28.
I think they can. Honestly, I think that you can't
I
go.
think they shouldn't.
Well, yeah, I understand. I agree with you on that, but I think that
some people may see them as leaders, though.
Politically, they can't, right? You know, I told you one time, Stanley, right after Trump got elected, Biden, sorry. It was I heard a speech down here in DC and the Hispanic people. It was a lady speaking, and she was like, "We won this election. We did this, you know." And they're gonna have to lean into all these fringe groups. It's like a Latino lesbian lady. I just think they're gonna have to continue to lean into those people, and those people are going to be the face of the resistance. They're going to demand resistance.
Well, let me allay your fears.
I don't have any fear.
I think if Democrats are smart, they will learn their lesson and concentrate their efforts on making sure Trump delivers on whatever promises he's made that they agree with. I think the fringe groups that you're talking about, pretty much, if they haven't learned their lesson, they will. So all I have to say is Trump has to govern, and Democrats should wish him luck and do everything they can to make sure that he governs up to his own standards.
Yeah.
May I say something, John Galt?
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, man, go ahead.
Well, harboring a fugitive illegal is a felony. If you hide a fugitive illegal from ICE, then that's a felony. So help these mayors line up to get prosecuted, because all these so-called sanctuary cities harboring all these fugitive criminals are in fact violating felony federal laws. So hope they get in line for that.
Now take a drink.
And why they haven't nominated him for AG yet?
That's what Tom Homan said.
Yeah.
I think the new border laws will enforce that. Use those laws to enforce getting people out.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing that John
Fuck
mentioned.
you, Democrat of mayor of whatever you are.
Yeah, that whatever you are, Mayor Democrat.
Wow.
Wait, let Kimmy go. Let Kimmy go. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I'm just going to agree with John. I think your introspective perspective was just on point, in that like people are going to demand things of President Trump that they ignored even existed the last 4 years. And I think the complicated thing about the right to shelter and all the more local stuff happening is that New York City voted that in, and then they demanded that people upstate New York and in Long Island take in migrants, and they're like, no, we don't live in New York City, we didn't vote for that shit, like we're not taking those people. And they didn't take those people, and Governor Hochul supported them in not taking those people. And I think the exhaustion that Mayor Adams had pointed out time after time after time, that the city could not take the burden of this right to shelter, I think it's going to change eventually. And I think he's waiting on President Trump to have the muscle to do it. He can't stand up to these liberals on his own by himself. So he's waiting.
It's still a felony to harbor a fugitive from ICE. If they're an illegal immigrant,
but Mayor Adams already said, like,
if you're
if they are
harboring
fugitives,
them, they gotta go.
State problem. They gotta go to the governor.
And
they said they're going to cooperate with ICE when it comes to people breaking the law.
To Kim's point, President Trump needs to take the lead. Congress, the U.S. Congress needs to take the lead. Let's get the federal laws changed to encourage the states to do the same.
Yeah, and another thing, I don't know if it's going to happen, but people are really looking forward to in the upcoming Trump presidency. I've heard it, and it's been in all the newspapers of people looking forward to more stimulus checks. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I know people out there are looking forward to that.
Why would Trump do stimulus checks?
That's not going to happen.
We would have to ask those people, but it's literally been in the papers. Like people are looking forward to it.
Well, I can tell you this: those people are going to have buyer's remorse for sure.
Yeah.
Ain't no
Kimmy, I kind of think it might be propaganda because I heard that a lot, where a lot of people on the left were kind of saying, "Oh, people only voted for Trump because they gave him a stimulus check." I think that might be propaganda.
Well, they're thinking of Elon, maybe.
I don't know.
Didn't he give like money for votes?
There was some Republicans out there. I ain't saying all, but it was some Republicans out there that was bragging about the stimulus checks and everything else, and saying how much their pockets was right when Trump was in office, and used the stimulus checks as an example, which was silly, because I don't care who was president, you was going to get a stimulus check during the pandemic. That's just what it was.
Were the stimulus checks federal or state money mostly? I don't remember.
Federal.
That's why Trump's name was on all of them. And he made sure his name was on all of them too, because he didn't want people to forget who gave it to him.
Yeah, that was one of his big mistakes.
Hey, 12 man, isn't that a felony?
What?
Money for votes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would be, wouldn't it?
I don't know of any law that says you can't save $50, go vote. I also don't know how you'd verify it.
Really? I thought that was illegal.
Well,
A poll tax is illegal.
Elon Musk isn't an official though.
I'll look that up. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, Elon Musk wasn't voted in.
You have to look up whether Elon Musk is an official or not, Tom.
No, whether it's a law, whether it's against federal law to pay someone for their vote.
Oh, you're not supposed to do that. No, but that they did the way they did it. It wasn't
outright, but they all do it.
It wasn't necessarily paying for the vote the way they did it, because I think he was doing a contest on Twitter about registering. It was about registering to vote, but obviously we all know who he wanted to register and vote for. But the way it was worded, they're not going to be able to get him for anything.
Yeah. Because I mean, I say all the time how when
how y'all doing?
When I voted for Obama, the only reason I voted for him is because he gave me free Jay-Z tickets.
Jesus Christ.
Now, I don't think he didn't literally pay for my vote, but he got my vote just because of that.
And that was something you thought was a positive?
Well, Tom, I was 18 at the time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I didn't know any better, man.
Right.
HP, did Jay-Z go to any Diddy parties?
I don't know, 12 man. I wasn't there. I've never been to a Diddy party, man. I'm pretty sure he has been though.
Was Diddy a leader?
Oh my God! You gotta stop this trolling. Lord. You gotta stop trolling. You gotta stop.
Hey, it's like Greg Gutfeld is on this panel.
He was with your mom.
We gotta stop this, man.
Just as long as you know. That means you have to be there.
If you get hit with
I saw the video. Your mom sold me a copy.
If you get hit, if you get hit with
Tommy has an obsession with people's moms.
Only leaders get hit with RICO charges.
Not yours. Too ugly. She birthed you.
Unfortunately,
there was a couple of fucking IVs of box wine during the delivery.
I could attest to the migrant situation here from my
I could slap you with a case of box wine.
You'd have to get up off the floor. You'd have to be sober. You'd have to be able to cross state lines. There's a lot of things in your way then.
Hold on a second.
Sounds like a Harriet Tubman problem.
We get Harriet Tubman on it.
You gotta be sober.
Get 12 man and Harriet Tubman, a match made in heaven. She could leave a trail of boxed wine throughout the wilderness. So.
Breadcrumbs.
Kamala would find that box wine.
It all leads you to bigger long.
I want to hop down though. It's a lot of male energy, and I think y'all should just have the floor. But it was great. I'll still be in the comments.
Oh, hey, Kimmy, before you go, thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, Stanley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim
You gotta
and Kate.
support the stream.
I appreciate you, Kimmy.
I'm still here though.
We
I'm in the
love you,
comments, and I'm
Kimmy.
listening. I love you all too.
Thank you very much, Kim. Thanks for supporting the channel.
All right, John, I'm gonna call you later.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about
All
that. Responding to your message. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Well, yeah, like I was saying, so I listened to a conservative radio station here in Boston, and there was a state police officer that had called, but he remained anonymous, and he was saying how literally like 60 he broke it down. He said like at least 2/3 of the force is down to do Trump's deportation, right? But they're also afraid because there's threats of them losing their pensions that they have worked for all those years. You understand? So they're in on thin ice basically, and it's like they don't know what to do because it's like they want to do their job, and it's like, but they're being told not to by the governor and also by the mayor.
You guys show some love for Kim K's channel, by the way. Like and subscribe to her channel. Kim K, Brooklyn Watson. What's the channel name there?
Brooklyn Watson.
Brooklyn Watson.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it.
Take me all over New York City.
Yeah. She takes you all over the world, not just New York. Yeah, she takes you all over the world. Kimmy's a globetrotter.
Well, I can tell you right now, I enjoy it.
She's a leader.
Wow.
We can all agree on that talk, man.
Hey, Latino, what's that radio station in Boston? Do you know the call letters?
WBO, I want to say it is.
Okay, yeah, I like radio stations, so I'll definitely tune in.
Yeah, I used to listen.
The way I get it is through you know, like the radio has some channels have 3 channels under them. Sometimes it's like HD radio, so that's the only way I could get it. Like if I'm in my car, but
okay, I'll see if they've got an online presence.
Yeah, but John, what do you think of that? Like that police officers are afraid that they might lose their pensions if they
Man, I think honestly, you know, if I before I forget my thought though, I used to listen to Jeff Cooner up in Boston. You ever heard of Jeff Cooner?
That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm talking about, John.
I like Jeff Cooner, man. I ain't listening to
Cooner, man, and Howie Carr.
Stanley, if you're looking for the station, here's the station right here. I didn't know that's who you're talking about. Jeff Cooner. He's still on the air. Damn.
Yeah, Jeff Cooner, man.
Jeff Cooner, WRKO.
Yeah, he's got his kids even working at the radio station too.
Oh yeah, man. I might go back and pay him a listen again.
Yeah, he adopted what was it, like 2 kids? Because I don't think he has kids of his own.
Okay, Jeff Cooner. The Cooner Report. That was him. That's very good radio.
that might trigger Stanley. The Cooner.
No, it says it might trigger SKC. I think that K in SKC stands for Cooner. Is SKC still on here? Oh damn, he's gone.
Damn, he left.
He left. He's not a leader.
Yeah, I think once we started ignoring the leader comments, he got up out of here.
Nobody left with him, so he wasn't a leader.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's so hard to say that Harry Tubman was a leader. That was just crazy to be like.
It really was, man. It really was. It was.
He's troll.
Sometimes people just have agendas, and they can't. If they get off their
agenda, that's
points,
exactly what it is. Yep.
I don't know if he was or not, but to me, I just stay out of it because it's like I don't know that the story's kind of bullshit.
Like David Duke's a leader, right? I don't like David Duke. Don't agree with him ideology. I diametrically oppose everything.
You said David Duke is a leader,
but I ain't gonna say he's not a leader.
Bro.
He's a leader.
You said David Duke is a leader.
He is
bro?
a leader.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Of haters.
Yeah, he is
He's
a
a
leader.
quiet-
He is-
a quiet leader.
Fine. Yeah, I'm not saying he's leading good people or any of that. What I'm saying is he's a leader.
Like have you read any of David Duke or listened to David Duke talk?
I have, and that's John. That's the fucked up thing about him. If you listen to him talk,
He's actually the person that made the Klan not be known as like sheep wearers anymore. They businessmen. He kind of transitioned them from being in sheets to wearing suits now.
I haven't listened to him extensively, so take that in mind. But,
You'll like it.
Yeah,
Hey, John Galt.
he's kind of, when you listen to him, he's kind of endearing, man. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. I didn't take him as a hater.
Yeah. He's more like an absolute.
He didn't talk
more
about
like an
killing people.
absolutist. No. He's more like an
No,
absolutist.
he's all about separation. He's all about separation.
He's basically like all those MLK people that be, that take that shit serious, right?
But I thought he even had a bigger. I thought correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought he had a bigger heart on for the Jewish people than the blacks.
He does.
Well,
His thing is the Jews. That's his thing.
That don't mean he don't like.
I wonder why.
He ain't got smoke with black people though. He got smoke with black people. But I agree, we number 2 on his list.
Well,
John Galt.
I think that from what I've seen of these people that they hate what the blacks do on behalf of others, or maybe that's the wrong way of putting it. And I'm just quoting them. I'm not saying that they're wrong. They feel like one group of people uses another people as like a pit bull, and so that's my impression. From reading people like him. But go ahead.
I would argue. I would argue white people on both sides of the aisle use black people to clap at Jews.
Well, I think the David Dukes of the world would say that the Jews use the blacks to attack the whites. That's his argument. And other people like that.
Is he?
I got
Is he wrong?
But not for the same reason they got smoked on. Like the Klan, the small hats got more to do with. That's biblical nonsense that I don't really care about, me personally. They that's a whole chosen people. They think the small hats. They think that the small hats think they better than them, and they trying to replace them and all this other stuff. They got different smoke for the small hats than I got.
Wait, speaking of
But the small hats think that about everybody else.
Go ahead,
Speaking of small hats, though, what did Adam say that pissed off the Venezuelan guy or the Honduras, wherever he's from? I can't remember.
Well, I think it's like how he talked to him. You know what I'm saying? And Adam came in and kind of high-handed, and he didn't. You know what I mean? And I remember him talking to me about that. He was like, basically he saw Adam as kind of a white man, not Jewish, not just a white man. And, him having a white man talk to him, however Adam may have raised his voice or something, I think that's what kind of set him off. I'm still a man, you know what I mean? Like, you can't talk to me like that, even though I work for you. And, they high-headed people, you know what I mean? Some of the people high-headed, so, I ain't taking this shit. No matter how much work you do, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I was just I don't know. I was just kind of intrigued about that story because it kind of goes against a lot of narratives, They kind of paint the Latinos like they're just like the footstool of white people. And he bucked. He was like, "Nah, I ain't dealing with that."
Now, a lot of these people, they headstrong like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They come from a culture, very manly, like, you know what I mean, macho type shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're just not gonna let you talk that. Like, with black people, like kind of similar. And so when he was talking to me about it, he was talking to me like what a black person would be saying to another black person if a white man talked to him like that, right?
Yeah.
And,
Let me ask you for Trump question. You wanted the 50. I'm assuming you wanted the 53% So since you won the 53%, like what region you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
Who, me?
Don Latino for Trump.
Oh,
What was that?
I was asking what region do you live in?
Oh man,
Same region as John Galt.
dude. In Massachusetts, man.
Oh, you in North? Okay, I'm surprised.
Yeah,
Okay.
Northeast, bro.
Okay, all right. So, you Puerto Rican? You Puerto Rican?
Nah, I was born in Puerto Rico. Both of my parents are Dominican.
Oh, your parents are Dominican. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And you said you was born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Oh, that's different. Okay.
Yeah, my parents migrated to Puerto Rico in '86.
All right.
After they got their residency.
You Afro Latino?
What happened?
You Afro Latino?
Yeah, my dad is of the darker tone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And my mom is the light skinned one.
Yeah, when you said Dominican, I had to ask, but yeah.
And I got nappy hair too, so it's just like, look, this is me.
Okay. So what was your do you deem immigration as a problem?
Oh, me, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, and I'll explain my reasonings. When we first came here, it was because my grandmother had to work her ass off to send 8 of her children over here, and she managed to get the money. I don't know how. We don't ask questions, but she did it. And I don't think it's fair that people should cut in front of everybody else to get here to live their dreams too. And this is another thing that I have an issue with. When you're looking for asylum, right? Let's say you're coming from I don't know, Brazil. Like you gotta pass another like 7 or 8 countries to come here. So if you're really looking for asylum, like the first country that you landed on is where you get asylum.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, all this shit is bullshit, and it's just a game. And now you start seeing like everything that this guy has said in the past is true. Trump, he said that these people just want them to be here to be voters for the future, because why are these damn liberals protecting these people, man?
Mm-hmm.
If they know they don't belong here, and they're the ones that allowed them to come here.
Yeah, it's the liberals who are doing it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, not the laws.
Well, Latino, you're talking from.
I mean, wasn't the laws in against most of that stuff when Trump came in, and then didn't
Nope.
Biden a sweep of a pen changed
Latino,
didn't he? I mean, like, or my eyes, or
answer,
am I blind to see my own
accept
information?
the answer, Latino. The answer.
There you go. Because I mean, it's like
laws have not changed.
I'm glad
I think he's talking firsthand from what he's seen.
This is
in his neighborhood
that people don't seem to understand.
And then they wonder why
Trump didn't fix any problems. He did a bunch of like executive orders and stuff. He didn't actually go in and change any laws.
Well, I tell you what, if I can say something here, you know, if we had this kind of you know, cohesiveness where everyone seemingly wants him to do something about the border now, maybe we could have gotten it done the first time. Trump was speaking about building a wall. People said he didn't like the wall. Okay, fair enough. Well, what's the next
wall the only solution?
Well, what's the next best alternative? Seemingly,
laws.
My thing is this.
Next best alternative.
Stanley kind of slightly touched on it, but like this whole immigration problem, I hope everybody understands this is bipartisan. I keep hearing people saying liberals this and liberals that and everything else. When these liberals come to these northern states, like like when they get shipped out here from Texas and Louisiana and everywhere else, and they make it out here, it's not liberals out here hiring these people at the Home Depots and the autos
exactly
early in the morning when they sitting out here looking for work. It'd be these MAGA flag waving Republicans that swoop right down there to the Home Depots, pick them up, and go send them out to go fix things, to go build things, or whatever the case may be, clean up, whatever they picking them up to go do, right? Fix cars, whatever. But these are Republicans that are
psychopaths. Where do you live? Yeah, what part of the country?
I live in Jersey.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, my wife is in Jersey right now, visiting family.
What part of you close to New York?
I got family in New York. I'll be in New York all the time.
Yeah. I mean, are you close to New York? You're like Newark?
Yeah, 20 minutes away. 20 minutes away.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, John Galt, don't you have B&Bs downtown New York or something?
Nah, just a place. Just a place. Just a place to live in New York.
I'm thinking about renting one. I was thinking about coming to DC for the inauguration.
You know, I got for you. They're probably gonna close them down anyway, so you won't be able to rent it.
You got some for 50 a night?
That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, for you, I got something for you, Toy Man.
There's a shelter nearby.
50 a
Johnny's
night?
gonna rent him a
That's good
closet.
deal.
And make a little fort out of box wine boxes. Would be fun.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Tommy, you child molester. I'm talking business.
Wow.
God
Why
damn.
you're always talking about molesting children. You're always talking
Why you
about
take it? Why you take
you
it there?
always
Why you
like
gotta take it
to-
there?
You
Jesus.
like to
I was
talk
talking
about
about gay
wine all the
people
time.
and yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with molesting children unless that's what you're doing on
Well,
box
that's
wine.
all you like to talk about, right?
Right? So you gravitated
The
towards
Tommy.
something that
Oh,
you enjoy
yeah.
talking
I
about.
remember your last show.
Yeah.
Stanley showed on here was jock straps or something like that.
Uh-huh.
All you think about is dick.
Well,
Fuck off.
then actually women have jock straps
Yeah,
too, you know?
yeah. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Blah,
All you
blah,
think
blah.
about is
Blah,
cock.
blah. And all you think about is box wine
All
and
you think
everything.
about is dick.
Constantly you're
We get
talking
it.
about
You
gay people and
can't even
gay,
talk
it's
to
all
John Galt
gay and kids
about
and
a
gay
room.
and kids and gay
You
and
can talk to
kids.
John Galt
And
about
then,
renting a room.
no, you
Fuck
Happy
can't.
off.
Black Friday,
No.
people.
You just have to just butt in all the time with, did you know
You're
that the
just
Constitution,
a
Stanley?
stupid
That
white
shit is crazy,
person. That's all you are.
Stanley, did you know people breathe air? You know, that kind of shit. And then gay. That's all you talk about.
Hey, Tommy.
12 men.
Tommy,
Yeah.
how much money have you ever sent John Galt?
Oh,
John Galt, none.
12 men. Did you fry a
That's
turkey
what I
this
thought.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah, well, John doesn't have the PayPal account. He has Cash App.
He has
I don't do
a Cash App.
I don't do Cash App.
Oh, you little
12
faggot.
12 men. 12 men.
That's why you're a faggot.
12 men.
Hey,
Fry your turkey outside.
he doesn't know.
What's up, HB?
I said, did you fry your turkey?
Make sure you guys hit the like button. I was just telling the audience to make sure they hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button, you guys.
You make it home, HB?
Oh no, not yet. I'm still moving around, man. I'm still moving around.
Oh, geez.
I might have some Thanksgiving food vacuum sealed for me though. We'll see though. I don't know.
The Porsche whooping it up, HB?
Allegedly. I don't know though.
All right.
I might have a plate vacuum sealed. We'll see though.
All right.
He's got a porn bomber. Let him up. Is he a porn bomber? Signal 66?
No,
he's good. He's all right.
Yeah, he's all right.
Damn, he goes saying I didn't even say a word.
We
I
lost
thought
Angel.
yeah.
We lost Angel, and we gained another native.
Hey, happy Friday, everybody. Damn, fool.
You too, bro.
Yeah, happy Friday, Signal.
Motherfuckers hating.
That's sort of smoke signal.
Hey.
Sig,
What was that?
What you been drinking on?
Box wine?
We got the Georgie up in this.
All right. Georgie?
We got
Tommy
the
has
Georgie
this problem.
sponsored by
He's stuck
Georgie.
on box wine. I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah,
Sponsored by Georgie.
What kind of
I'm
brand? What kind of
actually
brand box wine you
drinking
drinking,
beer
bro?
right now.
yeah, I'm the one with the box wine problem.
21.
Wait, Sig.
Where do y'all live at?
What kind of
Can't stop talking
Yo,
about it.
what's up?
what kind of alcohol is it, Sig? What kind of alcohol?
My guy has vodka, dude.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What kind of vodka? Tito's or
It's shit
Canadian
vodka.
or
That's
what?
what it is, my guy.
Huh?
It's just shit vodka. It's just shit.
Oh,
Pretty much.
Canadian vodka. Got it.
Nah, Canadian is probably better. That might be better.
Not better than Tito.
Anyways, this is like the ads on the public bus, on the MTA bus.
God bless you, Sid. God bless you, man.
How you doing, man?
Y'all are really up here.
Happy Friday, man.
Y'all
Happy
really
Friday, dude.
Y'all are really up here. Y'all are
See-
really up here. Kamala,
Is he Dominican?
East Coast time.
Cheers,
Kamala,
everybody. Cheers, my
I
guys.
don't know where
Cheers.
he's from.
I'm
What
from New
kind
York
is
What'd
City.
you What'd you say, Psycho?
New York
Y'all are
City.
they are
New York
Kamala
City.
drunk. They are Kamala drunk.
New York City.
I was
That's
thinking the
right,
same
New York
thing.
City.
Like, wow, is this really happening right now?
Wait. Hold on a second. This is a gentleman's club. If you want to come in here drunk, it's none of our business. You know, I'm not.
Well, clearly.
No, but that was a funny joke, though. That was a funny joke.
Clearly.
Come on.
Yeah, just don't touch any of the dancers. All right, don't keep your hands in your pocket.
Yeah, I have a cousin that was
Keep
shot
your hands to yourself.
for that same reason.
Keep your hands to yourself, man.
I have a cousin, dude. I have a cousin that they fucking hit him with a Mac. They literally sprayed his ass with a, like, seriously, whatever, he survived. He was fine, like, somehow. But yeah, dude, it's just crazy.
All right. He survived? How many times did he get hit?
Yeah, hanging around
Like,
the wrong
more
place.
than a dozen. Yeah, it's just crazy, dude. Just
A Mac? What do you mean a Mac? A laptop?
like a Mac. Bro, you know what I mean, bro. Whatever, Mac 10.
What's good?
Mac 10.
Whatever, man. I guess it probably was a 380 or like a 32 because he didn't fucking die, man. God.
Little
Like
boy.
a 32 or whatever, yeah. A 380, 32, 380, 25, whatever.
Or a 38.
Not a 9, whatever. Anyways.
Just real quick, what's good? I only hopped up. Like I said in the chat, I'm really enjoying the white on white violence happening here. And this
Let's go. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of white on white violence myself.
There's no violence. I just let him drink till he falls down the stairs. It's really
Let's go. Let's go.
Self-inflicted.
Where he's at, bro.
And this stream is sponsored by Bud Light, by the way. So have at it.
Well,
Let Tom do a commercial.
Oh.
Tom, do a commercial. Do a commercial real quick.
That's kind of weird though. Like I do wonder, like, why are people so marveled? Because you're not the first person to say that, Andre. Like, why are people so stunned and marveled by white on white violence? Like, I always thought that was a common thing. I've always seen that.
Hey, it's super common.
Right.
It's called racism.
I've got
It's called racism. A bunch of people think that a lot of people think that white people are not capable of violence. Guess what? We're all human.
We're the most violent of them all.
So when white people do violence, right? It's like, oh, there must be some other reason.
White on white
Yeah,
violence.
bullshit, right?
It's
You're
just
the way
that
it looks because of white on white violence.
we've been violent since the start.
Whatever.
Just to respond
beating
to
the
what
hell out of stupid people like Tommy is my favorite hobby.
Yeah.
Just to add on to what Tom said, like that's not like what I meant by that. Like, I was actually
Right.
being sarcastic because it's typically, I hate to say it, but the pro blacks act like white on white violence doesn't happen.
Well, pro-blacks act like that.
A lot of them do.
I don't know.
Yeah, and this was really more boxed wine on white violence.
Yeah.
No, you know what it is. So
violence all the time.
I think yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. And I think you would be quite exceptional to that. But I do hear a lot of people say that, you know, why is it always us on the internet? You don't see the white people; they stick together and all this stuff. And you got to be like, nah, that's not true, man. That's not true.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question?
I got an answer too when you're done, John.
I think, you know, in terms of scale, white man.
There you go.
Nuclear weapon.
There you go. Yep. Mass murder.
And that's clean. You clean that shit up real quick. So it's a winner, right? They beat your ass, and shit, you get in line. We have a civilization now. But with blacks, it's like constant fighting. Nobody.
Bro, why do we have to talk about how white men created civilization? Because you realize that other cultures created their own civilizations.
I didn't say.
And the problem with the white man is that every time that the white man encounters a civilization that they don't understand, they just call it barbarism. They say they're barbarians. They don't, whatever. They're unruly. Just because they don't understand.
I got you. All right. I think that.
How about the fact that they just they're doing barbaric shit? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, the word barbarian comes from. Oh, no.
When you watch boxing match, you want to motherfucking knock him out.
I mean, look at history. I mean, look at like where we're at today, man. You think that white people aren't doing barbarism the same way today?
Can you not interrupt, bro?
Signal.
But what do you want in boxing match? You want a clean win, motherfucker, knock somebody out, right? You don't want it to come down to decision. And the white man create weapons and war that make it pretty clean. Yeah, civil wars in Africa, they be fighting over and over and over forever and ever, man. Like somebody hurry up and win this motherfucker so we can move on and progress in life. And that's what I think down on the level on the street, what you see is that it's constant titty tack violence, constant.
You're never going to not have it though.
On the streets, on the streets and the neighborhoods, white people can't create peaceful neighborhoods, probably more so than black people can, from my experience as a landlord. And I think so when black people are like, yeah, it's good to see white people commit violence because they don't factor in the big mayhem. But look what's all going on in Ukraine and Russia. Nobody talks about that. Those are all white people, right?
So John,
it's big violence. You know what I mean? It's organized violence, right?
So John,
I think it's
add on to what you were saying.
organized violence, right?
To add on to what you were saying is pretty much like what Frieza was talking about. It was basically we don't see the white dysfunction when, I mean, I don't know if people like have eyes or ears, or they're not around white people, don't talk to white people, because I see it. I'm not trying to argue like.
Hold on, but you can find some white people. You can find some white people that can get along peacefully and build something. A nice community. Hell, that's where everybody wants to live. When you get money,
it's not a race issue though. It's not a race issue. It's
but we're talking about the two probably most predominant races in this country, you know, from a cultural standpoint. They've been blacks and whites. Those are the two that compare and compete with each other, right? By and large. And so they compare. They look at the white man and they don't see much violence. They know they want to go live in his neighborhood if they get enough money. Because on the streets, it's fairly peaceful. Now, maybe they're doing big level violence, Ukraine, Russia. But down on the street where you just living, it's peaceful. In the black community, by and large, there's always going to be some bullshit going on. Right? Now, they're not creating big wars because they can't fight big wars. But they fight little bitty wars all day, every day on the streets. You saw one yesterday. I showed it to you. And that shit happens all day, every day. And a lot of people don't want to live around that shit.
How do we get past this issue that you're pointing out, which is an issue, without? I feel like every time that this issue is presented, it becomes like, oh, well, you're racist, or like some sort of like classist, whatever, racist something. How do we actually get to the foundation of this issue for everyone, really?
I mean, I think.
Yeah, I just don't know what that question means.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody gonna have to get past it in their own way. You know, the black people that keep throwing using the racist card, that shit is gonna stop working. And those white people will get away with it. They won't care if they're being called racist. Some of the blacks, you know, will find refuge living in their own communities and won't have a problem. You know, demanding to be
smartest thing he's ever said.
To be placed in, you know, white neighborhoods, stuff like that. And you know, I think ultimately, the more people you bring in here, it's all going to settle itself out. You know, either violently or peacefully, one way or the other. We're going to take somebody else backstage. What the fuck is? Who the fuck is doing it?
That was 12 man burp.
Oh,
I'm sorry, John Galt.
Well, don't be sorry.
It's the smartest things to ever come out of his mouth.
Yeah, no, John.
I got the sorriest thing to put in your mouth.
Yo, are you okay? We need to call 911.
No, John, but I definitely agree with you. I don't think I think to the race issue thing, I don't think it is a solution to it. I don't think you either gonna get swept up by it or you're gonna overcome it.
Yeah, I probably agree with you on that.
Yeah, racism ain't never going anywhere. You're never gonna get rid of wars. These things are just deeply embedded in society, and it's not going to go anywhere. Wishful thinking, but it's not going to happen.
I mean, there are people who whole careers depend on this shit.
Yeah.
Like Al Sharpton. You heard about how much money Al Sharpton got paid from Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I just did a show beating him down senseless. Yeah, I've dealt with Al Sharpton's effery for a long time, since the 80s. So yeah, I'm well.
You're in New Jersey, since you know about Freddie's Fashion Mart, then, huh? You probably heard about that.
Yeah, Al Sharpton came out here stirring stuff up. Well, I ain't gonna say he stirred stuff up because I don't want to make it seem like it wasn't a real issue. It was a real issue.
Psycho.
Yeah.
The Psycho. How much did Al Sharpton get paid? I never heard about that.
Paid $500K for the interview he did on MSNBC. He might lose his job over it too.
No, that nigga gonna lose his job. He been there, lost his job.
Yeah.
Right, let's be honest. Let's be real. Come on, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta be real. If you want to get rid of racism, just how you do it. Be real. Be honest.
He's just somebody who takes advantage of the situation that's there. Like getting rid of Al Sharpton, racism don't go away. He is somebody who takes advantage of the situation, but
racism don't always tell the blacks to stop.
Not somebody who causes these situations. He's ambulance chaser. Let's call it.
You want racism to go away? The blacks need to stop getting behind this man, this shyster, scam artist.
That's not going to eliminate racism. That just eliminates the charlatans. That don't eliminate racism.
Well, once you eliminate the charlatan, then you got people.
Al Sharpton is an ambulance chaser, right? Which means accidents are happening. Which means he's not causing the accident. He's just waiting for the accident to happen, and then he's chasing the ambulance.
And the reason why he's chasing it is because he get 500,000.
From happening.
The only reason he chased that motherfucker, that ambulance, because when he catch that ambulance, it's $500,000 fall out the ambulance.
The accident still happens. That's what I'm saying.
The accident is gonna happen, but the $500,000, you cut that shit out.
I agree. Get rid of the charlatans. So I'm not saying don't get rid of the charlatans. Get rid of the charlatans. Don't stop the accident.
Hold on. One person at a time. Him, the Ben Crumps of the world, man. They chasing the bag, right?
Right.
Remember that bag? Shit, Ben Crump. Who keep burping? Is that 12 man? I took this motherfucker on mute and he come back on burping. I don't fucking understand that.
That's wild.
I don't fucking like 12 man. If you know you got you got the hiccups or you got the burps over there, stay on mute. Anyway, all right.
Well, if I could just quickly say this, I think Roland Martin did the most work, including like an MF for Kamala, and he only got $350K. So that's why I was kind of surprised.
Only.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Shit.
like,
Well, he
it's
not as
obviously
big
a
as.
lot. Well, obviously it's a lot of money. It's 350K, but well, I mean, in comparison to like an Al Sharpton, who
But Al's on
I
TV.
Yeah, I was on MSNBC. That's why he got more.
That's big money. And his employer didn't even know about this. He got away with it, and he probably still get away with it. Everyone knows about his tax situation. He's gotten away with it for years.
That's why he might lose a job because it got put to his nonprofit and everything he did on the slip. Yeah.
Hey, remember when the nigga sold his life rights? You remember when that nigga did that? You know, but a scam or hustle. Sold it to himself.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, like you do got charlatans out here, you know. Like I don't like Ben Crump. I don't like Al Sharpton because, like I said, they take advantage of real situations, and they and now these real situations get attached to a scam or you know, they kind of diminish real situations by attaching their names to it because they got a history of, again, being charlatans. So I don't even like when they get their names attached to certain situations because I already know it's not going to be taken serious now because of them.
The issue probably never was serious anyway. Shit, he been behind a whole bunch of scams. Tawana Brawley, that wasn't real.
That's the only one I could think of, and that he didn't cause that either. That was her fault.
Crystal Magnum.
He did that situation, and
Crystal Magnum was lying. He knew that bitch was lying. He knew the other bitch.
She was lying her ass off. I mean, and he did make a bag off. That's
actually, you know why I knew he was lying. You know why? Listen, you know why you would know he was lying, bro. Just common sense. What yuppie ass white boy's gonna rape some black ass stripper woman? Don't happen.
That could happen. It didn't happen.
It don't happen. It could happen. Anything can happen, but it don't.
It didn't happen though.
Right? It don't happen. And it didn't happen. But Sharpton led the way, and the blacks believed that bullshit when he knew it wasn't true. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need Al Sharpton to believe it. I mean, black people believed it. I lived that.
I did. Nigga, I was in DC. One of the motherfuckers that was accused of the shit lived here in DC, a rich white boy. He bit off the wrong tree, fuck with a white boy that could fight back. Normally he go fucking around white people that can't fight back. And those white people fought his ass back. And you know,
Al Sharpton was the front man on that whole situation, but that situation already had people riled up. But he was the front man of it.
He was the front man. He was the leader. He was the leader. Would you call him the leader?
Tawana Brawley situation. I wouldn't have a problem calling him.
And Freddie's fashion mark.
I wouldn't have a problem calling him the leader of that.
How about Freddie's fashion mark? Would you call him the leader of that too?
Yeah, probably.
So that means that nigga done led 3 race hosts. And still
what's the third one?
That's 3, huh?
What's the third one?
Crystal Magnum, Tawana Brawley, Freddie Fashion Mark. That's 3 race hosts that nigga done led. And yet he's still on TV today.
Yeah, well,
that's kind of amazing, no?
Yeah, only in America. That's what Don King said, right?
Only in America, man. Everything for sale in America, man.
Yeah, I just saw somebody get nominated for president with 34 felonies. I mean, only in America.
There you go. 34 felonies. You know the government is corrupt. Justice system. You blacks been saying that forever. Justice system, criminal justice system, corrupt. Well, you saw it in action with Trump. They dropping all them charges that they convicted him on.
I knew he wasn't going to see a day in jail anyway.
John, it's different. It's different, John. He's white.
You seeing black? You like how much you feel seeing blacks doing the same shit they were complaining about white people doing?
They got a free Diddy, John.
Like that's what blows me. Like
if Trump pardoned Diddy, would y'all be mad?
Yeah, I'd be mad. I ain't gonna say I'd be mad. I'd be disappointed. That nigga need to face justice for what he did. You know, these people are saying what he said. Hell, is a nigga arresting him, right? A nigga charged him.
No, it's a state. It ain't niggas there. This ain't civil.
It was the state. It was the Eastern District Attorney in New York. That was a black man. He charged him.
These are criminal charges. These ain't
federal charges. Federal charges. He charged him.
Yeah, these are federal cases. Like they went down in Miami and California. These are Fed charges. So,
but
yeah,
he charged.
There's always
Anyway, interesting.
But if he pardoned him, you'd be mad. You said,
Yeah, I don't think he should pardon him. He's not been convicted yet, so there's a pardon him is it's
he would have to get convicted. Correct, he would have to get convicted first. But I'm just saying, if he did, and if he does get convicted, it would be during Trump's time because it'll be within the next 4 years.
Yeah. No, I don't think he should be.
I'm sorry, John, but I would argue that the one person that should have gotten all these felonies and stuff shouldn't have been Obama, that led to the investigation on Trump's campaign for no reason.
Well, that was all political. That was all political.
Yes, which led to most of the shit now.
Just went away into the sunset and just just accepted his 4 years and just never, January 6th never happened. And he just walked away. We never know about these cases. These cases and all this stuff never happens. This stuff only happened because he refused to go away. So they started going after him legally. So I knew he wasn't going to go to jail though, because president has never.
How does that phrase go? Goose for the gander,
and it's never going to happen.
Anyway, guys, we have 7 minutes left. 30 people in the audience. And show some support for the channel. HB, 2N, Porsche, J, Get Cracks, Stanley. The one you always love to argue with. He's always here, holding it down, giving it to people.
Donors are mad, so I don't know if they're going. I know her donors are pissed at her.
When he go to other channels, apparently he went to SKC and they weren't that pissed. Give me a second, guys. Hold on.
Her drunk ass is done.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, who's calling?
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
I'm meeting you in the Facebook market. This is your number.
Oh, yeah. Facebook market, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have did the apartment, for room only?
Yeah. I have a room. Yeah. What you looking for? Northwest, southeast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. What do you have it? No.
Both. Whatever you want. What you got?
Yeah.
What's your budget? And then I can tell you what I got.
Yeah, anyone.
Huh?
Anyone.
You speak Spanish?
Yes.
All right, let me
huh?